This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 847. The worst-case scenario he imagined did not occur. After 31 streams of refined energy flowed into the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song-Chi did not notice even the slightest sign of a problem. Soon, his mental power split into dozens of streams, each directing the 31 streams of refined energy towards the designated shipboard components. 5-color upgrade to 7-color. 3 realms 5 elements certificate. 3-color upgrade to 5-color. Mirror image, void warehouse. Black upgrade to 3-color. Black hole evolution layer. Pajuo Zen meditation seal. Akakura's secret cultivation realm number 004. Demon Buddha purifying relic. Gold upgrade to black. Starlight shimmering stone talisman. Last blessing. Void shadow killing clan warrior tree. Domain hedge device. Plasma guardian. Sky breaking cone. Red sky jump device. Purple sky divine thunder cannon. Silver upgrade to gold. Death tracking seal. Sky locking seal. Super body shrinking card. Master servant contract. Battleship transposition device. Multifunction converter. Phantom thruster. Brainwave remote control system. External armor piercing cobalt shell launcher. Golden source armor piercing cannon. Hearthstone return device. Tianyu god slaying cannon. Soul destroying pupil light cannon. Myriad souls destruction bow. Explosive particle cannon. Cold light sky frost cannon. As the light within the battleship's cabin continued to gleam, the quality of each component on the Tianxu Sangqiong underwent a transformation. Song-Chi's gaze first fell on the 3 realms 5 elements certificate. 3 realms 5 elements certificate level 110. Quality, color/ultimate. Confirming that this component had indeed been upgraded from color upper level to color ultimate level, Song-Chi's eyes flashed brightly from far away in the Shutian market. He then looked at another component. Mirror image level 100. Quality, color/upper. Feature, mirror image. Feature 2, mirrorable component quality increased by 1 level. Feature 3, light resistance plus 40,000. Feature 4, the mounted warship's interior becomes rich with mirror light, increasing efficiency by 530% when comprehending the law of light. Feature 5, mirror refraction. Feature 6, the controllable distance of the mirrored warship is increased tenfold. Feature 7, after a mirrored warship is destroyed or deactivated, its cooldown is halved. Feature 8, the number of slots required to load this component is fixed at 1. Cost, 100 per second, psionic points, effect. The mounted warship can autonomously adjust the lighting and shadow effects of its hull and energy shield to suit the environment, significantly reducing its presence. No recharging or buffering required. Mirror image. Consumes 5 million psionic points. Using the host ship as a template, a physical mirror image is created. The mirror image contains all of the host ship's color-based components, up to and including the upper color level +1. Within a radius of 10 billion light-years from the host ship, the captain can remotely control the mirror image in real time. The mirror image persists as long as the captain doesn't cancel it, or the mirror image is destroyed. Once cancelled or destroyed, it requires a 10-year buffer before reactivation. Mirror refraction. The host ship gains a refraction aura. When attacked by external energy, it reflects 60% of the attack's power back at the attacker. Song-Chi's breathing became heavier, his eyes fixed on the new properties of the mirror image components. It's no wonder he's been agonizing over the issue of replicating color-based components for years. To think that this was the final solution would have been enough to make anyone excited. After all, this means that all mirrored warships summoned in the future will once again possess the incredible replica of the time chessboard. In addition, there's also the recently loaded skeleton tomb, including the destiny compass. Of course, the skeleton tomb hasn't yet achieved 100% condensation of the skeleton giant, so even if the replica is complete, it can't be activated at this point. Thinking of this, Song-Chi began to consider the possibility of summoning mirrored warships again. At the same time, his gaze shifted downwards, resting on the void warehouse component. To be honest, this component had been the most fraught with his previous choices. Originally, according to the top priority, the second tricolor component, the miracle clone pod, would undoubtedly have been the first choice. The value of this extremely rare and special component has long been evident. Even if it weren't for the miracle clone pod, the Mythic pulse energy shield, the recently promoted Mythic heavenly power control ring, and even the savage god's guardian would have been more valuable than the void warehouse. Song-Chi's final choice of the void warehouse was naturally a decision made after careful consideration. The advancement of the 3 realms 5 elements voucher, coupled with its level 110 enhancement, has already silently signaled one thing. The newly summoned mirror battleships will undoubtedly possess even more powerful concealment capabilities. For the next 10,000 years of its stay on this origin planet, the Void Warehouse is undoubtedly the perfect component for the Three Realms 5 Elements voucher. The Three Realms 5 Elements voucher's powerful concealment capabilities, combined with the Void Warehouse's remote acquisition capabilities, allow for the undetectable seizure of prey from battlefields across Origin Planet. Song-Chi remembered doing this quite often during previous civilization wars. The fall of the Origin Star was a once-in-a-million-year opportunity. Since fate had bestowed upon him this chance, how could he let it go to waste? He was determined to return to his old ways on this vast Origin Star. After inspecting the components, Song-Chi quickly withdrew his gaze, not bothering with the others. He simply glanced at them, confirming they had indeed been successfully promoted, and then summoned Tianxu Sanqiong back to the Jutian market. Yes, not just the main body, but also the mirror image warship. With the aid of the time chessboard and the Pajuazin seal, he only needed to wait a little over a month to send the brand new mirror image warship to the Origin Star. By then, he would have nothing to worry about. Song-Chi had already made up his mind. From now on, his target would be directly on the surface of the Origin Star, where the treasures were greatest. However, while waiting for the mirror image components to cool down, there was one matter that needed to be addressed. Jutian Market Trading Day. This day was the busiest time of the market. Densely scattered throughout the market, the alien races of the Star Sea were seizing every opportunity to conduct various transactions. In just 24 hours, they had to reap as much profit as possible from this hard-earned interstellar trade. However, compared to these alien races, Song-Chi's attention was currently focused on the market ins. Don't forget, the market guest token, as the lowest level market token, does not allow those who possess it to log into the market at any time and must wait until the monthly market trading day. This meant that every market day also saw a surge of supplies appearing in the thousands of guest rooms at the inn. In a short period of time, Song-Chi saw all sorts of newly delivered treasures in over 1,000 guest rooms. Rare items, Overlord True Spirits, Floating Land Origins, Mineral Materials, Overlord Origin Blood, Chaos Mirror Stones, and so on. The sheer variety was almost dazzling. However, Song-Chi's reaction this time was different. His focus was primarily on the rooms where market tokens were already floating. Additionally, these rooms had one thing in common. They all possessed mythical souls. Outside the closed hatch of the Shinxiajiuli, a metal platform floated quietly in the sky. This modest platform was currently occupied by dozens of figures, including the Xinhua warships of the Xinhua civilization and wizards from the Wizard civilization. At this moment, a few new lines of text suddenly lit up within the table image projected above the metal platform. Guest order number 856, Su Yuan of the Xinhua civilization, exploration completed 1 mythical soul, 2 units, 1 black rare item, 1 low-grade chaos mirror stone, 1 10th level floating land origin, 3 strands. Guest order number 1798, Lin Qi of the Wizard civilization, exploration completed 3 mythical souls, 1 tricolor rare item, 1 11th level floating land origin, 2 strands, 1 turtle peak stone core, 1 golden rare item. As these lines of text appeared, several of the dozens of figures on the platform quickly spoke. Su Yuan of the Xinhua civilization, requesting the immediate termination of this single market token transaction. Lin Qi of the Wizard civilization, requesting the termination of this token transaction. As soon as the words fell, a reply quickly appeared on the projection above the platform. Application received, settlement in progress. Please wait. The person who spoke was not surprised by this reply, as they all knew full well that this so-called settlement meant that Song-Chi, acting as the temporary representative of the master of the All-Heaven market, would need to log into the market to seek the master's final selection. In the Shinxiajiuli, Song-Chi pretended to enter the market, and when he returned, he had the corresponding items in his hands. Number 856 Su Yuan, this time you have obtained a total of 4 items. After the draw, you will receive a black rare item, and 3 strands of the 10th level floating land essence. Number 1798 Lin Qi, this time you have obtained a total of 5 items. After the draw, you will receive a tricolored rare item, 2 strands of the 11th level floating land essence, and a turtle mountain stone core. For several consecutive draws, Song-Chi chose the mythical soul, even giving up a tricolored rare item for this reason. There was no other way. According to the rule of only one of the top 3 most valuable items can be drawn, he couldn't take both. Over a month later, in the Jutian Market Sky Dome, in the main control room of the Tianxu Sankung, Song-Chi's eyes flashed. Just now, The mirror image components had completely cooled down. Without rushing to summon the mirror battleship, he simply waved his hand, and 12 mythic souls quietly emerged. It must be said that the origin star is worthy of being a mythical star that has existed since before the ancient era. Its treasures are truly numerous. In less than a year, Song-Chi had obtained a full 12 mythic souls through commission. And this was for the portion of market token allotments still in the process of exploration. Once their exploration was completed, this number would increase further. Shaking his head, refusing to dwell on these trivial matters, Song-Chi's gaze shifted between the Light of Judgment and the Void Warehouse. 12 mythic souls were a considerable number, but clearly not enough to simultaneously strengthen both components. After a moment's thought, Song-Chi's gaze shifted to the Void Warehouse. After 10 consecutive flashes of multicolored light, the Void Warehouse successfully upgraded from level 100 to level 110. Without leaving behind the other 2 mythic souls, the Light of Judgment was upgraded from level 99 to level 101. While it wouldn't raise the power of this multicolored transdimensional railgun to its current maximum, it was at least no longer comparable to its previous level 9 power. After completing this final step, Song-Chi exited the Jutian market. Inside the Shinxiajioli ship's cabin, at his request, Jiang Yuan opened a corner of the hatch. Through this gap, the mirrored warship, newly summoned by the Tianqiu Sanqing ship, shot out like a shadow, hurtling towards the entrance to the vortex passage below. Deep within the fire burial canyon on the surface of Origin Star, a wisp of tricolored fire rose and fell within the canyon's deepest lava. Suddenly, the entire magma sea was torn apart. A massive claw covered in scales emerged from the void on the left, while a hand formed from condensed sand, a sky-shattering hand, appeared on the right. Both simultaneously grasped at the tricolored fire. Boom! Boom! The collision of the giant claw and the gravel hand quickly caused a violent explosion throughout the magma space. Roar! The Chaos Demon Ape, hundreds of millions of kilometers tall, descended, crushing the mountain range. Every hair of his was swirling with violent chaotic energy. The bronze staff he carried on his shoulder was wrapped with 9 star chains. As the staff fell, the space along its path evoked the vision of cosmic destruction. The 9th rank master of the sand spirits transformed into a cloud of golden sand, dodging the fatal blow. Each grain of sand reflected a battle scene from a different timeline, instantly condensing into 9 avatars clad in the hourglasses of time. This tricolored fire seed, the sand dragon, demanded. 9 voices overlapped, echoing through time. The hourglasses simultaneously overturned, forming a cage of time, as if to transform the entire magma space into a realm of time. In the distance, the Chaos Demon Ape's eyes suddenly flashed with a chaotic, blood-red light. His left palm transformed into a fist, and he slammed his chest fiercely. The deafening sound waves unleashed sent waves of molten flame surging across the magma sea below. Roar! The next second, he roared, raising the bronze club in his hand and slamming it directly into the cage of time. Seeing this, the true form of the Sand Spirit Master finally emerged. He removed the crown of sand from his head, transforming it into an eternal sand table. Sealed within it were the remains of 7 stars from the multiverse era. When the first stellar remnant was crushed, the released stellar corpuscles vaporized half of the demon ape's body. But the Chaos Demon Ape didn't retreat. Instead, relying on its powerful gift of flesh and blood regeneration, it reconstructed itself in the explosion into its true, 3-headed, 6-armed demon ape form. Its wounds even formed black holes that devoured light. The aftermath of the battle tore through the Earth's crust. If it had occurred on an ordinary floating continent in the star sea, the Earth would inevitably have collapsed. However, this was Origin Star, a mythical star larger than even the 11th-tier star continents in size. The battle between 2 9th-tier overlords couldn't even affect the entire planet's crust. As for the commotion caused by the battle, the 2 9th-tier overlords were unconcerned. As members of the Transcendent Forces, a specific exploration area had been designated for them on the surface of Origin Star, a consensus shared by all 13 of these Transcendent Forces. The Burial Fire Canyon beneath your feet is located within this exploration area. Chapter 848. The 2 9th-rank overlords had already unleashed their true fire. The clash of 9th-tier energies roiled the entire molten space. However, precisely because the Chaos Demon Ape and the Sand Spirits were of similar strength, neither could defeat the other, and the tricolored flame above the magma sea remained untouched. Over Burial Fire Canyon, deep in the void, where no abnormality could be detected by the naked eye, the long-hidden mirror image of the Tianqiu Sanqing finally began to stir. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Song-Chi remotely commanded the warship to attack. Strangely, The mirror warship not only did not actively descend toward the magma space below, but instead angled upward, propelled by its engines, soaring straight into the distant horizon. Only when the mirror warship reached a certain extreme distance did Song-Chi activate the replica void warehouse component. With a color superior quality plus LV-110 enhancement level, the properties of this new void warehouse were already different from before. The tricolored fire artifact floating above the magma sea vanished silently. Even the two 9th rank overlords of the transcendental forces not far away only noticed it 2 seconds after it vanished. Amusingly, these two 9th rank overlords, with no suspicion at all, each blamed the other for the instigation, intensifying the battle within the magma sea. Song-Chi was naturally unaware of the subsequent events. After successfully capturing the energy, he controlled the mirror warship and fled without looking back. However, the replica Eye of Truth did detect the even stronger energy fluctuations behind him. Based on this, he could roughly guess what would happen next. A colorful, ultimate level 3 realms 5 element certificate plus a colorful, superior level void warehouse. Truly the perfect combination, but unfortunately. Song-Chi sighed inwardly. The Golden Dynasty's refining mothership was truly a creation surviving from the multiverse era. Its refining power alone was truly incredible. It was a shame it couldn't be refined a second time. This refining power likely stemmed from the unique properties of a certain interstellar artifact aboard the refining mothership, but the exact quality of that artifact remained unknown. It was definitely a colorful, ultimate level artifact, perhaps the only one of its kind. There was even a chance it was a chaos artifact. As he pondered this, he quickly shook his head, rejecting his last guess. If it truly was a chaos artifact, this refining mothership wouldn't have been lost on this origin star. Song-Chi was well aware of the power of a chaos artifact aboard a Tier 10 warship. Of course, he didn't dwell on the matter. After initially testing the powerful effects of the two new high-quality components, his immediate goal was to leverage their capabilities and seize as many treasures as possible on this origin star over the next nearly 10,000 years. As for the tricolored fire seed just delivered to the market, Song-Chi had personally examined it. Although it was a colorful lower-level fire seed artifact, it could not be transformed into an upgraded fire source. Even so, its value was extremely high, at least it hadn't been sent to the artifact exchange shop. High-level fire seed artifacts had always been coveted by the Tianxu Sanqiong. Although the creation Bagua furnace hadn't been fully repaired yet, it was certain that this time would be shortly. The Tianxu Sanqiong main body plus the mirrored warship, the slavery seal, rage of the Tianquan control ring, the skeleton giant being nurtured in the bone tomb, and the totem pole of the origin of the great Tao in the Zhutian market. The aforementioned units are all regular mythical units currently in Song-Chi's possession, or trump cards capable of countering mythical units. Once this origin star operation is concluded, exploring the Immortal Realm continent is inevitable. Searching for the missing 16 divine fires from the creation Bagua furnace will then become a top priority in Song-Chi's plan. Once the creation Bagua furnace is complete, according to the law, colored fire will be essential. The Time Scar Rift is the site of a famous ancient battlefield on Origin Star. According to information gathered by the Xinhua civilization over the past hundreds of thousands of years, this rift lies at the deepest point of the crustal cracks beneath the Tiansong Trench on Origin Star. Rumor has it that this is a relic of the alien invasion era that preceded the multiverse era. That battle was the most frenzied battle within Origin Star between the superpowers of this dimension and the alien civilization. Both sides tore off all restraints, revealed countless trump cards, and ultimately nearly pierced the entire crust of Origin Star. The Time Scar Rift was formed millions of years after that battle. Rumor has it that it contains a transcendental legacy from the era of alien invasions. Some peak tribes also claim that it contains a time-related chaos artifact. However, for billions of years, no explorer has uncovered its ultimate secret. This is the 715th year since the formation of the Origin Star spatial vortex channel. Over these centuries, the Tianxu Sanqiong has repeatedly roamed the open areas of the transcendent forces. While reaping abundant rewards, even the incredible power of the 3 realms and 5 elements voucher has still alerted the transcendental beings that something is amiss. Now, with the various transcendental forces' increased vigilance, the mirror warship's operational efficiency has steadily declined. Therefore, after much deliberation, Song-Chi began exploring the surface areas of Origin Star outside the open areas decades ago. Because of this, the mirror fleet has encountered more dangers over the past few decades than in the past few hundred years. Even the 12 Fates chess of life and death game, which replicates the time chessboard, now has only 7 chances left. But Song-Chi has no regrets. The diameter of the origin star is comparable to a galaxy in the shattered star sea, and the small open area for exploration by creatures below the mythical level is insignificant in that regard. Simply put, the truly essential areas are those that have never been opened, and they contain a wealth of valuable treasures. This time, Song-Chi's chosen exploration target is precisely this Time Scar Rift area. The mirror fleet dives along the crustal fissures into the Time Scar abyss. Song-Chi, through the replica of the Eye of Truth, constantly observes the breathtaking wonders around him. The entire canyon is composed of countless shattered space-time mirrors, each reflecting images of the origin star exploration team from different eras. As the fleet passed through the seventh space-time fold, it suddenly detected 3 waves of mythical energy. In the main control room of the Tianqiu Songqing ship, within the dome of the Zhutian market, Song-Chi's eyes suddenly glared. Deep within the deepest part of the trench, a pitch-black chasm riddled with cracks in the laws of time, in a dimension seemingly unrelated to the origin planet, a crystalline platform hovered in midair. 3 towering figures stood in different corners of the crystalline platform, facing each other silently. To the left stood a mechanical lifeform composed entirely of dark purple crystals and alloys, its surface swirling with quantum runes. Every step it took left a fleeting data afterimage in space and time. This was a mythical mechanical being from the creation mechanical civilization, Nyation. Its intelligent computer chip contained the Nyation logic virus, capable of rewriting the very laws of reality. To the right, a 9-headed space-time worm lurked, each head corresponding to a different velocity of time. The central head even appeared translucent, as if poised to vanish from the current timeline at any moment. This was the Mother of Time Eclipse, a 10th-tier mythical unit of the special life-form space-time worm. A terrifying being that feeds on the laws and rules of time. What concerned Song-Chi most was the third figure floating between the two. It was a humanoid creature clad in a gray robe, its face shrouded in the hazy mist of time. Only its right hand grasped a rusted bronze temple door. The door's surface was densely engraved with dimensional coordinates, and every slight tremor triggered a chain reaction of collapse in the surrounding spacetime mirrors. The shattered gate of the Temple of Time. Song-Chi's pupil shrank. Through the replica of the Eye of Truth, he instantly grasped the true nature of this bronze temple door, a shattered portal that could trace back to the ruins of the Temple of Time. The reason he was able to identify the bronze temple door so quickly was due to the replica Eye of Truth and the 8th level double pupils. The primary reason was that Song-Chi already possessed another item related to the Temple of Time. The inheritance key of the Temple of Time. Back in the deepest part of the shattered river of time, he had successfully obtained the inheritance key of the Temple of Time. Despite thousands of years, he had never found the Temple of Time. Now, if he could obtain this bronze temple door, his chances of finding it would greatly increase. Additionally, at the center of the 3-way confrontation, an irregular polyhedron crystal floated. Enclosed within this crystal was a drop of silvery white liquid. Whenever external energy fluctuations touched the crystal surface, the liquid would conjure up phantoms of civilizations from different eras. Time source liquid? Song-Chi's breath hitched. It was a special resource of the same type as the time source crystal, both possessing the ability to actively reduce the cooling time of star sea artifacts. However, compared to solid time source crystals, this time source liquid was a product of the crystals liquefied through special smelting processes. Song-Chi estimated that, given the volume of time source liquid within this polyhedron, it would require at least a ton of time source crystals to produce it. 1 ton of time source crystals could shorten the cooling time by 1 million years. Its immense value was undeniable, and it was clear that all 3 parties were coming for it. Just as the rune tentacles on the surface of the divine machine. The destroying heaven machine's body suddenly reached out towards the polyhedron crystal. A gray-robed figure beside him suddenly lifted the bronze palace door. An invisible ripple of time spread, and the destroying heaven machine of the creation mechanical civilization suddenly froze in motion. Even the quantum runes on its surface stagnated. Time has stopped. Song-Chi felt a surge of alarm. Even though the mirrored warship, hidden deep within the void, was far from the crystal platform, he could still sense a strange sluggishness within its cabin through his mental connection. Although the sluggishness was negligible thanks to the replica time chessboard, he still had to remember that the Void Warehouse's telekinetic acquisition ability required a direct impact on the void within the target. And he wasn't sure if it would be affected by the stillness of time. We can't force it. Song-Chi decisively changed his strategy. Both the shattered gate of the time temple and the time source fluid were extremely important to him. He couldn't and didn't want to gamble. He quietly retreated the mirrored warship to the shadows of the spacetime folds, while controlling the replica Void Warehouse to begin charging energy. At the same time, the market projection token in the ethereal body of the mirrored warship was retrieved, ready for activation at any moment. After completing this, Song-Chi began to wait for the three mythical creatures on the crystal platform to engage in a fierce battle. These three mythical creatures came from different factions, and there was no way they could reach a fair distribution of power. A great mythical war was inevitable. As expected, it wasn't long before the three mythical creatures began to clash. The 9 heads of the mythical spacetime worm simultaneously emitted a sharp hissing sound. The spacetime breath, originally directed at the gray-robed figure, suddenly reversed direction, fiercely slamming into the quantum barrier on the surface of the Destroyer Divine Machine. The runes on the Destroyer Divine Machine's surface flickered violently, forcing it to interrupt its intake of the time essence. At the same time, the gray-robed figure also made a move. The temporal power of the Bronze Palace door in his hand surged, nearly completely freezing time around him. Seizing this opportunity, a gray mist energy arm suddenly extended from beneath his gray robe and swiftly grasped the polyhedron crystal. Just as the gray-robed figure was about to touch the time source fluid, Song-Chi's eyes flashed with a cold light. Now! The mirrored battleship's replica Void Warehouse roared into action, and the multicolored superior space laws tore an invisible rift above the crystal platform. However, just as the absorption force was about to envelop the time source fluid, the gray-robed figure suddenly looked up. Who is it? A blinding flash of time erupted from the Bronze Palace door, and the entire folded area of space and time seemed to have been paused. The mirrored battleship's engine suddenly froze, and even the Void Warehouse's absorption beams showed a visible delay. Song-Chi's heart was shaken. This gray-robed figure's control over the power of time far exceeded expectations, even forcibly delaying the multicolored superior space laws. Of course, this was undoubtedly related to the Tianqiu Sanqiong being only a 9th-tier Xinhua battleship, but Song-Chi couldn't care less at the moment. In a flash, he activated the market projection command without hesitation. Buzz! Wisps of purple mist energy surged from the mirrored warship, and a purple mist projection of the Zhutian market briefly materialized above the time scar rift. Although the projection took far longer than usual to condense, with Song-Chi having preemptively activated the Tao Origin Totem Pole, the power of the true mythical projection still momentarily distracted the gray-robed figure. Boom! Taking advantage of this moment, the replica of the heavenly power control ring burst forth with tricolor light. Absolute slavery transformed into a blood-red chain, piercing directly into the leftmost head of the Time Eclipse Mother. The mythical worm roared in pain. The temporary enslavement light, with a 100-fold success rate, sent a flash of confusion through the mind of this unique mythical creature. Its 9 heads suddenly spewed time-distorting acid, indiscriminately blasting the surrounding gray-robed figures and the heaven-destroying divine machine. Chapter 849. The gray-robed figure and the heaven-destroying divine machine were forced to respond to the sudden attack, and the Bronze Palace door and quantum barrier simultaneously illuminated with a dazzling brilliance. Taking advantage of this chaotic moment, the ingestion beam from the replica Void Warehouse finally broke through the constraints of time, enveloping both the polyhedron crystal and the Bronze Palace door. Conquer! Song-Chi's mind was shaken violently. The multicolored superior spatial laws forcibly ripped apart the time-space imprint of the gray-robed figure holding the Bronze Palace door. The polyhedron crystal vanished without incident above the crystal platform, absorbed into the dimensional space derived from the replica Void Warehouse. However, in stark contrast, even after being suddenly interrupted by another mythical unit, the gray-robed figure's control over his Bronze Palace door artifact remained formidable. Even with the spatial ingestion power enhanced to level 110, it was surprisingly unable to completely sever the connection between the two immediately. How astonishing is the reaction speed of a mythical creature? The gray-robed figure reacted almost instantly. Looking for death. After an inhuman scream, the entire time-mark rift suddenly began to flow in reverse. From the surrounding shattered space-time mirrors, countless gray-robed figures from the past suddenly emerged simultaneously. This wasn't the most alarming thing for Song-Chi. The most alarming thing was that these gray-robed figures, appearing out of thin air, simultaneously gazed toward the void to the side. This void was precisely where the Tianqiu Sangqing mirror warship was hidden. Naturally, the heaven-destroying divine machine of the creation mechanical civilization also noticed something was amiss. The antimatter core in its chest suddenly overloaded, and a cold, synthesized mechanical voice rang out. Stalker detected, activating causal weapons. Its dorsal armor plates unfolded layer by layer, revealing 12 missiles engraved with blood-red countdown symbols. In this critical moment, Song-Chi regained his composure. The bow of the mirror battleship suddenly lit up with brilliant colors. The long-charged replica of the Light of Judgment, the blood-corroded destruction cannon, and the high-dimensional particle collapse cannon erupted almost simultaneously. These 3 cannons were arguably the most powerful main guns on the mirror battleship, and their target was the grey-robed figure. More precisely, the grey-robed figure's right arm, gripping the bronze palace door. In addition, 2 other components were activated simultaneously. One was the replica of the time chessboard. The colorful chessboard phantom that appeared above the mirror battleship emanated a time force no less powerful than the bronze palace door, even completely suppressing it in an instant. Song-Chi seized this opportunity, and precisely controlled the mirror battleship to fire another ray of absorption force. This time, without the bronze palace door's own intense repulsion, as long as the grey-robed figure couldn't respond, the acquisition would be highly unlikely to fail. The mirror battleship's preemptive full-strength attack from its 3 cannons served precisely this purpose. Feeling the 3 destructive beams barreling down, the grey-robed figure's attempt to retract the bronze palace door instinctively paused. As for the last component activated on the mirror battleship, it was the replica Mythic Pulse energy shield. The Mythic Pulse wave aimed directly at the creation mechanical civilization's heaven-destroying divine machine. The sudden energy disturbance immediately deactivated its already charging causal weapon. Buzz, after a faint spatial fluctuation, the bronze palace door in the grey-robed figure's hand vanished into thin air. Go! With both mission objectives completed, Song-Chi immediately ordered the mirror battleship to flee. The Beyond the 3 Realms, not within the 5 elements feature of the replica 3 Realms 5 elements certificate component instantly activated, rapidly dissolving the mirror battleship's hull, which had been hidden deep in the void. At the same time, the space jumper component was also activated. With the newly promoted Pajua Zen Meditation Seal, aided by its Zen Meditation Seal speed feature, the space jumper's jump charge was almost instantaneous. Just as Song-Chi was eagerly anticipating the mirror battleship's flight, his expression froze the next moment. The replica space jumper component took effect, but the mirror battleship remained stationary. Space blockade? Suppressing the thought that had just surfaced in his mind, he immediately controlled the mirror battleship to activate the Void Cloud Boat model component. While the Void Cloud Boat model wasn't a jumper component, it was a tricolor flash component, and of higher quality than the space jumper. A 5-color spatial blockade? No. It's most likely 7-color. Seeing that even the Void Cloud Boat model couldn't change the outcome, Song-Chi instantly grasped the answer. He didn't give him time to ponder further. Swish! A jet-black beam of light tore through the void. Without a shred of resistance, it practically pierced the entire hull of the mirrored warship. The semi-virtual hull, which had glowed faintly a second before, suddenly dimmed. The instant the jet-black beam pierced the mirrored warship, Song-Chi's mental connection abruptly severed. In the Jution market control room, he suddenly opened his eyes, beads of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. The causal strike of the heaven-destroying divine machine. As expected, there's no escaping it. In his mind, he expressed a relaxed expression, devoid of any worry. Although the mirror warship had been hit, it possessed the supreme protection of the Chaos Wonders marketplace. Furthermore, the Tianqiu Sangqing ship's main body, equipped with the Tianqiu Sangqing component, possessed the truly colorful heavenly destiny confusion of heavenly secrets attribute. Thus, even if the other party traced the cause and effect, he was certain the Tianqiu Sangqing ship itself would remain untargeted. Besides, the situation with the mirror warship was far from over. Deep within the time scar rift, 3 mythical figures appeared in the void, their eyes, seemingly enacting the ultimate principles of the universe's birth and death, fixed intently on the now completely sunken mirror warship. The next second, under the 12 fates of life and death chess attribute of the replica time chessboard, the dimmed mirror warship suddenly regained its former luminescence, and even its hull was fully restored to peak condition. Ignoring the look of surprise in the eyes of the 3 mythical beings, Song-Chi, whose mind had also been reconnected, quickly controlled the mirror warship and reactivated its warp component. At the same time, a phantom of the Emperor Barbarian's soul appeared above the warship, completely enveloping the mirror warship. Even if the 3 mythical beings attacked together, it would likely be able to hold out for a moment. All Song-Chi needed to do was use this momentary buffer to complete the mirror warship's escape. Buzz buzz buzz, the replica Void Cloud Boat model component was reactivated, and amidst waves of spatial fluctuations, the mirror warship suddenly vanished. Over 10 light-years away, as the mirror warship burst out of the escape tunnel, Song-Chi, in the Jution market, felt a slight sense of relief. As expected, with the mirror warship's previous sinking, the 3 mythical beings had relaxed their vigilance, and the spatial blockade had been lifted prematurely. As he was thinking, the starlight shimmering stone talisman component also activated. Next came the Angel Wing Escape, a replica of the Angel King's wings. After several consecutive evasions, accompanied by a red sky leap, Song-Chi finally felt completely at ease, having escaped hundreds of thousands of light years. Change target, continue exploring this origin star. Before he finished his command to the replica Sky Brain, Song-Chi's telepathic communication abruptly stopped. As the Xinhua captain, a practitioner of time, space, and light, he sensed a fleeting spatial fluctuation above the mirror battleship. He slowly raised his head, and soon his pupils suddenly constricted. Above the Tianqiu Sangqiong mirror battleship, three familiar, terrifying figures followed closely, constantly tracking the mirror battleship's escape trajectory. Or perhaps, they were doing this deliberately. The mirror battleship's previous escapes had all been under their watch, their purpose being to track down Song-Chi's true form. They had already determined that the mirror warship was merely a clone, and that this place was on the surface of the origin star. Aside from mythical entities, no creature could control a clone across hundreds of millions of light years under the terrifying spatial suppression rules of the Chaos Divine Continent. This was also the fundamental reason the three mythical creatures suspected that Song-Chi's true form was likely not far from the surface of the origin star. However, seeing that the mirror warship had clearly already prepared a new exploration plan and showed no signs of reuniting with the true form, the three mythical creatures reappeared. Sure enough, there's no way to escape. Song-Chi's eyes were solemn. Three mythical creatures, the heaven-destroying divine machine, the mother of time eclipse, and the faceless grey-robed figure. Even if he used all his mythical trump cards, he had no chance of success. Without further thought, boom! One of the three mythical beings, the sky-destroying divine machine, had already taken the initiative. The quantum core reactor of this mechanical mist suddenly overclocked, and causal missiles, inscribed with a blood-red countdown, tore through the void, instantly crossing a distance of several light years, and slammed directly into the mirror battleship. The mirror battleship's replica Myth-Pulse energy shield and Savage God protection only withstood for 2 seconds before being penetrated by the causal weapon. Crack! The starboard armor of the ship collapsed under the erosion of the destructive energy. Before the mirror battleship could even catch its breath, the 9 heads of another myth in the sky, the mother of time eclipse, roared simultaneously. Time anchor. Invisible ripples of time spread, and the space around the mirror battleship suddenly solidified. The jump engine, which had once traveled millions of kilometers in an instant, now seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. Even the most basic energy flow became extremely sluggish. The most terrifying thing was the grey-robed figure. His faceless face slowly turned toward the mirrored warship, his right hand clenched. Return. These 2 simple words caused the river of time across the entire star field to flow backwards. Within the mirrored warship, the newly activated time chessboard feature of the time chessboard began to irreversibly disintegrate, and the colorful chessboard phantom that had slowly emerged above the warship dissipated again. In the Zhutian market, Song-Chi still wanted to control the mirrored warship and continue resisting. At this moment, the causal force embedded in the mirrored warship's hull suddenly surged, and the mythical energy surrounding the heaven-destroying divine machine overhead erupted at full force. Tracing the cause and effect, the terrifying mythical force obscured the sky, and within the Zhutian market, Song-Chi's heart pounded wildly. Deep within the dark side of the void sea, shrouded in void storms, an eye of causal force, condensed entirely by the power of causality, appeared out of thin air. This massive eye of causality slowly opened from the dark side of the void sea, its depths reflecting countless interwoven threads of causal laws. Each thread connected the mirrored warship to an unknown end, and the thickest of them stretched out, piercing the boundless void sea storm, towards the location of the all-heaven market. Hoo! Song-Chi's pupils constricted, and his breathing instantly became incredibly heavy. Although his intuition told him that the all-heaven market, now restored to its 9th level, was far beyond the reach of a 10th-tier mythical unit, able to cross the endless void sea and locate it, he was unwilling and afraid to take the risk. What if the coordinates of the all-heaven market were truly located, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if these 3 mythical creatures couldn't directly attack the market, they would undoubtedly relay the news back to the superpowers behind them. By then, even if he immediately adjusted the location of the all-heaven market, he wouldn't be able to guarantee absolute safety. In a flash, Song-Chi issued a new order without hesitation. Mirror image removed. With a thought, the mirrored warship far away on the surface of Origin Star disintegrated with a bang, dissipating into countless particles of light within the Origin Star sky. The pupils of the Eye of Karma suddenly constricted. The thread of karma, desperately pursuing the Zhutian market, snapped. Boom! A raging storm erupted from the dark side of the void sea. The Eye of Karma, enraged at the loss of its target, erupted in rage. The terrifying backlash of its rules caused the entire Void Sea to begin collapsing. But all this had nothing to do with Song-Chi. The mirrored warship's voluntary disintegration not only severed the causal tracing process, but also completely deprived the three mythical beings of any clues to their pursuit. Jutian Market Sky, the main control room of the Tianxu Sankong. Song-Chi's true form slowly exhaled. In the final image from the mirrored battleship, deep in his mind, three mythical beings stood in the void. For the first time, a wave of surprise crossed the faceless features of the grey-robed figures. The 9 heads of the Mother of Time Eclipse screamed frantically, while the quantum core of the heaven-destroying divine machine erupted in dazzling sparks from the backlash of the law of cause and effect. If the ability to trace cause and effect could be easily activated, why would it have waited until now? Compared to the 3 enraged mythical beings, Song-Chi lowered his head to look at his palm. A bronze fragment floated quietly. If not the shattered door to the Temple of Time that he had forcibly taken, what else could it be? While it wasn't the intact door to the temple, it was enough to provide a clue for future exploration of the Temple of Time. Worth it. Song-Chi's lips curled slightly. This successful attempt to snatch food from the clutches of 3 mythical beings was a bit risky, but the reward was also significant. Besides the shattered door of the Time Temple, there's also that. He looked up at the other side of the control console. The drop of time source fluid, which had been peeled from the polyhedron crystal, now emanated a captivating silver-white glow. He had already completed testing on this drop of time source fluid. This single drop was equivalent to 1.2 tons of time source crystal, which translated to a reduction in the time it could take for the Star Sea artifact to reach 1.2 million years. Not only could this item be used on the family's sky-swallowing python shedding, but it could also serve as a temporary cooling device should the Tianxu Sangqiong encounter an emergency. Just imagine, using the Zen Seal internal speed feature 10 times in a row would significantly increase the Tianxu Sangqiong's combat power. Chapter 850. In the inner part of the Jutian market, Song-Chi had completely isolated the totem pole area from the rest of the market since its appearance. Song-Chi stared at the 3 origin totem poles before him. Unlike before, one of the 3 origin totem poles was now completely dim, and the faint patterns of the laws of the Great Tao had completely disappeared from the entire totem pole. Let's try. Mumbling, he waved his hand, mobilizing the psionic energy within him, and quickly extracted a trace of the time origin fluid from the drop in his hand, approximately 100,000th. Under the control of the psionic energy, this 100,000th part of the time origin fluid slowly drifted toward the dimmed origin totem pole before him. Name: Great Tao Origin Totem Pole. Status: exhausted. Cooling time: 9,989 years. Concentrated, Song-Chi immediately noticed the change in the properties of the Great Tao Origin Totem Pole. That 100,000th part of the time origin fluid had indeed reduced its cooling time by 10 years. This meant that the time source fluid was effective not only against the Star Sea's rare artifacts, but also against this Great Tao Origin Totem Pole. Song-Chi was overjoyed at this result. This Great Tao Origin Totem Pole was precisely what he had previously used to fight the 3 mythical creatures. He had initially felt somewhat reluctant to part with it, but now it seemed like a real win. However, he wasn't in a rush to use the time source fluid to reduce the time of the Great Tao Origin Totem Pole. While only 1% of the time source fluid would suffice, such a precious item, even more precious than a time source crystal, was hard to come by and naturally could not be used carelessly. Moreover, he still had 2 of the 3 Great Tao Origin Totem Poles available, more than enough to handle any unexpected situation. The Zutian market was bustling with people. Every monthly market day was always bustling with activity. And today's Zutian market was several times busier than usual. The reason was simple. Right in the center of the busiest freestall area, a peak-level 9th-tier titan from the Tyrant tribe was holding a high-level free auction. How high-level was that? Although the 9th-tier titan held only 1 auction item, it emanated a dazzling rainbow of colors. Rare item, Origin Core. Quality, Color/Extreme. Transformable, Origin Power Overclocking Engine. Note: transformed from the core of a small star that had fallen onto the mythical Origin star, nurtured by the power of Origin for countless years, it finally transformed into a colorful mythical artifact. Origin Force Overclocking Engine Level 0. Quality, Color/Extreme. Features: engine power efficiency increased by 270%. Feature 2, engine thrust increased by an additional 270%. Feature 3, energy pool capacity tripled. Feature 4, Origin Force Backup Energy Pool. Feature 5, All warship components with a lower quality than this engine have their energy consumption reduced by 10%. Feature 6, dual engines. Feature 7, overclocking burst. Feature 8, state of balance. Feature 9, origin scour. To be honest, even Song-Chi was envious of this colorful, extreme engine component. Compared to the two engines currently aboard the Tianqiu Sangqiong, this origin force overclocking engine possesses far superior properties. If they could acquire it, the Tianqiu Sangqiong wouldn't have to worry about energy supply issues in the future, not to mention upgrading to a mythical immortal ship, even to a Tier 11 flame warship. Unfortunately, the demands made by the 9th rank Titan, who had produced this rare artifact, were too much for him to accept. I told you, I'm only trading resources to aid in reaching the 10th rank mythic level. If not, don't waste your time. Behind the trading table in the center of the freestall area, the 9th rank Titan's voice thundered, and the next second, the hammer-shaped artifact, also emitting a rainbow of light, was tossed directly back into its original owner's hands. The creature who had produced this rainbow-colored hammer-shaped artifact was a 9th rank true spirit wizard under the rule tower of a certain wizard civilization, his strength having also reached the peak of the 9th rank. The rainbow-colored artifact in his hand, the heaven-shaking divine hammer, was equally invaluable and most suited to a race with exceptional physical strength like the Titans. Unfortunately, it still failed to impress this 9th rank Titan of the Tyrant tribe. Sighs rang out from the surrounding alien races, and many powerful individuals from advanced civilizations expressed regret. Resources that aid in reaching the 10th rank mythic level are so rare that even those with a long history would never trade them easily. Song-Chi was not surprised by this outcome. The resources needed to aid in the mythological assault were incredibly rare, and he hadn't bid high prices over the years as the master of the greedy wolf palace of the Xinhua civilization. Hadn't he also got nothing? Just when he thought this high-profile transaction would ultimately fail, another surprise occurred. The 9th-tier Titan suddenly roared, and a dazzling golden light appeared in its palm once again. Rare item, Titan Ancestral Blood. Quality, color/lower. Unique effect, contains the essence of the ancestral blood of the first Titan King of the Tyrant tribe, containing a trace of the fundamental principles of force, which can help the absorber comprehend and control the laws and rules of force. Note, this item, unique to the Tyrant tribe, has never been lost for countless years. After countless years of baptism, it has transformed into a mythical artifact. Two treasures simultaneously hovered in the air, the 7-colored origin core and the 3-colored Titan ancestral blood radiating against each other, causing the entire market to vibrate. Add this item. The 9th rank Titan's voice thundered, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. I trade these two treasures for an opportunity to reach the 10th rank myth. The market erupted in excitement. My god! Are you really willing to trade the 7-colored energy core and Titan ancestral blood? It seems this Titan has truly been stuck at the peak of the 9th rank for too long, otherwise he wouldn't even have offered his ancestral blood. But even so, how could the resources needed to reach mythology be so easily obtained? While countless aliens were discussing this, two individuals actually stepped out of the crowd. Instantly, Song-Chi's eyes flickered. He knew all too well what their proactive appearance at this moment meant. Could there truly be resources to aid in achieving mythical status? Before he could even think, two figures emerged from the seething crowd, and the entire market fell silent. The figure on the left, clad in a star-shaped robe, a purple moon imprinted between his brows, shrouded in a faint, 9th-order pressure. He was, surprisingly, another 9th-order powerhouse. On the right, a pointed-faced, monkey-like, 7th-order, half-ratman, was a familiar figure to Song-Chi as a frequent visitor to the market for over 10,000 years. Song-Chi had a deep impression of him. Behind him lay the Divine Realm continent. He had first appeared in the market at only the 3rd rank, but had now, unknowingly, grown into a 7th rank master. But Song-Chi wasn't concerned with these matters at the moment. His only interest lay in whether the other person truly possessed the transcendental resources needed to aid in achieving mythical status. I have Star Core Tears, which can help you briefly glimpse the threshold between the 9th rank and myth. A drop of liquid, as dazzling as a diamond, appeared in the palm of the Star Robe Warrior, with a galaxy flowing within. Star Core Tears only temporarily boost your understanding, with a success rate of less than 20%. The 9th rank Titan hummed with sarcasm. Having presented two treasures, he clearly looked down upon the Star Core Tears. As he turned his gaze towards the half-ratman, the 7th rank half-ratman raised his hand, and a pitch-black fruit levitated. What I hold in my hand is the Abyssal God Transmutation Fruit, grown from the blood of the evil god sprayed after the Abyssal Demon God's fall. Swallowing it increases the success rate of reaching myth by 30%. As for the price, the 7th rank half-ratman didn't finish his words, but the 9th rank titan clearly knew about the abyssal god transmutation fruit and its side effects. A flicker of struggle flashed in his eyes. Although the star courtiers were gentle, their effects were limited. While the abyss god transformation fruit was more potent, it could lead him to be lured by the demon god and ultimately become a puppet of the abyss. As he hesitated, a strange thought flashed through Song Chi's mind. After seeing the abyss god transformation fruit, he had finally confirmed some information about the divine continent behind the half-rat man. After an abyss devil emerged from the Emperor Ruined Source Stone provided by the other party, he had suspected that the divine continent might have faced an invasion from the abyss. Now, it seemed that an abyss invasion had been completely confirmed. Crucially, the size of this divine continent was significantly greater than he had previously suspected. A floating continent that had survived the abyss invasion, and most likely caused the fall of an abyss demon god, was at least a tier 10 star continent. Just as his thoughts raced, the 9th rank titan from the tyrant tribe finally responded. Okay, abyssal god transmutation fruit, I take it. With that, he first tossed the drop of titan's ancestral blood to the 7th rank half-ratman. Once the half-ratman had handed him the abyssal god transmutation fruit, he finally tossed the origin core. Seeing the transaction, which had been going on for hours, suddenly concluded so abruptly, countless alien races erupted in shock, feeling a sense of surreal reality. However, Song Chi had anticipated this. While the abyssal devil's allure was terrifying, remember that the titan's mental strength was already considerable. Furthermore, the tyrant tribe had previously traded the primordial emperor insect Amber from him for the Galaxy Soul Network. With a multicolored, multi-soul connecting artifact capable of binding tens of thousands of high-ranking titans, and the tyrant tribe already commanding a mythical titan king, Song Chi didn't believe this 9th rank titan would be lost to the abyssal devil's allure. Since even an outsider like him knew this, the 9th rank titan needed no further explanation. Song Chi even suspected that the other party was deliberately feigning embarrassment to prevent the 7th rank half-ratman from reneging. After the transaction was completed, the surrounding aliens quickly dispersed. However, Song Chi, the lord of the all-heaven market, focused his attention entirely on the alien in the star robe. Although this person was also a 9th rank lord, he was not a regular customer of the market, but was a newcomer to this market transaction. Song Chi was unaware of the other party's identity. Concealment was irrelevant. As the lord of the all-heaven market, any attempt at concealment would be of no use to him. What Song Chi didn't recognize was the other party's race. The Xinhua civilization database contained no record of such creatures. The Shattered Star Sea is vast, and even the 10 dominant civilizations today can hardly claim to have explored every corner of it. This is actually not uncommon. Woo woo woo, the power of the market myth circulated, brushing past Song Chi, and he transformed into his true form. More precisely, Song Chi, Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf, from the Big Dipper Palace of the Xinhua civilization. This meant that he would conduct his next move as Song Chi of the Longji Song clan. Please stay. The figure in the star robe paused at the call from behind. Just as he turned, Song Chi seized the opportunity to greet him. Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Song Chi, a 9th level superdimensional captain of the Xinhua civilization, a dominant force in the Shattered Star Sea. Xingyuehengyu civilization. Yu Feng. Xingyuehengyu civilization? Song Chi's eyes flickered, his mind rapidly searching for this unfamiliar name. After a moment, he confirmed that he had never heard of any information related to this civilization. Even the database aboard the Tianshu Sangqiong, deep between his eyebrows, contained no trace of this civilization. Sir Yifeng, may I have a moment with you? Song Chi smiled faintly, a special fragment of gold and stone appearing in his palm. I am very interested in the star quarter you hold. Yifeng's purple moon eyes flickered slightly, and after a moment's silence, he nodded, yes. The two figures vanished in a flash, disappearing into the bustling free market area. When they reappeared, they were in a quiet room on the first floor of the market inn. The rooms in the market inn were shielded from all prying eyes. I wonder if you would be willing to part with the star courtier in your hand? Song Chi asked directly. Yu Feng shook his head. This item is equally precious to our clan. If the origin core that Titan had not yielded were truly extraordinary, I would not have given it to you. Song Chi was not surprised. He tapped the table with his fingertips, and a wisp of dark energy flowed through his palm. The next second, the gold and stone fragment reappeared in his hand. At the sight of this gold and stone fragment, a subtle glint flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Although he had concealed it well, how could he hide it from Song Chi? This gold and stone fragment was also a product of the origin star. Strictly speaking, it was a gold rule fragment, containing a wisp of the gold rule's essence. Yu Feng's gaze was fixed on the gold and stone fragment in Song Qi's palm, his purple moonlight pupils shrinking slightly. This is... There was a rare flicker in his voice. Song Qi's lips curled slightly. A fragment of the golden rule. The air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment. Yu Feng took a deep breath, his star robe fluttering without a breeze. Where did you get it? That's not important. Song Qi's fingertips twirled, sending the fragment of gold and stone flying in his palm. What's important is that its value to you is no less than the drop of star core tier. Yu Feng's breathing became noticeably faster, and the purple moon mark between his eyebrows flickered slightly. You want the star core tier? His voice was low and controlled. Song Qi deliberately dragged out the last syllable, staring directly at him. You know that, don't you? Chapter 851. If you want the star core tiers, this small fragment alone isn't enough. Compared to the Titan ancestor blood offered by the 9th rank Titan earlier, Yu Feng clearly valued this gold rule fragment more. As a 9th rank overlord, hailing from the Xingyue civilization, Yu Feng initially pursued the paths of light and gold. However, after ascending to overlord status and significantly extending his lifespan, he subsequently branched out and delved into various conventional laws, such as force, fire, and earth. If he hadn't been aware of his lack of talent in time and space, he wouldn't have missed out on these two most powerful laws of the Star Sea. Of course, while he had put in some effort, compared to the light and gold laws he initially comprehended and which had undergone 2 law amplifications, the others were naturally far inferior. Song Qi saw this very clearly. Even though the other party hadn't activated even a single law power from beginning to end, he still couldn't hide it from Song Qi. Is that so? But compared to that drop of Titan ancestral blood, this fragment of the golden law is more suitable for you, isn't it? At this, Yu Feng's body flickered with stars. The fact that he had been seen through clearly made it difficult for him to remain as calm as before. He was about to say something, but for some reason, Yu Feng paused and quickly changed the subject. Since you can see through some of my cards, you must also know that what I need more is a fragment of the law of light. If you can provide me with a fragment of the law of light, I can agree to this deal. Song Qi shook his head, directly rejecting the idea. The fragment of the golden law in his hand was accidentally found by a 9th level extreme black wizard of the wizard civilization on the origin star. Even on the origin star, fragments of laws were not common. To truly search for a fragment of the law of light would be difficult, and he certainly didn't want to go through the trouble. However, he had anticipated this. The 9th tier Titan of the Tyrant tribe had previously produced a 7-colored artifact. While its actual value surpassed this star core tier, exchanging it for a single gold law fragment was clearly impossible. How about adding these 2 items? As he spoke, 2 more items appeared in his palm. Market walking order. 7th tier time realm. As expected, upon seeing the 2 new items, Yu Feng's eyes shone brighter. In his heart, unnoticed by the other, Song Qi let out a faint laugh. He had completely caught Yu Feng's weakness, and he was on the verge of giving in. During the period of the origin star's fall, the vast majority of the various market tokens have been distributed among the 3 civilizations of Xinhua, wizards, and titans. The remaining ones are mostly in the hands of longtime customers, like the Night Elves, Deep Sea Naga, Saruman from the Divine Realm, and Ancient Dwarves. These creatures are well aware of the wizard token's value, and will not resell it. Yu Feng had previously requested to trade a market token with the market master several times, and had also proactively tried to buy it from these regular customers at high prices, but was always rejected. Now, Song Qi's offering of the market walking token was a significant temptation for him. As for the 7th rank time realm fruit, this spiritual fruit can directly help the user reach a 40% level of understanding of the law of time. For a 9th rank overlord, who has delved into many common laws, it was equally enticing. Yu Feng's gaze flickered between the market walking token and the 7th rank time realm fruit, but he remained silent. Song Qi did not urge him, simply waiting. He knew how precious a resource that could increase the success rate of reaching myth by 20% was to a 9th rank overlord. Even if the other party likely possessed more than 1 star core tier, he would never have offered it in a trade. But he also believed that the several items he offered would be equally tempting. After a long pause, Yu Feng finally spoke in a low voice. The market walker's token and the 7th rank time realm fruit are indeed what I need, but they are still insufficient to exchange for the star core tier. Song Qi's brows raised slightly. His expression no longer as calm as before, his gaze darkened. His eyes flickered back and forth several times, as if a thought had occurred to him. What about this? Before he finished speaking, a palm-sized stone appeared in his palm again. The surface of the stone was crystal clear, and chaotic energy seemed to flow within. Yufeng was clearly familiar with this. Mid-grade chaos mirror stone. The Xingyue civilization, at least a top-tier, advanced civilization in the Star Sea, regardless of whether or not they had successfully established their own chaos city on the Chaos Divine Continent, was undoubtedly unfamiliar with such a special item as the Chaos Mirror Stone. This time, he didn't hesitate, knowing that Song Qi had clearly reached his limit. If he pressed any further, the deal would be impossible. Gazing at the mid-grade Chaos Mirror Stone, his eyes flickered with starlight, as if he were weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, Yufeng finally nodded slowly, his voice deep and solemn. Yes, this deal. I accept. As he finished speaking, starlight gathered in his palm, and a translucent teardrop-shaped crystal slowly emerged. Within it, it seemed as if a miniature galaxy was contained, brilliant and profound. Tears of the star core. Song Qi's eyes flickered as he reached out to take it. The moment his fingertips touched it, a vast surge of star power surged into his senses, sending a slight tremor through his heart. It's truly a treasure that increases the probability of reaching mythical status by 20%. He sighed inwardly, then without hesitation, he pushed the gold law fragment, the market walk order, the 7th rank time realm fruit, and the intermediate chaos mirror stone towards him. Yufeng also carefully examined each item, especially the gold law fragment. Starlight flickered between his fingertips, as if verifying its authenticity. After a moment, he satisfiedly put all the items away, a faint shimmer of starlight emanating from his body. His tone was filled with profound meaning. Master Greedy Wolf Palace Master, it's a pleasure to trade. I hope we can do business again in the future. Song Qi smiled faintly. Me too. Yufeng said no more, simply giving him a deep look. After exiting the inn's room, he quickly ascended to the 3rd floor. Once he entered the designated market room, his figure gradually faded, eventually transforming into a wisp of starlight and dissipating within the room. Sensing the other party's exit from the market, Song Qi stood quietly beneath the market sky, invisible to outsiders, gazing down at the star core tier in his hand. Finally got it. He muttered to himself, a deep glint in his eyes. This transaction might seem like a significant price he paid, but in reality, neither the gold law fragment nor the mid-grade chaos mirror stone were particularly precious to him. Not to mention the 7th rank time realm fruit, and the market walker token. And the star core tier, as an additional resource for reaching mythic status, would be indispensable for the Tianxu Sangqiong's future advancement to mythic immortal ship. Next, we just need to gather the 3 ingredients required for the special resource formula, and we can attempt to have the Tianxu Sangqiong impact a mythical immortal ship. He put away the star core tier and cast his gaze into the depths of the void sea, as if piercing the endless void and beholding the mythical war, destined to unfold less than 20,000 years from now, on a scale far beyond imagination. Time is running out. He murmured softly, shaking his head and abandoning further thought, turning his attention to the several additional ascension resources he had already prepared. Besides this star core tier, he also possessed a drop of mythical ancestor blood. Combined with the life prayer sacrifice component template already recorded in the miracle cloning chamber, all he needed to gather the additional ascension resource formula was to give the Tianxu Sangqiong a very high ascension success rate. If, by then, he could also utilize a level 9 floating continent to upgrade to the star continent through the 10th level energy tidal baptism, along with the 2-time rewind effects of the original and replica time chessboards, Song Qi would already have a strong foundation for a mythical ascension. Of course, before this, the blood chalice must be fully stockpiled with 9th level or higher luck holy blood. After all, the higher the basic advancement success rate, the greater the effect of the 2-time chessboards. Deep within the origin star, the mirrored warship, the Tianxu Sangqiong, moved like a shadow through the shattered void rifts. Song Qi's consciousness clings to his ethereal form in the warship's main control room, his gaze gazing through the warship's portholes at the unpredictable storm turbulence outside. As time passed, the mirrored image had long since cooled, and he immediately resumed a new exploration of the origin star. The scan of Area 37 was complete, with no unusual energy fluctuations detected. The mechanical hum of the replica Skyreplica intelligent computer echoed through the cabin. Song Qi's slender fingers tapped the control panel, bringing up the holographic star map. A blue grid representing relatively safe exploration areas unfolded before him, 2/3 already marked as searched. He frowned slightly. Compared to his previous discoveries in the Time Scar Rift, the gains from these relatively safe areas were far smaller. He was currently debating whether to relaunch his exploration plan for the more extensive danger zones. Although the origin star had fallen less than 1,000 years earlier, and there was still plenty of time before the 10,000-year deadline, he still had no news on the 3 key materials needed to impact the mythical immortal ship. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Suddenly, a rapid vibration echoed. It wasn't the warship's communication components, but the 5-colored fire sea deep within the fire ancestral cavity between his eyebrows that was trembling. When Song-Chi logged onto the fire network in the Zhutian marketplace, he immediately saw the message from Ying-Yi. Tan Lang, come quickly to coordinates X7493, Y2281. We discovered a massive solar deuterium stone, sufficient to meet the special resource formula requirements for 10 hyperdimensional motherships. Ying-Yi's voice was filled with excitement and urgency. But it's guarded by 2 mythical poisonous dragons. But as soon as he added, Song-Chi's heart skipped a beat. Solar deuterium stone. It was precisely one of the 3 most urgently needed materials for the Tianqiu Sangqiong's future upgrade to a mythical immortal ship, and it was also one of the ingredients in the special resource formula. However, what concerned him even more were the 2 mythical poisonous dragons Ying-Yi mentioned. Having recently faced 3 genuine mythical units, he was even more aware of the terrifying power of mythical creatures. Although there were only 2 of these mythical poisonous dragons, they were native to this origin star, and were not subject to the suppression or rejection of the origin star's great Tao's will. Compared to outsiders like them, native species of this origin star possessed a significant natural advantage. Even so, he unhesitatingly shifted his mind, controlling the mirror warship to instantly change course. Its engines belched out a faint blue tail flame as it headed straight for the coordinates Ying-Yi had given. Full speed. The warship, like a ghost merging into the void, sped at an astonishing speed. En route, Jiang Yuan and Pei Dinan also sent a rally signal. Facing 2 mythical poisonous dragons, it was natural to call upon the strongest individuals in the civilization. When the mirror warship arrived at the target airspace, the sight before him made Song-Chi's breath pause. A piece of red gold ore, the size of an ordinary asteroid, floated in the void, its surface rippling with energy like liquid sunlight. It was the legendary heliotrope ore. Around the ore, 2 dark green dragons, shrunk to 1,000 meters in length, swirled and swirled. Their scales glowed with an eerie purple light, and with every breath, they exhaled a poisonous mist corroding the very void. Ying-Yi's Xianqin Zulong clone was hiding behind a shattered stellar debris, its hull covered in a camouflage force field. After the Tianqiu Sangqiong mirror warship arrived, Song-Chi quietly maneuvered it closer and established a direct communication link with the Xianqin Zulong. Soon after, clones of the Xinxiajioli mythical immortal warship and the heavenly holy light warship also arrived. Where the Xinxiajioli's original body was located, the original inheritance source network group chat took place. The situation is more complex than we imagined. Ying-Yi spoke first, and the usually calm Emperor Ying now frowned. These 2 poisonous dragons just happened to arrive, discovering this sun deuterium stone almost at the same time as me. This sun deuterium stone itself contains a powerful energy, making it an excellent raw material for the production of mythical toxins. They are attempting to devour it, and we must stop them immediately. Song-Chi observed the 2 dragons' movements with a serious gaze. They're working together very well, probably a pair. We might be able to handle one alone, but 2 together. Perhaps we can give it a try. Jiang Yuan's calm voice suddenly interrupted the Xinhua group chat. As the Xinhua civilization's only true mythical immortal captain, even if his main body had to guard the exit of the origin star, he was confident that he could contain one of the 2 poisonous dragons with just his warship clone. However, even in a 3-on-1 situation, Ying-Yi and the other 2 still had no confidence. The ship present wasn't their main vessel. While the components of their warship clones were not ordinary, they were still inferior to the main vessel. Feng Dinan tentatively suggested, why not try to delay it? Jihung is in the final stages of his breakthrough. Waiting until he completes the breakthrough before attacking together will significantly increase the success rate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan, Ying-Yi, and Song-Chi exchanged glances. Though they didn't exchange words directly, they immediately understood each other's intentions. Chapter 852. During the nearly 1,000 years of exploring the origin star, the Xinhua civilization has reaped considerable rewards. Over 200 years ago, a galaxy captain unexpectedly obtained a super-grade spine-melting dragon grass. This item effectively aids in the cultivation and breakthrough of ultra-high-level guiding techniques, and was immediately delivered to Jihung, far away in Human Emperor City. With the help of this spine-melting dragon grass, Jihung's breakthrough was accelerated by another 1,000 years, but it was by no means instantaneous. If not, they wouldn't have remained in seclusion for over 200 years. Delaying the attack was futile. Song Qi and the other two agreed that immediate action was necessary. Tanlang, has your warship clone replicated the Three Corpses Shrine? Jiang Yuan asked, and the eyes of everyone on the Xinhua online channel instantly shifted to Song Qi. Yes. Until Song Qi's definitive reply, Jiang Yuan and the other two were pleasantly surprised. After all, when the third Three-Corpse Omen Shrine was handed to Song Qi after Jihung's retreat, the warship clone component in Song Qi's hands wasn't yet capable of replicating the colored ultimate component. The three of them hadn't held high expectations, merely asking tentatively. Unexpectedly, Song Qi gave them a big surprise. In that case, I handle the male poisonous dragon. The three of you will work together to contain the female. As for the Sun Deuterium Stone, seize it immediately when the opportunity presents itself. Jiang Yuan's final decision solidified the entire operation plan. The four Xinhua warships, hidden in the void, were making final preparations. The four warships quietly approached the Crimson Gold Sun Deuterium Stone, suspended in the void. Two mythical poisonous dragons perched atop it, spewing poisonous mist that corroded the surrounding void. Act as planned. Jiang Yuan's voice echoed through the original Xinhua source network chat. Instantly, the Xinxiajioli warship clone suddenly emerged from stealth, countless ancient runes appearing on its hull. A brilliant beam of annihilation light pierced the void, shooting straight at the male dragon's head. Roar! The male dragon roared, its body suddenly expanding to its peak form. A purple-black poisonous mist swept in like a tsunami. At the same time, Song Qi, Ying Yi, and Pei Dinan all attacked simultaneously, remotely controlling the warship clones to surge out of the void, heading straight for the Sun Deuterium ore. The void trembled, and three shadowy figures tore through space, closing in on the huge, crimson gold Sun Deuterium ore. Song Qi's fingertips hovered 3 inches above the main control console's power hub. Every inch of the armor of the Tianqiu Sangqiang mirror warship glowed with a dark, poised light. Through the warship's porthole, one could clearly see a poisonous dragon, also restored to nearly 20 billion kilometers in length, coiling around the surface of the Sun Deuterium stone. Purple-black poisonous mist continuously seeped from the gaps between its dark green scales, corroding the surrounding void into a honeycomb-like pattern of collapsed holes. The venom gland pulsed at a frequency of 0.47 Hz, and the poisonous mist's corrosive energy level reached the mythical level. Amidst the warnings from the Sky Replica intelligent brain, Song Qi's heart grew heavier. Clearly, a tough battle lay ahead. At the same time, the female dragon's vertical pupils narrowed slightly, as they darted towards the direction they were hiding and scurrying. We've been discovered. Execute the assault plan. The moment Ying Yi's roar rang out over the communication channel, 3 hyperdimensional motherships materialized from the void one after another. Free of any further concerns, their speed skyrocketed. Roar! The mythical female dragon roared to the heavens. Facing the destructive orbital cannon beams unleashed by the 3 hyperdimensional motherships, the realm of poisonous rules surrounding her body suddenly opened wide. 3 beams of destructive light collided with the emerald realm of rules, and a fierce battle was imminent. Overhead, the Xinxiajioli warship cloned itself into a Jioli mythical mecha. The heavy halberd in the giant mecha's hand traced a crimson trail 100 billion kilometers long in the vacuum. Where the halberd's blade passed, a phantom of a sea of blood and corpses from an ancient starry battlefield emerged. With the murderous intent of civilization annihilation, it struck the male dragon in the groin. Dang! The clashing of metal and stone shattered the energy storm within a radius of hundreds of billions of kilometers. The male dragon was struck, its head thrown back and tumbling, but only a shallow scar remained on its neck, covered in crystallized poisonous scabs. It furiously spewed poisonous flames. The purple-black column of fire directly vaporized a towering mountain range hundreds of light years tall not far away into ionized form. At this rate, the battle between the ship and the dragon was unlikely to be over in a short time. On the battlefield below, Song Qi and the other two realized they could only rely on themselves. Fortunately, the female dragon was significantly weaker than the male poisonous dragon. 3 Corpses Shrine, activate. Song Qi's command synchronized perfectly with the other 2 energy waves. The halls of the Tianqiu Sangqiang, Xianxin Zulong, and Tian Angxingguang simultaneously disintegrated into countless hexagonal modules, reassembling within a quantum entangled state into a 3 Corpses supermechanic giant, towering taller than a mythical unit. Each of the 3 Corpses supermechanic giants' mechanical arms was shrouded in the radiance of a different law. The 6 arms on the left surged with dark matter tides, the 6 arms on the right danced with plasma lightning, and the 6 arms behind condensed into ice crystal spatial confinement prisms. The female dragon's roar suddenly rose to infrasonic frequency, and countless golden cracks exploded on the surface of the sun deuterium stone. Liquid sunlight flowed into its body like blood, flowing along its emerald green poisonous scales. Soon, its scales began vibrating at a high frequency, creating visible spatial ripples in the vacuum. Even more shockingly, the male poisonous dragon, engaged in a battle with the Shinxiajioli vessel overhead, was now displaying the same abnormalities as the female. This is... Stop them! While it was unclear what this commotion meant to the 2 mythical poisonous dragons, it didn't stop Song-Chi and the other 3 from feeling uneasy. Ing-Yi controlled the mecha giant to unleash 12 gravitational chains, each one tethered to a miniature black hole. However, as soon as the chains touched the dragons' bodies, the suddenly surging gravitational field twisted them into a knot. The 2 dragons' bodies were undergoing a terrifying quantum genetic fusion. A brilliant light, like a supernova, erupted from the entanglement of the 2 dragons. Boom boom boom. Even the 3 corpses superstate mecha giant and the mythical Jioli mecha giant attacked with all their might, ultimately failing to stop them. When the light faded, a terrifying 2-headed, 6-winged creature now lingered on the sun deuterium stone. Each of its heads bore 3 pairs of crystallized horns. The bulging venom glands on its back wriggled like a living creature, spewing poisonous mist that condensed into countless faces wailing in agony in space. 11th Order Myth. Ferdinand's voice tightened as the overload alarm sounded from the Tricorp's hyperdynamic engine core, composed of 6 mythical engines in the mecha giant's chest. Before the 2 mecha giants could strike again, the poison dragon king's left head suddenly twisted 180 degrees, its jaw splitting into 4 pieces, revealing the swirling vortex of venom within. Song-Chi saw the void corroded into a tunnel leading to a higher dimension, from which tens of thousands of venomous meteorites poured. Emergency evasion! An urgent warning echoed from the mythical 9ly mecha giant. The spatial prism arms behind the 3 corpses superstate mecha giant on the other side flashed frantically, constructing a 7-layer superimposed shield in 1,000th of a second. This was the active defensive feature of a special component on Pei Dinen's ship, and it was extremely powerful. Even so, the moment the venomous meteorite impacted the shield, the outer 3 layers dissolved like sugar coating. The 4th layer held out for 0.3 seconds before its internal molecular structure completely disintegrated. Just as Song-Chi and the other 2 were terrified, Jiang Yuan, controlling the mythical 9ly mecha giant, suddenly charged from the side. The mecha giant's outer armor peeled away, revealing a massive, pitch-black muzzle with the image of Haotian flowing within. Haotian Annihilation God-slaying cannon Haotian strike. Try this. When the Haotian Annihilation ray exploded within the poison dragon king's mouth, the entire sun kryptonite or was dyed blood red. Space was torn into hundreds of rips like rags. Half of the poison dragon king's head was transformed into elementary particles in the dimensional collapse, but the remaining 5 venom glands simultaneously burst, spewing out poisonous blood that unexpectedly grew into thorny vines in the vacuum, wrapping the mythical Jioli mecha giant in a cocoon. Leave me alone. Extract the ore. Jiang Yuan's voice came from the communication channel. This 2-headed poison dragon king isn't a true 11th level being, at most, it's akin to a half-step 11th level being. There's a chance. Calm down. Jiang Yuan's words were eventually drowned out by the earth-shattering explosion. The Shinxiajioli self-destructed within the poisonous cocoon. The shockwave from the mythical immortal ship's self-destruction shattered the remaining head of the poison dragon king into a bloody mess. Even with its entire head nearly shattered, the 2-headed poison dragon king remained resilient. Under the control of its other head, it quickly shifted its target to the 3 corpses super mecha giant. Meanwhile, the other, bloody head was also rapidly repairing itself thanks to its powerful self-healing abilities. The 3 corpses super mecha giant naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. The alloy armor on its right arm rapidly transformed, revealing a ferocious, pitch-black muzzle. It was the divine judgment, the multicolored, extreme-level, hyperdimensional orbital cannon aboard Ferdinand's ship, the heavenly holy light. As the white light engulfed everything, Song-Chi seized the opportunity to remotely activate the replica Void Warehouse, which he had already experimentally activated once before. Unlike the previous time, when the mythical female dragon directly blocked the poison rule realm, this time, with the 3 corpses super mecha giant's protection, multiple cracks appeared in the rule realm surrounding the mythical poison dragon king. Following one of the largest cracks, the absorbed light successfully passed through the barrier, ultimately landing perilously on the sun deuterium ore. The mechanical joints of the 3 corpses transformed mecha giant groaned under the strain, and the barrel of the Holy Judgment cannon on its right arm had melted into crimson iron after firing. Feng Dinen's roar echoed through the Xinhua encrypted channel. Energy overload. 30 seconds left for the three corpses' transformed fusion. Facing a frontal attack from the 11th level Poison Dragon King, the three corpses' transformed mecha giant was under immense pressure. Across the way, the fragments of the Poison Dragon King's body, shattered by the holy light, were regenerating at a visible rate. Strange golden lines appeared on the surface of the newly formed flesh, a characteristic of the mutation after absorbing the energy of the Sun Deuterium Stone. Song Qi watched as the void warehouse's ingestion beams vibrated violently within the cracks in the rules, like spider silk in a storm. Fortunately, the trembling threads never broke. And after this, the greatest crisis was truly over. A humming sound echoed in the void overhead. The Xinxiajiuli, which had clearly self-destructed a moment before, had reappeared under the power of the replicating clone time chessboard, still in peak condition. No. Several tricolored dots suddenly appeared on the radar charts within the four Xinhua warships. Unlike the dots represented by the colored lower-level artifacts, these dots were rapidly approaching the battlefield, and as time passed, the number of tricolored dots on the radar charts increased. It's another mythical alien race. Damn it! Fei Dinen's face darkened. Although he had been prepared for the terrifying noise of the battle, even the 11th level two-headed poisonous dragon king had appeared, he still found it hard to accept the reality of this situation. At this moment, Song Qi suddenly delivered some great news. We've got the Sun Deuterium Stone ore. We can retreat at any time. Jiang Yuan and the other two instinctively glanced at the two-headed poisonous dragon king. Only after confirming that the Sun Deuterium Stone, or in the poisonous rule realm, had vanished did their eyes light up with joy. Even Jiang Yuan couldn't hide his excitement. Although he no longer needed the Sun Deuterium Stone, as the ruler of the Xinxia Empire, the Xinxia Jiang clan still had many members who would need it in the future. Stockpiling it in advance would be beneficial for the entire Jiang clan. Roar! A sudden, angry roar interrupted their thoughts. The two-headed poisonous dragon king had clearly realized what was happening. The disappearance of the Sun Deuterium Stone had intensified its rage. The poison dragon emperor's roar sent visible ripples of law through the sky. Flesh and blood squirmed frantically from its shattered skull, sprouting three pairs of compound eyes that flashed with a venomous green light. Song Qi saw that the pupils of those eyes reflected the entire void for hundreds of light years. The two-headed poison dragon emperor was using spatial anchoring to lock onto their retreat. The entire void is filled with poisonous fog, and the spatial jump channel is contaminated. Engi warned sternly. On the radar screen of the immortal Qin Zulong, the once blue jump path was stained dark green, as the poison dragon emperor's laws were eroding the entire spatial structure. Even more terrifyingly, the tricolored dots of light at the edge of the radar suddenly accelerated, and the nearest one had already taken shape. It was a pale white warship shaped like a spine, its surface covered in constantly reorganizing flesh and blood. It's a warship of the Demon Bone clan from the Burial Abyss Star Realm. Jiang Yuan's voice was unusually solemn. We must not let it get to us. Go! Jiang Yuan Xinxiajiuli suddenly swooped down from the sky, its heavy halberds transformed into galaxy-spanning Jiuli ramming horns, energizing the teleportation matrix to create a pure channel. However, the two-headed poisonous dragon king refused to give up, roaring and pursuing. You go, I cover the rear. Jiang Yuan was decisive enough. Seeing it was impossible to escape unscathed, he chose to have the Xinxiajiuli bring up the rear. Of course, only the Xinxiajiuli, a mythical immortal ship, was qualified to do so. The combined two-headed poisonous dragon king was no match for the disintegrated trans-dimensional mothership. Chapter 853. Let's go! Don't rush the jump. Let's break out of the poisonous fog zone first. Jiang Yuan's voice boomed across the communication channel. The Jiuli ram of the Xinxiajiuli collided head-on with the fangs of the two-headed poisonous dragon emperor, sending out dazzling energy sparks. Song Qi's fingers danced on the control console, and the engines of the Tianxu Sangqiong roared deafeningly. It works! Although this poisonous fog is highly corrosive, it will take time to break through the mirror warship's outer energy shield and hull armor. At our speed, we should be able to break out of this zone. Okay, I lead the way. Tanlang, you guys follow me. Ing Yi's Xianqin Zulong suddenly turned, and millions of secondary guns opened fire simultaneously, blasting patches of pure air into the void. As the rulers of the four great empires of Xinhua, none of them were indecisive. In this critical moment, they decisively accepted this proposal, which was clearly the best solution. After all, those present were merely warship clones. Even if the remnant Shinxiajiuli were to suffer a disaster, it wouldn't be a life-or-death calamity. Of course, even then, the price to be paid would still be considerable. At least, it couldn't be like Song Chi's mirror clone, which only needed a painless cooldown of over a month after sinking. Not every ship possessed a high-end, colorful time chessboard, a time-based component with up to 90% general cooldown reduction, or a post-Zen seal component with a Zen seal, inner speed feature. In addition, the mirror clone itself possessed an advantage, not found in other higher warship clone components. Initially only of gold quality, it evolved through various methods, such as the golden apple and essence refining, to reach its current high-end, colorful quality. In comparison, the colored upper level, and even ultimate level warship clone components in the hands of Jiang Yuan and his companions were already of similar quality from the outset. Higher quality components also have longer cooldown times. Compared to the 10-year cooldown period for mirror clones, these types of warship clone components often have cooldown times of hundreds, or even thousands of years. As a result, even if the human emperors possess slightly lower quality general-purpose cooldown-reducing components, they would typically have to wait hundreds, or even thousands of years, before summoning a warship clone again. Unless absolutely necessary, they would never give up their own warship clones. Following the vacuum created by the immortal Qin ancestral dragon, the three warships sped along. Although the three corpses supermechas had disintegrated, the coordinated combat capabilities of the three transdimensional motherships remained astonishing. Holy runes illuminated the surface of the heavenly holy light, and a pure white beam of light pierced the poisonous fog, pointing the way for everyone. Too late. Pei Dinan suddenly shouted. On the radar screen, the spine-like demon bone warship had closed within visual range. The squirming flesh on its surface suddenly exploded, sending tens of thousands of bone spurs raining down like a torrential rain. Boom! The Shinxiajiuli's shields flickered violently, effectively blocking the onslaught. Jiang Yuan's voice was eerily calm. Song Qi, take the Sun Deuterium stone and leave first. Ing Yi, Pei Dinan, cover him. Facing the two-headed poisonous dragon king head-on, and distracted by the onslaught, the Shinxiajiuli was already struggling, unable to focus on containing the demon bone warship. Rather than being completely trapped by this mythical demon bone warship, it was better to ensure the safety of one of them. At this moment, Song Qi suddenly retorted. No, Emperor Ing, you two go. I stay. Ing Yi and the others wanted to say something, but Song Qi's voice continued to ring out. My mirror warship only has a cooldown of over a month. Even if it sinks, it won't have much of an impact. In fact, Song Qi had another reason he left unmentioned. The immortal Qin ancestral dragon and the heavenly holy light alone might not be able to stop the demon bone warship. The Tianqiu Songqing mirror warship was different. With the 12 lives chest of life and death in place, it could hold off the enemy for a considerable period of time. Okay. After hearing that Song Qi's warship's clone components only had a cooldown of over a month, Ing and the others didn't say anything further. The raw deuterium stone, or had already been returned to the Zhutian market. Who stayed and who left was determined by maximizing profit. Watching the two trailing flames left behind by the immortal Qin ancestral dragon and the heavenly holy light, Song Qi's mind raced. The tens of millions of secondary gun arrays surrounding the mirror warship simultaneously swung their guns, waiting to lock onto the spine-shaped demon bone warship. A boundless torrent of artillery fire poured out, transforming into countless fiery snakes that pounced upon the speeding demon bone warship. Simultaneously, the replica of the Pazuo Zen meditation seal was activated, and the temporal domain formed by the Pazuo time realm unfolded, bounded by the mirrored warship's hull. The flow of time outside suddenly slowed, and Song Qi perceived a single second as stretched to 10. Only within the mirrored warship was this temporal domain unaffected. However, this was still not enough. The demon bone warship was a tier 10 warship, and its current speed was even more astonishing. Song Qi wasn't sure he could hold it off with the Pazuo time realm alone. Buzz, a wave of spatial ripples echoed through the void overhead. Dozens of colorful chess pieces formed an illusory chessboard at low altitude. Under the overlapping time domains, the pursuing demonic bone warship was visibly affected. His eyes reflected the writhing flesh and blood on its surface, every detail clear. Boom! As the second and third waves of bone spikes rained down, these ferocious bone spikes, which had been shooting at speeds exceeding 100 times the speed of light, were slowed down by 1,000 times. While still quite fast, it at least allowed the mirror warship to respond accordingly. The Tianqiu Sangqiong repeatedly made hull adjustments, its side armor continuously deploying. Countless main and secondary guns spewed out fiery snakes, all in their utmost effort to intercept these bone spikes with astonishing destructive power. At the same time, the replica Judgment Light, the Blood Erosion Destruction Cannon, the High-Dimensional Particle Collapse Cannon, and other multicolored naval cannons also unleashed their power. Multiple destructive beams were directed directly at the demonic bone warship, distorting and devouring even light wherever they passed. The demonic bone warship had clearly not anticipated the swiftness of this counterattack. The flesh and blood on its surface squirmed frantically, forming a bone shield at its bow. Boom! The terrifying sound of a secondary explosion echoed through the void. The bone shield at the bow of the Demon Bone battleship lasted only a few breaths before the entire hull was engulfed by the terrifying energy storm. But Song Chi's face showed no joy. He knew well that this round of attacks was not enough to inflict fatal damage on the mythical unit. The data displayed by the Eye of Truth showed that the Demon Bone battleship had indeed suffered significant damage in the secondary explosion, but as time passed, the damaged parts were regenerating at an astonishing rate. He shifted his gaze to the battlefield not far away, where the Shinxiajiuli was located. For some reason, the two-headed Poison Dragon King seemed to be drawn to the battle here. One of its heads suddenly turned. An emerald green beam shot out from its 3 pairs of compound eyes. These beams of light intertwined in the void, forming a web that enveloped them. However, the Shinxiajiuli was also quick to react. Thousands of warriors from the martial arts dynasty realm above the warship simultaneously practiced their martial arts. The light of martial arts emanated from the dynasty realm and came into contact with the emerald poison net, emitting a corrosive sound. Seizing this opportunity, Song Chi, aboard the Shinxiajiuli, approached Jiang Yuan. Emperor Jihung, can you temporarily tear the poisonous rule boundary surrounding the two-headed poisonous dragon emperor? Jiang Yuan had no idea what Song Chi was about to do, but he nodded solemnly. Okay. Song Chi focused his attention, his entire mind focused on the mirrored warship, aside from the partial attention he paid to the Zhutian market. Or rather, on the replica warship transposition device aboard the mirrored warship. This component had just evolved to gold quality through the energy extraction process, but now, under the power of the replica soul-devouring altar, it was temporarily enhanced to black quality. He needed this component to complete the exchange of positions with the Shinxiajiuli battleship clone, thereby buying it a final chance to escape unscathed. Compared to the Tianqiu Sangqiang mirror battleship, the Shinxiajiuli battleship clone was far more important. As the Xinhua civilization sole mythical unit exploring this origin star, every minute of Shinxiajiuli's exploration time was invaluable, as it was the only Xinhua battleship legally permitted to explore the origin star's surface. Comparatively, the mirror battleship, which could be resummoned every month or so, would cost much less if it sank once or twice. Low above the surface of origin star, a series of sharp clanging sounds suddenly erupted from the Shinxiajiuli's battleship form. In a short moment, the Shinxiajiuli once again transformed from battleship form into mythical mecha form. Jiuli, break the boundary. The multicolored Jiuli heavy halberd roared across the sky, leaving a scarlet trail 100 billion kilometers long in the void. A phantom of a sea of blood and corpses from an ancient starry battlefield loomed in its path. Countless ancient runes emerged on the halberd's blade, slashing towards the emerald light curtain surrounding the poison dragon emperor with the power to shatter all laws. Crack. A crisp crack echoed through the void. The halberd's boundary of rules split open, a 10,000-meter-long crack, and the laws of the poisonous mist flowing within were briefly disrupted. Now! Song Chi's eyes flashed. Inside the Tianqiu Sangqiang mirrored warship, the golden quality warship transposition device suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. Powered by the replica soul-devouring altar, the component instantly reached the critical point of black quality. Transposition program initiated. Song Chi's command and Jiang Yuan's coordination were perfectly synchronized. As the Shinxiajiuli warship deliberately retracted all its defensive force fields, 2 spatial anchoring beams accurately struck the 2 warships. Buzz! As the void trembled, the replacement program suddenly malfunctioned. The poison dragon emperor's shattered rule realm began to repair itself, and the violent spatial turbulence disrupted the positional exchange. Warning! The spatial channel is unstable. The intelligent computer's alarm blared. Song Chi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had not expected the poison dragon emperor's recovery ability to be so terrifying. However, he did not need to intervene, as Jiang Yuan took the initiative. The martial Dao dynasty realm above the Shinxiajiuli warship's clone exploded. The simultaneous explosion at the rule level suddenly stalled the repair process of the two-headed poison dragon emperor. Taking advantage of this opportunity, at the last moment, the positions of the 2 warships were successfully swapped. This process actually took only a moment, but Song Qi and Jiang Yuan had communicated before taking action. Jiang Yuan also knew that the cooling time of his battleship clone was too long, so when Song Qi made this suggestion, he did not refuse. With the cooperation of the two, no time was wasted. Boom! Almost instantly, the Poison Dragon Emperor's torrent of poisonous flames engulfed the area surrounding the Tianshu Sankong. The mirror battleship's vaunted Mythic Pulse energy shield instantly dropped below the critical threshold, and the armor surface began to corrode at a visible rate. Even though Song Qi promptly activated the last blessing and resurrection metals, it still couldn't prevent the mirror battleship from being completely engulfed by the boundless poisonous flames. In the blink of an eye, the mirror battleship's 12 life and death chess feature, a replica of the time chessboard, was passively activated. Even after its resurrection, the mirror battleship was repeatedly sunk by the two-headed Poison Dragon Emperor, each attack lasting no more than 10 seconds. While the current mirror battleship was formidable, it was completely incomparable to the two-headed Poison Dragon Emperor, whose combat power approached rank 11. Beyond the origin star, the main cabin of the Shinxiajioli. Feeling the mirrored battleship sink again and again, a faint smile crossed Song Qi's eyes. Just now, the Shinxiajioli battleship clone, which had switched positions to the Demon Bone battleship, had successfully escaped the Demon Bone clan's mythical warship and rushed out of the poisonous fog. It had now successfully leaped hundreds of thousands of light years, and was completely out of danger. Thus, the Tianshu Sangchung mirrored battleship's mission had been successfully completed. Seeing this, he had no intention of continuing to use the 12 life and death chest to tangle with the two-headed poisonous Dragon King, and proactively withdrew the mirrored battleship. In the final view of the mirrored battleship, as it dissipated, he even saw the enraged two-headed poisonous Dragon King, having lost its target, shift its focus directly to the Demon Bone battleship. Not far away, several other mythical creatures also arrived. It's conceivable that another spectacular battle will ensue here, but this will have nothing to do with their Xinhua civilization. Shutian Market, a market room on the 3rd floor of the inn. Tanlang, this is yours. Jiang Yuan and the other two tossed the largest piece of the Sun Deuterium ore, which had been split into 4 pieces, to Song Qi. Song Qi didn't refuse, after all, he was the last one left. Weighing the Sun Deuterium ore in his hand, Song Qi estimated that after refining, it should be enough to meet the special resource formula requirements of several hyperdimensional motherships. After Jiang Yuan and the other two left, Song Qi was not very happy. The performance of the mirror battleship at the hands of the two-headed poisonous Dragon King had made him realize that the tricolored mythical pulse energy shield and neutron star core armor, once a source of pride, had become the shortcomings of the Tianshu Sankong. The neutron star core armor was relatively easy. After years of dedicated efforts by the family, the market, the Big Dipper Palace, and other parties to acquire neutron star debris, the tricolored component was nearly ready for further evolution. It was believed that it would be fully assembled in no time. On the other hand, the Mythpulse energy shield had no growth potential, and had become a major weakness on the Tianshu Sangchong. A higher quality energy shield replacement was necessary. Song Qi wasn't in a rush, however. He had already spotted several suitable components in the various token rooms in the market. While none were of top-tier colored quality, they were all high-level colored energy shield components. He only needed to wait for the temporary owners of these token rooms to settle their transactions, and the Tianshu Sanqiong would soon be equipped with a brand new energy shield. Chapter 854. A little over 2,000 years after the origin star fell into the Chaos Divine Continent, a major event occurred in the inherited human civilization. Chaos Divine Continent, Sky Ape Star Realm, Human Emperor City. Deep within the Human Emperor Palace, the mythical immortal ship, the Xian Wangqiyu, quietly hovered. Inside the battleship's cabin, Jihung, who had been secluded for thousands of years on a level 100 psionic training platform, finally opened his tightly closed eyes. In his deep eyes, images of the birth and death of the universe loomed, as if replaying the scenes of the primordial universes at the dawn of the multiverse. However, the focus at this moment was not on these images, but on the boundless psionic energy that seethed with his eyes as they opened and closed. 9th stage. Peak of the 9th stage. Half a step to the 10th stage. As time passed, the psionic energy within Jihung skyrocketed, eventually settling at the beginning of the 10th stage. At this moment, an incomparably powerful light shone in Jihung's eyes. After thousands of years of painstaking seclusion, I've finally achieved my wish today. As he muttered to himself, the excitement in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Even with over 300,000 years of life experience, Jihung still felt a little out of control. But that's human nature. The mythic rank represents the pinnacle of existence, standing tall across the entire shattered star sea and even across all the heavens and myriad realms, including the chaos divine continent. It also carries another title, eternal. This means that, barring any unforeseen events, a mythic being can live as long as the entire star sea, truly achieving immortality. 100 years later, once the amplitude period of the law transformation's Tao rules had passed, Jihung immediately used his highest fire network privileges to contact Jiang Yuan, Song Qi, and the other three, who remained suspended in the sky. Highest Xinhua Network Group Chat, 5, Jihung, I've made a breakthrough. Looking at this message that suddenly sounded in the group chat, Song Qi and the others, who were trying their best to remotely explore the origin star, were all stunned, and then instantly turned to surprise. Jiang Yuan, just in time, come here as soon as possible. Yi, we have locked onto the trace of a supergrade chaos mirror stone, but it has been captured by the guardian demon apes under the command of 2 Buddhas of the Buddhist clan. It is difficult for the 4 of us to guarantee that they will be captured. You are just the right number. Song Qi, don't worry, over the past 2,000 years, the human emperor city has gathered a group of teams that want to explore the origin star. Remember to take them with you. In addition, the defense of the human emperor city must be ensured. The news of Jihung's breakthrough was like a shot in the arm, which rekindled the hope of Song Qi and the other 4 who had almost given up on attacking the 2 Buddhas of the Buddhist clan guardian creatures. Closing the Xinhua group chat interface, the 4 of them turned their attention back to the surface of the origin star in the holographic projection. After over 2,000 years of exploration, their understanding of this mysterious planet has far surpassed their initial understanding, but the attendant dangers have also increased exponentially. Jiang Yuan tapped his fingertips several times on the battleship's control console, and a projection screen soon appeared in the Xinxiajiuli's main control room. The screen was currently displaying a video clip of 2 towering figures, over 1 billion kilometers tall, swiftly traversing the savage surface of the origin star, plundering its treasures. One of these mythical creatures was a hairy chaos demon ape, and the other was a half-dragon with the bloodline of the mythical azure dragon. However, both bore the unique mantra mark of the Shur clan on their foreheads, clearly transforming them into mythical guardian units, forcibly converted by the Shur clan's ancestral Buddha. Both were shrouded in dark golden Buddhist patterns, and a single gesture could cause spatial collapse. To make matters more difficult, these 2 mythical creatures seemed to possess some form of Buddhist combined attack technique. Although the 4 had long since tracked their whereabouts, they had never dared to engage them. Now that Jihung had achieved true mythical immortality, this final gap had been filled. They were well aware of the value of the top-grade Chaos Mirror Stone. The only one previously held by the Xinhua civilization had been used on the time chessboard. Needless to say, it had significantly increased the success rate of advancement for Xinhua civilization's top captains over the years. While the next mirror target had yet to be determined, it was crucial to secure it first. At this moment, the Xinxiajiuli's onboard intelligent computer sounded an alarm. High-intensity spatial fluctuations detected. Coordinates 314.77, 892.41. The warship's holographic star map automatically zoomed in, revealing a galactic rift slowly opening in the void 3 light-years from the origin star. A torrent of crimson gold energy flowed along the edge of the rift, and the faint outline of a massive supership could be seen. Xian Wangqiu. Not only the captains of the Xinxiajiuli, but also numerous dominant units from allied teams, like the Market Civilization and the Genesis Mechanical Civilization, all rose to their feet. This method of traversing the void of the Chaos Divine Continent is unique to creatures of the Mythic rank. How could the sudden appearance of a brand new Mythic unit not attract attention? Thankfully, Jiang Yuan's timely explanation dispelled the allies' vigilance. Feng Dinen's exclamation echoed across the communication channel. It's only been a short while. So fast. As if deliberately responding to him, the shadowy image of the massive ship within the crack suddenly shot out, and soon the Xian Wangqiu appeared completely within sight of the Xinxiajiuli. The surface of this 10th-stage warship of the Xinhua civilization pulsated with the ripples of laws unique to mythical warships. In the bridge of the Xian Wangqiu, Jihung stood with his hands behind his back. After his breakthrough, he had officially entered the mythical realm. The chaotic aura that swirled between his eyes caused subtle distortions in the surrounding space. The Great Zhou-Tian Xingdou formation has been activated in Human Emperor City, he explained softly, his voice clearly reaching the ears of every captain aboard the Xinxiajiuli. As long as the Origin Star exploration operation is ongoing, the Great Zhou-Tian Xingdou formation will remain in place. Combined with the market projection order left by Tan Lang and several 9th-level enslaved creatures. This is sufficient to ensure the safety of human Emperor City. He was boosting the captain's confidence, completely allaying their worries, and allowing them to fully explore the origin star. On the surface of the origin star, buried in the abyss, the Chaos Demon Ape, 100 billion kilometers tall, suddenly stopped. Its dark golden pupils reflected the distorting void above, and the Buddha patterns covering its body suddenly flickered violently. Roar! Amidst a deafening roar, the blood crystal axe in the demon ape's hand suddenly expanded, transforming into a blood-red prism spanning the sky and earth. The mirror reflected the shadows of 5 approaching ships, each ray of light imbued with terrifying energy capable of destroying a galaxy. But even before the attack, the stagnation of time and space arrived. Snap! Song Qi and Jiang Yuan simultaneously activated the time chessboard component. With the God Burial Abyss as its center, time and space within a 10 light-second radius were instantly slowed down by thousands of times. Even the pulsating Buddha patterns on the Chaos Demon Ape's body solidified into golden amber. Only the blood-colored prism continued to slowly rotate, proving the equally formidable power of this multicolored artifact. Attack! The Xin Wang Qiyu was the first to rip through the slowed-down spacetime. A clone of the mythical immortal ship appeared above the demon ape's head, and the 7-colored immortal god-slaying cannon erupted, piercing down with annihilating force. Where the beam passed, 33 layers of heavenly phantoms materialized, each containing a massive bronze city that crashed down upon it. Boom! 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 33 consecutive bell tolls echoed through the sky, and the Chaos Demon Ape's Buddha pattern shield shattered layer by layer. It waved its arms in anger, and the blood-colored prism suddenly reflected the Xian Wang Qiyu's phantom. It had actually instantly replicated Jihung's attack, and 2 identical beams of annihilation collided in the void. Amidst the aftermath of the explosion, Jiang Yuan's Xinxiajiuli suddenly cut in from the side. Hao Tian's annihilating divine light aimed directly at the mythical half-dragon. Chains of rules, shimmering with multicolored light, shot out from the void, tightly entangling the half-dragon guardian, who was about to provide support. These chains were inscribed with dragon-suppressing runes, specifically designed to suppress dragon creatures. Amitabha. At this moment, the half-dragon guardian suddenly uttered the Sher clan's mantra, and the swastika symbol on his forehead shone brightly. 84,000 relics emerged from its body, each containing a miniature version of the ancestral Buddha. The terrifying power of salvation eroded the chains in reverse, and the armor of the Xinxiajiuli began to show signs of Buddhahood. Holy light sanction. Light of order. Light of judgment. Song Qi and his 3 companions' ship clones materialized from the void at the right moment. The chest and twin heads of the giant 3 corpses Super Mecha simultaneously manifested 3 ferocious cannon barrels, sending destructive beams hurtling directly at the 84,000 relics above the half-dragon guardian's head. The destructive detonation shockwaves precisely engulfed each relic. The collision of holy light and Buddha's power created a chain reaction of annihilation, and the half-dragon guardians roared in pain. The battle seemed to be turning in their favor, but Song Qi suddenly noticed something unusual. Be careful. Before he could finish his words, 3 golden Buddha hands suddenly extended from the depths of the burial god abyss. The lines on each palm formed a continuous river of laws. The vertical pupils at the center of their palms reflected the causal mantras of the entire battlefield. Even fragments of the future that had yet to occur. The great magical power of the Buddhist inheritance mantra. Clearly, it was the ancestral Buddha of the Shakti clan behind the 2 mythical guardians, who had taken action. Before the Xinxiajiuli and Xian Wang Qiyu could attack again, the panic mantra emanated from the depths of the burial god abyss. Xinhua Jiang Yuan Jihung, do you really want to fight my Sher clan to the death? Retreat now, let the past grudges be put to rest, and let bygones be bygones. At this, Jiang Yuan's icy laughter instantly echoed from the Xinxiajiuli. Let the grudges be put to rest, and let bygones be bygones? What a joke. If it weren't for the inherent strength of our Xinhua civilization, we would have been completely crushed by the siege of you 4 clans. The feud between our clans was created by you, the Sher clan. And you're just going to let it go today? With that, without waiting for the true words from the depths of the burial god abyss to resonate, the Xinxiajiuli and the Xian Wang Qiyu simultaneously attacked, forcibly suppressing the 2 ancestral Buddha guardians. Eng Yi! At the same time, the 2 quickly called out to Song Qi and the other 2. Immediately, the 3 corpses super mechanic giant rushed recklessly towards the Chaos Demon Ape Guardian. The Supreme Chaos Mirror Stone was in its possession. Om Mani Padme Hum. Suddenly, the Buddha's 6-syllable mantra resounded from the depths of the God Burial Abyss. The principles of the mantra transformed into a Buddha's light handprint, striking directly at the three corpses super mecha giant. Song Qi and the other two were not afraid. The two small worlds on the mecha giant's shoulders, along with a large world above it, rose up together, transforming into the three corpses' great realm, heading towards the Buddha's light handprint. It also rushed towards the Chaos Demon Ape Guardian. The moment the three corpses' great realm collided with the Buddha's light handprint, a continent-spanning rift ripped open across the entire Origin star's atmosphere. The shockwave crushed mountains for hundreds of billions of kilometers, revealing the chaotic magma flowing underground. Crack. With a crisp cracking sound, the outermost small world of the three corpses' great realm was the first to disintegrate. However, the shattered fragments did not dissipate, instead transforming into billions of streams of light that entwined the Buddha's hand. Each streak of light revealed the imprint of the laws contained within the three corpses' shrine, forcibly deciphering the structure of the Buddhist mantra at the cost of world destruction. So that's how it is. Pei Dinan burst into laughter. The heavenly holy light loaded a reverse Buddha cross super cannon and began to reassemble. The surface of the barrel emanated a reverse mantra, a complete opposite of the Buddha's hand. This was a countermeasure deciphered through the fragments of the world. The Buddha's hand suddenly trembled violently, tears of blood streaming from its vertical pupils. A muffled groan echoed from the depths of the god burial abyss. Clearly the ancestral Buddha had also suffered a backlash. Taking advantage of this moment, the three corpses' super mech swooped in front of the Chaos Demon Ape. Its right arm transformed into a star blade billions of kilometers long, its edge gleaming with the distinctive blue light of a high-dimensional particle collapse cannon. It pierced the demon ape's left palm, which held the Chaos Mirror Stone. Roar! The demon ape erupted in rage, and its blood-colored prism suddenly shattered into a cloud of crystals. Each fragment reflected the mecha's attack trajectory, weaving through the void into a maze of death. This was his ultimate weapon, the 10,000 Mirrors Maze, which had once subdued a fellow legend. Be careful! Song Qi's warning echoed across the communication channel. The three corpses' super mechanic rushed left and right through the 10,000 Mirrors Maze, but was unable to break through the death trap constructed by the blood-colored crystals. Each refracted fragment held a terrifying power capable of tearing apart the galaxy, leaving the mecha's armor covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Boom! A refracted beam grazed the mecha's right shoulder, instantly vaporizing the entire mechanical arm. In the cockpit, Song Qi and the other two's mental clones vanished. Far away on the Origin star, their original selves felt only a sharp pain deep in their brains, the excruciating pain from the mental connection nearly causing them to faint. Analysis complete. Pei Dinan suddenly roared. The refraction angles of these chips follow the Great Brahma derivation. Great Brahma refers to the Brahma spiritual mountain and river system, the ancestral home of the Shakti civilization. At this moment, Pei Dinan's ship's intelligent computer analyzed its derivational pattern. The heavenly holy light supercannon, the reverse Buddha cross, suddenly turned, and a dazzling holy light burst from its muzzle. The beam of light strangely twisted 7 times in the void, each turn precisely hitting a key chip. Crack! A momentary flaw appeared in the blood-red maze. Now! Ingi shouted fiercely. The back of the three corpses' super mecha giant suddenly cracked, and hundreds of bronze war figurines burst out from it, each holding a chain engraved with dragon suppression runes, weaving through the void into a net of heaven and earth. The Chaos Demon Ape roared furiously, and the remaining blood-red chips spun wildly, but it was ultimately a step too late. The three corpses' super mechanic seized the moment, its remaining left arm transforming into a dark blue star blade, fiercely piercing the demon ape's chest. Roar! The demon ape roared in agony, its Buddha pattern shattering inch by inch. Chapter 855. The Chaos Demon Ape's roar abruptly ceased. A dazzling haze of chaotic light suddenly erupted from the wound where the dark blue star blade had pierced it. This was the sign of the Chaos Mirror Stone's revelation. Conquer! The transdimensional furnace on the chest of the three corpses' transformed mech suddenly reversed, generating a terrifying suction force. The palm-sized chaos crystal within the demon ape's body trembled violently. However, the mythical power in Buddha's light raged wildly around the guardian demon ape, forcibly suppressing the Chaos Mirror Stone, preventing it from escaping its control. Song Qi, unscrupulous, seized the opportunity to activate the Void Warehouse again. A new, powerful absorption force superimposed on the top-grade Chaos Mirror Stone. Not good. The ancestral Buddha's furious roar echoed from the depths of the burial god abyss. Stop them. The half-dragon guardian, originally restrained by the Xian Huangqiyu, suddenly self-destructed 3 relics. The violent Buddha's power shattered the chains of rules. The swastika symbol on its forehead spun counterclockwise, seemingly about to unleash the forbidden Shi clan technique, Reverse Fate. Boom! The Shinxiajiuli stretched across the center of the battlefield, its towering hull spewing countless fiery snakes, forming a 360-degree, all-encompassing fire net around the half-dragon guardians. Jiang Yuan. The ancestral Buddha's voice was no longer as calm as before, replaced only by anger and resentment. I swear by the great Brahma, if you, the Xinhua civilization, dare to take this Chaos Mirror Stone today, the Overlord Shi clan will fight you to the death. In response, the Xian Wangqiu's suddenly surging mythical pressure erupted. Jihung's figure emerged from the bridge, a vision of 33 heavens appearing behind him. Within each heaven, the shadow of a human emperor city loomed, bearing down. 2,000 years. Jihung's voice echoed through the starry sky. Have you not seized enough resources on the origin star? So, you're only allowed to plunder and pillage, and haven't you considered that you too might become prey? With that, the two mythical immortal ship clones completely blasted back the half-dragon guardians, who had attempted to come to their aid. Shortly thereafter, the three corpses transcendental mecha giants also successfully seized the Supreme Chaos Mirror Stone. From beginning to end, none of them paid any attention to the threats uttered by the ancestral Buddha. If it had been Jiang Yuan's first promotion, the Xinhua civilization might have had some reservations. But now that Jihung had become a mythical immortal ship captain and possessed two mythical warriors, the Xinhua civilization was no longer in a precarious position. Even among the 10 most powerful civilizations, Xinhua would rank in the middle or lower ranks. Not to mention the wizard civilization's all-powerful ally. While the Shi clan civilization was indeed powerful, even stronger than the wizard civilization, they lacked the capability to launch an all-out war against the Xinhua civilization across trillions of light years. Let's go! Song Qi and his companions didn't hesitate. After acquiring the Supreme Chaos Mirror Stone, 5 warships simultaneously initiated a trans-dimensional warp. Moments later, all 5 warships vanished into the God Burial Abyss. The moment they vanished, the Buddha's hand, projecting from the depths of the God Burial Abyss, suddenly spontaneously combusted. Millions of distorted faces emerged from the golden Buddha flames. Had Song Qi been there, he would have surely detected the familiar gray mist energy in the pupils of these distorted faces. Alas, the 5 warships had already departed. No matter how ferocious and furious these countless gray mist faces were, they retreated back into the depths of the God Burial Abyss after a moment of impotent rage. Only a cold voice remained in the sky. Xinhua humanity. In fact, Song Qi and his companions had carried out actions, like seizing the Supreme Chaos Mirror Stone countless times. Over the past 2,000 years, the Xinhua civilization had gathered an incalculable amount of information within the God Burial Abyss, but their strength had limited them. Now, Jihung had arrived with the Xian Wangqiu, 2 mythical immortal ship clones, plus 3 trans-dimensional mothership clones capable of combining into 3 corpse super mecha giants. This was equivalent to possessing the combat power of 3 mythical creatures. Currently, few enemies could pose a threat to them. In the 2800th year after the Origin Star's fall, a 5-man team successfully forcibly seized a 7-colored artifact from 2 mountain-splitting clan Nis. In the 4000th year after the Origin Star's fall, a 5-man team forcibly destroyed a 10th-level star formation diagram star-severing grass. 5,400 years after the fall of the Origin Star, a 5-man team, despite being annihilated by a native 11th-level fire-eating giant, successfully seized a rare artifact, a 7-colored fire seed. 6,000 years after the fall of the Origin Star, the 5-man team joined forces with 2 mythical wizard puppets from the wizard civilization to ambush and kill a mythical celestial dragon guardian of the Buddha's clan, and evenly divided its harvest over thousands of years. It can be said that with the arrival of Jihung, the strongest exploration team of the Xinhua civilization completed the final link. Over the following millennia, they successively accomplished major mythological feats. Of course, while there were many successes, complete annihilation or the sinking of 1 or 2 warship clones were more common. On one occasion, they even encountered the Sand Spirits, one of the dozen or so transcendent forces. 5 of their mythical units summoned the star-refining Mad Sand Formation, strangling all of their warship clones in just 2 minutes. That day, another accident occurred, but this time, only Song Qi's Tianxu Sangqiong mirror warship was involved. Taking advantage of the over a month cooldown period of the mirror image, Song Qi first greeted Jiang Yuan and the others, then returned directly to the Dragon Spine continent via the Shutian market. The Corpse Emperor clan's river system, the Tianxia River System. As an insignificant one among the 92 river systems under the Dragon Spine Song clan, the Tianxia River System was originally a resource-poor, empty space system. However, recently, this system has become the most sought-after location among the entire Corpse Emperor clan's river system, and even among the 3 river systems under the Xinhua civilization. The reason is simple. The Dragon Spine continent, brought here by the Yixing Chamber of Commerce, has recently reached the limit of a level 8 floating continent. Furthermore, several years ago, the Dragon Spine Song clan proactively reported to the 4 Xinhua ancestral clans, announcing that the Dragon Spine continent was about to reach level 9 floating continent. Following the announcement of this news, and following consultations between the 4 ancestral halls and the top brass of the Longji Song clan, millions of Xinhua warships have now gathered on the Longji continent, all here to bathe in the 9th level floating land origin energy tide. Deep within the core of the Longji continent, Song Xuan stood quietly. Above the floating land origin core's light cluster, the miniature Aquila hovered above it. Song Xuan glanced back, and upon hearing Song Qi's signal, he unhesitatingly tossed his 60% concentrated 9th level floating land origin core into the Longji continent's origin core. Buzz, after a series of tremors on the surface of the Longji continent, waves of energy swept across the continent. Alright. The 9th level energy tide is approaching. Get ready. The Dragon Spine continent has successfully ascended to level 9. Amid the heartfelt cheers of countless Xinhua captains, a vast tide of level 9 floating continent origin energy quickly arrived. Baptized by this level 9 energy tide, Song Xuan's Aquila successfully ascended, without even needing Song Qi to use the time chessboard. It succeeded instantly. Xiao Qi, it's a success. Watching the Aquila finally freeze at 1.8 million kilometers, Song Xuan's face lit up with an irrepressible smile. Song Qi was equally delighted. From then on, the Dragon Spine Song family boasted 1 trans-dimensional captain, 3 galaxy captains, and nearly 100 star destroyer captains. While there was still a significant gap compared to the other 4 families, the gap between them was widening. Furthermore, the Song family's direct territories encompassed over 90 river systems, a feat unmatched by other giants. As time passed, the gap between the 2 families would only widen. And this wasn't the end. Following Jihung's successful breakthrough, Jiangyuan, Jihung, Yingyi, Pei Dinan, and Song Qi had agreed that once the Origin Star operation was complete, Xinhua civilization would resume its expansion. This time, they would continue southward along the Corpse Emperor clan's river system clusters, annexing new river system clusters. According to the Five's plan, Xinhua civilization would expand to at least 4 river system clusters. If all went well, 5 would be even better. During this process, the Longji Song clan would spearhead the establishment of the Xinhua Fifth Empire. Leveraging this title, the Song clan's territory would continue to expand, guaranteeing no less than 300 river systems, and perhaps even 400. This would only accelerate the Song clan's accumulation of wealth. But all that was for later. After Song Qi had instructed Song Xuan to retreat quickly, his gaze immediately focused on the sky-swallowing python shedding, nestled within the Dragon Ridge continent's origin core. Thousands of years ago, this multicolored artifact had already reached over 60% energy accumulation. Now, after thousands of years of dedicated care by the Song family, its energy accumulation had reached 98%, leaving only one step to its final second transformation. Song Qi also possessed dozens of storage capsules, each containing a different type of energy. By extracting this energy, the sky-swallowing python shedding's 98% energy accumulation could be increased to 100% at any time. However, Song Qi didn't proceed. First, he needed to do something else. A faint light flickered between his brows, and a dimensional space stone, already emitting a black glow, burst forth from the fire ancestral acupoint. Song Qi lightly tapped the dimensional space stone with his right hand, and the next second, spatial ripples emanated from the artifact. Swish! Next to the dimensional stone, a brand new crystal suddenly appeared. It was a familiar Chaos Mirror Stone. However, this one wasn't a top-grade Chaos Mirror Stone, but a superior-grade Chaos Mirror Stone. Song Qi waved his hand, and the superior-grade Chaos Mirror Stone flew towards the sky-swallowing python shedding. Suddenly, the entire Earth's core space shone with a multicolored dim light. An unknown amount of time passed, but when the multicolored light faded, the sky-swallowing python shedding artifact had increased from 1 to 2. Crucially, the mirror sky-swallowing python shedding's energy transformation attribute also showed an energy absorption rate of 98% per 100%. Sure enough. Seeing that his long-held suspicions had been correct, Song Qi's lips curled up. But he quickly turned back, opening the dozens of storage capsules in his hands one by one. A flood of alien energy began to flow frantically into the 2 sky-swallowing python sheddings. After just 10 minutes, The two sky-swallowing python sheddings trembled simultaneously, as if reaching a certain limit. Then, the multicolored light they emitted began to flicker wildly, eventually transforming into a rainbow. Looking at the two's attributes, they were drastically different from before. Rare item: sky-swallowing python shedding, mirror image, quality, multicolor/ultimate. Transformability: none. Effects: mythical shedding, tricolor spirit seal, ancient python spirit, swallowing essence, transmutation, holy blood baptism, Sumeru python belly, Sumeru extraction, companion python spirit, Sumeru swallowing heaven. Notes: the shedding of an ancient mythical 7-colored sky-swallowing python, after being baptized by miraculous energy, transformed into a multicolored mythical artifact. Mythical metamorphosis: actively evolve a designated item by 1 quality. The resulting item cannot be higher or equal in quality to the sky-swallowing python's metamorphosis. The cooldown period is determined by the quality of the item being evolved, with a minimum of 1,000 years and a maximum of 200,000 years. Tricolor Spirit Seal imprints the sky-swallowing python spirit seal on a designated creature, creating a special connection with the sky-swallowing python's metamorphosis. Currently, there are 100,000/100,000 spirit seals available. Energy Devouring Metamorphosis: the sky-swallowing python's metamorphosis inherits the mythical sky-swallowing python's devouring talent, capable of consuming various energies to evolve. It has reached its evolutionary limit and cannot evolve further. Sumeru Extraction: every 100 years, creatures possessing the sky-swallowing python spirit seal gain the ability to disregard space and extract 50 items from the Sumeru python's abdomen. This privilege cannot be accumulated and resets after each 100 years. Companion python spirit: infants with the sky-swallowing python's metamorphosis bloodline are born with a special python spirit. As they grow, they will develop various extraordinary talents. Shumi Swallowing Heaven instructs the summoned ancient mythical python spirit to concentrate all its energy, unleashing its heaven-devouring bite on a designated target, inflicting horrific damage. After evolving to the color ultimate stage, the properties of this artifact became even more astonishing, and even with Song Chi's current vision, he instinctively admired it. But his current concern clearly lay elsewhere. With a fleeting thought, the sky-swallowing python shed, attached to the dragon spine continent's origin core, glowed with a faint light, and a beam of multicolored light emanated from it, blazing towards the dragon whale hull, also within the origin core. Shockingly, it was Song Chi who had proactively activated the sky-swallowing python shed's mythical shedding attribute, targeting the dragon whale hull, a lower-level color-based artifact. The sky-swallowing python shed had already reached the color ultimate stage, capable of evolving 3-color artifacts into 5-color ones. While the dragon whale hull, as the dragon spine Song family's treasured artifact, might have been sufficient previously, with the family's future ascension to the 5th pillar of the human race, a mere soul-guarding artifact of a lower-level color would be insufficient. Buzz, 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 the 3-colored light shone brightly, slowly fading into a multicolored glow. Song Chi clicked on the Dragon Whale Palace again, to check its specific attributes. After confirming that it had evolved to a multicolored superior quality, and all its attributes had been substantially improved, he turned his attention to the mirror image of the sky-swallowing python sheath in his hand. After the Dragon Whale Palace, it was naturally time to focus on the various components of the Tianshu Sangqiong. However, Song Chi had not yet determined which component he would use this evolution opportunity for. Chapter 856. After a moment's thought, Song Chi quickly listed all the tricolored components currently aboard the Tianshu Sangqiong. The ultimate purpose of this mirror sky-swallowing python shedding is essentially among these components. Black Hole Evolution Layer, Pajuo Zen Meditation Seal, Qitsong Secret Cultivation Realm Number 084, Demon Buddha Purifying Relics, Antimatter Evolution Engine, Neutron Star Core Armor, High-Dimensional Particle Collapse Cannon, Miracle Cloning Chamber, Savage God Guardian, Thorn Scale, Heavenly Power Control Ring, Void Cloud Boat Model. As for the Mythpulse Energy Shield, Song Chi had obtained a 5-colored Origin Starlight Shield from a 9th-rank wizard over 2,000 years ago. It had already been upgraded to level 110, and was not within the scope of this evolution. Looking at the 12 tricolor components before him, Song Chi first ruled out the Neutron Star Core Armor, Antimatter Evolution Engine, High-Dimensional Particle Collapse Cannon, and Heavenly Power Control Ring. Needless to say, the Neutron Star Core Armor, after thousands of years, is now nearing its upgrade. The engine, already enhanced to level 110 by the Corp's Evil Heart Core Engine, will ensure the Tianshu Sangqiong's power supply remains a concern for a long time to come. As for firepower, with the Light of Judgment and the Blood Erosion Destruction Cannon, whether it's a 3-color or 5-color Star Destroyer cannon is truly irrelevant. As for the Ring of Heavenly Power Control, it's already been enhanced to level 100. Thanks to its 1-level increase in Enslavement Authority feature, it's more than sufficient for enslaving 10th level mythical creatures in the future, or allowing enslaved creatures, like the Azura King and Megalodon, to temporarily exert mythical combat power. There's no need to rush further evolution for now. After pondering for a moment, Song-Chi's gaze finally settled on the Black Hole Evolution Layer, the Miracle Cloning Chamber, the Savage God's Guardian, the Thorn Scale, and the Void Cloud Boat model. But at that moment, the fire sea deep within the fire ancestral acupoint trembled softly. Someone from the Song family, who remained on the Dragon Ridge continent, contacted him. After returning to the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain Ancestral Hall, he received a storage capsule from Song Xuansong. So many neutron star debris? Opening the storage capsule, Song-Chi raised a brow. Inside were 12 neutron star fragments. It was actually a stroke of luck. These were from the treasury of a declining clan in the Xinxia dynasty. They had just been cleared out and happened to be acquired by the head of the Dragon Bridge shop assigned to the family. Song-Chi nodded and immediately summoned the Tianqiu Sangqiong. Including these 12 neutron star fragments, the neutron star core armor was sufficient to complete another transformation. This also meant that the Black Hole Evolution Layer plus Savage God Guardian, among the 5 previously valued elements, could also be ruled out. Without further thought, the neutron star core armor rapidly devoured the neutron star debris, and soon a multicolored light appeared in the battleship's main control room. Neutron star core armor level 100. Quality: color/upper. Trait: neutron star fission. Trait 2: neutron star core pulse. Trait 3: armor protection increased by an additional 470%. Trait 4: neutron link. Trait 5: high energy particle storm. Trait 6: double armor. Trait 7: gamma ray burst. Trait 8: double gamma ray burst. Double gamma ray burst consumes 5 million psionic energy to instantly condense a second neutron star projection. This neutron star projection interacts with the battleship's hull at a high frequency. After a brief charge, it fires 2 super-frequency gamma rays in a designated direction, inflicting devastating damage. The cooldown period is set to 100 years. Looking at the attribute panel before him, Song-Chi nodded in satisfaction. He quickly took out 10 mythic souls, and immediately enhanced the component to level 110. At this point, the energy shield and hull armor of the Tianqiu Sangqiong had been completely replaced with color-enhanced components, each enhanced to level 110. With the combined effect of these two, the Tianqiu Sangqiong's defensive attributes had undoubtedly risen to a rather dramatic level. Removing his gaze from the neutron star core armor, Song-Chi finally settled on his final choice: Thorn Scales. Having made his decision, he naturally stopped wasting time. He activated the mythic shedding of the sky-swallowing python shedding in his hand, and the Thorn Scales quickly evolved to a color-enhanced level. Simultaneously, Song-Chi took out 10 mythic souls, and enhanced them to level 110. Thorn Scales Eternal Protection consumes 10 million psionic points to condense an eternal thorn shield on the warship surface. For the next 2 seconds, constant, all incoming attacks, up to the component's reinforcement level, will be blocked by the eternal thorn shield and reflected back on their path. The cooldown is 10 years. This component is now capable of defending against and reflecting a full-strength attack up to a 10th tier mythical level. Previously, it could only withstand 9th tier attacks, making it largely invisible. After this, it is believed to become another trump card for the Tianqiu Sangqiong. After handling all this, Song-Chi again instructed Song Xuansong, who remained on the Dragon Ridge continent. Song Xuan has entered a state of seclusion, unlikely to emerge for another 1,000 years. Naturally, the remaining supreme leader of the family falls to Song Xuansong. However, he wasn't overly worried. The Dragon Spine continent had now successfully ascended to a 9th-level floating continent. With the blessing of the 9th-level floating continent's original will, and the 9th-level Dragon Spine Tyrant Whale guarding the floating continent, even a mythical unit would need time to fully penetrate the interior of the Dragon Spine continent. Furthermore, Song-Chi still had a market projection token in the family ancestral hall. Jutian Market, Market Trading Day. Market Inn, 3rd floor, Market Walking Room 32. Accompanied by a spatial fluctuation, a figure wearing a wizard's robe, his left eye visible not as a flesh pupil but as a distinctly mechanical eye, appeared in the center of the room. This figure was Ono, a 9th level true spirit black wizard under the command of the wizard civilization Skeleton Tower. Noticing this figure's appearance, Song Chi's attention shifted significantly to him. At the rare item exchange shop, upon entering the shop, Ono gently tapped his storage ring, and the next second, every alien in the shop shuddered. Because what appeared from Ono's storage ring was a mountain of bones. Those are the skeletons of 8th level creatures. No, more are the skeletons of 9th level overlords. Look! After a brief moment of astonishment, the aliens all turned their gazes towards the pile of pure golden bones at the top of the mountain of bones. Eternal golden bones, bones of myth. Who the hell is this? Should be a true spirit wizard from the wizard civilization. The Shattered Star Sea Overlord wizard civilization, so that's it. Ignoring the chatter in the corner of the shop, Ono, after removing all the bones, turned his gaze directly to the projection screen in the center of the shop. Great master of the Jutian market, can these be exchanged for the colorful, lower-quality demigod blood corpse figurine? Song Chi's mind raced, and he responded immediately. Not enough. This demigod blood corpse figurine was one of the spoils previously obtained from the Corpse Emperor clan's river system community. It cannot be transformed into shipboard components, and its value to Captain Shinhua is limited. However, it is surprisingly suitable for the wizard civilization to forge mythical wizard puppetry, serving as the primary material for its body. For thousands of years, the 9th-rank true spirit wizards from several rule towers of the wizard civilization have proposed trades, but Song Chi has never been satisfied. This time, the Skeleton Tower is willing to offer a mythical skeleton. Although it has long been refined with mythical source blood, even the flesh and blood have been removed, its value is still inestimable. That's why Song Chi didn't refuse outright. After all, the Tianxu Songqing ship has the skeleton tomb component. Hearing that there is room for negotiation, Ono was delighted and began to think rapidly. The rule wizard Black Bone, the master of the skeleton tower behind him, had already issued a decree regarding the demigod blood corpse figurine, demanding its capture. A mythical wizard puppet is a key artifact for rule wizards to enhance their combat power. Not only is it equivalent to a regular mythical warrior, but crucially, it can also replace the rule wizard in traversing the heavens and seas, significantly enhancing their own safety. With the skeleton tower's resources, if they could acquire the demigod blood corpse figurine, they could quickly create a regular mythical wizard puppet. This was precisely why Black Bone Rule Wizard was so eager to acquire the demigod blood corpse figurine. After a long moment of contemplation, Ono once again withdrew something from his storage ring. It was also a rare artifact emitting a tricolor light. Tricolor rare item, Annihilation Particle Wizard Core. Song Chi's eyes flickered at the sight of this rare artifact. This rare artifact is a unique product of wizard civilization. It is said to be the essence of wizardry condensed by the hands of a rule wizard, imbued with the terrifying power of sorcery rules. Although the Annihilation Particle Wizard Core cannot be directly converted into shipboard components, the rule power contained within it can be used as a reinforcement material for the high-dimensional particle collapse cannon, giving this Star Destroyer a special destructive attribute. Song Chi pondered for a moment before giving his final answer, yes. At Ono's words, data streams flashed rapidly in his mechanical left eye. A moment later, the transaction was complete. The mountain of bones and the Annihilation Particle Wizard Core in the shop vanished simultaneously, replaced by a strange, blood-colored pottery figurine. Ono carefully put away the demigod blood corpse figurine, a flicker of joy in his eyes. With this material, the Black Bone Tower Master's Mythic Witch Puppet project can officially begin. After Ono left, Song Chi immediately deposited the newly acquired Mythic Skeleton into the Bone Tomb. After consuming the Mythic Skeleton, this special component immediately began its transformation. Summon Skeleton Giant. By injecting a large amount of bones, the component will spontaneously nurture a Skeleton Giant. Once nurtured, the Skeleton Giant can be freely summoned by the captain for combat. This trait has no cooldown, but the Skeleton Giant's skeletal body must be 100% complete before it can be summoned. Current Skeleton Giant's skeletal body completeness, 99%. Note: the Skeleton Giant's strength is always one level lower than the component's enhancement level. Looking at the attributes of the Skeleton Tomb soul trait, Summon Skeleton Giant, Song Chi nodded with satisfaction. 99%. This means this component is only a hair's breadth away from fully nurturing a 10th-tier Skeleton Giant. Just a little longer, and the first truly mythical unit will officially appear aboard the Tianxu Songqing. At the same time, the high-dimensional particle collapse cannon successfully merged with the Annihilation Particle Witch Core, acquiring a new property, high-dimensional annihilation particles. High-dimensional annihilation particles, The particle beams emitted by the main cannon possess high-dimensional annihilation properties, ignoring all energy shields and inflicting additional rule-based annihilation effects on the damage. Just as Song Chi was about to resume monitoring the market transactions, he suddenly sensed a familiar tremor from the flame seed. This time, however, it wasn't a member of the Dragon Ridge continent contacting him, but Song Yin from the Xian Wangqiu. Leaving the Zhutian market, Song Chi returned to the Xinxiajiuli. Initially, the flame seed was also a chaos artifact, so he didn't dare to communicate directly with the outside world while in the Zhutian market. Naturally, after returning to the Xinxiajiuli, he no longer had such concerns. "Brother, what's wrong?" "Shao Qi, my warship clone just sank." Song Chi remained silent after hearing this, knowing Song Yin would have more to say. The Origin Star exploration mission was inherently dangerous. Even mythical creatures have occasionally perished over the past few thousand years, let alone a galaxy ship clone. If only the blazing sea-boiling warship clone had sunk, why would Song Yin bother him? As expected, Song Yin quickly added, "Just now, my warship clone discovered a rare 7-colored fire seed, capable of being transformed into a fire seed and upgraded to a fire source. However, before it could be incorporated into the warship, it was sunk by a mysterious Frust pterosaur, and the 7-colored fire seed fell into the hands of the mythical mysterious Frust pterosaur." Upon hearing this, Song Chi's eyes lit up. He had acquired the rare 7-colored fire seeds before over the past few thousand years, but whether from commissions on market tokens or during team operations with Jiang Yuan and the others, they were only ordinary 7-colored fire seeds, unable to be transformed into fire seeds and upgraded fire sources. It was for this reason that this information was particularly crucial. The 7-colored fire source upgrade was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, there was no telling when the next one would come. Thinking of this, he asked directly, "Brother, can you confirm the identity of that mythical Black Frost pterosaur?" The Black Frost pterosaur clan, a pinnacle clan on the Chaos Divine Land, while not a transcendent power, possessed a rank 11 mythical lord. This time, 3 rank 10 mythical Black Frost pterosaurs had entered the Origin Star. Unable to pinpoint their identities would undoubtedly lead to further trouble. Thankfully, Song Yin had good news. Yes! The mythical Black Frost pterosaur that sank the Fiery Seas clone had a striking golden pattern on its right wing. Based on this, of the 3 mythical Black Frost pterosaurs that entered the Origin Star, only the Ice Shovel pterosaur god meets the criteria. Ice Shovel pterosaur god? Okay, but I need to discuss this with Emperor Jiang and the others. After thousands of years of development, the Tianqiu Sangqiong's current combat power far surpassed that of ordinary extreme transdimensional motherships. However, he felt a little timid about facing a mythical creature alone. Of course, as the saying goes, why fight alone when you can fight in a group? Song Chi quickly informed Jiang Yuan, Jihung, and the other 3 of the news. When they heard the news of the 7-colored upgraded fire source, Jiang Yuan and the other 3 were only slightly surprised and not overly enthusiastic. They were all already descendants of the 7-colored flame. If we can obtain the 7-colored upgraded fire source, your flame seed will also be elevated to the same level as ours. However, that Ice Shovel Winged Dragon God is not easy to deal with. Chapter 857. Song Chi frowned slightly upon hearing this. Jiang Yuan's concerns were not unfounded. While the Ice Shovel Winged Dragon God wasn't at the peak of the 10th stage, it wasn't a newly ascended mythical being either. Its strength had already reached the senior 10th stage hundreds of thousands of years ago. Furthermore, the Black Frost Winged Dragon clan was renowned for its wind and ice abilities. With the blessing of the Wind Principle, a mythical-level Black Frost Winged Dragon possessed unparalleled speed among its peers. This meant that if they attacked, the other 2 Black Frost Winged Dragon gods, also located within the Origin Star, could readily support them. So, they couldn't afford to be careless. "Emperor Jiang, is there any other solution?" Song Chi asked gravely. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, his eyes flickering. "If we were to deal with the Ice Shovel Winged Dragon God alone, the 5 of us combined wouldn't be afraid. So, what we need to do is ensure we can block or shield the battlefield when we attack." Hearing this, Song Chi turned to look at Jihung and the other 2. The highest quality shielding components aboard the Tianqiu Sangqiong are currently only the Golden Skylocking Seal, which is clearly far from adequate against a senior rank 10 mythical unit. However, this is clearly not a cause for concern. As the rulers of the 4 Xinhui empires, Jihung and the others are all ancient antiques, who have lived for over 300,000 years. The space-locking components aboard their respective ships are at least of lower grade, colored, and even include one of the highest grade, colored. Ferdinand, the heavenly holy light is equipped with the highest grade, blood god sealing heaven formation, enhanced to level 110. Then it's settled. We split up and search for the ice shovel winged dragon god. Once we find him, remember not to rush into action. Call the others immediately, and then join forces once they're all present. Yes. Yes. On the surface of Origin Star, above a permafrost zone known as the Frost Corridor, Song-Chi piloted the Tianqiu Sangqing mirror warship, slowly sailing through the depths of the void. The dark red hull was swirling with dark gray energy patterns. The Light of Judgment, the Blood Erosion Destruction Cannon, the High-Dimensional Particle Collapse Cannon, and other weapons on the bow were all semi-activated, ready to deliver a fatal blow. As he slowly piloted the warship, Song-Chi's gaze swept across the holographic star map, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Hundreds of light years away, within the gravitational field of the ice storm, a sudden surge of mythical energy appeared. Through the remote imagery captured by the replica Eye of Truth, Song-Chi saw a massive ice-blue figure at the center of the storm, its dragon wings stretching out, obscuring the sky. Golden lines flowed across the wing membranes, and with each flap, countless ice crystals condensed in the vacuum. It was the target he was looking for, the ice shovel pterosaur. Target detected, coordinates synchronized and shared. Song-Chi immediately sent a message to Jiang Yuan and the other three via the Xinhua network. However, the next second, the warship's alarm suddenly blared. Warning! High-dimensional lock detected. In the holographic projection, the pterosaur devouring the mysterious ice suddenly turned its head, its vertical pupils, as huge as small stars, gazed directly at the direction of the mirror warship in the void. Song-Chi's heart trembled. The mythical creature's perception was so sharp. The mirror warship had been hidden in the deepest part of the void, yet it had still detected an abnormality. Instantly, he focused all his attention, awaiting further developments. Almost instantly, the golden pattern on the ice shovel pterosaur's right wing illuminated with a dazzling light. A breath of frigid air, sweeping across tens of thousands of miles, carried strands of the sharp golden law, tearing through the void, freezing even space in its path. This ice shovel winged dragon god differed from the other mysterious frost winged dragon gods. Besides its natural attributes of wind and ice, it had also mastered the law of gold, a primary offensive force, making its attacks even more devastating. Though the mirror battleship activated its evasion ability in time, it was still grazed on its port side, instantly covered in a layer of dark blue ice crystals. The left side of the hull suffered 37% damage. Song-Chi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This was just a glancing blow, a direct hit. The consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, he quickly checked his teammates' positions. Jiang Yuan, the nearest one, would still be at least an hour away. I have to fight alone for now. A cold glint flashed in Song-Chi's eyes, his thoughts racing. Activate the replica clone demarcation compass and activate the spatial blockade. A breach appeared on the warship's belly, projecting a silver-white pyramid. This was a demarcation compass clone from the immortal Qin ancestral dragon. Although it only possessed a 3-color spatial blockade component, its unique characteristic made it no less effective than a 5-color one, capable of temporarily sealing off this patch of void. A silver-white light exploded, and space within a radius of several light years instantly solidified. The ice shovel winged dragon god roared in anger, discovering his spatial teleportation abilities had been temporarily suppressed. It's not over yet. Song-Chi sneered, activating another trump card. Skeleton Tomb, activate. Song-Chi's command echoed within the mirrored warship, causing the entire vessel to tremble violently. Layers of armor unfolded, and a massive golden skeleton shattered the void and emerged. This supergiant, composed entirely of high-level skeletons, towered tens of billions of kilometers tall. Dark purple soul fire pulsed from its hollow eye sockets. Most striking of all, the massive sword in its hand, shrouded in bloody murderous aura. It was the multicolored, rare item Song-Chi had previously acquired, the Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword. The ice shovel winged dragon god's pupils suddenly contracted. As a mythical creature that had survived for hundreds of thousands of years, it could clearly sense the threat emanating from both the skeleton giant and the Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword. Roar! The skeleton giant let out a silent soul-screaming cry, and the Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword slashed a crimson blade that pierced the galaxy. The ice shovel winged dragon god urgently exhaled an extremely cold dragon breath, but the instant it came into contact with the sword's light, it was split in two. The sword's momentum remained undiminished, tearing a deep wound through the ice shovel winged dragon god's left wing, revealing the bone. Golden dragon blood spilled into the void, each drop freezing vast swathes of space. Now! Song-Chi seized the moment. The enemy was wounded, and opened fire simultaneously on all the mirror battleship's guns. Countless gun barrels extended from the hull of the mirror battleship like a hedgehog. The light of judgment condensed into a pure white holy flame at the bow. The blood corrosion destruction cannon on the right emitted a dark red glow, while the high-dimensional particle collapse cannon on the left glowed with a faint purple halo. Under Song Chi's exquisite control, the three-colored energy formed a triangular attack array. Fire! The pure white holy flame struck first, leaving charred marks on the dragon's body. Dark red blood followed, corroding the mythical dragon's scales. The final dark purple beam struck directly at the wound previously inflicted by the Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword. High-dimensional annihilation particles frantically eroded the dragon's flesh. The ice-winged dragon god let out a star-shattering roar, and his wings suddenly erupted with a dazzling blue light. The entire star field instantly plunged to absolute zero. Even the particles of space ceased to vibrate. This was its ultimate survival technique. The ever-freeze divine kingdom. Countless artillery beams rained down upon the barrier of the ice rule realm. All standard secondary and main guns, including the super main guns, were blocked by the barrier of the rule realm. But the mirrored warships clearly possess more than just these types of naval guns. Star Destroyer Cannon, Galaxy Cannon, Transdimensional Orbital Cannon. Multiple beams of light ripped through the rule realm barrier and successfully struck the ice shovel pterosaur god's body. Boom, 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 amidst the violent explosions, even the mythical pterosaur's terrifying dragon-scale armor was ruthlessly torn apart, spraying a torrent of golden blood into the sky. Furious roars emanated from the ice shovel pterosaur god's ferocious mouthparts. But this wasn't over yet. Swish! At a certain moment, as the sympathetic detonation energy wave weakened, the mirror image warship suddenly transformed into a shadow, vanishing abruptly into the sky. When it reappeared, it was already near the ice shovel pterosaur god. Before the mythical pterosaur could proactively attack the mirror image warship, it transformed from warship form into a small neutron star. Terrifyingly high temperatures emanated, and a violent sizzling sound echoed from the ice shovel pterosaur god's proud eternal frozen kingdom. In an instant, the power of this mythical realm of rules was weakened by more than half. Seizing this opportunity, the mirror image warship, now transformed into a small neutron star, suddenly emitted a series of spatial ripples, and a new neutron star projection suddenly appeared to the left of the small neutron star. The two neutron stars rapidly rotated and interacted. Replica Neutron Star Core Armor, Gamma Ray Burst. Replica Neutron Star Core Armor, Double Gamma Ray Burst. 3 gamma rays, packed with immense destructive power, burst forth from the cores of 2 neutron stars, instantly impacting the ice shovel pterosaur god's body. Roar! It only had time to roar once more before a rainbow of light shone across the Black Frost pterosaur's armor, and the next second, it exploded with a bang. Boom! 3 gamma rays, like beams of punishment, exploded like dazzling flowers of death across the ice shovel pterosaur's body. The layer of rainbow-colored dragon scales, which had held out for 2 seconds, shattered. The remaining force of the rays pierced through the dragon's body, leaving 3 charred holes in its chest, each exceeding hundreds of thousands of kilometers in diameter. Roar! The ice shovel pterosaur let out a void-shattering roar of pain, and golden dragon blood gushed out like a galaxy bursting its banks. But this mythical being, having survived for over millions of years, remained unfazed. The golden pattern on its right wing suddenly detached from its body, transforming into a vast expanse of golden chains that entwined the neutron star-shaped mirrored warship. Sizzle! The moment the chains made contact with the neutron star's surface, a sharp sound, like melting metal, emanated. These chains, imbued with the laws of gold, were forcibly draining the neutron star's essential energy. Warning! The warship is experiencing an alien energy invasion. The neutron star's core armor is about to overload. Song Chi was startled, but quickly regained his composure. For at this moment, the ice shovel pterosaur's counterattack had already arrived. The Black Frost pterosaur's mouth opened wide, and a ball of laws, condensed entirely from the 3 essential laws of gold, wind, and ice, quickly took shape. Under the Black Frost pterosaur's breath, it hurtled straight towards the mirror battleship. Roaring wave of laws. He was naturally familiar with the Black Frost pterosaur's inherited offensive abilities. For a moment, Song Chi felt something was amiss. Under the relentless attack of the terrifying black ice laws emanating from the ice shovel pterosaur, the mirror battleship's outer energy shield and hull armor had already been severely damaged. Although he immediately activated the Angel King's wings and the Savage God's Guardian, he remained uncertain. Song Chi's mind raced, and he suddenly gritted his teeth, as if making a decision. At some point, a faint, multicolored light flashed across the outer surface of the Tianqiu Sangqiang mirror warship. This faint light was extremely dim, overlapping with the origin starlight shield, making it extremely difficult to detect. Before the ice shovel winged dragon god could even consider, the roaring wave of rules had already rushed towards him. Impossible. The moment the roaring wave of rules made contact with the mirror warship's outer energy shield, disbelief filled the ice shovel winged dragon god's massive eyes. The roaring wave of rules not only didn't explode as expected, but instead, it rebounded in a strange way, shooting back in the same direction it had come. The ice shovel winged dragon god subconsciously flapped his wings, attempting to dodge, but the mirror warship had already released a multicolored rope, completely binding his wings and making it impossible to move. Boom! The roaring waves of laws unleashed by the ice shovel pterosaur god's full force were undoubtedly powerful, but it wasn't the Tianqiu Sangqiang mirror warship that ultimately bore the brunt of the detonation, but rather the ice shovel pterosaur god itself. The mythical level, close-range explosion sent the already severely injured ice shovel pterosaur god into a state of profound injury. However, Song-Chi gave it no chance to breathe. A 10th-tier skeletal giant flew over, wielding the Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword through the Black Frost pterosaur's abdomen, piercing its heart. At this moment, the replica Eye of Truth immediately signaled the ice shovel pterosaur god's rapidly weakening life force. Song-Chi understood all too well what this meant. But surprisingly, Song-Chi seemed even more nervous than before. With a racing thought, a black stone was flung from the mirrored warship's hold. As the projection of the transdimensional mothership emerged above the Tianqiu Sangqiang mirrored warship, Song-Chi, who had already entered the Zhutian market, immediately activated the virtual real conversion feature of his ship's main body, the Emperor's Tomb, a projection of the virtual sea. The next second, the Tianqiu Sangqiang's main body appeared above the frost corridor of the origin star. The light of judgment, already fully charged, erupted with a bang. He had rehearsed this attack countless times in his mind, but even at this moment, he subconsciously held his breath, his heartbeat racing. Facing a mythical creature, a 10th-level senior myth, he hadn't considered killing it alone until he was locked onto it. Even though he had already completed the incubation of the skeleton tomb and possessed the mythical thug of the skeleton giant, he hadn't considered acting alone. He had always envisioned joining forces with Jiang Yuan and the others. Of course, besides the unreality of his first direct kill of a mythical creature, there was another factor that caused him to lose his composure. The tricolored blood chalice temporarily cloned by the miracle cloning chamber aboard the Tianqiu Sangqiang was actually a blood chalice enhanced to level 100. This meant that if the Tianqiu Sangqiang could truly complete this final strike, the cloned blood chalice would contain an additional portion of genuine mythical fortune blood. For an extreme hyperdimensional mothership, this represented an additional chance of success in future advancement. Even Song-Chi couldn't remain calm. Chapter 858. The moment the pure white beam pierced the universe, the ice shovel winged dragon god suddenly raised its head and let out a shrill dragon roar. The crystal clear horn on its head suddenly exploded, and countless ice blue runes condensed in the void to form a mysterious array. It was actually a forbidden secret technique activated by the burning mythic origin. Song-Chi's pupils suddenly shrank. The data flashing on the holographic screen of the Sky Intelligence brain made him shudder. Half-step 11th order spatial energy fluctuation detected. Warning! The target is summoning its own kind. Clearly, the ice shovel winged dragon god, after burning its life to briefly recover its combat power, did not choose to seek revenge on the Tianqiu Sangqiang, but instead sought help from outside. It was unknown what secret technique it had used, but even the blockade of the boundary compass was unable to completely block it, clearly not possessing the power of spatial laws. But Song-Chi didn't have time to dwell on it at this moment. With a thought, the mirrored warships flanking the Tianqiu Sangqiang main body began to move again, though only one component was now activated. Replica of the time chessboard, 12 life and death chess, swish, a rainbow of light pierced through the void, instantly plunging into the ice shovel pterosaur god's body. The next second, the ice shovel pterosaur god, whose condition had just improved from burning its life force, rapidly weakened again. You, what kind of tricks are you using? A roar emanated from the Black Frost pterosaur. Feeling the rapidly fading vitality within its own body, deep fear flashed in the ice shovel pterosaur god's eyes. If by burning its life force, it had a chance of surviving until the arrival of the other two mythical pterosaur gods of its clan, then this new change had left it in utter despair. Song-Chi didn't care. The 12 life and death chess wasn't just about resurrection, it could also annihilate designated beings. While the limitations of the 9th-tier transdimensional mothership prevented it from directly annihilating a mythical unit, it was still enough to inflict severe damage. Seizing this opportunity, Song Qi controlled the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong and attacked again. One ship, one star, triple gamma rays reappeared. This time, there were no more surprises. The already exhausted Aishan Pterosaur god was utterly annihilated on the spot. No! With intense reluctance, the 10th tier mythical pterosaur of the Xuanshuang pterosaur clan completely lost its life force. At the same time, Song Qi quickly glanced at the clone blood chalice to his side, confirming that it had indeed contained a strand of the richest luck holy blood. Only then did he retract his gaze. Without a single thought, a tractor beam shot out from the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong, aiming directly at the corpse of the Aishan pterosaur god. The corpse of a 10th tier mythical being was of immense value, and he certainly couldn't give it up. However, things weren't as smooth as he imagined. Just as the tractor beam enveloped the ice shovel pterosaur's corpse, the spatial barrier-like curtain extended by the boundary compass overhead was suddenly ripped apart. Song Qi felt his blood instantly freeze. In the Eye of Truth's display, he saw two terrifying figures no less powerful than the ice shovel pterosaur. They forcibly tore through the dimension. The spatial barrier-like curtain, already ripped in part by the ice shovel pterosaur, was no match for their razor-sharp wings, capable of shredding even ordinary mythical armor. The other two pterosaur gods of the Black Frost pterosaur clan have arrived so quickly? Song Qi's face grimaced, but he still stopped pulling the ice shovel pterosaur god's corpse and recalled the Tianxu Sangqiong to the Jutian market. However, this left only the mirror battleship on the battlefield, and it was no match for the two mythical pterosaurs. Thankfully, Song Qi remained calm and activated several more components before recalling the Tianxu Sangqiong. These included the original clone delimiting compass, a new layer of spatial blockade-like curtain, enough to buy the mirror battleship some time. There was also the time chessboard. After the time chessboard's domain was deployed, it slowed the attack frequency of the two pterosaur gods. Then, the mirror battleship itself was activated, and the replica time chessboard was also activated. The combined domains of the two time chessboards were enough to significantly delay each attack of the two pterosaur gods. However, they also possessed high-quality time artifacts, with their time resistance combined with the mythical creature's inherent resistance, making it unrealistic to expect them to cause significant disruption. In the enclosed space, waves of spatial ripples continuously echoed overhead. Each wave dimmed the brilliance of the spatial barrier curtain. In the center of the space, the hatch of the mirror battleship opened wide, but no tractor beam appeared. In front of the mirror battleship, the body of the ice shovel winged dragon god, suspended in the void, had shrunk thousands of times. While still quite large, it was at least much more convenient than before. Directly below the dragon corpse, at an angle unseen overhead, an 8th rank star sea giant ape was clutching the now ultimate quality black dimensional space stone and fully activating it. Under the influence of the 8th level sovereign's power, a remarkable suction force emanated from the dimension stone. If it were a living mythical pterosaur, the dimension stone would naturally be unable to forcibly absorb it. However, it was now a corpse, strictly speaking, a dead object. Under the dimension stone's absorption, the ice shovel pterosaur god's corpse showed faint signs of being absorbed into the dimensional space. Outside Origin Star, in the engine room of the Shinxiajioli, although Song Qi's face showed no expression, the slight frown on his brow revealed that he was not at all relaxed. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. Looking back at the battlefield inside Origin Star, not far from the miniature ice shovel pterosaur god's corpse, a massive wind blade streaked downwards from above. The next second, the Tianxu Sangqiong mirror warship, which had been on high alert, suddenly split in two, its hull completely severed along the line of the giant wind blade's impact. The mirrored warship, emitting a faint glow, suddenly dimmed completely. Looking up, he saw that the second barrier had been completely ripped apart, and two 10th tier pterosaur gods had already rushed into the relatively small enclosed space. Song Qi's pupils shrank to the size of a pinpoint. Through the remote observation of the Eye of Truth, he clearly saw the pterosaur god, its body shrouded in azure aura, flick its right wing, and a second wind blade took shape. Dark azure lines danced on the surface of this wind blade, leaving long-lasting black cracks in the air wherever it passed. Tian Gang Sun Fengjian. Song Qi's Adam's apple rolled. This was one of the most terrifying offensive abilities inherited from the Xianshuang pterosaur clan, said to have once slain an 11th tier mythical dragon with a single strike. Clearly, the force that had just struck the mirrored warship was most likely the same Tian Gang Sun Fengjian, and the other pterosaur god was about to strike. Without giving him time to think, the mirror battleship had just been revived thanks to the 12 life and death chest replicating the time chessboard when a second massive wind blade shot down from the sky. This time, Even though he urgently activated the replica Savage God's Guardian component, he still couldn't escape being split in two. Emperor Jihung, Song Chi's main body quickly asked, seeing that only 8/12 of the 12 life and death chest properties had been reduced to nothing in a short time. Whether the mirror battleship sank or not didn't concern him. Song Chi was concerned about the body of the Ice Shovel Pterosaur god. It represented more than just a drop of mythical blood. The mythical pterosaur's keel could also serve as raw material for future skeleton giant repairs, and even the removed dragon meat was an extremely precious ingredient. Not only could it aid the breakthrough of 8th and 9th level dominant creatures, it also greatly facilitated the cultivation of high-level channeling techniques. As expected, he received a response quickly. However, the message didn't come from the Shinxiajioli, but from the battlefield itself. Replica of the Haotian Annihilation God Slaying Cannon, Haotian Strike. Following the two 10th tier pterosaur gods, another dark figure rushed into the sealed space. Before Song Chi could see who it was, a blazing beam of light shot down, striking directly at the left wing of one of the pterosaur gods. The blazing white beam, like a sword of heavenly retribution, precisely struck the base of the Cyan pterosaur god's left wing. The dragon wing, powerful enough to cut through stars, disintegrated piece by piece in the beam, and the mythical creature's pure golden blood solidified into dazzling ice crystals in the vacuum. Roar! The Cyan pterosaur god roared in pain, swerving to look at the source of the attack. A pitch-black, shuttle-shaped warship had suddenly burst onto the battlefield, its formidable cannon at its bow slowly retracting. Emperor Jihung. Song Chi's eyes gleamed. The arrival was none other than Jiang Yuan's clone of the Shinxiajioli warship. Its Haotian Annihilation God-Slaying Cannon, a 7-color level immortal God-Slaying Cannon, possessed a burst of power even greater than Song Chi's Light of Judgment. However, shortly after the Cyan pterosaur god was wounded, another silver-white pterosaur god suddenly unleashed a deafening roar. The 3 diamond-shaped crystals on its black ice armor illuminated simultaneously, condensing into an ice throne with a diameter of tens of billions of kilometers in the void. Oh no! It's the Black Frost Throne. Jiang Yuan's warning echoed through the main control room of the Shinxiajioli. Song Boy, retreat. Song Chi's mind raced, instinctively trying to activate the Beyond the 3 Realms, not within the 5 elements feature of the replica 3 Realms 5 elements certificate. But the next second, the mirror battleship accelerated closer, finally hovering majestically above the body of the Ice Shovel Winged Dragon God. This wasn't the end yet. The replica Rui Suishin pot activated, and the mirror battleship's hull began to expand rapidly. 300 million kilometers. 500 million kilometers. In a blink of an eye, the mirror battleship's hull expanded to over 2 billion kilometers in length. The rapidly expanding hull perfectly concealed the shrunken Ice Shovel Winged Dragon God. Looking at the monitoring data transmitted back by the Eye of Truth, the Ice Crystal Throne overhead was emitting an energy field exceeding the 10th order, instantly dropping the temperature within the entire sealed space below absolute zero. The mirror battleship's newly repaired armor surface instantly cracked, and even the temporal domain unfolding on the replica time chessboard began to freeze. Hurry! Song Chi shouted inwardly, his voice transmitted through his mind. The 8th rank Star Sea Giant Ape's body was seething with blood and energy, the 8th rank domination power within him boiling to its fullest. Spurred by this domination power, nearly reaching the 9th rank, the absorbing force emanating from the dimensional stone intensified. Replicating the last blessing. Replicating the metal of resurrection. The hull of the mirrored warship was repeatedly eroded by the terrifying mysterious ice energy and mysterious ice rules, and then repeatedly repaired. Over and over again, Song Chi desperately tried to buy time for the Star Sea Giant Ape. However, the mysterious frost throne above the sky wasn't targeting the more threatening Shinxiajioli, but was suppressing it all the way down. Time was running out for him. Just when Song Chi thought he was going to return empty-handed, a sudden change occurred in the void on both sides. 3 familiar Xinhua warships emerged from the depths of the void. Xian Wangqiu, 33rd Heavenly Fire Control Station. Xianxin Zulong, Light of Order. Heavenly Holy Light Sanction. Clearly understanding Song Chi's intentions, Jihung and the other 2 chose to attack not the 2 10th tier pterosaur gods, but the rapidly suppressing Xuanchuang throne. 3 brilliant beams of light simultaneously pierced the void, interweaving to form a triangular barrier beneath the ice crystal throne. Crimson, golden, and pure white energies intertwined, temporarily resisting the terrifying encroachment of the Xianbing rule. Tan Lang, continue. Ing Yi's fierce shout echoed across the communication channel. He was not currently in the Shinxiajioli's cabin, but had traveled with Pei Dinan to the Xian Wangqiu, along with millions of mid and high-ranking captains. This was a deliberate attempt to split the civilization's elite. After all, if all were placed in the Shinxiajiuli's fold, a mishap would wipe out the Xinhua civilization's peak combat power. Song Qi's eyes gleamed brightly. After the combined attack, the immortal Qin ancestral dragon warship clone suddenly disintegrated, transforming into 12 streams of light that vanished into the void. Each stream of light carried a bronze talisman, and in an instant, a profound formation was formed around the ice crystal throne. The 12 heavenly gods and demons formation. This was the immortal Qin divine dynasty's ultimate weapon. The 12 rule talismans were a set of rare artifacts recovered from ancient ruins. Although each use permanently depleted some of their power, it could still unleash the power of a conventional mythical seal. Moreover, this was merely a warship clone, so there were no such concerns. The 4 great divine dynasties of Xinhua each possessed their own mythical level methods, such as the diagram of the gods of the Holy Temple Federation and the 3 corpses shrine of the divine Xia dynasty. These 12 heavenly gods and demons talismans were the mythical methods of the immortal Qin divine dynasty. The moment the formation took shape, the flow of time across the entire star field suddenly became disrupted. The ice crystal throne's downward momentum suddenly stalled, and even the law-based power wrapped around the silver-white pterosaur god's body began to stagnate noticeably. Now! Song Qi's telepathic message had barely escaped him when the starseed giant ape suddenly erupted in blood. He ignored it, frantically pouring all of his dominant power into the dimensional space stone. The black crystal surface was covered in cracks, yet it erupted with unprecedented suction. Swish! Finally, at the last moment, the ice crystal pterosaur god's corpse was completely drawn into the dimensional space. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. Retreat! His command was concise and powerful. Without hesitation, several Xinhua warships simultaneously turned their hulls, and spatial ripples appeared above their hulls, signaling the activation of their evasion components. Chapter 859. Perhaps due to the decisiveness of Song Qi and his 4 companions, or perhaps due to the voluntary consent of the 2 pterosaur gods, the evacuation went very smoothly. After the 5 mirror warships evacuated the battlefield, they quickly vanished from the 2 pterosaur gods' perception. Roar! Why did you let them leave? The silver-white pterosaur god's face was grim, and murderous intent lingered for a long time. Just now, he had clearly been able to stop 2 of the warships, but the cyan pterosaur god had telepathically stopped him. He could only glare at the departure of the 5 Xinhua warships. The cyan pterosaur god glanced at them indifferently, explaining briefly, "So what if we stop them? They also possess 2 mythical warriors, and we're the ones at a disadvantage. And don't forget, they're just warship clones. If it had been just the Shinxiajiuli, it wouldn't have had any concerns. But since the Xian Wangqiyu also appeared, the situation had already reversed. If it hadn't understood that continuing would inevitably attract the attention of other mythical creatures, the Xinhua civilization might even hunt them down. Had it achieved the mythical rank, the silver-white pterosaur god was naturally not clueless. After its anger subsided slightly, it quickly reacted. Then it said coldly, "Since we can't do anything to them on this origin star, why not take good care of the human emperor city later?" With that, the murderous intent in its eyes, which had just faded, resurfaced. While the Xuanxuang pterosaur clan wasn't considered a top force on the Chaos Divine Continent, with their 11th level mythical combat power, they still held a significant advantage against the human emperor city. However, this proposal still did not gain the favor of the blue pterosaur god. With a top-tier chaos city at their backs and 2 mythical warriors at their command, Yanzhou may not easily gain an advantage. Furthermore, they have the wizard civilization, a comprehensive ally no less powerful than ours. Beyond Origin Star, in the exit area occupied by the 5 tribes of Xinhua, wizards, and emperor barbarians, there's a highly encrypted group chat about the original Xinhua source. Over a dozen transcendent factions, totaling nearly 20 12th level transcendents, have gathered outside of Origin Star. In this situation, even the magnetic wave encryption channel jointly constructed by the Shinxiajiuli and Xian Wangqiyu can hardly be guaranteed to maintain absolute secrecy. Only the highest Xinhua group chat, centered around the Chaos artifact, the original Xinhua source, can reassure Song Qi and the others. The group chat was completely silent, but everyone knew that silence was more powerful than words. Jiang Yuan, Jihung, Pei Dinan, and Yingyi all stared at Song Qi, unable to conceal the utter astonishment in their eyes. If the previous agreement to grant Song Qi the 5th supreme authority over the original Xinhua source seed was primarily based on his immense contributions to civilization in the areas of the high-dimensional sea and the time chessboard, then the acknowledgement of the Dragon Ridge Song clan's establishment of the Fifth Xinhua Empire was undoubtedly due to the immense strategic value of the Shutian market, a transstellar trading platform. Whichever of these was agreed upon, it was clearly based on Song Qi's personal contributions, unrelated to anything else. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Yuan and the other three recognized only Song Qi's contributions, to them, and to the entire Xinhua civilization. As for individual strength, while they knew Song Qi's ship was highly equipped and capable, they had never imagined that the Tianxu Sanqiong could rival any of them, until today, when they witnessed the corpse of the Ice Shovel Winged Dragon God. Ying Yi and Pei Dinan were particularly shocked. They asked themselves honestly, if their own ships had truly been tasked with fighting the Ice Shovel Winged Dragon God alone, they would never have made it this far. Thinking of this, though they didn't say it out loud, they both gritted their teeth and put their previously unhurried breakthrough plan back on track. It wasn't that they were jealous of Song Qi, but as the first founder of a civilization, they found it difficult to accept that a descendant, 300,000 years their junior, could so easily surpass them. Remember, the key is to surpass, not to catch up. After today's battle, the Tianxu Sanqiong's combat power had undoubtedly surpassed both the Xianqin Zulong and the Heavenly Holy Light in every way. Only by upgrading to a mythical immortal ship as soon as possible could this be reversed. Even though both men knew that Song Qi's ship, the Tianxu Sanqiong, would soon reach rank 10, the only thing they could strive for right now was at least becoming a mythical immortal captain before Song Qi, wasn't it? The silence in the group chat lasted for a full 3 minutes until Song Qi took the initiative to break it. Emperor Jiang, Emperor Ji. The Ice Shovel Winged Dragon God's body has been safely delivered to the Shutian market. Song Qi's voice rang out steadily through the Xinhua's spiritual connection. Preliminary tests show that the mythical source blood within its body is intact, and the quality of its dragon bones exceeds expectations. Furthermore, the 7-colored fire artifact has been confirmed to be in its possession. He paused at this point, the implication becoming clear. Although he had killed the Ice Shovel Winged Dragon God alone, without the subsequent assistance of Jiang Yuan and the other four, the body would likely be lost. Therefore, the distribution of these spoils naturally required some discussion. Jiang Yuan's eyes shone with admiration, a flicker of approval in the eyes of the founder of the Xinxia dynasty. Song Qi, your performance in this battle was absolutely flawless, giving us a huge surprise. Even on the other side, Jihung nodded as well. The projection of the Xian Wang Qiyu flickered faintly in the group chat. It's truly unexpected. The Bingxiao Pterosaur God ranks second in combat power among the 3 mythical beings of the Xuanshuang Pterosaur clan. You were able to kill him independently. This feat is worthy of being recorded in the annals of civilization. Song Qi, however, did not let the praise make him complacent. His voice remained calm. If it weren't for the timely support of the 4 Your Majesties, I wouldn't have even had the chance to collect the corpse. The power of the Black Frost Throne is already approaching the 11th level. Jihung waved off Song Qi's modesty, saying, "Don't be so modest. Single-handedly killing a 10th level senior myth is a remarkable feat. As for the distribution of the spoils, the 4 of us are merely the icing on the cake. You may choose to first." Song Qi didn't refuse. After all, these items were extremely important to him. 7-colored fire seed rare item, 9 nether golden lotus fire. 7-colored rare item, infinite delusion breaking disc. 5-colored rare item, black frost pterosaur feather. Mythical black frost pterosaur blood. 18 mythical souls. Mythical dragon flesh and blood. Mythical dragon skeleton. 3-colored rare item, wind-flowing feather belt. Looking at the dozens of options that had been discussed and listed before him, Song Qi pondered for a few seconds. To be honest, he wanted many of them. Not to mention the 9 nether golden lotus fire, which is a colorful upgraded fire source, and the mythical blood of the Ice Shovel Pterosaur God. The Wujipawan plate is also a first-class mythical wonder. It can be transformed into a colorful sky patrol radar. It was because of it that the mirror battleship hidden in the depths of the void was directly locked by the Ice Shovel Pterosaur God. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose the 9 nether golden lotus fire and the mythical black frost winged dragon blood. The former would elevate his flame seed to 7 colors, while the latter would provide additional resources for the Tianxu Sanqiong's subsequent assault on the mythical immortal ship. While the Wujipawan disc was valuable, there was no immediate need for it. The Eye of Truth was sufficient for now, but what about after the Tianxu Sanqiong breached the mythical immortal ship? By then, he believed obtaining a 7-color radar would be a breeze. After him, Jiang Yuan, Jihung, Pei Dinan, and Ying each obtained the Wujipawan disc, the Black Frost Winged Dragon Feather, the Mythical Soul, and the flowing wind feather belt, respectively. In the second round, Song Chi took the Black Frost Pterosaur's dragon bones, Black Frost Pterosaur's flesh and blood. After the distribution, Jiang Yuan suddenly spoke. Everyone, I don't think the Black Frost Pterosaurs will give up easily. We must prepare for war. Jihung nodded in agreement. Jiang Yuan is right. After suffering such a heavy loss this time, they will likely put pressure on us on the Chaos Divine Continent. Song Chi interjected. Based on the energy fluctuations of the Ice Shovel Pterosaur god before his death, it did successfully send out a distress signal. I suspect that not only the blue-winged and white-winged dragon gods, but also Yen Zhu of the Black Frost Pterosaurs may have learned of this. The mention of Yen Zhu, heightened the atmosphere in the group chat. He was the only 11th level being of the Black Frost Pterosaurs, a renowned powerhouse even in the Chaos Divine Continent. 11th level mythology, that's a completely different level of life. In the long history of the Chaos Divine Continent, there are only a handful of beings who can break through to this realm. As for the heavens and myriad worlds, the number is even smaller. Each of them is an unparalleled strongman who can suppress a peak tribe or a hegemonic civilization alone. Song Chi is right, Jiang Yuan said in a deep, powerful voice. Ancestor Yen is likely aware of this. We must prepare for the worst. He glanced around at the crowd, his figure suddenly becoming more solid. We must immediately send a message to Human Imperial City to activate Level 1 defense. All major fleets must be fully prepared for battle. After Song Chi and the others agreed to all the proposals, the orders began to be rapidly transmitted to all parts of the civilization via the original Xinhua seeds. Through the enslaved creatures remaining in Human Imperial City and the Xinhua ancestral domain, Song Chi could sense that the entire Xinhua civilization was like a sophisticated war machine, rapidly operating under Jiang Yuan's command. But that wasn't the end of it. Jiang Yuan quickly added another point. Also, even with the presence of the Mel Rule Wizard, there's a chance the enemy might attack the vortex passageway we currently occupy. Before doing so, I believe it's important to inform the wizard civilization and other parties of this news. This way, if an attack does occur, the combined forces won't be thrown into disarray. As the Xinhua civilization prepared vigorously, poised for battle, somewhere within the origin star, several massive, sky-shattering shadows continuously collided and engaged each other. With each clash, intense fluctuations of law energy emerged from the low skies above the surface of origin star. And within these sky-shattering shadows, a remarkable artifact floated, a strategic grade, 7-colored artifact. In the eyes of any civilization or race, the value of a strategic grade artifact is irreplaceable, let alone a 7-colored strategic grade artifact. To a certain extent, the value of such artifacts is closest to that of chaos artifacts. 6 figures, obscuring the sky and the sun, stomped across the void, engaged in a desperate struggle. 3 chaos demonic apes, shrouded in bloody murderous aura, their hair standing erect like steel needles. They wielded massive clubs forged from the cores of stars, and each blow sent a wail of unbearable weight through the space. The leading demonic ape, eyes bloodshot, roared heavenward, "Scum of the abyss! Today, the ape god will tear you to pieces." Across from them, 2 mythical abyssal demons hovered in a swirling purple-black demonic cloud. They bore 6 pairs of rotting bat wings, curved demonic horns atop their heads, and their bodies continuously dripped with slime that corroded the void. On the other side, a mythical abyssal fire demon burned with an eternal netherworld fire. With a sinister grin, it brandished its flaming whip. "Foolish monkeys, your flesh and blood will be the abyss's finest sacrifice." The shockwaves from the clash between the two sides continue to spread, reducing the land hundreds of light years in radius to scorched earth. The demon ape's massive club collided with the demon god's sharp claws, unleashing a storm of energy that shattered the clouds. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light descended from the sky, illuminating the battlefield like daylight. The 6 powerful mythical creatures involuntarily paused, their movements warily directed toward the source. 3 figures slowly emerged from the golden light. A patriarchal Buddha of the Shakti clan sat cross-legged on a golden lotus pedestal, a 7-fold aura of merit hovering behind his head. On either side stood a mythical half-dragon guardian, each with a dragon head and a human body, clad in golden armor, and holding a demon-subduing pestle. "Amitabha!" the ancestral Buddha chanted, his voice resounding like a mighty bell, resounding through the heavens and earth. "Donors, why don't you lay down your butcher knives?" The abyssal flame demon sneered. "Stop pretending to be merciful, you bald Buddhist ass." The dark fire around him suddenly surged. "Either get out, or die here together." Surprisingly, the ancestral Buddha didn't attempt to mediate between the two as he normally would. Instead, he suddenly turned to the Chaos Demon Ape, a cold glint in his eyes. Since the donor is stubborn. Before he finished his words, two half-dragon guardians leaped forward, their demon-subduing pestles radiating a dazzling Buddha light, and with fierce murderous intent, they aimed for the head of the nearest demon ape. The Sher clan. You. The leading demon ape, shaken and furious, hastily raised its staff to block. However, how could the abyss demon god miss this opportunity? The two demon gods attacked simultaneously, their purple-black demonic energy and golden Buddha light strangely blending to form a net that enveloped the three demon apes. The tide of battle suddenly turned. Despicable. A demon ape roared, its left arm shattered by the half-dragon guardian's pestle. The golden Buddha light gnawed at the wound, like a thorn in its flesh. Even more terrifying, the abyss demon god's corrosive aura was eroding his internal organs through the Buddha's light. The ancestral Buddha remained seated on the lotus pedestal, his hands continuously forming seals. With each seal, a golden chain materialized, wrapping itself around the limbs of the three ape gods. These chains, inscribed with Sanskrit script, were capable of suppressing the Chaos Demon Ape's vaunted physical strength. Ah! A demon ape screamed agonizingly, as its chest was pierced by the Abyss Flame Devil's flaming whip, its infernal flames consuming its life force from within. On the brink of death, a look of determination flashed in the demon ape's eyes. Let's die together. Boom! A light comparable to a supernova explosion swept across the battlefield. The demon ape chose to self-destruct. The terrifying shockwave leveled everything within 1,000 light years, leaving a permanent crack in even space. When the light faded, only a vast crater remained in the center of the battlefield. The Abyss Demon God and the powerful Sher clan warriors were severely wounded, but even worse off were the two remaining demon apes. One was completely destroyed, the other had lost half its body, clinging to life only by its tenacious vitality. Let's go. We must, warned the ancestor. The severely injured demon ape crushed a spatial talisman and fled into the void before the Sher clan warriors' second wave of attacks arrived. The ancestral Buddha did not pursue them, but turned to the two abyss demon gods with a strange smile on his face. Happy cooperation. The abyss flame demon wiped the demonic blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a sinister smile, "Old bald ass, you Sher clan are even more ruthless than us demon clan." At the same time, the entire origin star suddenly shook violently. A terrifying pressure that made all living beings tremble descended from the sky, as if a dormant ancient beast had been awakened. Sher clan. Abyss demon clan. You are courting death. The roar pierced through layers of space and exploded above the battlefield. That was the roar of a 12th level Chaos Demon Ape. Having sensed the tragic deaths of its kin, it now raged furiously beyond the origin star. In the void beyond the origin star, the transcendents, previously confronting each other, suddenly changed color. The true form of the trillion-kilometer-tall Chaos Demon Ape appeared, its fur bristling and its eyes blazing with a blood-red glow. It slammed its fist into the star region where the Abyss Demons resided, shattering stars along its path. However, despite the strength of this 12th level Transcendent Demon Ape, how could the Abyss Demons, with 3 Transcendents deployed, fear it? The 3 Transcendent Demons simultaneously attacked, their demonic energy transforming into a sky-covering barrier. The aftermath of the collision swept across the chaos sky, causing even the protective barrier of the origin star to shake violently. The collision between Transcendents would significantly impact even mythical stars. Chapter 860. The chaotic void beyond origin star trembled under the fury of the 12th tier Chaos Demon Ape. With every punch, the terrifying figure, standing trillions of kilometers tall, seemed to tear the entire star field apart. The demonic barrier constructed by the 3 Transcendents of the Abyss Demon Clan cracked continuously, only to be repaired in an instant. Shaka! The Chaos Demon Ape's roar pierced the chaotic sky, resounding across the entire origin divine continent. How dare you collude with the Abyss to plot against my clan? Golden Buddha light blossomed in the void, and an equally majestic Buddha, the ancestor of the Sha clan, manifested. It sat cross-legged on a 12-tiered golden lotus, its 7-fold aura of merit slowly rotating behind its head. Its expression remained calm as it spoke. Life and death on Origin Star are determined by fate. Everything is predestined. Ancestor Yin, you are obsessed. These words served as a fuse, and the previously opposing transcendent forces suddenly erupted in a commotion. While the shattered Star Sea Buddhist civilization is not formidable, its strongest member is only at the 11th level. Since this Buddha Shakyamuni dared to challenge a transcendent being, he must have someone behind him. Many factions could see this and speculated that a war involving transcendent beings was inevitable. Such an outcome naturally caused a great deal of uproar. This was true for all transcendent forces. So what about the others? In the area where the four-clan alliance was located, the heaven-destroying divine machine and the red-maned lion divine machine of the Genesis mechanical civilization suddenly disintegrated, transforming into a torrent of billions of nano-machines that retreated. These cold, silicon-based life forms were the most adept at assessing the situation. As for the earlier agreement between the four clans regarding mutual advancement and retreat, it had long been forgotten. Over at the Xinhua civilization, Song Qi, through the monitoring system of the Tianqiu Sangqiong, clearly observed every detail of this astonishing battle. The mighty power of those transcendence-shattering stars with a single wave of their hands, even though he had witnessed it once before outside the transcendent city, still made his pupils narrow and his heart tremble. The power of the 12th level. At some point, Jiang Yuan's projection suddenly solidified in the Xinhua group chat, prepared to summon the projection of the Great Zhou-Tian star array. If these transcendents truly clash, the aftermath could reach us at any moment. As his words fell, rich, colorful lights appeared on the hulls of two mythical immortal warships. At the same time, in the Chaos Divine Continent and the Sky Ape Star Realm, Human Emperor City. The towering Xinhua Human Emperor City towered over the vast land. Suddenly, a violent tremor rippled through the city, and boundless stellar power gathered above it. 12 bronze pillars, engraved with ancient star maps, emerged from the ground, ultimately forming a great Zhou-Tian star array above Human Emperor City. The great array of the origin of the heavenly stars originated from a seven-colored artifact. If it were located in the Xinhua ancestral domain, it would naturally be difficult to project onto the primal chaos divine land. However, the two mythical immortal warships that summoned the projection were already located in the origin divine land, so they were naturally not greatly affected. As the great array of stars above Human Emperor City gradually took shape, its projection power also took effect. Outside Origin Star, where the four-clan alliance resided, 24 neatly arranged star pillars hovered above the Xinxiajiuli and Xianwangqiyu, their boundless stellar power completely enveloping the two mythical immortal warships. Not only the Xinhua civilization and the Genesis mechanical civilization, but also the Wizard civilization, the Emperor barbarian civilization, and others immediately responded. Shortly after these measures were completed, the earth-shaking sound of energy collisions began to echo in the distant sky. Countless beings felt a chill in their hearts at this moment, all knowing that the transcendental war had begun. Inside the Xinxiajiuli, and inside the Tianqiu Sangqiong, which had shrunk tens of thousands of times in size, Song Qi curled his lips. Just now, the battlefield surveillance footage transmitted by the Eye of Truth was interrupted. Compared to the 11th and 12th level attacks frequently unleashed between transcendents, the high-level, color-coded Eye of Truth was ultimately insufficient. Thankfully, Jiang Yuan quickly uploaded the real-time combat footage he had captured to the group chat. Compared to the Tianqiu Sangqiong, the Xinxiajiuli not only had a 10th level hull, but also carried a 7-color air patrol radar, enhanced to level 120. There was still a significant difference between the two. After a brief moment of reflection, Song Qi's attention was drawn to the real-time video feed. As expected, the footage showed the transcendental war. Although there were occasional pauses and blurs, the identities of both sides were clearly discernible. In the chaotic void beyond the origin star, the trillion-kilometer-wide true form of the 12th-rank Chaos Demon Ape Yanzu roiled the galaxy. With every punch it struck, a trail of spatial rifts followed. The demonic barrier constructed by the three abyss transcendents continuously crumbled and reformed, and each of the 10,000-headed demonic snakes spewed poisonous mist that corroded the void. The six-armed red flame demon god, wielding 6 demonic weapons, slashed with dimensional-tearing blades. The ethereal demonic shadow transformed into an invisible curse, constantly corroding Yanzu's soul. Abyssal maggots? Yanzu roared, his body brimming with chaotic murderous energy. You think you can kill me? He suddenly pounded his chest, unleashing a war drumbeat that shook the heavens. The Chaos Demon Ape's forbidden secret technique, Blood of Berserker, was activated, instantly increasing its combat power threefold. Simultaneously, the Demon Ape's true form also activated. With a single punch, the six-armed demon god's 4 arms exploded, spilling demonic blood across the starry sky. But the Abyss demons were prepared. The ethereal demonic shadows suddenly materialized, transforming into countless chains that entangled Yanzu's limbs. The 10,000-headed demonic snake seized the opportunity to unleash its original abyss poison, a forbidden substance that could corrode even transcendence. Yanzu's hair began to fall out in large sections, revealing festering skin. But this veteran transcendent, driven to ferocity, seized the 10,000-headed demonic snake's main head and tore it off. "Let's die together." The 10,000-headed demonic snake's remaining heads screamed simultaneously, detonating the ripped main head. The terrifying explosion reduced the center of the battle to nothingness, temporarily obliterating even the concept of time and space. When the turbulent energy subsided, the spectators saw that Yen Zhu was covered in wounds, his left arm severed at the shoulder. The three Abyss Transcendents were equally miserable. The 10,000-headed demonic serpent was reduced to 3 heads, the 6-armed demon god had become an armless demon, and the ethereal demonic shadow had faded to a near-translucent state. This scene left all beings perplexed. The Abyss demons were renowned for their combat prowess, mastering the laws and rules of chaos. They shouldn't have been so utterly lacking in a 3-on-1 situation. Both sides were about to continue their attacks. Yen Zhu's massive axe, gleaming with the color of chaos, had already been summoned, and the terrifying awe of this chaos artifact radiated at top speed. Enough. A commanding voice suddenly echoed through the void, halting the subsequent movements of both sides. A towering, snow-white figure descended. It was a transcendent from the Ice Demon clan, another transcendent faction within the Chaos Divine Continent. Immediately afterwards, 7 native Chaos Divine Continent transcendents, including the father of the Sand Sea of the Sand Spirit clan, and the ancestor of Burning Flames of the Burning Sky clan, appeared one after another. These transcendents from the Chaos Divine Continent could not sit idly by and watch the Abyss Demon slaughter beings of their own rank in their own territory. After all, the Chaos Divine Continent's supremacy, its dominance over all the heavens and myriad realms, could not rely solely on its own semi-higher dimensional status. It also needed these native transcendents, capable of suppressing all, as the ultimate deterrent. Hee, what a way to use force to overpower. After a sarcastic sneer, the 3 transcendent demon gods of the Abyss had no choice but to cease their attacks, allowing the severely injured Yen Zhu to escape. However, as Yen Zhu dragged his broken body back to his ancestral land on the star path, something unexpected happened. A gray sword light slashed out from the void, piercing his heart with pinpoint accuracy. The sword light contained strange rules that even the transcendents could not comprehend, and it instantly destroyed Yen Zhu's entire life force. "You are Gao." Yen Zhu's pupils constricted sharply, as if he had recognized the attacker. But before he could finish his words, his trillion-kilometer-wide body began to disintegrate piece by piece. The entire Chaos Divine Continent suddenly trembled violently, and countless planes of the universe simultaneously rained blood. A mournful wail echoed from the starry sky, the sea of stars weeping for the fall of a 12th-level transcendent. All the transcendents looked in shock at the direction of the sword light, only to see a dissipating gray mist. The mysterious being, having struck its target, immediately fled, leaving no trace behind. Who is it? The transcendents of the Abyss Demon clan were shocked and furious. The target they had paid a huge price to kill but failed to do so was actually taken advantage of by someone else. The key point was that this would likely arouse the suspicion of other Chaos Divine Continent's transcendent forces, and they would put the blame on the Abyss. At this moment, a chill ran down the entire spectator's spine. That was a transcendent, the most powerful being in the universe. How could he have fallen so easily? To be able to kill a 12th order being so cleanly and efficiently, even one already severely injured, was clearly beyond the reach of ordinary transcendents. In the Xinhua group chat, the following message rang out: "Things are about to change." Jiang Yuan's voice echoed in the chat, its tone tinged with unmistakable solemnity. The fall of a 12th order transcendent meant the unwavering balance of power in the Chaos Divine Continent was about to be shattered. The motives of the mysterious killer lurking in the shadows, and the various schemes he was plotting, were unknown. But one thing was certain. More than 10,000 years from now, the affairs of the Batian ruins would undoubtedly face even greater uncertainty. Originally, the Chaos Demon Ape clan suppressed them. Although there were numerous peak clans and dominant civilizations in the galaxy, at least everything was contained within the Sky Ape Star realm. Now that Yen Zhu has fallen, the Chaos Demon Ape clan has fallen from the realm of transcendent power. Although they still have several 11th-level Chaos Demon Apes within their clan, they are absolutely no match for the prying eyes of other star realms. It is foreseeable that after today, the entire Celestial Ape Star realm will become the focus of the entire Chaos Divine Continent, and even the mythical forces of the myriad heavens and myriad realms will likely want to intervene. The Celestial Ape Star realm is about to plunge into its most chaotic period in history. Having reached this conclusion, the 5 people in the group chat exchanged glances, their eyes filled with worry and anxiety. Human Emperor City is located within the celestial 8-star realm. To make matters worse, it's not just Xinhua Human Emperor City. Several chaos cities under the wizard civilization are also located within the celestial 8-star realm. This meant it would be difficult for the other side to provide them with much support, as they were also under immense pressure. We must immediately reinforce the defenses of Human Emperor City. Pei Dinen's voice echoed through the group chat, his voice undeniable. Notify the remaining fleet to immediately mobilize all stored star crystals, including Eternal Stone bricks, Chaos Stone, and other top-tier resources, to reinforce the city walls. If possible, raise Human Emperor City's defenses to the highest level possible. Not to mention raising it to Tier 11, but at least half a step to Tier 11. Song Qi's fingertips slid rapidly across the virtual console, bringing up Human Emperor City's energy reserve data. We have 7.8 million star crystals remaining, and over 100,000 Eternal Stone bricks. Hundreds of billions of units, even more Chaos Stone. The origin star will remain for about 2,000 years. During this time, the various factions shouldn't make many moves, so we should have enough time. Jiang Yuan, these are secondary considerations. The key lies in our own strength. Jihung and I alone aren't enough. Pei Dinen, Song Qi, if any of you three are confident, please retreat as soon as possible. We must possess at least 3 mythical immortal ships, coupled with the 3 corpse shrines. By then, with Human Emperor City at our backs, we can withstand even a direct attack from a 12th level transcendent for a while. Hearing this, Jihung nodded. Indeed, 3 mythical immortal ships are a guarantee. Only in this way can we maintain a certain degree of autonomy. As he spoke, he and Jiang Yuan's gazes simultaneously swept over Song Qi and the other two, and he added, since this once-in-a-million-year opportunity on the origin star still has over 2,000 years to go, we must make a decision quickly and retreat as soon as possible. Song Qi and the other two exchanged glances. They understood what Jiang Yuan and the other two were saying, and they were also aware of the urgency of the situation. They quickly reached a decision. Yi and Pei Dinen said almost simultaneously, Tan Lang is too young. Let me take over. They had no ulterior motives. They simply worried that Song Qi, not even 20,000 years old, might not have accumulated enough experience. Song Qi did not object. He had indeed recently begun preparations for the Tianshu Sanxiong to attack the Myth Immortal ship, and had gathered a considerable amount of resources, but according to his plan, it was still far from enough. By comparison, Yi and Pei Dinen had both lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and had the entire Xinhua Empire at their backs. The resources they had gathered, and the preparations they had made were far beyond his reach. A brief lull fell in the group chat. After a moment, Jiang Yuan spoke, in that case, Yi Pei Dinen, the two of you should go together. With 2-time chessboard components, there's no need to worry about the cost of trial and error. And with your preparations, even if one of you fails to advance, there's always the other. It won't be that bad. Jiang Yuan didn't finish his words, but everyone understood his meaning and no one objected. There was one final issue. Impacting the mythical immortal ship requires the energy tidal support of a 10th level star continent to maximize the chance of advancement. The energy tidal support generated by a single star continent is naturally sufficient to support one transdimensional mothership impacting a mythical immortal ship, but it might not be sufficient for 2. In other words, they face 2 choices. Dedicate all their energy to supporting a single 9th level floating continent to impact the star continent, or support 2 simultaneously. Chapter 861. Given the Xinhua civilization's current territorial reach across 3 galaxies, it's not impossible to simultaneously support the birth of 2 star continents. However, this would inevitably require a massive mobilization of manpower and resources, especially high-ranking Xinhua captains. Consequently, at least 1/3 of the tens of thousands of Star Destroyer captains currently exploring the origin star would have to be reassigned. For the Xinhua civilization, which can continuously explore the origin star using warship clones, this would undoubtedly significantly reduce its efficiency in acquiring various treasures. However, the Xinhua civilization is currently in a critical moment of accumulating cultural heritage. If they miss this once-in-a-million-year opportunity for the origin star to fall, they have little chance of another opportunity once the Tianyuan star realm descends into complete chaos. Let's focus on supporting the Holy Temple continent. The silence in the group chat was broken by none other than Pei Dinen, the Lord of the Holy Temple Federation. Under these circumstances, even Jiang Yuan and Jihung, 2 legendary immortal captains, would find it difficult to make a direct decision for Yi and the others. To achieve mythical status, frankly speaking, is a matter of vital importance to one's transcendental path. The final decision must be made by the two parties involved. Otherwise, if they fail to advance in the future, they might even become enemies. After Pei Dinan finished speaking, he turned directly to Ying Yi without looking at Jiang Yuan and Jihung. With all the preparations currently underway on the heavenly holy light, and all the luck I possess, the success rate of advancement will be no less than 40%. Combined with the 2-time rewind features, the theoretical success rate will be no less than 80%. Failure shouldn't be a possibility. However, even with this being said, there are no guarantees. If the advancement fails, it will ultimately be the immortal Qin ancestral dragon that will bear the brunt of the consequences. Therefore, while Ying Yi didn't show any expression on the surface, his silent silence itself betrayed his inner reluctance. Pei Dinan had considered this in advance and continued, "Of course, I've already prepared enough time source crystals to immediately restore the cooling time of the 2-time chessboard components after use." Hearing this, Ying Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. Although the Xian Qin Zulong's upgrade success rate would still be reduced somewhat due to missing the strongest time point of the floating land origin tide, it wouldn't be significantly reduced, and was still within his acceptable range. And the 2 restored time chessboards could still be used on the heavenly holy light, right? Looking at Song Qi again, upon hearing Pei Dinan mention the time source crystals, he instinctively thought of the drop of time source liquid in his hand. This drop of time source liquid, worth 1,000 kilograms of time source crystals, could reduce the cooling time of various tiers of rare artifacts by a total of 1 million years. He had also considered using it on the time chessboard's time rewind feature, thereby allowing the Tianqiu Sanqiong to have more impacts when it later impacted the mythical immortal ship. But after careful consideration, he had initially dismissed this speculation. The reason was simple. The time chessboard's time rewind feature currently only allowed rewinding back 11 seconds. Even the fastest warship advancement would require a certain delay, meaning some time would be lost along the way. 11 seconds was only enough for 3 or 4 rewinds. Compared to the initial 2 attempts, 3 or 4 rewinds would naturally increase the success rate of advancement, but attempting to rewind indefinitely was obviously impossible. After concluding their final deliberations, the 5 quickly separated. The Xinxiajiuli personally returned to Human Emperor's city to escort Ying Yi and Pei Dinan back to the Xinhua ancestral domain. They would then mobilize most of the high-level combat power remaining in the ancestral domain to fully support the Holy Hall continent. As for Song Qi and the other 2, they remained in the Chaos Divine continent, continuing their exploration of the origin star. For the next 2,000 years or so, they would dedicate themselves to plundering its resources and treasures. 8,000 years after the origin star's fall, the 3-person exploration team from the Xinhua civilization successfully recovered a crashed resource ship from an ancient battlefield ruin. They recovered a large number of Overlord True Spirits, Mythic Souls, Moon Crystals, Chaos Mirror Stones, and other resources and treasures from it. 8,500 years after the origin star's fall, the 3-person team from the Xinhua civilization successfully slew an indigenous mythical creature and transplanted a legendary spiritual root, the Star Ascension Tree, from its nest. This spiritual root absorbs the power of the star's essence, nurturing the Star Ascension fruit. The highest quality Star Ascension fruit can even aid flesh and blood creatures in their quest for mythic status. 9,062 years after the origin star's fall, less than 1,000 years remain until the origin star rises again. The chaotic mist that once blanketed the entire planet had thinned to a veil, replaced by countless pillars of light piercing the heavens and earth. Each pillar represented the birthplace of a supreme treasure, and the thickest, an icy blue beam, pierced the heavens from the Antarctic ice sheet, visible even to observers beyond the origin star. Skin 738 completed. Song Qi rubbed his swollen temples. The Tianqiu Sangqiung mirrored warship hovered in a snowstorm just outside the Antarctic Circle on origin star, its surface thick with chaotic ice crystals. The energy reading has risen another 12%. At this rate, it will reach critical mass in a few decades at most. In the holographic image, Jiang Yuan and Jihung's faces flickered in the data stream. The 3-person exploration team had been stationed here for over hundreds of years, repelling 43 waves of explorers, including 2 10th-tier demon gods from the Abyss Demon Clan. The Chaos Fleet of the Genesis Mechanical Civilization is breaching the equatorial defense line. Jihung pulled up the star map, revealing hundreds of red dots moving toward the South Pole. It seems they've given up on their pretense of compromise. Song Qi sneered. Ever since that sudden surge of icy blue light nearly 1,000 years ago, all pretenses of peaceful exploration and friendly alliance had been shattered. The silicon-based life forms of the Genesis Mechanical Civilization, known for their absolute rationality, were now swarming in like sharks scenting blood. At one point, the hull of the mirror warship suddenly trembled violently, and a blinding purple light exploded on the monitor screen. The aftermath of a transcendental being's laws penetrated the atmosphere of the origin star and struck the Antarctic ice cap, instantly vaporizing half the glaciers on the continental shelf. The 12th, Jihung Yuan's voice tightened. The red marks representing transcendent interventions continued to increase on the light screen list. 7 from the Chaos Divine Continent, 3 from the Abyssal Demon Clan, 2 from the Myriad Realms, and even the distant Buddhist clan of the Shattered Star Sea had sent 3 ancestral Buddhas, including an 11th-tier ancestral Buddha. These supreme beings, supposed to maintain the balance of the universe, now stake their all like gamblers. Song Chi's Eye of Truth suddenly activated automatically, and a sharp alarm rang out in the control room. A vague outline of an object emerged at the center of the icy blue light column. A dodecahedron composed of countless dimensional crystal facets, each facet reflecting a different cosmic scene. Chaos Wonder, Dimensional Anchor. Status, 98.6% of the incubation period. Warning, incubation is imminent, please be prepared. Song Chi's pupil shrank. This treasure, which had shaken the entire starry sky, had surprisingly been conceived decades earlier than he had anticipated. But before he could dwell on it, countless spatial rifts suddenly appeared across the Antarctic continent of the origin star. The next second, countless alien figures emerged from the spatial rifts. First to emerge was the Abyssal Demon Clan's Nest of Pain. This demonic fortress, constructed from 100,000 living stars, tore through dimensions, its 720 demon pillars simultaneously erupting with torrents of dark matter. Then, the Buddhist clan's lotus platform of the other shore descended, crushing the void. The golden glow shed by the 7 treasures wonderful tree, aided by the residual power of several other transcendent forces, violently collided with the demonic energy. The intentions of this overlord civilization in the Shattered Star Sea were truly unfathomable. Just moments before, they had been colluding with the Abyss to besiege the Chaos Demon Ape clan, and now they were clashing with the Abyss again. The boundless sea of sand squeezed through the spatial rifts, condensing into a massive sand and gravel fortress on the frosty land. Compared to the other mythical forces, the Xinhua civilization's response was much simpler. Summon the Great Zhou Tian Star Ray. Jiang Yuan's roar echoed across the communication channel, and 3 warships simultaneously deployed star tracks, with the phantoms of 36 bronze pillars each forming a circle. But before the formation could take shape, the giant, regular light column in the distance began to vibrate violently. The dimensional anchor has been successfully conceived, Jihung suddenly shouted. The next moment, the icy blue light column exploded, and a 12-sided crystal slowly ascended into the air. The dimensional images flowing on its surface shocked all observers. It was clearly a higher dimensional scene beyond the comprehension of all beings in the universe. A supreme treasure truly capable of connecting to higher dimensional planes. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence for a moment, then erupted into even more frenzied fighting. The 6-armed demon god tore off his own arms, refining them into blood axes. Shakyamuni Buddha crushed the 7-fold golden wheel of merit, unleashing a forbidden dharma. Even the most cautious ice demon clan revealed its true form. Attacks powerful enough to devastate the universe converged on that tiny crystal, mysteriously vanishing before they even touched its surface. This spawned chaos artifact clearly possessed exceptional abilities, but no one cared to consider them at this moment. The entire southernmost land of the origin star became a battlefield, whether it was the abyss demons and chaos apes, the sand spirits and ice demons, or the Buddhas and demons. No one targeted anyone else. The battlefield was utterly chaotic. Whenever the alien races encountered a nonkin, they engaged in a ferocious exchange, holding nothing back. In a short moment, silver and golden blood had stained the entire frosty white earth, even the sky. A chaos artifact, one capable of connecting to higher dimensions, its value is unimaginable. Inside the Tianxu Songqing mirrored warship, the alarms of the replica Eye of Truth nearly pierced his eardrums. Song Chi watched the energy levels on the monitoring screen soar wildly, and finally, with a snap, the entire panel exploded from the overload. The 12-sided crystal above Antarctica had fully materialized, each facet leaving a rainbow-colored dimensional afterimage in the void as it rotated. This chaos artifact had reached its final stage of development, on the verge of complete formation. For this very reason, the chaos within the origin star intensified. Even though the origin star's own inherent will prevented 11th and 12th level mythical creatures from entering, the battlefield remained terrifyingly dangerous. To seize this chaos wonder, all factions deployed their various trump cards. Though the highest unit on the battlefield was only tier 10, many of their attacks reached tier 11, delivering astonishing destructive power. At this moment, a roar erupted from the Eyebrow Flame C group chat. Jihung Tianlang, let's go! Jiang Yuan's voice was powerful and resolute. Although he didn't elaborate, Song Qi and Jihung both believed him. Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array, full power. As if in sync, the three simultaneously activated the Great Star Array above the warship. 36 bronze pillars erupted with dazzling starlight, creating a relatively safe star field amidst the chaotic battlefield. Outside the protective shield, a turbulent zone of rules and laws emerged. Various unimaginable attack methods collided across the vast space, creating an energy storm that even distorted the spatial barriers of the origin star. Compared to the countless alien races outside, who had nearly lost their minds, Song Qi and his companions remained remarkably calm. They understood the immeasurable value of the dimension anchor, but they also understood it was a hot potato. If their Xinhua civilization were to seize it, it would be no blessing at all, and would instead bring eternal unrest to their entire civilization. Since this was the case, it would be best to withdraw as soon as possible to avoid further trouble. Of course, before doing so, they still needed to collect some interest. In the sky above the southernmost plate of the origin star, 3 Xinhua warships, protected by 36 divine star pillars, struggled to escape the chaotic battlefield. However, as they passed, their hulls repeatedly flashed with multicolored light. Replica Void Warehouse. Replica Mirror Void Warehouse. Replica Clone Void Warehouse. The 3 components activated repeatedly, and with each activation, one of the numerous high-level alien corpses that had fallen to the surface of the southernmost plate would disappear. Yes, Song Qi and the other 2 were taking this opportunity to rapidly acquire high-level alien corpses. The targets they selected were at least 9th-rank overlords in their lifetime, including several mythical corpses. Besides being able to extract mythical souls, mythic blood, overlord blood, and so on, these corpses generally also contained 1 or 2, or even multiple, high-level rare artifacts. With luck, they could even discover a large amount of extremely valuable high-level mineral resources. If not for this, the 3 would not have remained here for hundreds of years. This was their sole purpose. As for that chaos artifact, the dimension anchor, they had never harbored any inappropriate thoughts about it. A few hours later, it was Jiang Yuan who took the initiative again. Alright, too much is as bad as too little. Some aliens have already noticed something unusual. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's go! With that, the 3 Xinhua warships, without hesitation, roaring their engines, quickly rushed through the chaotic battlefield, disappearing completely into the horizon of Origin Star. Looking back at the southernmost battlefield, the chaos intensified, with no sign of ending. It was foreseeable that this battle would continue for a long time. Chapter 862. Over the centuries of intertwined warfare among the various races, the battlefield at the southern pole of Origin Star had long since transformed into a chaotic purgatory. The icy blue pillars of regular light gradually dimmed, replaced by countless turbulent energy currents that tore through the sky. The demonic energy of the abyss intertwined with the golden light of the Buddha. The logical virus of the mechanoid clan spread like a silver tide. The roar of the chaos ape shattered glaciers stretching for hundreds of light years. All factions were driven to a bloody frenzy. To seize the dimensional anchor, each faction successively employed various trump cards, a stalemate. The Abyss Demon Clan initiated the conflict. They sacrificed tens of millions of low and mid-level demons, summoning projections of the Eternal Night Demon Abyss. 72 demon pillars pierced the heavens and earth, nearly reducing the southernmost plate of Origin Star to scorched earth. The Ice Demon Clan's mythical form used its innate profound ice to freeze the entire battlefield, causing the frosty white earth of the southernmost region of Origin Star to spread further outward. The Buddhist tribe's lotus platform on the other shore blossomed with a 9th-grade golden lotus. A ancestral Buddha manifested a 10,000-foot golden body, using his Palm Buddha kingdom to aid the myths of various tribes in resisting the demonic abyss. The Genesis mechanical civilization suddenly betrayed its allies. 3 disorder motherships infiltrated the heart of the battlefield, releasing logical annihilation bombs in an attempt to modify the Dimension Anchor's master recognition program. Unexpectedly, this chaos artifact spontaneously activated its higher dimensional defenses, incinerating much of the mechanical tribe's quantum network. Countless factions displayed their powers, until the final aberration arrived. The Dimension Anchor's 12 crystal faces simultaneously illuminated with a dazzling blue light, refracting and distorting all incoming energy, ultimately transforming into a dimensional rift spanning the starry sky. Oh no! It's escaping into a higher dimension. An ape god from the Chaos Demonic Ape Clan was the first to react, flaming his blood and essence as he lunged at the dimensional anchor. However, The moment they made contact, he was assimilated by the higher dimension, half his body mysteriously embedded into the folds of space. Stop it! Attack! Leave it to me! Several mythical beings in close proximity attacked simultaneously, their hand seals emanating from the power of various laws covering the sky as they all grasped at the dimensional anchor. However, the final result was difficult for all the alien races to accept. This chaos artifact, fought over for centuries, vanished silently into the depths of the void, as if it had never appeared. This outcome not only failed to completely end the chaos, but instead exacerbated the conflict. Over the centuries, at least 3 digits of mythical beings had perished in this chaos. Since the advent of the Shattered Star Sea, a war of this scale had been unprecedented. Even among the dozen or so transcendent factions, all had fallen mythical beings, and the true flames of war had already been ignited. Jin Chu, it was you, the Chaos Ape clan, who first charged towards the dimensional anchor. You better give everyone present an explanation. A 10th rank Abyss Devil God shouted angrily, pointing his finger directly at the Chaos Ape clan, whether intentional or not. Following his deliberate guidance, the alien races above the southernmost plate of the origin star, their hearts brimming with rage, instinctively turned their gazes towards the Chaos Ape clan. Feeling the countless naked, blood-red gazes, Ape God Jin Chu glared at the demon god, who had spoken, bloody energy surging through his body. But no matter how furious he felt, he could only suppress it. Without the Transcendent Guard, the Chaos Ape clan had become a target for all alien races. Furthermore, with the disappearance of the dimensional anchor, if he didn't quickly clear himself of suspicion, he believed that every alien race present would rush forward without hesitation, wiping out every remaining Chaos Ape clan within the origin star. After Yen Zhu's death, they remained within this origin star in search of any rare treasures that might emerge within the Chaos Demonic Ape clan, potentially allowing a new, more powerful ape god to emerge within a short period of time. Until they found one, they would absolutely not allow the aforementioned situation to occur. Burning World Claw, if you don't have eyes, I wouldn't mind destroying your eyes. The Golden Axe's true spirit has been completely obliterated. What explanation do you still expect from our clan? In my opinion, it was you, the Abyss, who should have taken the dimension anchor. You rats in the gutter, isn't that your favorite tactic all along? The various parties argued endlessly, yet no real resolution emerged, and the chaotic conflict continued. This chaotic battle stretched on for hundreds of years, until the 10,000-year deadline for the origin star's fall arrived. Countless alien races, already raven-eyed with blood, reluctantly ended the war, seizing the last remaining opportunity to leave the origin star. All creatures knew that if they didn't leave in time, they would be trapped within this origin star for the next million years, unable to escape. This outcome is something neither mythical beings below or 10th order mythical beings would want to see. Even 9th order overlords typically have lifespans of only 1,000,000 years. As for 10th order myths, while they possess eternal lifespans, once an origin star leaves the Chaos Divine Continent, its inner primordial will fully regenerate. The combat power of the mythical creatures remaining within will be drastically suppressed, while the native mythical species will be fully empowered. This will create a significant disparity in power between the two sides. Long ago, a transcendent 10th order peak mythical being took the initiative to reside there, yet in less than 100,000 years, the primordial fire it left within its colony was completely extinguished. This demonstrates the terrifying degree to which these mythical stars become dangerous after leaving the Chaos Divine Continent. Xinhui Human Emperor City, Human Emperor Palace. Jiang Yuan, Jihung, Song Qi, and the ancestors of the various major forces in the 4 empires have all gathered here. As a barrier of starlight rose across the hall, Jiang Yuan, standing in the center, declared, "Begin." Upon hearing this, a 9th rank hyperdimensional captain from the Xinxia Empire immediately began reporting. According to the latest report submitted by the Civilization Intelligence Department a few days ago, during this Origin Star operation, the Abyss Demon Clan lost 2 demon gods, the early stage 10th rank Lord of the Demon Wings, and the mid-stage 10th rank Lord of the Flame Prison. The Demon Legion was reduced by 60%, and the Flame Demon Legion by 70%. Gains: 2 Ice Demon Clan mythical corpses, 1 broken Buddhist gold brick, and 5, at least, 7 colored artifacts. Chaos Demon Ape Clan. The 12th rank Transcendent Ape God Yen Zhu died in battle, and 5 mythical figures fell, the peak rank 10th rank Huntian Ape God and 4 ordinary 10th rank Ape Gods. Gains: 6, at least, 7 colored artifacts, the corpse of a half-dragon guardian from the Shur clan, a Shur clan ancestral Buddha, and a Sand Spirit clan mythical core. Shur clan. 7 treasure wonderful tree. Permanently lost 30% of their power, The 300 Arhats' golden bodies were shattered, requiring reincarnation. 3 mythical guardians perished. 1 ancestral Buddha passed away. Gains: half of a demon horn, useful for refining a demon-slaying weapon. The corpse of a mythical demon ape. 3, at least, 7 colored artifacts. Creation: mechanical civilization. The core database suffered dimensional contamination, resulting in a 40% drop in computing power. The Red Mane Lion divine machine was completely destroyed. The disordered fleet suffered a 40% loss. Gains: a small number of high-dimensional data fragments, value unknown. 2, at least, 7 colored artifacts. The intelligence Jihung reported on the various races was limited, likely representing only a fraction of the truth. However, this was unavoidable. Although the Xinhua civilization's intelligence department on the Chaos Divine Continent had developed for over 200,000 years, the Chaos Divine Continent was too vast, containing countless peak races. Add to that the mythical forces of the heavens and myriad realms, and even achieving this was a remarkable feat. In comparison, the subsequent summary of the Xinhua civilization's own intelligence was far more detailed. Over the Human Emperor Palace, Jihung opted for a 3-dimensional projection method this time, due to the sheer volume of information. Across the projection screens, dense streams of data flashed, all reporting on the Xinhua civilization's gains and losses from its 10,000 years of exploration. According to statistics, this exploration has mobilized over 80,000 destroyer-class and higher warships, and over 10 million Tier 6 dreadnoughts and below. The specific figures over the past 10,000 years are as follows. Jihung's fingertips slid across the screens, and rows of blood-red figures emerged. Warship losses: 231 Star Destroyers completely sunk, including 12 Galaxy ships. Over 10 million chasers, battleships, and dreadnoughts completely sunk. Casualties: 202 Destroyer-class and higher captains confirmed dead, including 8 Galaxy ship captains. Over 10 million mid-ranking captains confirmed dead, including those who died of natural causes. These data points, all displayed in bright red font, cast a particularly heavy atmosphere within the hall. However, Jihung soon resumed reporting the relevant data. Over the past 10,000 years, although many Xinhua captains of the Star Destroyer rank and above had perished, the number of Tier 7 and above warships in the fleet had actually increased, totaling over 120,000. Seeing this data, the Xinhua leaders all understood the reason. The Origin Star was a place of endless opportunities. Although over 10 million mid-ranking captains had perished in these 10,000 years, tens of thousands of them had been promoted to Star Destroyer captains. This was undoubtedly encouraging news. And that wasn't all. The number of newly promoted trans-dimensional captains exceeded 2 hands, and the number of Galaxy captains exceeded 100. In addition, there were over 10 7-colored mythical artifacts, over 100 5-colored artifacts, and nearly 2,000 3-colored artifacts. Mythical souls exceeded 4 digits, Overlord True Spirits exceeded 1 million, Chaos Mirror Stones of various ranks exceeded 3 digits, 1-star Sublimation Tree, 2 11th level Golden Apples, 8 10th level Golden Apples, 8 mythical corpses, 13 drops of mythical Origin Blood, and hundreds of drops of 9th level Overlord Origin Blood were captured. As the last piece of data froze on the screen, smiles crossed the faces of the figures in the hall. While the losses in this battle were significant, the gains were even greater, far exceeding anyone's imagination. Not only had the number of high-level combatants of the Xinhua civilization increased significantly, but the civilization's foundation had also been greatly accumulated. Based on all these gains, it is foreseeable that the Xinhua civilization will experience another period of rapid growth in the next few thousand years. With the combined influence of the Origin Star and the Corpse Emperor clan's galactic community, this outbreak will likely surpass the previous one involving the 8-armed serpent demon galactic community. Before everyone's excitement could last long, Jihung quickly waved his hand again. The star map on the dome suddenly transforming into a holographic projection of the celestial ape star realm. Everyone. Jihung stood up, sweeping his sleeves across the star map. Hundreds of red dots suddenly lit up at the edge of the star realm. The Abyss's vanguard has arrived at the northern gate of the celestial ape star realm. The Sand Spirits have entered the country in force, along with numerous legions from the peak 10th and 11th tier clans. A massive melee is inevitable in the celestial ape star realm. Jihung paused, but quickly continued, "We must further plan the defense of Human Emperor City. And not just Human Emperor City. We must also prepare for the worst-case scenario in the ancestral domain." Upon hearing this, someone among the many figures in the hall spoke up. "The defenses of Human Emperor City must be strengthened, that's undeniable, But is it really necessary in the Xinhua ancestral domain? Yes, and it is absolutely necessary. Jiang Yuan's response was remarkably firm. Strictly speaking, this chaos was caused by the Abyss, the Shi clan, and the Chaos Demon Ape. Although only the Chaos Demon Ape suffered the blow, the relationship between the Abyss and the Shi clan is puzzling. Both parties have direct ties to the Shattered Star Sea, so it's better to be safe than sorry. Seeing Jiang Yuan's serious tone, the others in the hall gradually took it seriously, and soon they began to discuss the detailed subsequent defense plan. The primary focus was naturally Human Emperor City. Over the past 2,000 years, under the direct orders of Jiang Yuan and others, the Human Emperor City garrison fleet had rigorously reinforced the walls of Human Emperor City with strategic resources such as Chaos Stone and Eternal Stone bricks. However, this was far from enough. Jiang Yuan produced the only 2 11th level golden apples. These 2 golden apples will not be distributed. They will be used on the 2 civilization walls. Once they evolve to a high-quality, multicolored shield, they will be transferred to the Chaos Divine Land, and become 2 additional outer walls adjacent to the walls of Human Imperial City, further strengthening its defenses. After this, Jiang Yuan proposed several plans, a civilizational inheritance plan based on the crisis faced by the Xinhua ancestral domain after the fall of Human Imperial City. 1. The Civilization Spark Plan. To ensure the survival of the civilizational spark, a backup system for the spark civilization, completely independent of the main civilization, must be established. The core goal of the spark civilization backup, absolute concealment, ensuring that the alien domains the backup spark civilization travels to are undetectable by any forces, including those at the transcendent level. Combined 7-color shielding artifact, civilizational integrity, preserving humanity's vast core technologies, cultivation systems, and cultural heritage. Core technology inheritance, Titan-type miniature-controlled nuclear fusion furnace, short, medium, long, and hyperspace portal technology, standard Explorer-class starship production technology, autonomous evolutionary capability. Even if cut off from the main civilization, it can still independently develop to the level of a mythical civilization. The initial spark source can split into a maximum of 10 spark sources, a 100-fold secondary spark source, and a 10,000-fold ordinary derivative spark source. Resource reserves carried by the Spark Civilization, Spark Human Gene Bank, Frozen Embryo Bank, 1 million, covering all bloodline branches, Consciousness Backup Center, storage of 1 billion Captain's Combat Memories, requires Spark Network activation, Strategic Deterrence, 3 9th-level slave creatures on board, 1 Mirrored Gods Diagram Component. Chapter 863. 2. The Torchkeeper Plan. When a major civilization faces an irreversible crisis of destruction, all captains under its command will be prioritized as torch keepers. They may flee to the galaxy, lurk among the civilizations of the myriad realms, or hide in the various star realms of the Chaos Divine Continent, awaiting the opportunity to restore the torch's vitality in the future. Watcher composition, core members, 12 galaxy captains equipped with 5-color or higher transmogrification components, and 100 star destroyer captains equipped with 3-color transmogrification components. Elite members, 10,000 captains equipped with silver, gold, and black transmogrification components. Base members, 1 million captains equipped with red or lower transmogrification components. Watcher mission, civilization observation, activate the civilization spark monitor once every 10,000 years. If the civilization spark concentration falls below the critical value, continue to disperse and hide. If it rises above the critical value, the coordinates of the new spark civilization will be automatically unlocked. All core, elite, and grassroots watcher forces will attempt to reunite with the new spark civilization in batches. The starlight screen within the hall trembled slightly as Jiang Yuan's various proposed plans for preserving the civilization's legacy were projected one by one. The most important of these was the initial civilization spark plan, which was the primary focus of all captains within the hall. This civilization spark plan tentatively agreed to dispatch approximately 100 fleets, the most central of which was the one possessing the Mirror Gods diagram component. This fleet was a joint effort of the 4 great empires and the Dragon Spine Son family. The fleet's top captains included a newly upgraded hyperdimensional mothership from the Origin Star operation, 3 galaxy captains, and 10 star destroyer captains. The remaining 99 spark fleets were far less well equipped. Only 9 had a galaxy captain, while the other 90 were all led by a single star destroyer. There was no alternative. It wasn't that the civilization leaders were unwilling, but rather that the threats facing the Xinhua ancestral domain would intensify. Star Destroyer captains, and above represented the civilization's cutting-edge combat power, and it was unacceptable to reduce their numbers too much. In any case, they still preferred to preserve the foundations of the ancestral domain. As for the other plans, they were also rapidly implemented under the joint promotion of all the civilization's top forces. Of course, preparations were conducted in secret with the utmost confidentiality, and no more than 100 people knew all the details of the plans. Even Jiang Yuan, Song Qi, and others, who were responsible for the highest level of confidentiality regarding the Spark plan, did not know the exact destinations of all 100 Spark fleets. Only in this way could the survival rate of all Spark fleets be maximized. 220 years after the Origin Star separated from the Chaos Divine Continent, the entire Sky Ape Star realm had already fallen into absolute chaos. Over the past 200 years, the Shinhua Human Imperial City has detected 5 Transcendent-level legions entering the Celestial Ape Star realm. Nearly 100 Mythic legions commanded by 11th-level myths exist, and hundreds more are ordinary Mythic legions. Critically, this number continues to grow with the passage of time. The allure of an entire Chaos Star realm is immense, and the benefits it holds are incalculable. With 5 transcendent forces taking the initiative, how could this not trigger a frenzy among all factions? However, for the native forces of the Celestial Ape Star realm, this is undoubtedly a colossal disaster. In just over 200 years, hundreds of Chaos cities have been confirmed to have been breached. Ordinary Chaos cities comprise the majority, accounting for over 90%. There are also over 10 advanced Chaos cities, capable of resisting veteran myths. Even 3 of the top Chaos cities, on the same level as Human Emperor City, are said to have been breached. Faced with this outcome, the rulers of all the top Chaos cities, who still stubbornly hold out, are under immense pressure. Human Emperor City, Human Emperor Palace. Jiang Yuan raised his hand, and called up a holographic image. The chaos mist surrounding the Celestial Ape Star realm was being steadily eroded by various foreign substances. Over the past 200 years, the Celestial Ape Star realm's astral membrane had become brittle, dotted with massive voids. Figures now darted through some of these voids. Even from one of the recently ripped voids, a large number of figures emanating black energy were pouring out. This was a mythical legion that had recently arrived in the Celestial Ape Star realm. Glancing over the hollows in the membrane, Jiang Yuan spoke. The latest news is that the Sand Spirit Clan's Yellow Spring Sandstorm Legion has successfully breached the Chaos Demon Ape Black Ape City, and is currently advancing towards the Chaos Demon Ape's ancestral city. His fingertips slid across the image, and a stream of contaminated sand-like data cascaded down like a waterfall. In addition, the Sand Spirit Clan sand laws are assimilating the basic laws of the Sky Ape Star realm. The invasion speed is 40% faster than expected. Hearing this, Jihung added, although the Chaos Demon Ape Clan commands over 10 top-tier Chaos cities, Black Ape City is the third to fall. If no solution is found, within a few hundred years, the Chaos Demon Ape's ancestral city will likely face a direct threat from the Sand Spirit Clan. If the Chaos Demon Ape Clan is truly annihilated, our Human Emperor City will be the next in line. Having said this, Jihung and Jiang Yuan scanned the faces of everyone in the hall, but stopped talking. The others naturally understood their intentions, and soon someone asked, "Can we secretly support the Chaos Ape Clan?" No. The Chaos Ape Clan's relationship with our clan was already strained. If they were begging us, why would we rush in and join them? Lord War, in this situation, why would we still care about such things? I agree. With the Chaos Ape Clan's transcendental city, if we provide support from behind, they should be able to hold out for a considerable period of time, even against a siege by the Transcendent Legion. As the discussion continued, more and more captains came to favor secretly supporting the Chaos Ape Clan. Finally, Ingwei, Prince Xiangri of the Immortal Qin royal family, added another point. We alone aren't enough. If we can bring in the wizard civilization, the Imperial Barbarians, and others, not only can we share the burden of aid, but the Chaos Apes will also receive more supplies each time, ultimately extending their ability to hold out. It seems feasible. After this discussion, the final outcome was practically a foregone conclusion. However, to achieve this, besides convincing the wizards, the Imperial Barbarians, and other parties, there's another crucial point. If a support agreement is truly reached, how will we secretly deliver the supplies to the Chaos Apes on time? Jutian Market? Someone tentatively asked, and everyone in the hall smiled. Of course. From the outset, Jutian Market had been the preferred transit point for most of the captains present. However, they had no way to resolve the matter completely. They had to consult the Dragon Ridge Song family, who held a prominent position within Jutian Market. What's the situation with Greedy Wolf? Has the expeditionary fleet encountered large-scale resistance in the Lanakai River system? Jihung's question was quickly followed by Song Yin, who was present, rising and saying, Your Majesty, because the news of your official ascension to the second mythical power of civilization has gradually spread across the galaxy, the top advanced civilizations in the Lanakai River system haven't shown much resistance. Even the Rakshasa civilization, which has received a call for assistance, has yet to show up. The expeditionary fleet is advancing at an extremely rapid pace. Preliminary estimates indicate that within 1,000 years, our Xinhua civilization will completely dominate the Lanakai River system. Very good. Jihung and I will contact Greedy Wolf immediately. Don't worry about the market token. Song Yan's words revealed a great deal of information. Upon hearing that the expeditionary fleet would completely control the entire Lanakai River system within the next 1,000 years, excitement filled the eyes of all the captains present in the Human Emperor's palace. That's the territory of an entire galaxy community. Crucially, the Lanakia galaxy community is a medium-sized galaxy community, with a diameter exceeding 1.3 billion light-years. It contains a staggering 1,205 galaxies, a volume exceeding two-thirds the combined size of the 8-armed serpent demon galaxy community and the corpse emperor galaxy community. One can imagine the sheer quantity of rare resources this galaxy community holds. Even though their main bodies didn't participate in this civilization expansion war, every share due to the forces behind them will be guaranteed. After all, they were forced to abandon their position to defend Human Emperor's city. If it weren't for ensuring its safety, why would they choose to remain there at this time? Why would they allow two mythical immortal ships to remain stationed in Human Emperor's city, while appointing the Tianshu Sanqiong, still a trans-dimensional mothership, as the commander-in-chief of the Xinhua expedition? As another astral membrane ripped apart in the holographic image, Jiang Yuan's fingertips suddenly traced a golden trail through the void. At the end of the trail, a silver token inscribed with the word walk materialized. Tan Lang has stated that he has reached an agreement with the Lord of the Zhutian market, who has agreed to establish a transit and trading channel in the Zhutian market. A few short years later, envoys from several civilizations, including the wizards, the imperial barbarians, and the angels, returned with good news. The leaders of these civilizations were all persuaded and agreed to secretly support the Chaos Ape clan. In the following period, several dominant civilizations in the Shattered Star Sea, as agreed, secretly joined forces to support the Chaos Ape clan, successfully slowing the advance of the Mythic legions invading the Celestial Ape Star realm. 1,420 years after Origin Star separated from the Chaos Divine Continent, Celestial Ape Star realm, Tontian Chaos City. As the only transcendent Chaos City within the Celestial Ape Star realm, Tontian Chaos City is the ancestral city of the Chaos Demon Ape clan, having stood for over several epochs. However, even such an extremely ancient city is now in ruins. The countless inscriptions of laws carved into its dark red chaos walls have long since been erased, and cracks measuring tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, of kilometers in diameter are scattered throughout, leaving the city on the brink of collapse. Shatter it. Outside the city, several figures, brighter than the sun, towered high in the sky. With a wave of their hands, the boundless universe of laws descended upon them. Boom, boom, boom. At some point, the walls of Tontian Chaos City completely crumbled, and countless alien legions poured into the city through the collapsed wall. The sounds of even more brutal fighting rang out, but this time from within the city itself. In the Celestial Ape Star realm, the Human Emperor's city. In the main hall, the holographic star map trembled violently, and scarlet alarm runes poured down like a bloody rain. Tontian Chaos City has fallen. Jiang Yuan's voice was low and cold, echoing in the deadly silence of the Human Emperor Hall. In the holographic projection, the once majestic Chaos Demon Ape ancestral city was now engulfed by an endless yellow spring sandstorm. The final frozen moment of the image was the scene of the Demon Ape clan's last mythical powerhouse self-destructing. His flesh and blood transformed into billions of scarlet chains, forcibly holding back 3 mythical legions for a full half-month. Even so, it was unable to allow the remaining Chaos Demon Ape clan members to initiate the final Chaos Banishment ritual. Alas, the outcome could not be reversed. Sand spirits, abyssal demons, ice demons. 6 transcendent legions have begun advancing towards Human Emperor City. Jihung tapped the star map with her fingertips, and countless invasion tracks spread like venomous snakes. At their current rate of advance, the flames of war will reach us in 300 years at most. In the hall, all the captains fell silent. For over 1,000 years, the Xinhua civilization, in alliance with several other dominant civilizations, the wizards, the imperial barbarians, and the angels, had secretly channeled countless resources to the Chaos Apes, even resorting to the secret channels of the Shutian market, barely slowing the Chaos Apes' collapse. However, without a transcendent to guard them, the Chaos Apes were ultimately unable to withstand the combined might of several transcendent forces. And now, the pressure shifted entirely to them. We don't have much time. Jiang Yuan slowly raised his head, data streams flashing frantically in his deep eyes. Meanwhile, in the vast Shattered Star Sea, the Lanikia River system, the Xinhua Expeditionary Force headquarters, Song Qi stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Tianxu Sangqiong, overlooking the newly conquered star region below. After over 1,000 years of warfare, despite some incidents, over 90% of the Lanikia River community's territory has now completely submitted to the Xinhua civilization's expeditionary fleet. Now, this vast territory, spanning 1.3 billion light-years, has become the Xinhua civilization's fourth directly subordinate river community, providing nearly unlimited resources for the next 1,000, 10,000, or even 1,000,000 years. However, the joy of victory was short-lived as news of the demise of the Chaos Demon Ape, the Xinhua seed of the Eyebrow Heart, arrived like thunder. How could it be that, with the covert support of several hegemonic civilizations, the Chaos Demon Ape's ancestral city only managed to hold out for less than 1,000 years? Song Qi muttered to himself, his eyes grim. This was completely different from their secret plan. The delay had only been over 1,000 years, and the Holy Temple continent had not yet begun its ascension. Naturally, the heavenly holy light and the immortal Qin ancestral dragon were still fully prepared. In other words, even if one of the two extreme superdimensional motherships successfully upgraded to a mythical immortal ship in the next few hundred years, it would be basically impossible for Ying Yi and Pei Dinan to break through the 10th level guidance technique in such a short time. Chapter 864. Song Qi took a deep breath and tapped the star map above the console several times. The star track at the edge of the Lanikia River community instantly lit up. Pass my order. The 3rd, 7th, and 9th fleets are to immediately withdraw from their current defense zones, carrying all captured strategic materials. Captains of over 90% of the high-ranking Xinhua ships are to return immediately. Our objective is to provide support to the Xinhua human imperial city on the Chaos Divine Continent. Lord Tanlang, the adjutant's voice was hesitant. These 3 fleets are the main force responsible for suppressing the recently conquered Dark Star clan. If they withdraw, there could be unforeseen events in the Lanikia River community. Unforeseen events? Song Qi's eyes suddenly turned cold. If Human Emperor City falls, the ancestral domain will be completely exposed to the gazes of numerous transcendent forces. While most of those transcendent beings, including 11th level and even 10th level mythical aliens, cannot directly invade the Shattered Star Sea, there will undoubtedly be a large number of creatures that have achieved mythical status in the current era. At least, it is more than my Xinhua civilization can contend with. By then, not to mention the Lanikia River system, even my Xinhua human ancestral domain will fall. Furthermore, don't forget that Human Emperor City occupies over 40% of all of my Xinhua civilization's super-level enhancement resources, additional promotion resources, and so on. Without Human Emperor City, do you think my Xinhua humanity can maintain such an astonishing expansion rate? Human Emperor City must not fall. Song Qi's voice had never sounded so heavy as it did now. The light from the console reflected on his tense jawline, further highlighting the unquestionable determination he displayed at that moment. Human Emperor City is the bottom line of the entire Xinhua human civilization. He actually understood the thoughts of this adjutant, who came from the Akelman royal family of the Holy Federation and had just been promoted to superdimensional captain. In his view, the Xinhua civilization had already produced 2 legendary captains in just over 10,000 years, so this should be its golden age of rapid development and expansion. As for Human Emperor City, if it truly wasn't feasible, why not abandon it for now? After the Xinhua civilization had digested the fruits of its rapid expansion, they could attempt to recapture it later, or rebuild a new Chaos City. These were all feasible. However, in Song Qi's view, and in the eyes of several Xinhua human emperors, who truly stood at the pinnacle of the Xinhua civilization, this was a grave mistake. If the Chaos Demon Ape clan had not declined, and if the events surrounding the Batian ruins and the high-dimensional sea hadn't occurred 10,000 years later, this might have been a good option. But that wasn't the case. With the collective invasion of several transcendent forces and countless peak clans, coupled with the Chaos Wonder, the high-dimensional sea, which was expected to emerge 10,000 years later, the Sky Ape Star realm would inevitably remain in this state of extreme chaos for the next 100,000, or even 1,000,000 years, unless the Xinhua civilization willingly withdrew from the Chaos Divine Continent for 1,000,000 years. Obviously, this is impossible. The Xinhua civilization has only been around for a little over 300,000 years. The fleet lieutenant on the communication channel looked exceptionally pale. He opened his mouth, as if about to argue, but was silenced by Song Chi's piercing gaze. Execute orders. Song Chi's voice was soft, but it struck like a hammer against the hearts of everyone in the group chat. Within 72 hours, I want to see the 3 fleets assembled and return to the ancestral domain via the hyperspace teleportation stargate. The lieutenant straightened his back, clenched his right fist, and placed it against his left chest. This was the most solemn military salute of the Holy Temple Federation. Yes, Lord Tanlang. As the adjutant turned and left, Song Chi's gaze returned to the star map. The starlight of the Lanikia galaxy shimmered in his eyes. Those galaxies, newly crowned with the flame of the flame, now faced the fate of falling again. Due to the unrest on the Origin Divine Continent, the expeditionary fleet was already relatively small. If the 3 core ace fleets were transferred, any further unrest in the Lanikia galaxy would likely rip the fleet's facade apart. Is it really decided? A gentle female voice echoed from another private channel. Song Chi knew who it was without hesitation. Baimei, a member of the Yelguang Star Tower. Or rather, the first person under the supreme commander of the expeditionary fleet on the Xianxin Divine Dynasty side, the master of the Extreme Galaxy ship listening to whispers, the eldest princess of the Xianxin Divine Dynasty, and the legitimate daughter of Ing Yi's younger sister Ingli. Ing Jing. Song Chi had long speculated about Baimei's, or Ing Jing's, identity, but he had only truly learned of it a few hundred years ago. When Song Chi first learned her true identity as the legitimate daughter of the princess of Xianxin, he was indeed quite surprised. But that was all. He had been mentally prepared for this. At Baimei's question, he answered without hesitation, there is no other choice. Song Chi's finger traced the star map, marking the evacuation routes of the 3 fleets. The latest battle report from the Chaos Divine Continent indicates that the Sand Spirits have breached the 7th line of defense. A hint of thought flashed in Baimei's eyes. But you know, even if all 3 fleets return to support, facing those 6 transcendent legions. A drop in the bucket. Song Chi took over, a wry smile playing on his face. Of course I know. But some things aren't measured by the odds of success. And it's not like there's really no way out. Hearing this, Baimei's eyes flashed with curiosity, but Song Chi didn't say anything further. Instead, he quickly issued a series of orders. Captains of all ships, immediately activate highest authority. All non-combat vessels will be converted into resource transports at full speed. Within 100 years, I will make the defenses of the human imperial city 3 feet thicker. The moment the adjutant bowed to receive the order, Song Chi flicked his wrist, and hundreds of shimmering tokens appeared. They were the market walker and market guest tokens of the Zhutian market. Distribute these market tokens. Within 100 years, I will mobilize all strategic resources developed within the Nikaya River system, and send them to the human imperial city without delay. Yes. Half a month later, Xinhua Human Imperial City. Song Chi, who had temporarily returned to Human Emperor City via the Zhutian market, was immediately pulled into the Human Emperor Palace by Jiang Yuan and Jihung. Inside the Starlight Barrier, 3 figures sat on opposite sides. Just as today, after a lengthy discussion about the chaos in the Ape Star realm, the 3 had reached a consensus early on. Although the resolution to defend Human Emperor City has been passed, I still have a question I must ask. We've already experienced the battle to defend Human Emperor City once, and this time it will be countless times more brutal. No one wants to go to this point unless it's absolutely necessary. So, are there any other better, more suitable proposals to break the deadlock? As soon as these words were spoken, Song Chi and the other 2 exchanged glances, then simultaneously mentioned 2 names. Titans, Eternals. Indeed, there are better ways to break free than stubbornly defending the human imperial city or withdrawing from the Chaos Divine Continent. The Eternals, the foremost civilization in the Shattered Star Sea. The Titans, the second most powerful civilization in the Shattered Star Sea, are the most powerful in the galaxy. These 2 civilizations are the strongest among the newly emerged civilizations in the Shattered Star Sea. They also share a clear commonality. They are both led by 12th level transcendents. By persuading either civilization, the Xinhua civilization could easily survive this once-in-a-generation catastrophe. However, truly persuading them to do so would undoubtedly be incredibly difficult. Before the Origin Star fell, all parties focused primarily on the Origin Star itself. Before the Origin Star left the Chaos Divine Continent, A full-scale conflict between the various transcendent forces was unlikely. Therefore, the Titans were willing to stand up for the various forces in the Shattered Star Sea. But the situation is clearly different now. The Origin Star operation has concluded, and the Sky Age Star realm before them represents tangible benefits, a wealth that can be passed down for countless generations, spanning multiple epochs. Based on this foundation, every Chaos City in the Star realm represents a continuous stream of immense wealth, let alone a top-tier Chaos City. If the Titans and Eternals truly were to intervene to protect them, there's a real chance of conflict with the Chaos Divine Continent's native transcendental forces. Precisely because they are fully aware of this, Shang-Chi and the other two understand the difficulty of invoking the Titans and Eternals. With our family's resources alone, invoking them is unlikely, but perhaps we can replicate our previous operations. As soon as Shang-Chi finished speaking, Jihung quickly interjected, Tan Lang, are you trying to convince the wizards, the Emperor Barbarians, the Creation Mechanical Civilization, and others to join forces? Indeed. But forget about the Creation Mechanical Civilization. For a civilization that's prone to backstabbing its allies, a single collaboration is enough. Perhaps the three had already harbored this thought, as the proposal was almost immediately accepted. Tan Lang, given the current situation, Jihung and I can't leave Human Emperor City. I'm afraid you have to go there in person. This is a major event that will determine the future rise and fall of multiple hegemonic civilizations. Since Jiang Yuan, Jihung, Pei Dinan, and Ying Yi are all unable to handle it personally, naturally, he, the renowned fifth human emperor of the Xinhua civilization, is the most suitable candidate. As for the ancestors of other major factions, and the transdimensional captains of the Tianzhu imperial family, their status is not high enough. So Shang-Chi couldn't refuse. First, the wizard civilization is relatively easy to deal with. They're also a resident civilization in the Shutian market, and the two sides have already had several contacts. Both are willing to implement this plan. However, the wizards and Xinhua alone aren't enough. They must also bring in the Emperor Barbarians, and even the Angel civilization. Only then will their bargaining chips be more attractive, and the chances of convincing the Eternals or Titans will increase. The wizard civilization's territory, the Tower of Truth. As the Tianqiu Sangqing mirrored warship passed through the last Stargate, he quickly witnessed the astonishing scene unfolding before him. 108 massive towers, composed entirely of pure energy, hovered in the cosmos, their spires connected to form a perfect celestial 108-star formation. This is where the wizard civilization's most sacred ring of truth lies. And in the center of these 108 towers lies the wizard civilization's only 11th-tier rule tower. The Tower of Truth. Of course, it is also the location for this meeting of the five civilizations. Thanks to the strenuous lobbying of both the wizard civilization and the Xinhua civilization, in just 2 years, the leaders of the five civilizations agreed to hold joint talks within the wizard civilization's territory. Originally, if they had wanted to, they could have accomplished this step much earlier in the Shutian market. However, the wizard civilization, citing doubts about the identity of the master of Shutian market, has taken 2 years to advance to this stage. Respected captain of the Xinhua civilization's Tianqiu Sangqiong, please follow the guidance beam to the 7th docking platform. The mechanized wizard's voice came from the communicator. When Shang-Chi stepped onto the platform, 4 figures were already waiting there. On the far left stood the wizard representative, clad in a star-shaped robe. As the host, he was none other than one of the few rule wizards within the wizard civilization. Green. He floated half a meter above the ground, his hood shadow faintly visible as countless points of light flickered. The two in the center represented the Diamond and Rakshasa tribes, respectively. While neither was a mythical being, they were both key figures within Xinxia. On the far right stood the envoy from the Angel civilization, also a sacred angel, its 36 wings folded behind its back, a faint halo of holy light surrounding it. Seeing Shang-Chi arrive, Wizard Green nodded slightly, then quickly got straight to the point. Now that everyone is here, let this joint meeting begin. With a wave of his hand, he spoke, and in the next second, boundless magical energy converged from all directions, ultimately condensing into a vast crimson gold sun above everyone's heads. The dazzling golden wheel projection blocked out everything, and any subsequent communication between the 5 people would be kept strictly confidential. Alright, everyone, I needn't elaborate on the current situation in the Ape Star realm. To be frank, for the common interests of our 5 races, we have no other choice. This statement caused the Imperial Barbarian representative, the towering 9th-rank Barbarian Emperor, with a single horn on his forehead to snort coldly. Common interests. The Rakshasa tribe, was just recently conspiring with the Abyss demons to attack our border. The Rakshasa representative, a woman with deep purple skin, immediately retorted, "It was you, the Imperial Barbarians, who were the first to disrupt the peace between the two races." "Enough," the 36-winged holy angel suddenly spoke, her voice as ethereal as a hymn. "We're here today for a more important matter. If your two tribes have no intention of uniting, you may leave now." Song Chi intervened. "His Majesty Michael is correct. After the Sand Spirits conquer Tontem Chaos City, their next target will be us. Do you think your Chaos City can remain unscathed?" The wizard representative waved his robe sleeve, and a holographic star map unfolded. As the Xinhua civilization foretold, according to prophecy, in just 1,000 years, the various mythic legions will sweep across the entire Sky Ape Star realm, and no Chaos City will be immune. On the star map, the dark yellow color representing the Yellow Spring Sandstorm spread rapidly, already engulfing a significant area of the Sky Ape Star realm. Hearing this, the representatives of the Diamond and Rakshasa tribes snorted coldly, but stopped arguing. Chapter 865. Song Chi swept his gaze over the crowd present, tapping his fingertip on the star map, instantly zooming in on a section of the celestial ape star realm. In that magnified area, icons representing chaos cities were arranged in an irregular pattern. While Human Emperor City was the closest to the other star realm advance core, the chaos cities of the other four tribes present were not far away. For them, Human Emperor City was merely a matter of mutual dependence. "Everyone, we're running out of time. After the Sand Spirits conquer Tontem Chaos City, Human Emperor City will soon be their turn. Once Human Emperor City falls, it will be your turn next." The expressions of the representatives of the Diamond and Rakshasa tribes grew increasingly solemn. They weren't completely ignorant. On the contrary, having been appointed as representatives by the dominant civilization behind them, their vision was inherently at the forefront of their respective civilizations. "So what is your proposal?" the Rakshasa representative finally asked. This time, Song Chi didn't need to speak. Green, the rule wizard from the wizard civilization, spoke first. "Each of the 5 of us will bring forth a clan-defending artifact, the combined value of 5 super artifacts. We asked the Titans or Eternals to intervene." I had expected some direct objection, but the result was somewhat unexpected. After Green finished speaking, the other 4 fell silent. This wasn't a cold response. Besides Song Chi, who had already known about this, the representatives of the Angels and the other 3 parties were pondering the matter seriously, their eyes shifting, clearly believing it was feasible. After waiting for a moment, when the time was right, Song Chi added fuel to the fire. "If we can't even protect our civilization, what's the point of guarding the artifact? We, the Xinhua civilization, are willing to give it a try." The relationship between the Xinhua and wizard civilizations was no secret, but even so, Song Chi's words still intrigued the representatives of the Angels, the Diamond, and the Rakshasa. The enclosed space was once again silent for a few seconds. Finally, the Angels broke the silence. "This is indeed feasible. Given the strength of the Eternals and the Titans, if they truly wish to intervene, they could certainly provide protection for several of our tribes. Our Angels are willing to give it a try, but there's one condition. The 5 artifacts must be of comparable value." "That makes sense. How about this? We each present a candidate artifact. If everyone agrees on its value, we can formally confirm it." The Angels had already seconded the proposal, so Green naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. This compromise proposal was universally accepted, and he took the lead, wielding a quill pen from thin air. The pen of truth, Green stroked the pen gently. "It can rewrite the local rules of the galaxy for 3 seconds. As he spoke, the colorful pen of truth drew an arc in the air. Where the arc passed, space was erased like a canvas, revealing the distorted structure of rules behind it. Though normality quickly returned, the momentary display was already shocking enough. Song Chi's eyes flickered. He knew the value of this rare artifact. "Let's talk about the rules of time. Let's talk about the rules of time." Whether it was time rewinding, time pausing, or time accelerating, with a single flick of the pen of truth, the 3 major sub-abilities of these 3 time rules would instantly take effect, lasting up to 3 seconds. If used in conjunction with the time chessboard, the time rewind effect could be extended by another quarter. Observing this, Michael of the angelic civilization slightly extended his holy wings, and a shimmering crystal ball emerged from his palm. The eye of the holy judge can glimpse a corner of fate, and foresee a key event within the next 3,000 years. Starlight shimmered within the crystal ball, faintly reflecting countless fragmented fragments of the future, even flashing through scenes of the fall of the Human Emperor City. Song Chi's pupils narrowed, a chill in his heart. The value of this rare artifact, in some ways, is even more precious than the pen of truth. The representative of the Imperial Barbarian snorted coldly, and pulled out an ancient bronze seal from his bosom. Barbarian Ancestor Battle Seal, imprinted with the power of the first Barbarian Ancestor strike, can temporarily awaken 11th level mythical combat power. A ferocious Barbarian Totem emerged from the ancient seal's surface, and the mere leakage of its aura caused fine cracks in the surrounding space. Although the Diamond Tribe currently possesses only one 10th tier Barbarian god, their lineage derives from an ancient barbarian creature from prehistoric times, reaching the 11th tier. Song Qi and the others were not surprised to see them produce the Barbarian Ancestor's Battle Seal. The Rakshasa representative, not to be outdone, condensed a drop of purple-black blood on his fingertips. The blood of the Rakshasa Ancestor increases the success rate of a peak 10th tier creature, reaching the 11th tier by 10%. The blood squirmed in the air, emitting a heart-pounding vibration as if alive. Everyone's eyes turned to Song Qi. His expression was calm, as dark energy flowed through his body. Soon, a ball of colorful light slowly emerged from the ancestral fire orifice between his eyebrows. The colorful Ultimate 12 Dutian Divine Evil Talisman, a strategically grade artifact capable of trapping, suppressing, and attacking. The 12 Celestial Gods and Demons Talismans were the ultimate treasure of the Immortal Qin dynasty. Of course, the Immortal Qin side wasn't willing to give it up unconditionally. Instead, they offered a piece of the highest grade Chaos Mirror Stone obtained from the Origin Star. At this moment, the Immortal Qin clan still held the mirror image of the 12 Celestial Gods and Demons Talismans. 5 exceptional artifacts hovered in the air, reflecting each other's brilliance. 5 gazes shifted between them, but no one objected. The value of these 5 artifacts might vary, but their overall value wouldn't differ significantly. They were all extremely rare. Michael was the first to break the silence. These bargaining chips should be enough to impress the Eternals. Grimm's eyes flickered beneath his hood. No, these alone probably aren't enough to compel the Transcendent to personally intervene. Indeed, the Rakshasa representative frowned slightly. The Eternals and Titans possess countless rare artifacts, and ordinary treasures are simply unattractive to them. Song Qi's eyes flickered slightly, as if a thought had occurred to him. He suddenly said, "Perhaps, we don't need to directly call upon the Transcendents." "What do you mean?" The Diamond representative frowned. Song Qi didn't beat around the bush and explained directly. "With Chaos City under the command of our 5 tribes, as long as the Transcendents don't personally intervene, facing the 11th level myths shouldn't be a problem." The Diamond, the Rakshasa, the Angelic Civilization representative, and the Wizard Green all had their eyes twinkling. What Song Qi said was indeed promising. To be honest, it's unlikely that a Transcendent would personally intervene to protect us with these 5 rare artifacts. But what if we look at it from another perspective? What if a Transcendent simply issued a notice restricting the Chaos Divine Continent's native Transcendents from personally attacking the 5 tribes? Beyond that, there would be no restrictions on the 10th and 11th level myths. If it were just this, he believed the Transcendents of the Chaos Divine Continent would most likely agree. The Sky Ape Star Realm is vast. While the many Chaos cities built by the dominant civilizations of the Shattered Star Sea are located within it, their number does not exceed 20, a negligible proportion compared to the hundreds of Chaos cities elsewhere in the Star Realm. As long as one Transcendent personally speaks up, the native Transcendents of the Chaos Divine Continent won't antagonize a single transcendental power for the sake of a few dozen of their own cities. Furthermore, their subordinates are not subject to restrictions on their 10th and 11th level myths. Yes, our angel civilization agrees. Second, except for the representatives of the 5 civilizations, the Emperor Barbarians and the Rakshasa are actually less than pleased. While their Chaos cities were all top tier, each tribe only had one myth lord. Even with the support of a top tier Chaos city, they could barely contend against a tier 11 myth. Furthermore, with the cultural heritage accumulated over millions of years, both tribes possess sufficient courage to face tier 11 myth units. But don't forget, those alien armies wouldn't follow a rotational pattern. Multiple tier 11 myths would inevitably be deployed simultaneously, making it uncertain whether their Chaos cities could withstand the challenge. It was an excellent proposal, however, and the 3 most powerful factions present immediately agreed, making it difficult for either to object. Next, the specific arrangements for the 5 civilizations' subsequent engagements with the Eternals and Titans would be made. This process was destined to be a long one, so Song Qi and other representatives could only wait patiently in the wizard civilization. In the Zhutian market, within the Tianxu Sankong, high in the sky, Song Qi's gaze fell on the multiple items before him. Everything before him was the final spoils of the market tokens drawn after the Origin Star operation. He had been busy with the expedition to the Lanikia River system, followed by the Five Clans Alliance. Only now, with a little free time, did he have time to inventory these items. Of all the items before him, the most eye-catching was the spherical artifact emitting a rainbow of colors. It was one of only 2 colorful artifacts, and one that could be transformed into shipboard components. Artifact: Multi-Attribute Rule Sphere. Quality: Color/Extreme. Transformable: Various Tao Rule Realms. Note: a superb artifact nurtured over countless epochs on the mythical origin star. Level 0 of the Path of All Tao Rules. Quality: Color/Extreme. Features: Tao Rule World. Feature 2: Gold Origin Rule. Feature 3: Wood Origin Rule. Feature 4: Water Origin Rule. Feature 5: Fire Origin Rule. Feature 6: Earth Origin Rule. Feature 7: Light Origin Rule. Feature 8: Time Origin Rule. Feature 9: Space Origin Rule. Note: this component requires 30 slots to load. Tao Rule World. Consumes 10 million psionic points to activate a Tao Rule World above the loaded warship, empowering the player and suppressing the opponent. Duration: 60 minutes. Cooldown: 720 hours. Gold Origin Rule. The component itself contains infinite Gold Origin Rule power. After expanding the Rule World, Gold Origin Rule automatically emanates from within, significantly increasing the power of the Rule World. Wood Origin Rule. The component itself contains infinite power of the Wood Origin Rule. After expanding the boundary of the rule, the Wood Origin Rule will automatically emanate from within the boundary, greatly increasing the power of the rule boundary. Water Origin Rule. The component itself contains infinite power of the Water Origin Rule. After expanding the boundary of the rule, the Water Origin Rule will automatically emanate from within the boundary, greatly increasing the power of the rule boundary. Fire Origin Rule. The component itself contains infinite power of the Fire Origin Rule. After expanding the boundary of the rule, the Fire Origin Rule will automatically emanate from within the boundary, greatly increasing the power of the rule boundary. Earth Origin Rule. The component itself contains infinite power of the Earth Origin Rule. After expanding the boundary of the rule, the Earth Origin Rule will automatically emanate from within the boundary, greatly increasing the power of the rule boundary. Time Origin Rule. The component itself contains infinite power of the Time Origin Rule. After expanding the boundary of the rule, the Time Origin Rule will automatically emanate from within the boundary, greatly increasing the power of the rule boundary. Origin of Space. The component itself contains infinite power from the origin of space. Once the boundary of the rules is expanded, the origin of space automatically emanates from within, significantly increasing the power of the boundary. This is undoubtedly a supremely superior component of the mythical rule world. With a boundary of rules blessed by as many as 8 origins, the power it can unleash once expanded is unimaginable. Without hesitation, Song-Chi immediately enhanced this component to level 110. After the Origin Star operation, including what he had looted with the Mirror Battleship, and what he gained from the commissions on the various market tokens, the last thing he lacked was the mythical soul. After enhancing this component to level 110, he turned his gaze to the other colorful component. This is a group protection component, surpassing even the Savage God's Guardian, not to mention the Angel's Wings of Kingship. Rare item, Power of Origin. Quality, Color/Ultimate. Transformable, Origin Star's Reflection of the Heavens. Note, this rare item, nurtured by the endless stellar essence of the mythical Origin Star, possesses extraordinary power. Origin Star Reflection of the Heavens Level 0. Quality, Color/Ultimate. Trait, Origin Star Halo Ring. Trait 2, increases the hull strength of the mounted ship by 260%. Trait 3, increases the shield value of the mounted ship's energy shield by 260%. Trait 4, Light Resistance plus 3000. Trait 5, Space Resistance plus 3000. Trait 6, when comprehending the laws and rules of light within the mounted ship, the comprehending efficiency is increased by 80%. Trait 7, when comprehending the laws and rules of space within the mounted ship, the comprehending efficiency is increased by 80%. Trait 8, Origin Star's Origin Core. Trait 9, Origin Star Reflection of the Heavens. Origin Star Halo Ring. This component contains infinite mythical starlight power. Once mounted, it automatically forms a mythical starlight ring around the outer layer of the ship's energy shield. The starlight ring's protection and shield value are equivalent to a standard energy shield of the same quality, and provides a 1-hour buffer after overload. Origin Star's Origin Core. consumes 10 million psionic points to temporarily connect with the mythical origin star's origin core. The mythical star's origin power washes over the warship, temporarily entering a burst state. For the next 60 minutes, the warship's overall combat power is instantly increased by 400%. The cooldown period is 10 years. Origin star's reflection of the heavens consumes 10 million psionic points to summon a projection of the mythical origin star to protect you. All designated friendly units within the projection's range will receive its full protection. The duration is 60 minutes, with a cooldown of 10 years. Chapter 866. Compared to the previous piece, the properties of this second origin star all-heaven reflection component are undoubtedly even more exceptional. Not to mention the group protection attribute, which far surpasses the Angel King True Spirit protection and Emperor Barbarian God's blessing. The temporary burst of power granted by the origin star origin core alone is an extremely rare attribute. And this is at level 0. Once the enhancement level is raised, the combat power boost a single burst of power can be even more astonishing. Based on the current combat power of the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song-Chi estimated that once the burst of power is activated, its combat power will soar to the late 10th level or even the peak. Without hesitation, the Angel King's wings were unloaded intact, and the Origin Star All-Heaven Reflection component was then directly upgraded to level 110. After reaching level 11, as expected, the temporary full combat power boost provided by the Origin Star Origin Core attribute increased from 400% to 950%. Seeing this nearly tenfold increase in combat power, Song-Chi's joy grew even greater. After this, he examined the other items before him one by one. After the 2 7-colored artifacts, there was only one 5-colored artifact, also a special component, a confidentiality contract component. The Star Oath. Clearly, this was intended to fill the gap in the Oath contract component on the Tianxu Sangqiong. For a hyperdimensional mothership, the Oath contract, currently at its gold quality, was clearly no longer binding enough. The addition of the 5-colored Star Oath, now enhanced to level 110, undoubtedly solved this problem. Following this, there were 4 more 3-colored artifacts, each a secondary cannon, with a starlight radiation cannon, with a mass splash capability. After replacing the electromagnetic lightning cannon, it was directly enhanced to level 100. A unique tricolored space blocking component, the ceiling Heaven and Earth Tower, was also upgraded to level 100. A tricolored warship projection component, after replacing the Shadow Descent chapter, was also upgraded to level 100. Along with the Void Sea projection Emperor's Tomb, it became one of the 2 high-level warship projection components aboard the Tianxu Sangqiong. The 4th tricolored rare item was a tricolored fire rare item, the Star Spirit Fire. There were also 3 black fire rare items, and 5 golden fire rare items. None of these fires could be transformed into higher-level fire sources. Like the 7-colored fire previously acquired, they were Song-Chi's preparations for the creation Bagua furnace in the future. In addition to these, there were 3 high-grade Chaos Mirror Stones, and 5 mid-grade Chaos Mirror Stones. These were strategic items that might not be needed right now, but Song-Chi had to stockpile some in anticipation of their future use. The remaining items were 48 mythical souls, remaining after the aforementioned enhancements. There were also 208 strands of 10th tier floating land essence, 24 strands of 11th tier floating land essence, and even 3 strands of 12th tier floating land essence. Finally, there were mid-tier items, like the Overlord True Spirit, and gold and silver rare items. Song-Chi didn't hold much interest, so he didn't continue with a detailed inventory. Taking stock in hand, Song-Chi instinctively sighed, truly worthy of being a place that drives the myriad worlds mad. Every time a mythical star falls, it produces a truly astonishing amount of goodies. Things like the 5-colored and 7-colored rare items and Chaos Mirror Stones, whether in the Chaos Divine Land or the myriad worlds. Which one doesn't only appear once in a while after a long time? The Wizard's Ancestral Domain, the Wizard-Human River Community. Atop a massive magical teleportation platform, dozens of figures representing the 5 dominant civilizations stood silently. At the front of the crowd, Song-Chi and the other 5 exchanged a glance. Song-Chi and Michael of the Angel Civilization were the first to step out, followed closely by members of the Xinhua and Angel Civilizations. Then, the massive teleportation platform roared to life, a dazzling magical field instantly enveloping the vast surrounding area. Violent spatial fluctuations then emerged. Once all this subsided, the figures of the Xinhua and Angel Civilizations vanished from the teleportation platform. It's our turn. Settle for the Titan Giants River system. Let's go! As Rule Wizard Green spoke, the remaining wizards, along with the figures of the three tribes, the Diamond and Lu Sha, also stepped onto the teleportation platform. Soon, the platform activated again. That's right, the 5 civilizations had reached a consensus to split into 2 groups. The Xinhua and Angel civilizations would head to the Eternal's ancestral domain, while the Wizard, Emperor Barbarian, and Rakshasa civilizations would head to the Titan's ancestral domain, negotiating with both parties simultaneously. As the Eternals and the Titans are the only 2 transcendent-level civilizations in the Shattered Star Sea, no matter which one they visit first, the latter will immediately feel slighted. This is why Song Qi and the other 5 made their current decision. As for why the Xinhua and Angel civilizations were heading to the Eternals, it really had something to do with Song Qi. Remember, Song Qi had previously traveled alone to the Abyss Star region in search of the remaining portion of the Light of Judgment. During that time, he had met an eternal son of the Eternals, Lorgar. While understanding that an eternal son would likely have little impact on such a matter of life and death for multiple dominant civilizations, it was still worth trying, right? The Shattered Star Sea, the Eternal Ancestral Domain, the first Eternal Transit Starry Sky base station. After a sudden spatial fluctuation, Song Qi, Michael, and the others burst out of one of the base station's portals. As soon as Song Qi stepped out of the portal, he felt a vast aura of eternity wash over him. This Starry Sky base station was constructed entirely of eternal divine gold, its surface adorned with countless profound runes. Even a full-strength attack from a 10th-tier mythical being would struggle to inflict devastating damage to the base station structure. This alone seemed to speak of the eternal supreme majesty. This is the eternal ancestral domain. Song Qi's eyes shifted, quickly surveying his surroundings. He noticed hundreds of thousands of portals suspended within the base station, each connecting to a different star region, demonstrating the Eternal's absolute control over the Shattered Star Sea. Michael spread his 36 wings, his divine light radiant even more brilliantly against the eternal divine gold. According to the plan, should we contact the Eternal Child first? Song Qi nodded and pulled something from his bosom. The communication token Luo Jia had left him. When he injected psionic energy into the crystal to activate it, the communication token instantly transformed into a streak of light, darting out of the base station and quickly disappearing into the distant, inky black starry sky. This sudden change seemed to alarm someone within the Starry Sky base station. Interesting. It's a little fellow from the Xinhua human race. A lazy voice echoed from all directions. The void at the center of the base station distorted, and a slender figure slowly stepped out. The person had silver hair and purple eyes, an eternal divine crystal embedded in his forehead, and a faint mythical aura emanated from his body. Although the pressure was faint, Song Qi was absolutely certain that the person before him was indeed a 10th-tier mythic eternal. To have a mythical being guard the interstellar teleportation station was a truly magnanimous act by the Eternals. Without further deliberation, Song Qi and the others immediately took the initiative and said, Michael of the Angel Civilization, Song Qi of the Flame Civilization, greetings to Lord Los. Having decided to come to the Eternals' territory, Song Qi and the others had naturally done their homework. If nothing else, they could at least recognize the 10 or so myths that had appeared. Unlike other civilizations and tribes, the Eternals, after reaching the 10th tier, did not call themselves gods, but rather adopted a unique title, Lord Los. Here before them, Lord Los was one of them. Eternal Lord Los nodded slightly, a faint glint in his purple eyes. Lorgar is currently in seclusion in the Eternal Temple. You've arrived at an unfortunate time. He tapped his fingertips, and an eternal divine pattern traced a complex trajectory in the air. However, since he carries his token, he's surely not an enemy of my Eternals. Song Qi and Michael exchanged a glance, but remained silent, awaiting Los's next words. Follow me. Eternal Lord Los beckoned, and the 3 of them quickly headed towards the base station's core area. As for the other members of the 2 races, they had to wait outside. Passing through the base station's core area, Song Qi noticed countless eternal warriors debugging some massive device. It resembled a stargate, yet it emitted a vibration that made his heart flutter. That's an eternal star anchor. Los explained without turning back, it can lock onto the spatial structure of an entire star field. He added meaningfully, the Chaos Divine Continent has been restless lately. Song Qi's expression remained unchanged, unsurprised. The commotion in the Chaos Divine Continent was truly significant. Although the Eternals hadn't been involved in matters related to the Origin Star, they couldn't have been unaware of the changes taking place there. After passing through 7 spatial barriers, a magnificent temple, suspended in the starry sky, appeared before their eyes. The entire temple was constructed from 99,900 and 99 eternal divine crystals, each containing a complete origin law. Atop the temple, a vast amount of origin law's power swirled. Wait here. Los led the two to a side hall, then transformed into a stream of light, and disappeared into the main hall. Soon, Song-Chi and Michael were ushered into the Eternal Temple's core meeting hall. Besides Los, there was another Eternal Lord present this time, an 11th rank Eternal Lord, the Eternal's second in command. Besides the 12th rank ancestor, the Eternal's most powerful being, Lacha. After meeting Great Elder Rosha, Song-Chi and the others stopped wasting time. Knowing that the transcendent Eternal Ancestor was unlikely to meet them in person, Great Elder Rosha was clearly the highest-ranking figure they could meet, fully representing the Eternals. 12 Celestial God Talismans. Pen of Truth. Barbarian Ancestor Seal. Eye of Divine Judgment. Blood of the Rakshasa Ancestor. The data for 5 civilization-level heritage items was projected simultaneously. As Rosha scanned the 5 items, even as a great elder of the Eternals, a glint flashed in his eyes. The Eternals' heritage was indeed far greater than one could have imagined, and their vaults were filled with similar items of equal value. But who would complain about having too much heritage? The key point was that Song-Chi and Michael had already made it clear. A casual remark from the Eternal Transcendent Ancestor was all that was needed. No actual 12th level transcendental war needed to be triggered. This was indeed a move that had intrigued him. But before he could speak, the entire temple suddenly shook violently. Boom! Space was abruptly ripped apart, and a titan, billions of kilometers tall, stepped through the void. Girdled with golden lightning, its body cracked the ground constructed of eternal divine crystals with every step. Atop its shoulders, the Green Rule Wizard and others loomed. Old man, how's the talk going? The Titan's voice was like a bell, shaking the temple. The Eternal Great Elder's projection appeared in the void, snorting coldly, Taishan, you crossed the line. The 11th level Titan laughed heartily, and threw something. The Barbarian Ancestor's battle seal hovered in the air, its radiance radiating from it appearing exceptionally bright against the surrounding eternal divine crystals. My clan is very interested in this item. How about this? It glanced around at the crowd, its voice resonating throughout the universe. The transcendent ancestors of our 2 clans will come together to support you, and the other 5 clans. However, you must gather 1 more civilization-level artifact, bringing the total to 6. The Titans and Eternals will each take 3. How about that? Upon hearing this, Song-Chi and the other 3 exchanged a quick glance, but no one spoke hastily. The hall fell silent for a moment. To be honest, if the transcendents of the Eternals and Titans spoke together, it would be a great idea. The combined threat of 2 transcendents to the native transcendent forces of the Chaos Divine Continent would be far more than just 1 + 1 = 2. If that were the case, the transcendent forces of the Celestial Ape Star Realm would inevitably agree. However, the key lies in the 6th civilizational item. They only possess 5 of them, so who should provide the 6th item? After a long pause, Rule Wizard Green tentatively asked, Lord Rosha, Lord Taishan, could we add a 3-eyed clan civilization? All the forces within the Shattered Star Sea, once connected to the Chaos Divine Continent, correspond to the Celestial Ape Star Realm. If the 3-eyed clan can be brought in later, they will undoubtedly agree, thus completing the 6th item. However, Song-Chi and the other 5 were clearly taking things for granted. For some reason, even with the addition of a Chaos City, both 11th level myths, Rosha and Taishan, refused to agree. This left the challenge to the 5 dominant civilizations, Xinhua and the wizards, to resolve. There was a long silence, until Rosha and Taishan's faces gradually lost their patience. Song-Chi finally gritted his teeth and said, My lords, I have a rare and colorful artifact here. I wonder if it meets the requirements. As he spoke, a faint light flashed between his brows, and soon a ball of colorful light emanated from it. Mirrored 3 Realms 5 Elements Certificate. This was the 3 Realms 5 Elements Certificate mirrored from the top-grade Chaos Mirror Stone Song-Chi had obtained on the Origin Star. Scanning the attributes of the 3 Realms 5 Elements Certificate, Rosha and Taishan's eyes flickered with satisfaction. Yes! Seeing their agreement, Song-Chi turned his gaze to Green Michael and the other 4 people in the hall. Of course, it was impossible for him, the Xinhua civilization, to give away such a top-grade Chaos Mirror Stone for nothing. Chapter 867. The Wizard Civilization, the Angel Civilization, and the other 4 factions were of course aware of this. Rule Wizard Green took the lead and said, This 6th item should have been shared by the 5 of us as compensation for providing this mirror image of the 3 realms and 5 elements voucher. As long as it's within the acceptable range for the 4 of us, you, the Xinhua civilization, are welcome to make any requests. Song Qi was hoping for this, and with the witnesses of the 11th level myths of the Eternals and Titans, he directly stated the request he had already considered. Right now, both the Chaos Divine Continent and the Shattered Star Sea are experiencing significant turmoil. My Xinhua civilization only requires one promise from you 4 clans. If we request assistance from you in the future, and if you are able to spare the time, you 4 clans must provide us with 1 free aid. This aid must be no less than 1 rank 10 mythical unit, or resources equivalent to a rank 10 mythical unit, including fleets and other resources. After this, Song Qi quietly waited for Green and the other 4 to consider their demands. This request wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. Even though all 4 were authorized representatives of the civilization behind them, possessing ample authority and decisiveness, they would inevitably find it difficult to make a decision. To put it simply, he understood, and was willing to give them ample time to consider. As for his reason for making this request, first and foremost, it's certain that he had never anticipated this situation before, and naturally, he couldn't have discussed it with Jiang Yuan, Jihung, and the others in advance. This request was entirely Song Qi's personal decision. The reason was actually quite simple. If the 2 transcendental powers behind the Eternals and the Titans confirm their willingness to intervene, then the subsequent chaos in the Sky Ape Star realm will inevitably be under control to a certain extent. However, if you think that the situation in the Human Emperor City will be foolproof, you are completely wrong. While the Transcendent cannot personally intervene, there are still the 10th and 11th tier mythic alien races, as well as the disposable 12th tier offensive weapons held by the Transcendent forces, and offensive chaos artifacts. The threat to Human Emperor City extends far beyond the Transcendents themselves. Furthermore, nearly 10,000 years from now, there's the issue of the Batian ruins and the high-dimensional sea. The previous dimensional anchor triggered a frenzy among numerous forces in the heavens and the Chaos Divine Continent. Wouldn't the high-dimensional sea, also a chaos artifact, be no different? Song Qi could already foresee that the disintegration of the Batian ruins nearly 10,000 years from now would inevitably trigger an even more bloody melee. By then, the level of chaos across the Tianyuan star realm would be 10, if not dozens, times greater than it is today. By requesting commitments from the Angel Civilization and other parties in advance, Song Qi was playing a crucial trump card for Human Emperor City and Xinhua Civilization. These 4 mythic warriors, coupled with the support of the top Chaos City, were enough to become the key to turning the tide of the war for Human Emperor City in the future. The silence in the meeting hall lasted for several minutes, but Song Qi, Luo Cha, and Tai Shan remained silent until the Wizard Green broke the silence. As an ally of the Xinhua Civilization, having long since signed a comprehensive cooperation agreement, the Wizard Civilization behind them was naturally the most receptive to this request. Compared to a strategic level 7-colored artifact, this request is quite reasonable, isn't it? On behalf of the Wizard Civilization, I agree to it. If the Xinhua Civilization requests it in the future, as long as it doesn't endanger our own civilization, we will do our utmost to assist them. Song Qi smiled and nodded at the Wizard Green. Seemingly influenced by Green, Michael of the Angel Civilization soon responded in the affirmative. My Angel Civilization also accepts this request. At this point, there were naturally no more surprises. The only 2 civilizations with 11th level myths ruling their clans had agreed. How could the Rakshasa and Diamond clans, already at the bottom of the Shattered Star Sea's dominant civilizations, refuse? The good news was that due to their own civilizational strength, if the Xinhua Civilization truly requested assistance, neither of them would need to send mythic units to assist. After all, each of them only had a single mythic warrior to suppress their clans. Although they would still need to dispatch their most core fleets as replacements, this was still within their acceptable range. Seeing that all 4 parties had agreed, to ensure the binding force of the agreement, Song Qi took the initiative and respectfully addressed the 2 11th level leaders at the top. While I personally believe deeply in this promise, since this concerns the rise and fall of civilization, I would still dare to ask you 2 gentlemen to bear witness. It's a simple matter. To the Eternal Lord Rosha, this was a perfectly reasonable request, and he agreed without hesitation. After saying this, he casually gestured, and the next second, the dome of the meeting hall above him suddenly transformed, and a shadow emanating a dense chaotic energy appeared out of thin air. This instantaneous change not only shocked Song Qi and the other 4, but even Tai Shan, the 11th level titan of a similarly transcendent power, saw his pupils shrink sharply. It wasn't until several seconds later that he revealed the origin of the chaotic shadow above him. A projection of the eternal divine furnace? Hearing the mumbling of his old rival Tai Shan, The corners of the Eternal Elder Roche's mouth curled up. Yes, the chaotic shadow he had summoned was the shadow of the Eternal Divine Furnace, the chaos wonder in the hands of the Eternals. As the leading civilization of the Shattered Star Sea, how could the Eternals be without chaos artifacts? Some even speculated that the Eternals likely possess more than one chaos artifact, though only the Eternal Divine Furnace was currently visible. After a moment of surprise, the shadow of the Eternal Divine Furnace overhead quickly projected bursts of chaos light, which slowly converged into a unique eternal agreement. Song-Chi, understanding the meaning, was the first to imprint his own soul and true spirit upon the illusory eternal agreement. Followed by Green Michael and the other four, they also completed their imprints. With the eternal agreement officially in effect, Song-Chi finally felt completely at ease. What could be more binding than a chaos artifact? With this, the negotiation concluded. Song-Chi and the other four successively retrieved 6 items, including the Pen of Truth and the 12 celestial divine talismans, and immediately departed the eternal ancestral domain. They weren't interested in how the Eternals and Titans would later distribute the 6 civilizational heritage items, or rather, they didn't want to inquire. After all, they had all been handed down from their own hands, and even glancing at them made their hearts bleed. Adding to the increasingly deteriorating situation in the Chaos Divine Continent, everyone was anxious to return to their ancestral domains to deal with various matters. Chaos Divine Continent, Human Emperor City. When Song-Chi's ship, the Tianqiu Sangqiong, burst from the Chaos Teleport platform, Jiang Yuan and Jihung's ships had already been waiting. The radiance of the Tao principle swirling around the hulls of the 2 Xinhua human mythical immortal ships shone brightly above Human Emperor City, causing the air to tremble slightly. It's done. Song-Chi handed the crystal containing the eternal contract to Jiang Yuan. The 2 transcendents have agreed to mediate. Jihung's divine sense swept over the crystal, and her brows suddenly furrowed. This 6th item. I copied the 3 realms and 5 elements certificate using the Supreme Chaos Mirror Stone. Song-Chi's voice was calm, as if the Supreme Chaos Mirror Stone, powerful enough to spark a major civilizational war, was merely an ordinary object. Jiang Yuan's pupils narrowed slightly. He certainly understood the value of a Supreme Chaos Mirror Stone. That was a top-tier resource, a semi-high-dimensional Chaos Divine Continent, where even a single one might not be produced in a million years. However, always composed, he quickly recovered and solemnly addressed Jihung beside him. You are selflessly contributing to the entire civilization. As the veteran emperors of our civilization, we will not let your personal efforts go in vain. Later, I will open the highest secret vaults of the 4 empires. If you find anything you like, feel free to choose. The 3 of them smiled at each other, and didn't dwell on the matter any further. After all, the heavy weight that had been weighing on their hearts had finally settled. With 2 transcendents taking action, they believed they would be able to significantly restrict the indigenous transcendent forces within the celestial Ape Star realm. As long as the 12th rank transcendents didn't personally intervene, they had sufficient confidence to defend Human Emperor City. The 1,502nd year since Origin Star separated from the Chaos Divine Continent, the Xinhua Ancestral Domain. Chaos Divine Continent, Celestial Ape Star Realm. This previously chaotic celestial realm suddenly fell into an eerie silence. All the engaged fleets and legions ceased their fire, and countless beings gazed in horror into the depths of the chaotic void above. 2 figures, seemingly piercing through dimensions, emerged from the void. On the left was a vague humanoid figure shrouded in eternal divine light, its body encircled by 99,999 chains of laws. On the right stood a Titan giant, its feet treading upon the galaxy. The ultimate source of power manifested throughout its body, and with every gesture it made, star regions came into being and perished. It's the eternal progenitor, and the Titan sky-splitting God King. A hysterical scream echoed from a mythical fleet belonging to a peak chaos clan. As transcendental pressure swept across the Sky Ape Star realm, 7 equally terrifying auras rose from different locations in the star realm below. The transcendents native to the Chaos Divine Continent finally appeared, 3 of them emitting particularly glaring crimson beams. They were the greatest driving force behind this unrest. The demon transcendents of the abyss. With the fall of the Sky Ape Star realm's ruler, all the heavens and worlds and the various forces of the Chaos Divine Continent certainly have a right to a share of the spoils. But for a transcendent to personally participate, isn't that overstepping the bounds? The eternal progenitor's voice was not loud, but it caused the infinite chaotic turbulence in the chaotic void beyond the Chaos Divine Continent above him to solidify. This astonishing power terrified all the mythical creatures of the Sky Ape Star realm. They felt like mere ants, easily annihilated before a 12th level transcendent. The Sky Ape Star Realm is already a no man's land. A chaotic roar echoed from the blood-red beam. You, the broken star sea, are trying to intervene? Upon hearing this, the Titan progenitor suddenly raised his hand. This simple gesture triggered a chain reaction, instantly vaporizing the 7 mythical alien armies attacking the Sky Ape Star Realm, leaving not even a wreck behind. Once the transcendental war begins, the entire Sky Ape Star Realm might even be shattered. Is this really what you wish to see? The entire Star Realm fell into complete silence. However, the 3 transcendental demon gods of the abyss showed no concern. Eternal sky-splitting, this has nothing to do with you too. If you... Before the abyssal demon transcendent could finish, for other transcendents from the chaos divine continent interrupted. Eternal sky-splitting, what are your goals? Simple. Eternal progenitor and sky-splitting god king waved their hands simultaneously, and a phantom banner appeared, stretching across the entire Sky Ape Star Realm. Across the banner was a single, clear line of text. It was concise, consisting of a single sentence: all transcendents must not attack. Those below level 10, including level 10 and 11 mythical creatures, are not restricted. Upon seeing the message on the banner, the 3 transcendent demon gods of the abyss were the first to object. Terrifying chaotic energy surged from their bodies, locking onto the distant eternal progenitor and sky-splitting god king. However, surprisingly, compared to these 3 transcendent demon gods, the other 4 transcendents native to the chaos god continent showed little resistance and quickly nodded in agreement. Outnumbered 6 against 3, even the 3 abyss transcendent demon gods, no matter how reluctant they were, ultimately had to compromise. But this alone was naturally not enough. Above the chaotic sky, the countless chains of rules surrounding the eternal progenitor suddenly erupted with dazzling light. 99,999 chains trembled simultaneously, weaving together into a web of rules covering the entire Sky Ape Star Realm as the chaotic storm raged across the sky. Since we have reached a consensus, Titan sky-splitting god King thundered, the galaxy suddenly expanding beneath his feet. Then let us swear the Chaos Oath. The auras of 7 Chaos Divine Continent Transcendents surged simultaneously, especially those of the 3 abyssal devil gods. Unwilling roars emanated from their crimson beams. But faced with the wills of 6 beings of the same rank, they ultimately could only release their origin seal of approval. Once the final imprint was complete, the eternal progenitor extended his hand and pressed it lightly. The vast web of rule chains began to shrink, gradually transforming into a crystal seal emitting a chaotic aura. 9 distinct transcendent seals swirled across the seal's surface, representing the collective will of the 9 transcendents. The Chaos Oath is officially in effect. With the eternal ancestor's pronouncement, the crystal seal shattered, transforming into countless points of light that merged into every inch of the Sky Ape Star Realm. Through the remote observation array, Song-Chi watched as those points of light immediately transformed into invisible, regular lines upon landing, reinforcing the entire Star Realm's spatial structure several times over. This is the method of the Transcendent, Jihung muttered, staring at the holographic projection, directly modifying the fundamental rules of the Star Realm. At this moment, the heart that had previously been unable to calm down after successfully ascending to the rank of mythical immortal captain finally settled completely. The saying that only after experiencing greater ups and downs can a person's heart truly settle is extremely true. In fact, it wasn't just Jihung, Jiang Yuan, and Song-Chi, all the high-ranking Xinhua captains in Human Emperor City felt the same way. Chapter 868. The moment the Chaos Oath took effect, the danger monitor in the Human Emperor Palace in the center of Human Emperor City suddenly erupted with a glaring red light. The Astral Threat Index, which had previously stabilized at the ultra-high risk level, plummeted to the dangerous range at a visible speed. Song-Chi's fingertips swiped across the holographic panel, bringing up real-time footage of battlefields across the celestial Ape Star Realm. Following the departure of transcendents like the Eternal Ancestor and the sky-splitting God King from the depths of the sky, just a few days later, the 10th-rank Mythic Expeditionary Corps of Transcendent Forces, like the Abyss Demons and the Sand Spirits, resumed their advance. With these Transcendental Legions leading the charge, more and more Mythic Alien Legions gradually became active over the past half-month. The Celestial Ape Star Realm, which had enjoyed peace for less than a month, was once again plunged into chaos. The only good news was that while these Mythic Legions continued their advance, the violent aura they carried with them had noticeably subsided, no longer possessing the reckless frenzy of the past. The Chaos Oath has been confirmed to be effective. Jiang Yuan's voice held a subtle hint of relief as he raised his hand to transfer an encrypted file to Song-Chi's terminal. Here is a list of the secret vaults of the 4 great empires. You may choose any 4 Chaos Mirror Stones from them, as compensation for the Chaos Mirror Stones you used earlier. Compared to before, Jiang Yuan's tense mind had clearly relaxed completely, otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned this matter at this moment. Song Qi took the list and scanned it quickly. The value of a top-grade Chaos Mirror Stone was clear. It was true that he was willing to pay for the survival of the Xinhua civilization, but there was no need to shoulder the entire cost himself. Besides, he did have many other things he needed. As his gaze drifted downward, even as a 9th-rank being, Song Qi still felt a bit dazzled. It was truly astonishing that this was the joint secret vault of the 4 empires. The number of items listed was truly astonishing. Medium-sized titanium crystal or core *1. Large-sized titanium crystal or core *1. Chaos Chi *2. Mythical Soul *1. Tricolor Galaxy Cannon, Bloodline Phosphorescent Cannon. 5-color Energy Shield, Shou Tian 4-element Spiritual Light Shield. Intermediate Grade Chaos Mirror Stone *1. Top Grade Chaos Mirror Stone *2. While examining the items, Song Qi discovered a problem. There were very few 7-color artifacts among the items, only 2, while there were quite a few 5-color and 3-color artifacts. This was understandable after all. Even the 4 great empires, established over 200,000 years ago, possessed a limited number of 7-color artifacts. These artifacts were either stored by the 4 human emperors or integrated into the origin cores of the empire's ancestral land. To be honest, Song Qi was quite surprised to see 2 of them in this secret vault. Without rushing to choose, Song Qi perused the list for over half an hour before finally settling on 8 items. 7-colored Alien Bioenergy Purification Sculpture. 7-colored White Hole Halo Sky Supporting Shield. 11th level Golden Apple. 11th level Star Eating Vine Heart. 5-colored Hyperspace Jump Device. 5-colored Rare Charging Stone. Mythical Class Flame Warship Bonus Upgrade Resource Earth Chain Stone Mother. 10th level Azura Blood Vine. These 8 items were all he needed immediately, and the 7-colored Rare Alien Bioenergy Purification Sculpture was a must. Under the current circumstances, with the transcendent strictly prohibited from interfering, the time required for the subsequent alien mythical legions to advance into the area of Human Emperor City would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. Song Qi predicted that the original estimate of over 300 years would triple or quadruple, meaning they would have another 1,000 years of buffer time. Because of this, and the recent surge in the Tianshu Saiqiong's combat power, Song Qi has decided to use this buffer time to officially resume his exploration of the Immortal Realm ruins. The danger from the Immortal Realm ruins primarily comes from the unknown gray fog energy, and the mastermind behind its control. The most problematic aspect of the gray fog energy is its powerful corrosive properties. The colorful alien creature energy purification sculpture before him is Song Qi's specific preparation for this purpose. In addition, Song Qi also wants to capture the colorful White Hole Halo Sky Supporting Shield. White Hole Aura Sky Shield Level 0. Quality: Color/Extreme. Features: Energy Shield Protection Value increased by 260%. Feature 2. Energy Shield Value increased by 260%. Feature 3. True Defense. Feature 4. The White Hole Aura constantly enhances the energy shield. When attacked, it will absorb 20% of the damage dealt. Feature 5. The White Hole Aura constantly absorbs Wandering Star energy, continuously replenishing the energy shield. After the shield is damaged, it will automatically restore 7% of its maximum shield value per second. Feature 6. As long as the ship's energy shield is intact, the Wandering Star energy absorbed by the White Hole Aura will continuously enhance the ship's hull strength. Feature 7. Double Energy Shield. Feature 8. White Hole Vortex. Feature 9. White Hole Overclocking Shield. Dual Energy Shield. Equipped ships gain a double White Hole Aura shield. Both shields have identical properties, and the buffering period after overload is half an hour. White Hole Vortex. Consumes 5 million psionic energy points. This energy vortex gathers a vast amount of white hole energy to form a white hole vortex around the outer surface of the warship. For the next 3 seconds, all incoming attacks will be sent into the depths of the Void Sea's dark side by this energy vortex, harming the warship. Cooldown: 720 hours. White Hole Overclocking Shield. White hole energy particles are extremely active, creating an overclocked energy shield that is also effective against physical and mental attacks. This 7-colored energy shield is truly top-notch. If it is later enhanced with the Mythic Pulse Wave feature extracted from the Rare Item Origin Improvement platform, it will be considered the best of all 7-colored energy shields. However, if I choose to take 2 of the 7-colored components, I will only be able to choose 2 more of the remaining 6 items, which presents a dilemma. Never mind. I just take the Star-Eating Vine Heart and the Earth Chain Stone Mother. After a moment's hesitation, Song-Chi settled on his choice. Alien Bioenergy Purification Sculpture, White Hole Halo Sky Supporting Shield, Star-Eating Vine Heart, Earth Chain Mother Stone. The 11th level Star-Eating Vine Heart is prepared for the 9th level Golden Apple Mother Tree, to be used in its future assault on the 10th level mythical rank. The Earth Chain Mother Stone, needless to say, provides additional upgrade resources for the mythical class flame warship. While it only increases the transdimensional mothership's upgrade success rate by 2% when attacking the mythical immortal ship, for the Tianqiu Sanqiong, which can perform repeated attacks, this 2% success rate is far more than can be calculated literally. After finalizing his selection, Song-Chi's gaze lingered on the other items for a moment. He was genuinely envious of the other 4. The 11th level Golden Apple allowed him to selectively upgrade one of the 3 items, the 3-color Posha Zen Meditation Seal, Qitsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm, or the Miracle Clone Pod, to a 5-color one. The 5-colored rare item Charging Stone can recharge a specific rare item. While it can only be used once, its value is clear. For example, the 12 life and death chess feature of the time chessboard has been used once before. If it is used correctly, the number of times it can be recharged can be replenished. However, this rare item Charging Stone is only 5-colored and cannot be used directly on the time chessboard. The hyperspace jump device is a jump component with performance far exceeding that of the space jump device. It can partially compensate for this shortcoming on the Tianqiu Sanqiong. As for the final 10th level Azura Blood, it is the final essence of a mythical Azura, which is of great benefit to the Azura King under Song-Chi, who has reached the peak of the 9th level. For over 10,000 years, the Azura King has been excellently trained under him. Not only does he have a 9th level all-attribute training room and a 9th level Wizard Magic Assist training chamber, he recently devoured the flesh and blood of a 10th level mysterious Frost-Winged Dragon, and has now reached the peak of the 9th level. If they could capture this 10th rank Azura Blood Void, a product of the same origin, it would be of immense benefit to its future pursuit of mythical status. As if noticing the change in Song-Chi's expression, Jiang Yuan and Jihung, standing beside him, asked directly, "Well, have you chosen?" Song-Chi nodded and informed the 2 of his choice. Then, tentatively, he asked, "Emperor Jiang, Emperor Ji, that 10th rank Azura Blood Void would be of great use to my 9th rank Azura Emperor. Could you exchange it for something else?" "Of course." Jiang Yuan and Ji Hung agreed without hesitation. This Azura Blood Void was obtained by Eng Yi during an exploration of the Astral Sea 100,000 years ago. Although a mythical object in itself, the murderous intent within its heart was too intense. It would be difficult for ordinary beings to withstand this overwhelming killing intent and fuse it, so it has been preserved until now. Upon hearing this, Song-Chi took out a mid-grade Chaos Mirror Stone. A mid-grade Chaos Mirror Stone could mirror 3-colored artifacts, and its value was roughly equivalent to the Azura Blood Void, making it a perfect exchange. After handling everything, Song-Chi immediately bid farewell to the 2 human emperors. He needed to quickly transform the items in his possession into actual combat power for the Tianqiu Sanqiong. In the Zhutian market, the Tianqiu Sanqiong hovered in the sky. In the warship's main control room, bursts of light flashed. The White Hole Halo Sky Shield and the Alien Bioenergy Purification Sculpture were both enhanced to level 110. After reaching the 11th level of enhancement, the properties of the 2 colorful artifacts were greatly enhanced. What caught Song-Chi's attention most was the character for the White Hole Halo Sky Shield. The White Hole aura constantly enhances the energy shield, actively absorbing 75% of incoming damage when attacked. This means that, as long as the energy shield is not overloaded, all external attacks striking the Tianqiu Sanqiong will initially have their power reduced by March 4th. Once the upgrade reaches level 120, this ratio will reach 4 to 5, 80%. The increase in this characteristic alone is enough to significantly increase the combat power of the Tianqiu Sanqiong. However, this alone is not enough. Song-Chi did not rush to the Immortal Realm ruins. The skeleton giant, bred in the skeleton tomb, which has been upgraded to level 110, had been summoned several times during the expedition fleet's expedition to the Laikia River system, and its skeleton had not yet fully recovered. As one of the Tianqiu Sanqiong's few mythical trump cards, the skeleton giant is one of his key assets for future explorations of the Immortal Realm ruins. Naturally, he had to wait until it was fully nurtured before setting out. Corpse Emperor Clan River Community, Level 9 Dragon Spine Continent. Deep within the Dragon Spine Sacred Mountain, Dragon Whale Hall. Two figures stood within the ancient hall, shrouded in a chaotic mist, Song Qi and Song Xuan, whose ship had recently been upgraded to a galaxy ship. Song Xuan's eyes lit up with joy as he accepted the 5-colored origin starlight shield component from Song Qi. The Aquila was currently equipped with a black energy shield. He had recently broken through to the 8th level in his channeling technique and had been contemplating how to obtain a 3-colored energy shield. He hadn't expected Song Qi to give him such a big surprise. Besides that, he was also happy for Song Qi. Since the 5-colored origin starlight shield had been replaced, it meant that the energy shield aboard the Tianxu Sanqiong would only be of higher quality, at the very least, a top-grade 5-colored level. After regaining his composure, he quickly followed up on Song Qi's earlier question. Over the past 10,000 years, adhering to the policy of fully lifting restrictions on the family's population base, as our family is about to be elevated to the 5th pillar of civilization, the number of direct descendants has now exceeded 100 billion, and the number of venerable captains has surpassed 1 billion. Among them, the number of captains from level 0 to 3 exceeds 1 billion, the number of 4th level chasing captains exceeds 3 million, the number of 5th level battleship captains exceeds 200,000, and the number of 6th level dreadnought captains has exceeded 10,000. As for the 7th level destroyer level elders and above, the current number is 382, including 4 galaxy captains and 1 transdimension captain. Hearing this, Song Qi raised a brow. Oh! Another galaxy captain in the family? Who is it? Hearing his confusion, Song Xuan's face cracked with a smile. It's none other than that kid Yiming. Song Qi had originally thought it would be Song Xingru or Song Xuansong, but when he heard it was Song Yiming, he was genuinely surprised. In his memory, Song Yiming's gains during the previous 10,000 years of exploring the origin star had been mediocre. He hadn't expected that, without his assistance, he had quietly achieved the rank of Galaxy Captain. Well, after the origin star expedition, this kid embarked on an alien exploration. Luckily, he stumbled upon a relic of a civilization from the multiverse era, where he obtained a high-level bonus resource for advancement. Combined with the considerable amount of luck holy blood he had accumulated in the Chaos Divine Continent, he was able to successfully complete the advancement. It's just that, Shaoqi, you were completely focused on the Lon Ikea Galaxy Community Expedition, so the ancestor decided not to disturb you. After hearing the whole story, Song Qi nodded gently. This brought the family's total number of galaxy captains to 4, but it was still not enough. Not enough. Our clan is still too weak. If the previous policies continue, we won't have enough cutting-edge combat power, and we have to make up for it with a smaller population. Next, our Xinhua civilization will face its greatest crisis in history. Whether we can survive is uncertain. If an accident truly occurs, the larger the clan's population, the greater the likelihood of survival after the civilization collapses. This order must be issued to the entire clan. For the next 10,000 years, there must be no slacking off. Yes. Chapter 869. Song Xuan nodded solemnly. He understood the importance of this matter, and that it must be carried out with the highest standards. The crisis facing the Xinhua civilization has truly reached a point of life and death. While preparing these things now might seem a bit tedious, a retreat is still something that must be prepared. By the way, there's one more thing. Without further discussion, Song Qi pondered for a moment, and pulled out several crystal fruits emitting chaotic energy. This is the Chaos Spirit Apricot I obtained in the Chaos Divine Continent. It's extremely effective for 7th and 8th level channeling techniques. Place it in the family's secret vault, and have core members redeem it. Song Xuan accepted several Chaos Spirit Apricots, sensing the immense energy contained within. He was moved. This is a valuable asset. Yiming could use it. Song Qi waved his hand. During this critical moment, the family needs more high-end combat power. Also, notify all members of the family above 7th level as soon as possible. A family meeting will be held at Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain in 3 months. This decision must be disseminated to the entire clan as soon as possible. After leaving Dragon Ridge Continent, Song Qi returned to the core area of Zutian Market. 10,000 years had passed since he was promoted to superdimensional captain. He had also gathered all the resources necessary for the Tianxu Sanqiong to impact the mythical immortal ship. Seeing that the Tianxu Sanqiong would soon be qualified to do so, he naturally couldn't afford to neglect his own channeling techniques. In the deepest part of the all-attribute training room, Song Qi's exclusive training area, a 9th level wizard magic-assisted training cabin was placed in the middle of the training room. Song Qi lay quietly inside, with psionic energy flowing around him, practicing the guiding technique with all his strength. During the 10,000 years since the origin star's fall, While he devoted most of his energy to exploring with the mirrored warship, he never neglected his channeling skills. Adding to this the high-level training resources he received from the temporary controller of the market token through occasional taxation, his channeling skills had advanced from level 90 to level 95. To have broken through 5 levels in 10,000 years was a speed far exceeding that of his peers. 9th level life forms have lifespans of up to 1,000,000 years, and each breakthrough would take at least 30 to 50,000 years, if not 100,000 years. Breaking through 5 levels in 10,000 years was truly astonishingly fast. However, Song-Chi wasn't satisfied with this. If it weren't for the chaotic battles in the Sky 8 realm, and the collapse of the Batian ruins, he might not have felt so anxious. But the key was that time was limited. With the Chaos Oath signed by the Transcendents, Human Emperor City might have some confidence in holding out against the advancing armies of the 10th and 11th tier alien races. However, the collapse of the Batian ruins 8 or 9,000 years from now would inevitably detonate the million light-year-long divine continent region where Human Emperor City resides. By then, not to mention the Chaos Oath, even the Transcendents behind the Eternals and Titans would likely be drawn into the conflict. This would be like a sword of Damocles hanging over the head of the Xinhua civilization, ensuring perpetual restlessness for the entire Human Emperor City. To gain a degree of autonomy and self-preservation in the inevitable melee, one must achieve the status of a legendary immortal captain. This was the fundamental reason why Song-Chi hadn't dared to let his guard down. Sizzle. The door to the wizard's magic-assisted training chamber opened, and Song-Chi emerged. He shook his head quickly. 9th level channeling techniques were too difficult to cultivate. Without the aid of high-level resources, he could only rely on time to forge through them, which happened to be exactly what Song-Chi wanted to avoid. It seems we just have to wait and see if there's any unexpected gains from the Immortal Realm ruins. 6 months later, when the skeleton giant finally completed its cultivation, Song-Chi knew it was time. Target, Immortal Realm ruins, he whispered softly. A sudden ripple of vibrations emanated from the hull of the Tianxu Sangchun ship in the Shutian Market Sky Dome, and soon, a mirror image warship, nearly identical to the original, slowly emerged. The next second, a sudden spatial fluctuation echoed from the Shutian Market teleportation platform, and a 7th level Jihung clan member slowly emerged. Swish! A faint light emanated from the mirror battleship, quickly immersing itself within the body of a 7th tier member of the Star Tribulation clan. Then, this recently ascended Star Tribulation clan member vanished once more from the All-Heaven teleportation platform. Song-Chi, however, remained expressionless, still quietly waiting. A moment later, a faint light began to flicker within the mirror battleship's cabin, as the component that replicated the Divine Mind chapter received the summons from the Divine Mind imprint that had been sent forth. Without Song-Chi attempting to stop it, the mirror battleship suddenly transformed into a point of light, darting directly out of the All-Heaven marketplace, and quickly vanishing into the depths of the outer void sea. Knowing that the Immortal Realm continent ruins were far more complex than he had imagined, the exploration he referred to naturally involved the mirror battleship. In the past, he would have sent his main body there first, waiting to summon the mirror battleship before returning to the market. Now, for absolute safety, he had omitted even this step. Deep within the dark side of the void sea, in the land of eternal darkness, lies the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent. At the call of the 7th-ranked Jihung clan, the illusory stream of light from the mirror warship descended from the depths of the void sea. After the mirror warship successfully entered the interior of the Immortal Realm continent, the Jihung clan returned to their mountain base, and they had no further involvement thereafter. 10,000 years had passed, and the scenery of the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent remained unchanged. The eternally dark sky, the rotten air, and even the strange gray mist energy that was completely invisible to the level 110 replica of the Eye of Truth. I hadn't noticed it during my first exploration, but now I discovered that the gray mist energy I had discovered in the tomb complex was actually ubiquitous throughout the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent, appearing almost every few dozen or even hundreds of light years. Replica of the alien biological energy purification sculpture, full power. Song-Chi issued the command through his ethereal body. Instantly, a brilliant, rainbow-colored halo emanated from the warship's hull, forming a purifying force field around it. The gray fog that attempted to approach immediately emitted a sizzling sound upon contact with the force field, being purified into harmless energy particles. A patrol radar scan revealed a strong energy reaction 30,000 light-years ahead, suspected to be a gray fog energy body of level 8 or higher. As soon as the notification from the replica Sky Intelligence brain reached his ears, Song-Chi's eyes flashed. Full speed ahead, maintained high alert. As the mirror warship flew towards the target area, the gray fog grew thicker. Even with the protection of the purification force field, the warship's various performances were significantly suppressed. Even more disturbingly, within this area of gray fog, a large number of irregular floating land fragments could be vaguely seen floating in the sky, with countless distorted outlines of creatures clinging to these floating land fragments. The mirrored warship's replica of the three realms and five elements voucher provided such a powerful concealment that these distorted gray fog energy bodies remained unaware of the warship's presence. After advancing for several hours, the replica Sky intelligent computer suddenly sounded an alarm. High-intensity spatial energy fluctuations detected, an unknown object rapidly approaching the warship. Song-Chi immediately called up the holographic image and saw the gray fog swirling violently ahead, a massive shadow rapidly forming. It was an indescribably terrifying creature, composed of pure gray fog, yet emanating a suffocating pressure. Mythical gray fog creature. Song-Chi's pupils constricted. Although he had been mentally prepared when he decided to restart the exploration of the Immortal Realm ruins, he was still deeply shaken to encounter a 10th-tier mythical gray fog creature so soon. However, his reaction was easy. Immediately upon capturing the 10th-tier gray fog energy form, numerous weapon systems on the Tianqiu Sangqiong mirror warship instantly activated. The white hole halo shield erupted with dazzling light, and the mirror warship entered combat mode in record time. At the same time, the gray fog creature let out a silent roar, and the gray fog energy within the entire gray fog region stretching for thousands of light years began to boil, imminently triggering a battle. The gray fog swirled, and the body of the mythical gray fog creature completely solidified into shape. It was formless, yet possessed 6 ethereal, twisting tentacles, each end emitting a multitude of cutting blades. Its head lacked facial features, only a constantly swirling vortex of gray fog, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. But Song-Chi wasn't focused on that. Over 10,000 years ago, he had also witnessed an unknown mythical creature attack from deep within the Immortal Two Mountains. The two were so different, he couldn't even find a single similarity. While controlling the mirrored warship to dodge and attack, Song-Chi was also filled with doubts. Could it be that there was more than one mastermind behind the events that had taken place within the ruins of the Immortal Continent? Or was that person a former myth of the Immortal Continent? And is this person before him the true mastermind? Instantly numerous thoughts flashed through Song-Chi's mind, but he quickly refrained from thinking. No matter what, the current battle was crucial. Woo-woo-woo. The gray fog mythical creature raised its 6 illusory tentacles, and the slicing blades formed from countless gray fog energies collided, producing a sharp explosion that pierced the soul. Facing this attack, Song-Chi might have been somewhat apprehensive before, but now the replica white hole halo sky shield was of the highest quality, offering protection against all energy, soul, and physical attacks. This soul-piercing scream proved impervious to attack. The gray mist energy form immediately noticed this, and before Song-Chi's astonished gaze, it suddenly switched its attack strategy. Amidst the surge of gray mist energy, the 10th-tier gray mist energy form suddenly vanished into the depths. Just as Song-Chi imagined it was attempting a sneak attack, the distant gray mist suddenly ripped apart. The moment he saw the face of the reappearing black figure, Song-Chi was startled. Completely different from the previous gray mist energy form, this reappearing black figure was no longer an illusory form, but a 3-headed, pitch-black, oversized canine-like creature. Is this a mythical Cerberus? For a moment, he was completely bewildered. He couldn't imagine what could have caused an energy-based life form, a mere phantom energy form just moments before, to transform into a carbon-based divine beast in the blink of an eye. If the replica Eye of Truth hadn't clearly indicated that the energy fluctuations emitted by the Cerberus before him were identical to those of the gray mist energy form, Song-Chi would have undoubtedly suspected they were not the same being. But then again, what could have been the reason? Out-of-body experience? Or parasitism? Or perhaps possession, symbiosis, or something like that. At some point, Song-Chi felt a flash of inspiration, as if he had grasped a crucial point. But before he could continue, the mythical Cerberus had already launched a full-scale attack on the mirror battleship. With no other choice, he could only withdraw his thoughts and focus his full attention on controlling the mirror battleship to battle the Cerberus. Compared to its previous gray mist energy form, the Cerberus's current physical form posed a far greater threat to the mirror battleship, requiring careful handling. Not to mention anything else, the Cerberus itself possessed the rare bloodline of a high-level divine beast, possessing a formidable physical strength. Coupled with its various powerful bloodline abilities, its combat power was often considered top-tier among its peers. Song-Chi was well aware of this, so he didn't act rashly and immediately summoned the skeleton giant. With a thought, the mirror battleship's underbelly armor opened, and a skeleton giant, only slightly smaller than the Cerberus, stepped out. Roar! The skeleton giant roared deafeningly, its bony right arm tightly grasping the multicolored Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword. The Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword instantly slashed towards the Cerberus, with destructive energy. The two mythical creatures instantly engaged in a tangle, shattering space wherever they passed. Seizing this opportunity, Song-Chi also maneuvered the mirror battleship to the side, charging powerful main guns, like the Light of Judgment, the Blood Erosion Destruction Cannon, and the High-Dimensional Particle Collapse Cannon. Just as the mirror battleship's main guns were about to fire, the replica Eye of Truth suddenly detected an anomaly. Abnormal energy fluctuations in the target were detected. A dual energy reaction is occurring within the Cerberus. Song-Chi's eyes narrowed, and he quickly clicked on the image detected by the Eye of Truth. On the holographic projection that popped up before him, a phantom gray mist outline suddenly emerged from the Cerberus, exactly the form of the original gray mist energy body. However, to the side of this gray mist energy body, there was another gray mist energy body. This gray mist also contained a gray mist energy body, but its energy level fluctuations were weaker, hovering between 9th level subversion and half-step mythology. Even more obscure was the fact that a thin thread of gray mist extended from this ball of gray mist, connecting the ball of gray mist to the heart of the three-headed dog of hell. This discovery made Song-Chi feel even more perplexed, but he didn't understand what this meant, and he knew no one would ever give him an answer. Chapter 870. Song-Chi's brow furrowed, his mind rapidly analyzing the situation. He simultaneously controlled the mirrored warship to temporarily retreat, allowing the skeleton giant to intensify its attack. Since it was difficult to understand the key, he might as well ignore it. No matter what the enemy was, a head-on attack was always the right move. Bang! The skeleton giant, wielding the Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword, once again engaged the Cerberus head-on. Inertia forced both sides back a short distance. This time, however, Song-Chi seized the opportunity perfectly. While simultaneously unleashing the three newly charged, multicolored cannons on the mirrored warship, he simultaneously transmitted the command for a full-force attack to the skeleton giant. Crack, crack, crack! The 10th-rank skeleton giant's bones crackled, and countless shattered bones ripped off his body, drawing them towards the multicolored long sword in the skeleton giant's hand. Ultimately, the Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword was combined into a single, enormous bone sword. Bone Burial Sky Slash. With a roar from the giant skeleton, the giant bone sword transformed from the Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword slashed down with a roar, its boundless bone blade slashing directly at the three-headed hellhound in front. This wasn't the end yet. Following this terrifying bone sword beam, the active attack characteristics of the three-colored naval guns, the Light of Judgment, the Blood Erosion Destruction Cannon, and the High-Dimensional Particle Collapse Cannon, followed closely. Faced with these four extreme attacks, the three-headed hellhound clearly sensed the immense threat and immediately dodged, but the multicolored ropes that had previously shot out from the surrounding void held it tightly in place. Boom, 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 boom! For terrifying explosions echoed deep within the gray fog, the resulting energy shockwaves temporarily displacing the gray fog energy within a radius of hundreds of light years. One can only imagine the terrifying energy generated by these explosions. Mixed in with the sound was the shrill howl of the three-headed hellhound. Even with the bloodline of a top-tier divine beast and a formidable physical strength, it still struggled to withstand four destructive attacks of the same rank. When the energy storm dissipated, the three-headed hellhound's miserable appearance was clearly revealed. For horrific wounds covered its mythical body, and pure golden mythical blood continued to spray, dyeing the reinvading gray mist energy golden. However, before Song-Chi could signal the skeleton giant to continue its attack, the three-headed hellhound suddenly let out a shrill howl, and its black fur began to fall off in large areas, revealing the wriggling gray mist beneath. The weaker gray mist light ball flickered violently, as if its energy was being forcibly drained. Not good. Song-Chi immediately realized something was wrong. It's willingly sacrificing that secondary gray mist energy body. The mirror battleship's other black cannons also opened fire, attempting to interrupt the attack. However, just as the attack was about to impact, the Cerberus's body suddenly expanded, the secondary gray mist ball having completed its final sacrifice. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept across dozens of light years. When the energy aftermath dissipated, the Cerberus was no longer the Cerberus. Or perhaps, it was no longer the veteran Cerberus from before. The energy pressure emanating from its body had now reached the peak of the 10th level. Coming to this conclusion, Song-Chi's tense mind relaxed slightly. At the peak of the 10th level, with the current Tianqiu Songqing mirror battleship and the skeleton giant, victory was not completely impossible. However, to his surprise, The Cerberus, whose combat power had been temporarily increased to the peak of the 10th level, not only did it not choose to directly counterattack the skeleton giant and the mirror battleship, but its first action after the sacrifice left Shang-Chi filled with astonishment. Mythical energy swirled around the three-headed hellhound, three distinct laws swirling around it. The next second, it suddenly shot forward, hurtling overhead. This peak-level 10th tier three-headed hellhound had chosen to flee the battlefield, unwilling to continue the fight. What a shame! In the Jutian market, Shang-Chi's lips curled slightly as he watched this scene. Then, an angry roar echoed from above the mirrored battleship. The charging three-headed hellhound hadn't escaped the battlefield as expected, its surging body being blocked by a spatial light barrier. It was the replica of the ceiling heaven and desolate earth tower that Shang-Chi had habitually activated. Now, the entire area, thousands of light years in radius, was completely sealed off. Want to escape? Too late. Muttering, the mirrored battleship and the skeleton giant quickly pursued. This time, Shang-Chi didn't hesitate and directly activated a market projection token. Well, a Zutian market projection of a Dao origin totem pole. A 10th tier mythical skeleton giant, a 10th tier projection of the ruins of the worlds, and a mirrored warship, each possessing the strength of a regular mythical force. A 3-on-1 battle meant the outcome was unimaginable. The skeleton giant's skeleton transformed into countless bone spears, guided by the Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword, creating a devastating bone rainstorm. Within the ruins of the worlds, one of the three totem poles of the great Tao's origin radiated a dazzling divine light, empowering the projection of the ruins of the worlds to cross the boundless void and suppress the three-headed dog of hell. The mirrored warship then activated all weapon systems into overdrive, firing a salvo of its main guns. Roar! The three-headed dog of hell roared in despair, its three heads simultaneously spewing destructive energy waves. But under this triple attack, its resistance seemed feeble. The purple mist handprint projected by the Jutian market's purple mist projection first suppressed it. Then, a bone rainstorm ripped away its flesh and blood. Finally, the concentrated fire from the naval gun shattered its central head. Just as the Cerberus was about to fall, something unexpected happened. The primary gray mist energy within it suddenly expanded violently, detaching itself from its host, transforming into a streak of gray light and escaping into the distance. Though slightly startled, Shang-Chi reacted without hesitation. A tricolor beam of light emanated from the mirrored warship, replicating the Diana Seal external time stop feature of the Posa-Diana Seal. Trying to escape? Shang-Chi snorted coldly, and the time-stopping beam of light precisely struck the gray mist energy body that had easily escaped from the Cerberus's body. Instantly, the entire gray mist energy body froze in the air. This alone was naturally insufficient. Although he was deeply interested in this gray mist energy body, after all, it was likely the mastermind behind the destruction of the Overlord Immortal Realm civilization. However, for him, currently at only the 9th level of life form, this soul-like mythical creature was too dangerous to keep. Another method was to temporarily seal and hibernate it using the time prison of the time chessboard, or the eternal hibernation feature of the eternal fire hibernation chamber. However, once this was done, the former could no longer be removed, and the latter was of too low a quality to guarantee the absolute safety of the gray mist energy body once it entered hibernation. Precisely because of these significant limitations, Shang-Chi chose a more direct approach. Swish! The hatch of the mirrored warship suddenly opened, and a black stone was thrown from it. The next step, naturally, was to repeat the previous slaying of the Ice Shovel-Winged Dragon God, utilizing the virtual real conversion feature of the Void Sea Projection Emperor's Tomb to temporarily transport the main body of the Tianqiu Sankung to the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent. Later, under the full force of the Tianqiu Sankung's guns, the three-headed hellhound, already barely holding a shred of life, was instantly annihilated. As for the 10th tier gray mist energy entity, it proved somewhat more challenging. As an energy-based life form, ordinary naval guns posed little threat to it. But this didn't faze Shang-Chi. The Tianqiu Sankung also possessed a very special naval gun, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon. Although this naval gun was only a main gun, its power far inferior to that of super main guns, star destroyers, and galaxy cannons, its quality had been upgraded to the highest level of black perfection. The Purple Sky Divine Thunder itself was an extremely powerful and masculine attack, highly effective against spirits, demonic beings, and other creatures. Add to this the Blood Spear's weakness mark of the Hunting God, and the Black Hole Evolution Layer's Black Hole Singularity Detonation, and its power was truly formidable. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon 9-layer Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder. Blood Spear mark of the Hunting God's weakness. Black hole evolution layer. Black hole singularity sacrifice detonation. Origin star's reflection of the heavens. Origin star's origin core. With the final boost of the origin star's origin core, the 950% bonus to total combat power makes the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon's 9-layer Purple Sky world-destroying Tribulation Thunder even more terrifying. Woo woo woo. Under the 9-layer Purple Sky Divine Thunder, only the gray mist energy body could be heard wailing continuously, ultimately annihilated by the layers of Tribulation Thunder. In the sky of the ruins of All Heaven's Market, within the main control room of the recalled Tianxu Sankong, Song-Chi strode over to the Clone Blood Chalice component. The Fortune Holy Blood Storage Pool, 10th level Frost Winged Dragon Fortune Holy Blood, 10th level Cerberus Fortune Holy Blood, 10th level Grey Mist Energy Body Fortune Holy Blood, 9th level Corpse King Fortune Holy Blood, 9th level Rakshasa Fortune Holy Blood. Looking at the clearly extra Cerberus Fortune Holy Blood and Grey Mist Energy Body Holy Blood in the Holy Blood Storage Pool, Song-Chi nodded in satisfaction. This way, the success rate of the subsequent attack on the mythical immortal ship will increase even further. Without dwelling on this matter, Song-Chi quickly returned his attention to the mirror battleship. Although the battle was over, the gray fog space where the mirror battleship was currently located still needed to be carefully explored. According to experience, the areas targeted by this gray fog energy body are either tombs filled with corpses, ancient battlefields of the former Immortal Realm civilization, or the locations of once prominent super-immortal sects and powerful academies within the Immortal Realm civilization. These areas are still worth exploring. Although he had previously used the Tianxu Sangqiu main body to add another layer of the Sealing Heaven and Forbidden Earth Tower's blockade light curtain, the blockade time was limited, so he had to hurry. The Sealing Heaven and Forbidden Earth Tower could only block the enemy's retreat midway, but Song-Chi did not know if these gray fog energy bodies had any special connection with each other. It was very likely that the gray fog creatures in other areas of the Immortal Realm continental ruins had sensed the death of the 10th level gray fog energy body the moment it died. These were merely Song-Chi's speculations, but they were imperative. Therefore, the mirror battleship must not remain in the area until the barrier of the Heaven-Sealing Jedi Tower was deactivated. Time for exploration was limited. The mirror battleship slowly approached the area at low altitude, enveloped by gray fog energy. Song-Chi operated the ship's detection equipment at full power, carefully scanning every corner of the area. Suddenly, the ship's scanning system detected an unusual energy fluctuation. This is... Song-Chi immediately turned and headed towards the source of the energy fluctuation. As the distance closed, the ship's scanned image gradually became clearer. It was an ancient complex half buried in gray fog. Although much of it had collapsed, its former grandeur could still be seen. As expected, this should be the site of a high-level immortal sect from the ancient Immortal Realm civilization. Song-Chi's eyes flashed with excitement, and he immediately maneuvered the mirror warship to land. At the same time, he stationed the skeleton giants, who had not yet been recalled, on guard at the perimeter to prevent any surprise attacks from other gray fog creatures. After the warship came to a steady stop, Song-Chi carefully observed the ruins through the holographic projection. The most striking feature was the exquisite tower in the center, standing out from the other ruins. Its surface was covered in mysterious runes, its extraordinary presence immediately apparent. These runes seemed to contain some kind of spatial law. The moment he noticed this, Song-Chi instinctively became wary, and a hypothesis surfaced in his mind. However, before he could even consider it, the mirror warship's intelligent computer alarm suddenly sounded. Warning! High-energy reaction detected. Song-Chi's heart tightened. In his sight, a strong spatial fluctuation suddenly emanated from the exquisite tower below. Then, a gray beam of light shot up from the tower's spire, and the surrounding gray fog began to surge violently. Oh no! It's teleportation! Song-Chi instantly understood. This tower was actually a teleportation device, and it was being activated. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the mirrored warship transformed into a dazzling energy storm, engulfing the entire ruins. This sudden change left him no time to activate his cannons. After all, with the exception of the secondary guns, all the cannons required varying amounts of charge before firing, and the Diana Seal internal speed feature of the replica of the Po Shizhen Seal had already been used in previous battles. In a desperate situation, only the mirrored warship's immediate self-destruction could prevent everything. A mushroom-like energy storm swept across the ruins. By the time the mirrored warship, revived by the replica of the 12 life and death chest feature, had revived, the ruins below had been completely destroyed. Of course, that included the teleportation tower. Huh? At some point, Song-Chi let out a soft exclamation, as if he had discovered something. The mirrored warship quickly turned and, as it slowly descended over the ruins of a nearby temple, a spatial vortex tunnel, faintly obscured by the wreckage, came into view. Is this the entrance to a secret realm? Unsure, Song-Chi summoned several Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors, imprinted them with his mind waves, and sent them out of the mirrored warship. Not long after, the warriors returned with good news. Beyond the spatial vortex tunnel lay a secret realm. However, the exact level of the secret realm was uncertain. The mirrored warship would have to enter firsthand to confirm the result. Chapter 871. Besides this, Song-Chi had another concern. The 10th level gray mist energy body had been lingering here for an unknown amount of time, and it was unknown whether it had discovered this secret realm beforehand. However, according to his estimation, this spatial vortex was more likely to have been shaken out from the depths of the void by the terrifying spatial tremors following the aftermath of the terrifying mythical battle. Without giving it much thought, Song-Chi remotely controlled the mirror warship, like a cautious hunter, slowly approaching the constantly rotating spatial vortex shimmering with a faint glow. On the warship's hull, thousands of microscopic detection runes illuminated one after another, weaving into a dense web of light, fully analyzing the vortex's energy composition and stability. The data fed back eased his tense nerves slightly. The vortex's structure was remarkably stable, and the energy it emitted, though ancient, was pure and neutral, completely different from the polluted, corrosive gray mist energy outside. It resembled the form of the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth, deposited over countless years. The energy properties are harmless, the spatial structure is stable, and the preliminary assessment is that this is a permanent or semi-permanent entrance to a secret realm, not a trap-type trigger structure. The synthesized voice of the replica Sky I calmly reported the analysis results. At least it's not the worst-case scenario. Song-Chi muttered to himself, but his habit of constantly walking on the brink of life and death kept him from taking any chances. The mirrored warship adjusted its stance, its shields recharging. The next second, like a giant whale diving into the deep sea, the warship silently sank into the dazzling vortex. A brief feeling of dizziness washed over him, as if he had passed through a film of icy water. The next moment, the scene before him suddenly changed dramatically. The warship was already in a vast, yet deadly world. The sky was an oppressive, dim yellow, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. Only a murky light, coming from nowhere, barely illuminated the shattered world beneath. The earth was dry and cracked, a spiderweb of terrifying cracks spreading, bottomless. In the distance, once tremendous mountains seemed crushed by a tremendous force, leaving only broken cliffs and rubble. The winding riverbed had long since dried up, exposing a grayish-white bottom. The air was filled with an indescribable sense of desolation and antiquity, as if time had been frozen here, frozen in a devastating moment. Compared to the pervasive gray fog outside, this place was remarkably clean, with no trace of its encroachment, as if an invisible barrier had protected it in the distant past, until its power was exhausted, leaving only this forgotten ruin. A small secret realm attached to a fragment of the main plane. Judging by its size, it's at least one of that immortal sect's most important medicinal gardens or heritage sites. Song-Chi's spirits lifted, and he suppressed his regrets. He piloted the mirrored warship into a low-altitude cruise, its replica ultrasonic geomagnetic detector sweeping the ground below like a giant fan. An unknown amount of time passed before the warship silently glided across a vast square. The square's floor was paved with some kind of spiritual jade. Even though it was covered in dust and covered in hideous cracks, it still reflected a faint spiritual light under the scanning beam, demonstrating the extraordinary quality of the material. In the center of the square, a giant stone statue, 1,000 feet tall, had collapsed. Its head and upper body were gone, leaving only the remains of its body and a giant arm stubbornly pointing toward the sky. As if in its final moments, it still roared unyieldingly against fate, silently telling of the brutality and tragedy of that devastating battle. Warning: high-intensity, high-purity residual energy condensate detected. Location: 734-119, suspected high-level extra-dimensional object or solidified energy core. The Jihung intelligent computer's prompt suddenly sounded, breaking the silence in the cabin. Song-Chi's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he immediately steered the warship towards the coordinates. Soon, a relatively intact building complex appeared on the high-definition screen. This complex was built on the mountainside. Although also dilapidated, the main structure was mostly preserved, and the flying eaves and brackets could still be vaguely seen in the former immortal atmosphere. They surrounded the tallest and most majestic main hall like stars surrounding the moon. The main hall's plaque hung at an angle, mostly broken, But the last character, Dan, written in ancient immortal seal script, was relatively intact, exuding a sense of vigor and ancient charm. Alchemy Palace. It's truly a vital site for the sect. Song Chi's heartbeat quickened slightly. Elixirs are a strategic resource in any cultivation civilization. The high-quality elixirs of the former Immortal Realm civilization were renowned throughout the Shattered Star Sea. The value of this presumably well-preserved alchemy palace before him was immeasurable. Resisting the urge to charge in immediately, he maneuvered the mirrored warship to a slow landing in the square in front of the palace, stirring up a cloud of dust that had been silent for eons. At the same time, a mental command was issued, and a skeletal giant took heavy steps, wielding the Luosha heaven-slaying sword, now transformed into a massive white-boned sword. Like a loyal guard, he stood behind the warship, his crimson soul fire scanning every shadow around him, alert to any potential danger. Though the secret realm appeared dead silent, no one could guarantee the existence of some protective mechanism or monsters spawned by the elixir mutation, so he brought the skeletal giant in as well. The hatch slid open, and over 36 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors and Flame Elf Terracotta Warriors, armed with the next-generation precision exploration and sample collection tools developed by the clan's technology department, nimbly scrambled past the collapsed doorposts and entered the deep hall. The holographic footage transmitted back revealed that the hall's interior was even more devastated than the exterior. Hundreds of jade alchemy stands lay tottering, like a wind-swept wheat field. The ground was covered with a thick layer of shattered glass and jade fragments, the remains of countless shattered alchemy bottles and jars. Miscled among them were medicinal dregs and powders of various colors, long since devoid of their spirituality. The air was filled with a strange, suffocating aroma of dust and stale medicine. Time had long since eroded most of the treasures. Song Chi, far away in the Zutian market, witnessed this scene with a pang of heartache. These items would be priceless today. Countless terracotta warriors continued to advance deeper into the hall, scanning beams meticulously sweeping across every inch. Suddenly, a wall at the deepest point returned an unusual energy reading. The camera zoomed in, revealing that the wall appeared to be just like the rest of the place, covered in dust. But upon closer inspection, a faint, almost completely transparent energy curtain flowed across its surface. Countless ancient runes, infinitesimally finer than a hair, flickered and flickered, forming an extremely complex and profound formation. Although the light was utterly dim, like a candle in the wind, it still stubbornly operated, sealing off the space behind the wall. A concealed restriction. And at such a high energy level, it's surprisingly maintained even today. Song Chi's eyes gleamed. For a restriction to persist at all costs even in the face of destruction, the object it protected must be something truly extraordinary. Yet, he hesitated, unsure whether to let the skeleton giant brute force his way through it. A restriction of this level could easily lead to unforeseen consequences, such as self-destruction or alerting the outside world. But realizing the limited time available, he stopped dwelling on it. The skeleton giant strode over to the restriction, and thrust out fiercely with the Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword. In a split second, the transparent restriction, which had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, silently extinguished. The transparent water curtain rippled violently before vanishing like a puff of air. Buzz! The wall emitted a low rumble, and then slowly slid open, revealing a small, standing chamber behind, barely wide enough for a few people. The chamber was devoid of any decoration, save for a simple, half-man-high bronze alchemy furnace, quietly standing in the center. With 3 legs and 2 handles, the furnace's design was extremely simple. Its body was engraved with images of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and seas, as well as various indecipherable ancestral ritual motifs. Though covered in a thick layer of patina, it still couldn't conceal its inherent heaviness and vastness, as if bearing the aura of the great Tao. What made Song Chi's breath quicken the most was the dreamlike, iridescent glow emanating from the edges of the tightly sealed furnace lid. An indescribable fragrance seemed to disregard distance, affecting the depths of one's soul. Even a glimpse of it through the screen was enough to make him feel as if his soul had been cleansed. The fatigue and mental strain accumulated over days of battle were instantly restored, and his mind became clearer and sharper than ever before. The elixir is full of life, radiating auras, eternally incorruptible. Is this the legendary, top-tier Hunyuan elixir of the Immortal Realm civilization? His voice trembled slightly. The elixir in the furnace had long surpassed the realm of ordinary immortal elixirs. According to the data collected by the Xinhua civilization, in the former Immortal Realm civilization, the 7th rank corresponds to the true immortal who has transcended the tribulation, the 8th rank is the golden immortal, and the 9th rank is the Daoyuo golden immortal. These 3 ranks of beings already belong to the immortal level. Similarly, elixirs of this rank are also called immortal elixirs. However, the Hunyuan immortal elixir is different. In the former immortal realm civilization, the 10th rank of mythology corresponds to the Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal, and the 11th rank is the sage. In other words, the elixir in the bronze cauldron before him was at least 10th rank. Suppressing the urge to retrieve it immediately, he ordered the Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors to step forward and carefully prepare the elixir in a specially crafted cold jade box engraved with forbidden runes. As for the skeleton giant, although his rank was high, he was also extremely large and unsuited to such tasks. Boom! The moment the furnace lid opened, it was as if a floodgate of power had been opened. A magnificent rainbow of light gushed out like a substance, instantly illuminating the entire secret room and even the hall outside with a dazzling brilliance and beauty. 3 colorful pills, the size of Longan, perfectly round and flawless, their surfaces adorned with natural Tao patterns, like 3 eternally dormant spirits, slowly ascended from the furnace. Each pill seemed to be condensed from the purest rosy light and Tao principles, emitting an intoxicating aura of life and the rhythm of the great Tao. Sure enough, it's an elixir of Hunyuan or higher. After ecstasy, followed by extreme calm, Song Qi immediately ordered the robots to move at top speed, introducing the 3 colorful pills, which trembled slightly as if alive, attempting to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy into the cold jade box and affixing a series of sealing talismans. At the same time, the mirror battleship scanners were cranked to maximum power, sweeping the interior of the alchemy furnace, the walls of the secret chamber, and the floor, searching for any clues. Soon, amidst the thick dust at the bottom of the furnace, the scanners discovered a humble, broken jade slip. A Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warrior removed it and wiped it clean. The jade slip was made of extraordinary material, having survived eons without decay. Several lines of small characters were engraved in ancient immortal script. The mirrored battleship's database word, mobilizing all records of ancient immortal texts for comparison and deduction. After a moment, a fragmented translation emerged. Dui Hunyuan Passion Pill, assisted by 3,000 creations. 9 revolutions of reincarnation. The day the pill is completed, it can rebuild the Supreme Tao Foundation and aid in the pursuit of sainthood. However, the pill hasn't even cooled. The calamity has arrived. The world is overturning. Hate! 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 The text abruptly stopped there, the last few words hate practically etched deep into the jade slip. The despair and unwillingness, transcending eons of time, still assaulted Song Qi's mind. Dui Hunyuan Passion Pill rebuilds the Tao Foundation, aids in the pursuit of sainthood. Song Qi chewed on the information word by word, his eyes growing brighter. Although the information was incomplete, it already outlined the pill's incredible efficacy. This was a supreme immortal pill capable of assisting 10th level mythical creatures in their pursuit of the 11th level. Its grade was likely already 11th level, making it 10 or even 100 times more precious than ordinary Hunyuan immortal pills. Excellent! Song Qidun felt that all the risks of this adventure were worth it. However, just as he was about to further investigate the furnace itself, boom! The entire secret realm suddenly shook. Not from within, but from without. The previously activated barrier light curtain of the ceiling heaven and forbidden earth tower was now under a terrifying attack. If he were still outside, he would have seen the barrier light curtain above him violently distorting, countless ripples spreading across its surface, cracks spreading at a visible speed. It was clear that an unimaginably terrifying force was assaulting it from outside, and the barrier was on the verge of collapse. Song Qi's face changed drastically, and without hesitation he said, "Retreat. Retreat immediately." All the terracotta warriors and skeletal giants transformed into streams of light, and were withdrawn into the cabin. The mirrored warship's power reactor overloaded, erupting with a blinding light. Not even bothering to maintain its concealment, it rushed like a backward-firing meteor, hurtling towards the spatial vortex from which it had come. Just a second after the warship had barely escaped the secret realm. Crack, bang! The barrier light curtain of the ceiling heaven and forbidden earth tower shattered like glass. A thick, indissoluble, liquid like gray mist, swirling with a suffocating evil and a deadly will, instantly engulfed the entire Immortal Gate ruins like a raging wave. Within the gray fog, several shadows, hundreds of times larger and thousands of times more terrifying than the previous 10th tier gray fog energy body, slowly crawled. Their cold, chaotic, destructive thoughts intertwined into a web, sweeping across the devastated land, finally locking onto the destroyed teleportation tower and the vortex of the fading secret realm. A silent roar, powerful enough to tremble the stars, echoed through the depths of the gray fog, filled with rage and a subtle hint of imperativeness. Somewhere on the edge of the immortal realm ruins, the void rippled like water, and the mirror warship leaped out in a somewhat awkward manner. Its hull was even stained with a few wisps of the lingering gray fog, making a sizzling sound of corrosion. Without stopping, it unleashed its full power, transforming into a dark shadow, hurtling in the opposite direction of the continent's depths, quickly disappearing into the endless dust of ruins. Inside the Jutian market, Song-Chi looked at the cold jade box, the broken jade slip, the bronze alchemy furnace, and several other items that had been sent back in advance via the market token, and an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. Although the mirror battleship was still being pursued by multiple mythical gray mist energy bodies, the harvest had already been sent back to the market. The rest of the matter was no longer important. At worst, he could just deactivate the mirror battleship and summon it again after the mirrored components had finished cooling. Chapter 872. In the Jutian market, Song-Chi's gaze was fixed on the cold jade box floating before him. On the box's surface, layers of sealing talismans shimmered, straining to suppress the powerful spiritual energy of the three elixirs within. Even through the immense seal, the strange fragrance, seemingly emanating from the very essence of the great Tao, still seeped out, sending waves of comforting throbbing through his soul. Even while distracted by the control of the mirrored warship, he felt his mind clearer than ever before. Duihun Yuan Pa Xing Dan. He muttered softly, his fingertips reaching out to lightly touch the cold jade box, sensing the terrifying energy contained within, enough to unleash a tsunami of energy across the shattered star sea. The value of this supreme elixir, capable of aiding in the pursuit of 11th level sainthood, could no longer be measured by ordinary mythical souls, or tricolored or five-colored mythical artifacts. This was a treasure powerful enough to drive even those ancient mythical beings, dormant for countless epochs, mad with desire, willing to ignite a war of civilizations. For him now, it was a tremendous guarantee for his subsequent assault on mythology. But now, he was concerned that the elixir was too high a level. Would it be a waste to use it on a 9th level elixir attempting to reach the 10th level? But he didn't dwell on it for long. His eyes flickered rapidly, and the next second, Song-Chi waved his hand. Woo-woo-woo. The power of the mythical rules of the Jutian market sky dome surged, quickly condensing into a sphere of light with special rules in the sky. However, as Song-Chi pulled it, it slowly descended, finally pouring through the battleship's hatch into the main control room of the Tianxu Sankong. At the console, Song-Chi raised his hand and removed one of the 3 Duihun Yuan Pa Xing pills from the sealed box. After reclosing the box, he slowly tossed the Duihun Yuan Pa Xing pill from his palm, and a surprising scene unfolded. The thrown Duihun Yuan Pa Xing pill seemed to be inexplicably attracted, slowly drifting towards the quietly suspended sphere of rule light above the main console. Finally, the Duihun Yuan Pa Xing pill completely sank into the sphere of rule light, and only when it reached its very center did this 11th tier super elixir finally cease its movement. Afterward, the rich power of the Tao rules within the sphere of rule light began to swirl around the Duihun Yuan Pa Xing pill, the two seemingly undergoing some strange chemical reaction. Song-Chi had anticipated this. After completing this step, he retracted his gaze, no longer focusing on the sphere of rule light or the Duihun Yuan Pa Xing pill, his gaze shifting downwards to rest on the patina-covered bronze cauldron. The sphere of rule light was formed by the power of the mythical figures within the Jutian marketplace, which he had deliberately manipulated to fully analyze the pharmacology and efficacy of the Duihun Yuan Pa Xing pill. Although the broken jade slip vaguely described the effects of the Duihun Yuan Pa Xing pill, how could he fully trust such a one-sided statement? It wouldn't be wrong to test it himself, right? The key was that, with the mythical status of the Jutian market, he was fully capable of doing so. It would only take a little longer. As the saying goes, a safe bet is a safe bet. At this final moment, on the verge of reaching the mythical rank and entering true eternity, he would not allow himself to fail. Besides, he also wanted to analyze the Duihun Yuan Pa Xing pill to see if it could be used on the Xinhua battleship. If it could be used as an additional upgrade resource for the transdimensional mothership to impact the mythical immortal ship, or even the mythical immortal ship to impact the mythical origin ship, its value would undoubtedly be even greater. A faint light flickered in his eyes, and the image of a 9th level double pupil emerged before his eyes. During his previous trip to the Myth Origin Star, he had not only obtained the body of the Ice Shovel Winged Dragon God, but during the battle on the southernmost plate, several of their warship clones had secretly taken the remains of 3 more mythical corpses. Thanks to this vast supply of mythical flesh and blood, not only did the Azura Emperor benefit, but the Chongyu Divine Bird and the 9th level Dragon Spine Tyrant Whale also saw significant improvements. With the power of 9th level double pupils combined with the blessing of his mythical status, Song Chi's eye's ability to perceive and analyze things reached near limit. Even the patina coating the bronze alchemy furnace's body could not conceal its inherent charm. The fact that it could hold the power of an 11th level elixir for countless ages alone made it a truly extraordinary item. Unfortunately, after a brief inspection, Song Chi's first conclusion was that this bronze alchemy furnace was no rare artifact from the galaxy. But before he could delve further, another image in the depths of his mind suddenly faded to darkness. Through the faint connection that still existed, he understood that the mirror warship on the Immortal Realm continent had sunk. Deep within the Immortal Realm continent lay the ruins of the ancient Immortal Realm civilization's immortal sect. Deep within the sky, the fleeing mirror warship was ultimately unable to escape its pursuers. 4 distinct forms of gray mist energy, each as massive as a mountain, their aura 10 times more terrifying than the previous pursuer. Like world-destroying demons awakening from an eons of slumber, their hideous outlines emerged from the seething sea of gray mist. Their forms defied common sense. Indescribable forms formed by countless twisted limbs, gigantic eyes, as if compressed from billions of wailing souls, or dark singularities that continually collapsed and expanded, emitting an utterly dead silence. They merely hovered in the void, while the space around them was constantly violently distorted and torn apart. The laws and rules seemed to wail, light was devoured, and time became chaotic. The chaotic, violent energy emanating from them, filled with an endless desire for destruction, intertwined above the sky into a vast net covering the heavens and earth. It tightly sealed the wreckage of the sunken mirror warship, while also spreading downward, fixing the slowly shrinking, increasingly unstable vortex of the secret realm space, preventing it from fading back into the void. Roar! The silent roar transformed into a tangible energy shockwave, like billions of thunderbolts exploding simultaneously. The entire remains of the Immortal Gate Ruins continent trembled violently, and more mountains were pulverized in the roar. They seemed to sense it, sensing that the most valuable item in the secret realm below had been taken by the mirror warship, something equally vital to them. One of the gray mist energy forms, resembling a rotting giant tree with branches made of wriggling tentacles, suddenly thrust out a massive tentacle spanning tens of thousands of meters. Instead of lashing out towards the spatial vortex, it slammed fiercely into the mirror warship, revived by the 12 fates chess of life and death. Boom! The newly revived mirror warship's hull was ripped apart again, the lingering glow dissipating as it sank once more. This time, Song Chi, far away in the Shutian market, suddenly narrowed his eyes. This time, he felt it with unmistakable clarity. 11th level. Yes, that gray mist energy form, resembling a rotting giant tree with branches made of wriggling tentacles, was an 11th level mythical creature. This also explained why the mirror warship, capable of withstanding attacks from a 10th level mythical, sank again with a single blow. Although he had guessed before that there might be an 11th level gray fog energy body above the ruins of the Fairyland continent, when it actually appeared before his eyes, Song Chi's heartbeat still accelerated wildly. Realizing this, he no longer hesitated. Mirror split, deactivate the mirror battleship. Even facing 4 10th tier mythical units, he still held onto the possibility of the mirror battleship escaping unscathed. However, an 11th tier myth was different. It was the strongest being below the transcendental, and completely different from a 10th tier myth. As this command was issued, the other image deep within Song Chi's mind suddenly went dark, completely losing contact with the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent. 11th tier gray mist energy bodies. It seems these special gray mist energy bodies were undoubtedly the culprits behind the sudden demise of the Immortal Realm civilization. Song Chi muttered, his brows furrowed. The image of the 11th tier gray mist twisted giant tree's attack surfaced in his mind. Previously, he had been more shocked and terrified by the boundless power of the 11th tier myth, but now, with a sudden turn of events, he sensed something strange. There's something strangely familiar about the opponent's tactics. His mind replayed the scene of the 11th level gray mist giant tree energy body's attack. No matter how he looked at it, he felt there was something strangely familiar about the opponent's attack, but when asked to specifically describe why, he didn't know where to begin. The mirror image was cooling down, freeing him to focus on controlling the mirror warship. Song Chi didn't give up, but instead mobilized all his mental energy, determined to get to the bottom of it. With his mind racing, he lost track of the passage of time. After an unspecified amount of time, Song Chi's eyes suddenly gleamed. Yes, the power of chaos. The attack unleashed by that 11th level twisted giant tree energy body just now was laced with strands of that power. Thinking of this, Song Chi was instantly certain. Though the wisps of chaotic power were extremely weak, they were still visible to Song Chi's powerful double pupils. The power of chaos. Could it be related to the abyss? The appearance of the words power of chaos instinctively reminded Song Chi of the abyss. It was well known that, whether in the universe or the primal chaos divine continent, very few creatures follow the laws of chaos or the path of rules. Conversely, the abyss is the source of chaos in the universe and the starry sea. 99% of all abyssal demons follow the path of chaos. At this conclusion, Song Chi's heart sank. If this were true, the former immortal realm civilization was truly destroyed by the abyss, and the implications must be enormous. But then again, the universe knew quite a bit about the abyss. As the source of chaos that has persisted for countless epochs, it has been explored countless times by mythical civilizations from all over the universe, including the peak races of the chaos divine continent. Even the deepest layers of the abyss have been explored and largely explored. For this very reason, no one has ever heard of demons like this gray mist energy body appearing in the abyss. It's unlikely. For a moment, Song Chi's mind was filled with thoughts. It wasn't until several months later, when the mirror image components had cooled down, that he gathered his thoughts and summoned the mirror warship to begin a new exploration of the immortal realm ruins. The confirmed presence of an 11th level gray mist energy body at the immortal realm ruins posed a significant risk, but Song Chi's continued exploration remained unaffected. Besides the mirror warship's inherent fault tolerance, there was another important reason. The 6th divine fire remains missing. The renewed exploration of the immortal realm continent ruins is not primarily about searching for special resources that aid in the cultivation of advanced guiding techniques. The primary goal is to recover the 6th divine fire and repair the damaged component of the creation Bagua furnace. Now that the 6th divine fire remains unseen, he naturally refuses to give up. Low above the eternal darkness continent, the mirrored warship shuttles like a ghost over the deathly continent. Song Chi's mind is intensely focused, using the warship's various scanning components to carefully identify the fragments of ruins passing below. While fully utilizing the Destiny Compass to search for clues to the 6th divine fire, he is also keeping an eye out for any possible treasures that haven't been completely eroded by the gray fog. The immortal realm civilization was once extremely glorious, boasting more than one 11th level saint. As the ancestral land of civilization, he believes the treasures left in the ruins of the immortal realm continent are far greater than imagined. One day, as the warship glided over a large mountain range, the replica ultrasonic geomagnetic detector received an unusual response. The feedback source lay deep within a canyon deep within this mountain range. The energy signature there was utterly different from the dead and stagnant energy of the rest of the area. Instead, it exuded a faint yet remarkably pure aura of life and water spirits, accompanied by an extremely subtle high-energy reaction, as if some powerful energy source were being sealed and nurtured. Something. Song Chi focused his mind, immediately maneuvering the mirrored warship to lower its altitude and carefully descend into the canyon. The canyon was incredibly deep, its cliffs covered in terrifying claw marks and corrosion from battle. The deeper they went, the more pronounced the pure aura of life became, even dispelling some of the lingering gray fog, revealing a small, fragile patch of pure land. Finally, at the bottom of the valley, in a sunken area cleverly shielded by a natural rock wall, Song Chi spotted the source of the anomaly. It was a small spiritual field, approximately 1 acre in size. The soil was not a typical color, but a deep, moist, dark black. Strands of pure, innate spiritual energy flowed in and out of the soil like breath. It was the 9 Heaven Shiran, the highest level of immortal civilization, recorded in the ancient texts. In the center of the spiritual field, a remarkable fruit tree took root. The trunk was twisted like a dragon, its bark cracked, yet it shone with a shimmering water. The branches and leaves were not emerald green, but a moist, watery cyan imbued with endless vitality. As the leaves swayed, it felt like the sound of gurgling water, cleansing the mind. Dozens of fruits dangled from the branches of the fruit tree. Each one was the size of a large bowl, flat and round in shape, with a white skin tinged with red. Beyond this red glow, mysterious purple lines naturally formed, like the maxims of the great Tao, emanating a soul-stirring fragrance and immense energy. The fruit tree's roots were immersed in a clear spring, barely 10 feet in diameter. Bubbling, the fluid gushing out wasn't ordinary water, but a faintly radiant spiritual fluid, its purity far surpassing any spiritual spring Song Chi had ever encountered. This is... Song Chi's breath hitched slightly, his eyes gleaming brightly. He vaguely recognized this mystical fruit tree, though he wasn't entirely certain. The resemblance was undeniable. If it truly was the superb innate spiritual root he remembered, its value would be unimaginable. Chapter 873. Buzz buzz buzz. The warship slowly descended. Once it reached a certain altitude, beams of scanning light emanated from the hull, landing one after another on the Lingyun fruit tree rooted in the heart of the Nine Heavens Chiron, the top-tier immortal realm spiritual soil. After several dozen breaths, Song Chi, in the Jutian market, could no longer contain his delight. This Lingyun fruit tree was indeed what he had imagined. The surviving texts of the immortal realm civilization included a description of one of the top innate spiritual roots, the Xiantian Renshui peach tree, from the myths and legends of his previous life. According to records, this Xiantian Renshui peach tree blooms every 30,000 years, bears fruit every 30,000 years, and matures every 30,000 years. A full 90,000 years are required to produce 36 purple vein peaches. This purple vein peach contains the purest essence of Renshui and the essence of life. It has miraculous effects on nourishing the soul, tempering the body, and calming the surge of energy. It is a supreme resource for cultivating advanced guiding techniques, including most high-level transcendental systems in the star sea. The 36 fruits on its branches, densely veined with purple veins and imbued with a radiant glow, clearly indicate full maturity and peak medicinal efficacy. I never expected that in this world ruined by gray fog, there would be such a complete Xiantian floating land spiritual root hidden. Song Chi could hardly conceal his joy. Although he had yet to find any trace of the six-ding divine fire, the value of this Xiantian Renshui peach tree before him was undoubtedly no less than that of the Dui Hunyuan Potion pill he had previously obtained. In the long run, its value might even be greater. After carefully observing his surroundings, Song Chi quickly understood the reason. The topography of this sunken area is extremely special. The rock layer above seems to contain some minerals that are isolated from exploration. In addition, the spiritual spring and the Nine Heavens Chiron form a small circulation of their own, barely resisting the long-term erosion of the gray fog. The immense vitality emanating from the Xiantian Renshui peach tree also continuously purified the gray fog attempting to infiltrate the area, creating a fragile balance. Must be removed immediately. Song Chi acted decisively. The balance here was extremely fragile, and could be disrupted at any moment. If detected by a high-level gray fog energy entity, the consequences would be disastrous. With a fleeting thought, the hatch of the mirrored warship opened, and the next second, a void sea projection Emperor Stone was ejected. Soon, following the same maneuvering pattern as before, the main body of the Tianqiu Sangqiong appeared deep within the canyon. After completing this step, Song Chi wasted no time, and the hatch of the main ship also swiftly opened, revealing the 9th rank Azura Emperor. With the personal efforts of a peak-level 9th rank dominant being, along with the Nine Heavens Chiron and the clearly exceptional mountain stream spiritual spring, the transplantation of the Xiantian Renshui peach tree proceeded without too many incidents. The Azura King moved with extreme caution, first using specially crafted tools to excavate the precious spiritual spring, along with the spiritual mud beneath it. Then, he carefully began excavating the approximately acre-square expanse of Nine Heavens breathing soil, and the Xiantian Renshui peach tree rooted within it. The entire process took a long time, and Song Chi remained on high alert. The scanning systems of both the mirror battleship and the Tianqiu Sangqiong were at maximum power, monitoring any energy fluctuations within and outside the canyon. Fortunately, perhaps due to the remote location or perhaps its inherent concealment properties, no uninvited visitors were attracted until the entire transplant operation was completed. When the final handful of Nine Heavens breathing soil was delivered to Qitsong's secret cultivation realm 004, the mystical peach tree, along with the spiritual spring beneath it, completely vanished from the canyon floor. All that remained was a vast pit, and the thin spiritual energy that was quickly filled by the surrounding gray fog. Buzz buzz buzz. The virtual reality conversion feature was actively cancelled, and the main body of the Tianqiu Sangqiong disappeared again from the ruins of the immortal continent, as if it had never been there. In the sky of the Jutian market, within the Tianqiu Sangqiong Qitsong's number 004 cultivation secret realm. In the specially designated core area, an acre-sized expanse of Nine Heavens breathing soil was spread out again, and the spiritual spring was properly placed in the center. The roots of the Xiantian Renshui peach tree once again came into contact with the familiar spiritual soil and spiritual spring. The slightly wilted branches and leaves stretched out again at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the magnificent vitality and Renshui's spiritual charm rippled out again, quickly becoming the most dazzling existence in this secret realm. Even the 9th-level golden apple mother tree not far away was far inferior to it. Song Chi carefully plucked 36 fully ripe purple vein peaches, completely sealed with the mythical power of the market, ensuring that their inner life energy would not dissipate. Looking at the vibrant peach tree in the secret realm, and then glancing at the purple veined peach preserved separately before him, Song-Chi's face lit up with satisfaction. Purple veined peaches. I wonder how much of an aid they will have on the 9th level channeling technique. I hope they lay a solid foundation for my subsequent pursuit of the mythical rank. As he muttered, Song-Chi's curiosity grew even stronger. He wondered how many similar treasures lay buried deep within the ruins of this immortal continent, treasures that had survived before the continent was exiled into the dark depths of the void sea. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song-Chi stopped dwelling on it. His mind drifted, as he continued to distract himself with controlling the mirrored warship to explore the immortal continent, searching for clues to the 6th divine fire. Meanwhile, he took out one of the 36 purple vein peaches, and headed straight for the training room. He needed to experience the effects of the purple vein peach for himself. Currently, his channeling technique remained at level 95. If the purple vein peach proved truly effective in aiding his training, he would devote himself to seclusion during the next period of time, striving to quickly raise his channeling technique to level 99. As long as he could accomplish this, he would be able to confidently execute the attack on the mythical immortal ship whenever he chose to do so. Inside the all-attribute training room, Song-Chi lay quietly in the wizard's magic-assisted training chamber. Moments later, the purple vein peach he had just swallowed began to take effect. The melt-in-your-mouth peach flesh instantly soothed his soul, and the vast 9th level psionic energy within him seemed to invigorate. Then, a surge of heat surged from his lower abdomen, and an indescribable amount of energy exploded within him. This energy wasn't violent or uncontrollable, but rather unusually gentle and mellow. It contained a unique essence of rainwater, and the very essence of life, like a mother's embrace, gently nourishing his limbs, his meridians, and even the depths of his soul. Song-Chi didn't dare delay, and immediately activated his psychic energy channeling technique, which had reached level 95. As soon as he began to use the channeling technique, he felt a completely different experience from before. In the past, cultivation, especially after reaching the 9th level, required painstaking effort to advance each level, gradually absorbing void energy, transforming, purifying, and compressing it. The process was slow and tedious, and a breakthrough would be impossible without 1,000 or even tens of thousands of years. But now, fueled by the vast yet gentle medicinal power of the purple vein peach, the channeling technique's speed was unimaginably fast. Energy from the surrounding void was drawn frantically inward. Neutralized and refined by the medicinal power of the peaches, it transformed into the purest, vast psychic energy, merging into his body with minimal refinement. Even more miraculously, the essence of Renshui and the very source of life seemed to possess a spiritual presence, proactively smoothing out the subtle fluctuations that might arise from the rapid influx of energy, making the entire cultivation process incredibly smooth and seamless, without even a hint of stagnation. His soul felt as if immersed in a warm spiritual spring. Subtle bottlenecks and obstacles previously imperceptible in his cultivation now showed signs of loosening under the nourishment and cleansing of this power. His consciousness was unprecedentedly clear, and his grasp of energy, the rules, and his own state reached an unprecedented level. After an unknown amount of time, Song-Chi slowly opened his eyes, their glint gleaming like substance. He felt the noticeably increased psychic energy within him, as well as the lingering, intoxicating feeling of comfort, and a deep sense of joy crossed his face. Just one has significantly advanced my Dao Yin technique. At this rate, just one more will send it straight to level 96. If I refine all 35 purple vein peaches, I'm afraid. He roughly estimated that a single ripe purple vein peach could save him 1,000 years of painstaking cultivation. This wasn't simply a simple accumulation of energy. It was a comprehensive nourishment and improvement, resulting in a qualitative leap in cultivation efficiency. It's truly a Xiantian Renshui peach. With this divine item, raising my Dao Yin technique to level 99 is just around the corner. Suppressing his excitement, Song-Chi glanced at the remaining 35 purple vein peaches before him, but didn't immediately continue consuming them. Such a divine object, with its immense medicinal power, requires time to slowly absorb and digest. Continuous use could even waste some of its effectiveness. He gathered his composure and refocused his attention on exploring the mirror warship on the Immortal Realm continent. There was still no clue to the 6th divine fire, but the discovery of this innate Renshui peach tree undoubtedly greatly bolstered his confidence and desire for exploration. Beneath the ruins of this vast Immortal Realm continent, there must be more surprises hidden. The mirror warship continued to traverse the silent, gray foggy world, scanning every suspicious area more carefully. Time passed slowly between exploration and intermittent periods of seclusion to refine the peaches. With each purple-veined peach he refined, Song-Chi's level of guidance steadily advanced. His control over energy and his understanding of the laws deepened, even to the point where he felt he was reaching the principles of the Great Tao. Level 96. Level 97. Level 98. After the medicinal power of the 12th purple peach was completely absorbed, Song-Chi's channeling technique finally broke through to level 99. At this moment, the psychic energy within him was boundless and refined to the utmost. His mental power had also increased several times, his perception range and acuity far surpassing those of before. He had the feeling that he had truly stood on the threshold of the mythic rank. The road ahead was smooth, awaiting only the final touch. Finally complete. Feeling the immense power within him ready to burst forth, Song-Chi sighed, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Reaching level 99 in channeling technique meant that, at the life level, he had fully prepared for the mythic quest. All that remained was to pave the way for the advancement of his flagship, the Tianshu Sangqiong. While this may seem simple, it actually took over 200 years to complete the transplant of the Xiantian Renshui peach tree. That day, Song-Chi was concentrating on consolidating his guidance technique, which had just reached level 99. At that moment, the mirror battleship, still exploring across the Immortal Realm continent, finally received new and unusual feedback. It was a vast abyss located in the continent's far north. At its bottom, the scanning beams hadn't detected any anomalies, but ripples were forming on the star map of the replica of the Destiny Compass. The xenon tracing the source feature of the replica of the Destiny Compass had always been bound to the fragment of the creation Bagua furnace. Since there was movement on the star map at this moment, it could only be related to the fragment of the creation Bagua furnace itself. This discovery instantly drew Song-Chi's attention there. Without hesitation, the mirror battleship turned and sped towards the far northern abyss. At the same time, a long-awaited name surfaced in his mind. The Six-Ding Divine Fire. Are we finally going to find it? This far northern abyss was also permeated with dense gray fog energy, but this time Song-Chi ignored it. For the past 200 years, to maximize exploration efficiency, he had typically avoided these gray fog energy zones, avoiding direct confrontation with the mythical gray fog energy bodies. But this time was different. The mirrored warship's engines revved to full blast, ignoring the pervasive gray fog energy along its path. Like a streak of light tearing through the eternal darkness, it careened straight into the far northern abyss. The closer they got, the more intense the ripples on the replica of the Destiny Compass's territory star map grew. The needle trembled wildly, pointing straight to the abyss's deepest depths, conveying an unprecedented sense of longing and resonance. Song-Chi's mind was intensely focused, carefully maneuvering the warship toward the depths of the abyss. The abyss seemed endless. The deeper they descended, the dimmer the light grew, until it was completely enveloped by an all-consuming darkness. Even the warship's multicolored airborne radar had its detection range reduced to an extremely low level, barely perceiving the surrounding jagged, twisted rock walls, and the suffocating silence and filth in the air. The gray fog here had an alarmingly high energy concentration, even forming a faint, corrosive liquid energy droplet, which continuously eroded the mirror image warship's energy shields and the origin star halo shield, emitting a sizzling sound. I didn't know how deep they had descended, but suddenly, in the endless darkness ahead, a faint light suddenly appeared. The light was extremely faint, like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. But its color was a strange, warm, bright white, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding dead darkness and filthy gray fog. The replica Destiny Compass's needle also stopped trembling at this moment, locked onto the faint glow. Found it. Song-Chi's spirit soared, and he maneuvered the warship closer. As the distance closed, the faint glow gradually became clearer. It wasn't the radiance of some treasure, but a small cluster of flickering flames. The flames were only the size of a human head, their form seemingly unstable, expanding and contracting, flickering and fading. Yet, they hovered quietly in the center of a vast, charred, shattered square at the bottom of the abyss. With this cluster of flames as its center, a strange vacuum formed within 100 feet of the shattered square. The thick, sticky gray mist energy, as if it had encountered its natural nemesis, dared not approach, instead roiling and roaring around the periphery, forming a thick gray-black barrier. Seeing this, Song-Chi's eyes narrowed. With a single glance, he detected the terrifying aura hidden beneath the thick gray fog ahead. It was the overwhelming pressure emanating from the familiar mythical gray mist energy body. Chapter 874. And there's more than one. Song-Chi's heart trembled, and the mirrored warship instantly stopped advancing, hovering far away from the flames. Even though the replica 3 realms and 5 elements credential components had kept the ship hidden deep within the void, he was well aware of the nearly pervasive gray fog energy. Unless he activated the beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements feature, there was still a significant chance of exposure. Through the layers of gray fog, he could vaguely see several massive, twisted shadows slowly gliding around the periphery of the vacuum created by the bright white flames. They varied in form, some resembling rotting whales, others like terrifying beings formed from countless vengeful spirits, emanating a chilling aura of evil and death. Several gray mist energy entities clearly coveted the seemingly weak yet inextinguishable flame, yet were wary of the power it emanated. They dared only hover around the periphery, constantly probing, emitting silent roars that caused the surrounding gray mist to churn violently. At least 3 mythical-level gray mist energy entities. Song Chi's face was solemn. He had no doubt that if he rashly intruded with the mirrored warship and attempted to capture the flame, he would be instantly besieged by these terrifying beings. With the mirrored warship's strength, relying on the skeletal giant and the projection of the Jution market, it could only withstand 3 gray mist energy entities at best, and only for a short time. If there were more, it would be practically hopeless. Thinking of this, Song Chi was undoubtedly in a dilemma. That flame was most likely the 6-ding divine fire he had been searching for. However, it appeared to be severely damaged, its fundamental vibrations extremely weak, barely able to maintain its own immortality and dispel the gray fog in a small area around it. It could no longer display the legendary supreme divine power of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, refining all things. Otherwise, these mythical gray fog energy bodies would never dare approach so closely. But even so, he could never give up on it. After all, it was the key to repairing the creation Bagua furnace. The only good news at the moment was that the gray fog energy bodies ahead were only at the 10th order mythical level, and there seemed to be no 11th order ones. This undoubtedly greatly increased his chances of success in subsequent attacks. I must think of a way. Song Chi's mind raced. A forced attack was definitely not an option. The safety of the mirror battleship itself was not a concern, but the concern was alerting the enemy. If it attracted more mythical gray fog energy bodies, it would be difficult to obtain the 6-ding divine fire for a long time to come. Lure the tiger away from the mountain? These gray fog energy bodies were clearly attracted here by the 6-ding divine fire. Luring them away would be extremely difficult and risky. So, a bold plan gradually took shape in his mind. Over the past 200 years, he had been exploring the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent. Although he had always adhered to avoiding the gray fog energy bodies, and the areas filled with gray fog as much as possible, time was running out, and he naturally learned more about these gray fog energy bodies. Based on the information he had collected, Song Chi was now almost certain that these gray fog energy bodies were extremely hungry for life energy. Whether it was the remains of high-ranking immortals in the Immortal Realm, or the ruins of the sacred mountains and blessed lands under the jurisdiction of super-immortal sects, all of them contained vast amounts of life energy and life inspiration. Based on this, he first thought of the remaining 24 purple vein peaches in his hand. The immense vitality and essence of Renshui peaches might be the ultimate temptation for these gray mist energy entities, perhaps even surpassing their desire for the feeble 6-ding divine fire. If we can use multiple purple vein peaches as bait, perhaps we can create a brief opportunity. Just act on it. Song Chi's mind moved, and the 5 purple vein peaches contained within the dimensional stone were brought back to the mirror battleship by a 7th-rank Tribulation Star clan member. After carefully removing all the purple vein peaches from the dimensional stone, the mirror battleship silently retreated a distance. When it was about time, the hatch of the mirror battleship opened, and the Azura King suddenly burst out, clutching the 5 purple vein peaches in his left hand. Swoosh! After bursting out of the mirrored warship, the Azura Emperor aimed in the opposite direction of the 6-ding divine fire, dashing off at breakneck speed, dispersing into the distance at top speed. As expected, at the moment, the incomparably pure aura, imbued with boundless vitality and spiritual charm, surrounding the 5 purple vein peaches suddenly erupted. Roar! The several mythical gray mist energy entities roaming the depths of the extremely cold abyss almost simultaneously let out earth-shattering screams. Their attention was instantly drawn to this overwhelming life force. To them, the life energy emanating from the purple vein peaches was undoubtedly the most supreme delicacy in the world, a supreme tonic that could make their very essence boil. In comparison, the half-dead flames, which still had a suppressive effect on them, suddenly lost their allure. Without the slightest hesitation, the 3 mythical gray mist energy entities, like madmen, tore through the thick gray mist and rushed towards the Azura Emperor at top speed. Now! Song Chi's eyes flashed with brilliance. The engines of the long-awaited mirror warship revved to overdrive, transforming into a stream of light, hurtling straight towards the faint, bright white flame at the bottom of the abyss. Extreme speed, however, before this, Song Chi had already activated the Beyond the Three Realms, not within the 5 elements feature of the replica of the 3 realms and 5 elements certificate. The mirror warship, completely in a state of nothingness, remained unnoticed by the outside world, even at its astonishing speed. In an instant, the warship traversed the vast distance and plunged into the vacuum zone where the flames had dispelled the gray fog. Up close, Song Chi could even more clearly sense the deterioration of the flame's condition. Its essence seemed to have suffered unimaginable damage, and its flickering flames were filled with weakness, as if they would be extinguished completely in the next moment. But he could also sense the eternal and inextinguishable core within the flames, containing the true meaning of infinite creation and refinement. That's it, 16 divine fire. The hatch of the mirrored battleship opened, and a specially prepared container crafted from a variety of legendary alloys emerged, covering the flame. The collection process went surprisingly smoothly. The divine fire seemed to sense the same aura as the remaining components of the replica of the Creation 8 trigrams furnace, and offered no resistance, docilely being absorbed into the specially crafted container. Buzz, the instant the container closed, countless mysterious runes instantly illuminated its surface, completely isolating and sealing the aura of the flame within. Just when Song Chi thought he had succeeded, at that moment. Roar, roar, roar. From afar, the furious screams of the 3 mythical gray mist energy forms echoed. They had clearly noticed the sudden disappearance of their tempting bait. How could Song Chi easily give up 5 purple striped peaches, each of which significantly enhanced 10th level channeling techniques, under his control? Just as the 3 gray mist energy forms were about to catch up with the Azure Emperor, he activated the heavenly power control ring aboard the Tianqiu Sanqiong. Under the slave's seal, Rage feature, the Azure Emperor temporarily gained a 10th level combat power boost, delaying his attack for a while, before voluntarily ending his rage and returning to the Zhutian market with a market token. And the price of this step was a single purple striped peach. The purple striped peach itself contained a vast amount of life energy. A single one was enough to replenish the lifeblood consumed by the Azure Emperor's rage. The terrifying mythical pressure, like a tsunami, crushed from 3 directions, completely locking onto the mirrored warship. However, if that were all, Song Chi wouldn't have reacted so violently. The main reason was that within the dense gray fog overhead, a gray shadow, its aura 100 times more terrifying than the 3 10th-tier gray fog energy bodies, had somehow completely frozen space and time around the mirrored warship. Even as he controlled his ethereal body to continuously activate the replica void warehouse components, the divine fire storage container not far below the warship remained unmoved. 11th tier gray fog energy body. This is trouble. Song Chi's face darkened. After all the calculations, he hadn't expected there to be an 11th tier gray fog energy body here. Even the 5-colored eye of truth could barely detect a trace of this 11th tier gray fog energy body. Its strength was likely far beyond that of an ordinary 11th tier being, at least a senior one, perhaps even at the peak of the 11th tier. Thinking of this, Song Chi lost all desire to fight. His mind raced, desperate to find a way out, even if it was just for a moment. The mirrored battleship also contained a spare market token. If he could break through the solidification of the external spacetime, even for a second, it would be enough for the replica void warehouse to take the divine fire storage container into the dimensional warehouse, and then directly send it to the all-heaven market. But even this seemingly simple operation, Song Chi understood the difficulty involved. Facing an 11th level mythical unit alone was already stressful enough. Not to mention the equally unimaginably fast reaction speed of the 3 10th level gray mist energy entities in the distance. In just a few moments, sensing something was amiss, they were about to return. No more waiting. Song Chi's eyes froze, knowing that once the 3 10th level gray mist energy entities returned, the challenge would only intensify. He had to give it his all. Thinking, he didn't hesitate. Replicating the various Dao Rule realms, Dao Rule world, activated. Instantly, a realm containing the 8 Dao rules of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, space, and time rapidly expanded above the mirror warship. With its colorful qualities, and the power of the 8 Dao rules, the Dao Rule world extended by the mirror warship was undoubtedly formidable. However, the warship itself was ultimately only 9th tier. How could such a fundamental gap be easily bridged? The moment the Dao Rule world expanded, the 11th tier gray figure overhead also moved. The boundless gray fog was torn apart, and Song-Chi saw for the first time the true form of the 11th tier mythical creature hidden beneath it. At that very moment, his pupils constricted violently, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. The 11th level being that emerged from the thick gray fog was so horrified by its appearance that Song-Chi nearly lost his voice. It was not the twisted, deformed monster he had expected, but a Taoist priest emanating a vast, celestial aura. He wore a tattered, yet undeniably sacred, ancient robe. The images of the sun, moon, stars, earth, water, fire, and wind encircling it, though dimmed, still retained a heart-pounding, supreme Taoist aura. A majestic, holy aura washed over the void like a tidal wave, as if a sage from the ancient realm had descended upon the place, majestic, ethereal, and unfathomable. Had Song-Chi not been so acutely aware, catching a glimpse of a cold, lifeless gray mist, nearly fused with its source, deep within the vast immortal energy, and especially seeing the inextricably rich, all-distorting grayness deep within those eyes that should have held the essence of the universe's birth and death, the cycle of reincarnation, he might have mistaken him for a peerless saint who had survived the catastrophe of the immortal realm. This being embodied a strange and chilling fusion of ultimate holiness and ultimate deadly evil. This intense contrast and shock sent a wave of fear and shock through Song-Chi, far more than encountering a purely terrifying monster. The immortal realm saint has been corrupted and transformed to such an extent. Immortal law Miro immortal realm. Without giving him much time to reflect, the saint in the sky, revealing his true form, launched his attack. When it raised its hand, it did not unleash the sole attack that the gray mist energy body was good at, but a mysterious and powerful immortal magic that caused the surrounding rules to violently shake. The Miro immortal realm. Buzz, a distorted immortal realm phantom, condensed from endless gray fog yet imbued with strange immortal laws, suddenly descended, crushing the mirrored warship and the world of the great Tao rules it extended. In this phantom of the Miro immortal realm, it felt as if an immortal palace had collapsed, a sacred mountain had crumbled, and a celestial river had flooded backward. Amidst the endless destruction and deathly silence, a strange lingering trace of the former glory and order of the immortal path remained. These two diametrically opposed forces twisted and merged, forming an even more terrifying and repressive force. Crack! Crack! The world of the great Tao rules extended by the mirrored warship held out for only a moment before cracks appeared on its walls. The 8 great Tao rules seemed unable to withstand the strange power that combined the gray fog and deathly silence with immortal magical powers, and were gradually defeated. After all, the warship itself was only a 9th level being, while the opponent was a true 11th level being, possessing strange magical powers. The gap was simply too great. No, I can't stop it. Song-Chi was horrified, but he didn't give up. Just as the world of the great Tao's rules was about to completely collapse, a faint light flashed in his eyes again. Swish. Under the protection of the great Tao's rules world, the hatch of the mirror battleship struggled to open, and the next second, the familiar mythical skeleton giant burst out, clutching the Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword, now transformed into a giant white-boned sword. Stepping out of the battleship, it transformed into a stream of light, charging straight towards the falling Miro immortal realm overhead. For a while, it had been protected by the still fragmented Great Tao's rules world. But once it broke free from the Great Tao's rules world, even with its 10th level skeleton body, it would rapidly decay under the surging immortal realm mana pouring down from above. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the skeleton giant lost all its combat power. Let alone fighting the immortal realm saint, it would likely struggle to even escape the Miro immortal realm. But Song-Chi's goal clearly lay elsewhere. The skeletal giant soared upward with difficulty, oblivious to the incredible decay of its skeletal body, until it reached the heart of the Miro immortal realm. Above the Jutian marketplace, Song-Chi's lips opened and closed, softly uttering a single word. Explode. Chapter 875. Boom. The skeletal giant brazenly self-destructed. The combined power of its 10th tier mythical skeleton and its equally 10th tier Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword was beyond imagination. A terrifying energy storm instantly swept across, forcibly tearing apart the rapidly descending phantom of the Miro immortal realm and causing the surrounding frozen space-time to violently oscillate, causing a momentary loosening. Now, Song-Chi's eyes flashed like lightning. The long-prepared replica void warehouse components operated at full capacity, and the divine fire storage container below instantly vanished, successfully absorbed into the mirrored warship. Almost instantly, the hatch of the mirrored warship closed, and the replica 3 realms and 5 element certificate components on the hull's surface glowed to their fullest. The beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements characteristic was pushed to its limit, and the entire warship seemed to be completely ripped out of this space-time. Immortal technique, the universe in the palm. However, the corroded immortal realm saint in the sky reacted with unimaginable speed. He indifferently raised his other hand, his fingers slightly spread, as if encompassing the entire frigid abyss within his palm. A binding force, even more terrifying and far more colossal than that of the Miro immortal realm before, suddenly descended. Space-time, which had just begun to loosen due to the self-detonation, solidified once again. Even the very laws were forcibly suppressed and reorganized. The mirror warship, on the verge of escaping into nothingness for the second time by replicating the speed characteristic of the Pajua Zen meditation seal, was abruptly interrupted and delayed. Song Chi's face darkened, feeling an unprecedented pressure. This being's combined use of immortal magical powers and the power of the gray fog had reached an incredible level. Even more troubling was the fact that the 3 10th-tier mythical gray mist energy bodies in the distance were roaring closer, their terrifying attacks already brewing and poised to strike. The mirror battleship situation was clearly a matter of life and death. Song Chi's first thought was to dismantle the mirror image. The container containing the 6 Ding Divine Fire had already been sent to the market, and his goal had been achieved. But something quickly struck him. He stopped trying to escape the entire mirror battleship, and instead completely let go, allowing the mirror battleship to unleash its full power. The mirror battleship's current combat power was undoubtedly inferior to that of an 11th-tier mythical unit. This was undeniable. His only immediate goal was to see if the mirror battleship, at full power, could truly make a dent against an 11th-tier mythical creature. As if sensing the mirror battleship's intentions, the immortal realm saint overhead seemed offended. A mere 9th-tier battleship dared to confront a peak-tier 11th-tier creature. This was unacceptable. Bold. For the first time, a flicker of what might be called anger crossed his indifferent face. The hand that had wielded the palm of the universe suddenly clenched. Crack! The mirrored warship's hull groaned under the weight. The dim glow of the components replicating the 3 realms and 5 elements credentials dimmed instantly, and the hull began to crumble piece by piece. However, just before he could clench his grip completely, boom, a second mushroom cloud appeared. While the shockwave wasn't as devastating as the previous skeletal giant self-detonation, it was no less formidable. A rich celestial aura circulated around this immortal realm sage, shielding him from the energy storm generated by the mirrored warship self-detonation. However, a flicker of deep surprise flickered within his gray eyes. It seemed as if he had completely unexpectedly anticipated the mirrored warship's decisive self-destruction. However, this moment of surprise was short-lived. As the mirrored warship reborn from the void, the amazement in the immortal realm sage's eyes instantly gave way to realization, which only intensified his interest in the Tianxu Sangqiong mirrored warship. Abilities such as rebirth and resurrection are extremely rare in the myriad realms. If he could acquire such a talent or the properties of a rare object, he believed his own strength would be elevated to a new level. Just as greed flared in the immortal realm sage's eyes, the reborn mirrored warship, instead of attempting to flee or defend itself as expected, shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Projections of the heavens descend. Song Chi's icy voice pierced through layers of space, echoing in the abyss of deep cold. Buzz, a majestic, ancient, purple misty projection of a market town, seemingly embodying the laws and destiny of the myriad realms, descended from above the mirrored warship. Though incorporeal, this market projection possessed immense solidity. Within it, phantoms of countless creatures walked and traded, countless rare treasures shone, and a mighty force of chaos, transcending ordinary rules, permeated, forcibly shaking and temporarily replacing some of the surrounding rules sealed off by the palm-held universe. It was the power of the all-heavens market projection that activated the Tao origin totem pole, a true 10th-tier market projection. This wasn't the end of it. Taking advantage of the respite gained by the all-heavens market projection, Song Chi hurriedly activated several more components. Replica of the Origin Star's All-Heavens Reflection, Origin Star's Origin Core. Replica of the Origin Star's All-Heavens Reflection, Origin Star's All-Heavens Reflection. Replica Barbarian God Guardian, Blessing of the Emperor Barbarian God. Replica Black Hole Evolution Layer, Black Hole Domain. As each component activated, the aura emanating from the mirror battleship surged. After completing all of this, he tentatively activated another component. Replica Void Cloud Boat Model, Void Shuttle. Buzz buzz buzz, spatial fluctuations rapidly surged above the battleship's hull. For a moment, Song Chi, far away in the Zhutian market, thought the mirror battleship was about to dissolve into a phantom and flee. But he had ultimately underestimated the capabilities of an 11th-tier peak mythical unit. Forbid. The immortal realm saint snorted coldly, a gray radiance surging in his eyes. The hand that had cast the palm of the universe suddenly pressed down, and the void above him seemed to be filled with boundless sealing celestial seals, attempting to forcibly suppress the spatial fluctuations above the mirror battleship's hull. However, even with the terrifying power of the universal immortal art in his palm, it couldn't completely block the spatial force emanating from the mirror warship's hull. But at this moment, roar, 3 10th level gray mist energy bodies finally arrived. 3 incredibly violent attacks, swathed in a monstrous cloud of gray mist, slammed from 3 different directions onto the mirror warship, which was struggling to maintain its balance. Crack, boom, the mirror warship, already overloaded, could no longer withstand such an intense attack. Its hull exploded, scattering countless fragments in all directions. In the Jutian market, Song-Chi, whose nerves were tense, suddenly felt his aura release. His lips curled up, a wry smile flickering in his eyes. Although the 12 life and death chess feature of the replica time chessboard offered multiple resurrection opportunities, he knew that his previous, all-out attempts had failed, and there would be no further opportunities. After all, while each rebirth of the mirrored battleship restored its energy shields and hull armor to peak condition, the cooldown of its other previously used components would not be reset. This attempt was his only chance. Knowing this, he didn't dwell on it, and simply disabled the mirroring effect within the Tianqiu Sangqiang ship's main body, ignoring the situation at the Immortal Realm ruins. He instead shifted his attention to the divine fire container before him. With the appearance of this container, the frantic trembling of the remaining fragment of the creation Bagua furnace aboard the Tianqiu Sangqiang ship could be clearly felt. In that case, then open it. With deep anticipation, the divine fire container was opened. As the container opened, the faint, bright white flame, as if sensing a shared aura, instantly became active, transforming into a stream of light that spontaneously sank into the shattered furnace. Buzz, instantly, the creation Bagua furnace vibrated violently, and the dim runes on its surface illuminated one after another. Though still shattered, it seemed infused with a soul, and an indescribable sense of creation and refinement began to slowly revive. Inside the furnace, the cluster of 6 ding divine fire, though still faint, firmly took root in its core and began to spontaneously absorb the energy from the market, slowly but steadily repairing itself and nourishing the furnace. Very good. Song-Chi nodded in satisfaction. The repair progress was even smoother than he had expected. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before both the 6 ding divine fire and the creation Bagua furnace would gradually return to their peak power. As for the Immortal Realm continent ruins, now that he had the 6 ding divine fire in his possession, he had no desire to explore further for the time being. Mainly because, over the past 200 years, he had already explored almost every area of the land, save for the Grey Fog Energy Zone. For now, besides slowly restoring the 6 ding divine fire and the creation 8 trigrams furnace, his second mission was to gather all the resources needed to upgrade the mythical level Xinhua warship. Looking at the totem square below the market, 2 of the 3 Great Tao origin totem pillars had dimmed, leaving only one needed to be used as a precaution against unexpected events. This was one of the reasons he had given up on exploring the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. That day, Song-Chi reappeared at the Zutian market. Compared to previous days, he looked noticeably more excited, as if he had something truly joyful to celebrate. A faint light flickered between his brows, and the miniature Tianqiu Sangqiang burst forth from the Xinhua ancestral aperture. As he boarded the warship, Song-Chi's gaze instantly fell on the remnant of the Creation 8 trigrams furnace. More accurately, the Creation 8 trigrams furnace. After 500 years of self-repair, this component had finally regained its full power. Seeing the brilliant, rainbow-colored light emanating from the components, Song-Chi's eyes grew even more delighted. Don't forget, when it was broken, it was only black ultimate quality. Now, it has directly transformed into a colorful, ultimate quality. This is undoubtedly great news. Song-Chi focused his gaze, and the properties of the Creation Bagua Furnace components quickly emerged before his eyes. Creation Bagua Furnace, Level 110. Quality, Colorful/Ultimate. Attribute, True Essence Pill. Attribute 2, Nourishing Spirit Pill. Attribute 3, Blood Spirit Sublimation Pill. Attribute 4, Life-Creating Creation Pill. Attribute 5, Breakthrough True Immortal Pill. Attribute 6, Third Transformation Golden Body Pill. Attribute 7, Ninth Transformation Golden Body Pill, Sealed. Attribute 8, Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils Pill, Sealed. Attribute 9, Primordial Infinite Pill, Sealed. Cost, 10,000 per second. PS, effect, the warship carrying this item will receive a furnace aura, continuously tempering the beings within, strengthening their physical and mental strength. No charging or buffering required. 9 Transformation Golden Body Pill. When the components successfully fuse with a strand of 3-colored flame, 50 million psionic energy points can be consumed to refine a 9 Transformation Golden Body Pill. The cooldown period is 5,000 years. Note: the 9 Transformation Golden Body Pill can be consumed by all flesh and blood creatures in the Star Sea, granting them the special 9 Transformation Golden Body Physique, significantly improving their physical strength and defense. Currently, no qualifying flames have been added, and this ability is currently sealed. Fire Eyes and Golden Vision Pill. When the components successfully fuse with a strand of 5-colored flame, 50 million psionic energy points can be consumed to refine a Fire Eyes and Golden Vision Pill. The cooldown period is 10,000 years. Note: the Fire Eyes and Golden Vision Pill can be consumed by all flesh and blood creatures in the Star Sea, granting them the special Divine Eyes, Fire Eyes, significantly improving their comprehension, analysis, and capture abilities. Currently, no qualifying flames have been added, and this ability is currently sealed. Han Yuan Wuji Pill. When the components successfully fuse with a strand of 7-colored fire, 100 million psionic energy points can be consumed to refine a Han Yuan Wuji Pill. The cooldown time is 100,000 years. Note: Han Yuan Wuji Pill is available to all flesh and blood creatures in the Star Sea. It grants a 3-fold success rate when attempting to reach the 10th level of mythology, significantly increasing the probability of reaching myth. Currently, no fire seeds meeting the requirements have been added, and this special ability is sealed. Hiss. Song-Chi took a deep breath. After the 7-colored one, the 3 new special abilities were each more exaggerated than the last. 9 Transformation Golden Body. Just hearing the name clearly distinguishes it from the 3 Transformation Golden Body. It's worth noting that he's refined quite a few 3 Transformation Golden Body pills over the years, and has a basic understanding of the various abilities of this unique physique. First, increasing physical fitness, self-recovery, and bloodline potential are the most basic. Crucially, according to his tests, the 3rd Transformation Golden Body can also increase the innate success rate of ordinary beings reaching the Overlord rank, 7th rank Overlords reaching the 8th, and 8th rank Overlords reaching the 9th rank by approximately 10%. It's conceivable that the effects of the 9th Transformation Golden Body will be even more pronounced. In other words, once possessing the 9 Transformation Golden Body, a 9th rank Overlord's innate success rate when reaching mythical status will likely increase by 10%. Adding the final Han Yuan Wuji Pill, the success rate reaches a staggering 40%. This success rate is simply unimaginable. As for the Fire Eye Golden Eye Pill, although Song-Chi has yet to personally try it, he himself possesses the gift of double pupils, and is well aware of the effects of this top-tier Divine Eye talent. Once possessing the power of this Divine Eye, one can significantly enhance their understanding of the various laws and rules of the galaxy. This alone is enough to attract countless beings. Not to mention, these top-tier Divine Eyes themselves significantly enhance the host's combat power. Wow, it was worth it. For a moment, Song-Chi felt that the 200 years of trepidation and cautious walking on thin ice in the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent were truly worth it. Chapter 876. Song-Chi quickly calmed down, his gaze returning to the last 3 sealed properties of the creation Bagua Furnace. Tricolored Fire Seeds, 5-colored Fire Seeds, 7-colored Fire Seeds. These were all rare artifacts among the Starry Sea. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. During his 10,000 years of exploration of the Origin Star alone, he had harvested dozens of colored fire seeds that couldn't be transformed into shipboard components, including a single strand of 7-colored fire. Then let's give it a try. His mind flickered, a faint light flickered between his brows, and the strand of 7-colored fire seed was summoned from his ancestral orifice and quickly cast into the creation Bagua Furnace before him. Instantly, a brilliant, multicolored light swirled throughout the entire cabin, and the entire furnace began to vibrate continuously. He wasn't currently anxious about the 9 Transformations Golden Body Pill or the Fire Eyes Golden Eye Pill. The most crucial thing was the Primordial Infinite Pill. Hundreds of years later, the analysis of the Dui Han Yuan Potion Pill had long been completed, and the results were very encouraging. Not only was it indeed a super elixir capable of assisting rank 10 mythical units in reaching rank 11, it also served as an additional promotion resource, useful in the promotion process of the Xinhua battleship. If the Han Yuan Wuji Pill was similar, with the Clone Life Prayer Sacrifice, the Dui Han Yuan Potion Pill, the Han Yuan Wuji Pill, and 2-time chessboard components, the Tianxu Sangqiang would not need to wait any longer and could directly attempt to attack the mythical immortal ship. After an unknown amount of time, the colorful light within the creation Bagua furnace dimmed. When the lid was opened, an elixir emanating a rich, lingering spiritual energy emerged. Mythical power flowed through his hand, and he took the Hunyuan Wuji pill into his palm. However, Song Qi did not rush to examine the pill, instead looking inside the creation Bagua furnace. Looking at the colorful flame still lingering at the bottom of the furnace, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. It's dimmed by about 50%. In other words, one wisp of colorful flame can be used to refine 2 Hunyuan Wuji pills? Song Qi's eyes sparkled, clearly extremely pleased. One rare colorful flame in exchange for 2 Hunyuan Wuji pills. It might sound like a bargain, but don't forget, this is the Hunyuan Wuji pill, a supreme elixir that increases the success rate of a 9th level overlord reaching the 3rd level of 10th level mythology. Once released, there will undoubtedly be numerous alien races willing to trade for the rare colorful flames. The only limitation is that the Hunyuan Wuji pill's inherent cooldown is a staggering 100,000 years. Even with the time chessboard, a universal 7-color cooldown reduction component of the same tier, 90% cooldown reduction, the cooldown for a single use is still a staggering 10,000 years. As for the Pajua meditation seal, although it has now evolved to tricolor quality, and can now be used on 7-color components, its effectiveness is significantly reduced. Take the meditation seal inner speed trait for example. Its cooldown reduction effect on 7-color components, like the Light of Judgment, and the 3 Realms 5 Elements voucher is only half as effective. In other words, the trait's original effect of reducing cooldown by 80%, which previously exceeded a month, can now only reduce it by 40%. This means that a single refining of the Hunyuan Wuji pill would require a wait time of 6,000 years, a time Song Qi was not entirely satisfied with. However, we can raise the refining cost. Song Qi's eyes flashed with a sudden thought, his pupils rapidly moving. Compared to the Dui Hunyuan Poshing pill, which boasted a power level 1 level higher than the 10th level mythical power of the market, analyzing the efficacy of this 10th level Hunyuan Wuji pill was significantly easier. In just 50 years, Song Qi had completely analyzed its efficacy. Unfortunately, the Hunyuan Wuji pill only works on flesh and blood creatures in the Star Sea, and can't be used as an additional upgrade resource when the Xinhua battleship attacks the mythical immortal ship. Shaking his head, Song Qi sighed. To say he wasn't disappointed would be a lie. Without the ability to upgrade the Xinhua battleship, its value to the Xinhua civilization was undoubtedly greatly diminished. After all, the Xinhua battleship was the Xinhua civilization's greatest external military deterrent. But Song Qi didn't dwell on it. Despite its flaws, the Hunyuan Wuji pill was undoubtedly incredibly attractive to the countless 9th-level flesh and blood alien races in the myriad heavens and myriad realms. This alone made its practicality immense. Afterwards, a new announcement quickly spread across the Zhutian marketplace mission platform. Hunyuan Wuji pill. When a 9th-level flesh and blood creature attempts the mythic rank, it increases the success rate by 3 levels. Those who meet the requirements can actively redeem it. As soon as this announcement was released, the superpowers stationed in the Zhutian market erupted in excitement, especially those civilizations with 9th-level masters, who were practically driven to a frenzy by the news. 2,300 years after the origin star separated from the Chaos Divine Continent, deep within the dark side of the Void Sea, the Zhutian market. It was another monthly market day, and the entire market was bustling with activity. Nearly 10 million alien races from the Starry Sea gathered, and the free stalls in the market were already packed with countless aliens. However, compared to these mid- and low-level transactions, the attention of the established forces in the market was focused elsewhere. In the market's rare item exchange shop, a high-profile transaction was underway. A soft, yet not glaring, light of order enveloped the entire room, shutting out the clamor of the outside world. The shop's interior was simple and quaint, with only the slowly rotating Hunyuan Wuji pill suspended in the center emanating a calming aroma and Taoist charm. Song Qi sat upright at the side, his expression calm, his fingertips gently tapping the tabletop crafted from an unknown sacred wood, creating a rhythmic sound. But his gaze, intentionally or not, drifted towards the Hunyuan Wuji pill in the center, fully displaying his curiosity and desire. At this moment, he wasn't sitting here as the lord of the Zhutian market. Beside him were representatives from the Titan clan, the Tyrant tribe, the 9th-rank Titan, the 9th-rank Emperor Barbarian clan, the 9th-rank Rakshasa clan, and other major superpowers resident in the market. It was his role as lord of the Zhutian market that had invited all these representatives to the table. After all, in his plan, these forces were all potential trading partners for the Hunyuan Wuji pill. In the center of the shop, the representative of the Tower of Truth also sat, an elderly man clad in an intricate silver star-patterned robe. His hair and beard were completely white, and deep within his pupils seemed to be countless complex, three-dimensional runes pulsing and fading. He was none other than Augustus Velan, a 9th-level true spirit wizard of the Tower of Truth. In the crystal cup before Augustus, the fragrant tea, condensed from pure energy, remained untouched. His aged but vigorous face expressed absolute solemnity, and a hint of unconcealed longing. Lord of the Market. Augustus's voice was deep and magnetic, resonating with a strange law, sounding incredibly sincere. The Hunyuan Wuji pill is of great significance to our tower. Velan, under the Tower Master's orders, must conclude the transaction. However, the price you've offered. A strand of 7-colored fire, 10 kilograms of time source crystal, and 10 mythic souls. Is that? He paused, forming his words. He didn't want to offend the mysterious market lord, yet he had to secure benefits for the Tower of Truth. The 7-colored fire seeds are cosmic wonders, rare and precious. Even after countless epochs, our tower has accumulated very few. Time source crystals involve the fundamental laws of time, making them difficult to harvest. 10 kilograms represents nearly 10,000 years of production for the tower. And the mythic souls. 30 portions are a bit excessive. Across from him, the purple-robed figure condensed by the power of the market rules pondered for a moment, then spoke calmly. I have a passing knowledge of the Tower of Truth's heritage, and considering the effects of the Hunyuan Wuji pill, this price is not excessive. These words, uttered with the power of the market rules, were calm, yet carried undeniable weight. The effects of the Hunyuan Wuji pill have been clearly stated in the announcement, so there's no need to elaborate. A 3-level success rate means a civilization could potentially leap to hegemony. How could its value be measured in terms of ordinary resources? Augustus Wizard was silent for a moment. The only sound in the room was the subtle hum of the light of order. He knew the Lord of the All-Heaven Market was telling the truth, but as a negotiator, he had to do his best to lower the price. Your Excellency is quite right. Augustus spoke again. It is precisely because of our tower's sincerity that I have come here in person. However, this price is indeed beyond our expectations. Can you offer a discount on the number of mythic souls? 1 wisp of 7-colored fire, 7 kilograms of time source crystal, and 10 mythic souls? What do you think of this price? The purple misty figure of the Lord of the All-Heaven Market shook his head slightly, interrupting him. Velan, including all beings present here, you must understand that refining the Hunyuan Wuji pill is far more expensive than one might imagine. One of its key ingredients is a complete wisp of 7-colored fire. Every time I refine one, I consume one miracle. The price I offer is already the lowest. After saying this, Song-Chi regained his composure and ceased his covert manipulation of his response. His meaning was clear. If you truly feel the price is unreasonable, there's no need to force it. The Tower of Truth isn't the only one interested in the Hunyuan Wuji pill, nor is the wizard civilization alone. This statement struck Augustus like a hammer in the heart. While the wizard civilization behind the Tower of Truth was powerful, it wasn't without competitors. If other forces, especially hostile civilizations, were to obtain the Hunyuan Wuji pill first and create a new 10th-rank myth, it would pose a significant threat to the entire civilization. Furthermore, the Hunyuan Shinlu Tianyuan star realm was currently turbulent. Only by the emergence of more mythical combatants could it survive the subsequent turmoil. The wrinkles on Wizard Augustus's face seemed to deepen. He pondered for a full 10 breaths, finally taking a deep breath, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Lord of the Market, according to your original terms, 1 wisp of 7-colored fire, 10 kilograms of time source crystals, and 30 mythical souls in exchange for 1 primordial infinite pill. However, this time the purple mist shadow shook his head again. Augustus's expression changed slightly, thinking the Lord of the Zutian Market would go back on his word or raise the price. The purple mist shadow calmly said, "No hurry. You can discuss the second option." Under Augustus's suddenly tense gaze, he slowly said, "The mythical soul can be waived. The terms are now 1 wisp of 7-colored fire, plus 10 kilograms of time source crystals." Wizard Augustus's eyes narrowed, but he didn't rush to speak. He knew the Lord of the Market had more to say. "If you agree, this will be the price for all future primordial pills traded by the wizard civilization. However, I'm quite interested in the original research manuscripts of the Tower of Truth's Eternal Tower Meditation Method, and the true solution of the elements. I wonder if Mel would be willing to make a complete copy of both of these pieces of knowledge for me. Furthermore, If the Tower of Truth needs the Hunyuan Wuji pill again in the future, I can grant priority exchange rights. Knowledge, especially the core transcendental knowledge systems of top civilizations, is what Song-Chi truly values. Resources like mythical souls can be accumulated through the Shutian marketplace with time, but a mythical wizard transcendental heritage system reaching the 11th level is invaluable. If the Xinhua civilization truly fails to survive the crisis, it can also serve as a backup civilizational flame transcendental heritage system besides the Xinhua warships. Runes flashed rapidly in the eyes of the Augustus wizard, clearly engaged in a fierce ideological struggle. The exchange of core transcendental knowledge is an extremely sensitive matter in any civilization. But the allure of the Hunyuan Wuji pill is too great, and the terms offered by the master of the Shutian marketplace are truly generous. The exemption of 30 mythical souls, and the right of priority in future transactions are enough to tempt him. The previous announcement from the Shutian market clearly stated that while the Hunyuan Wuji pill could be continuously refined, it was extremely difficult, and subsequent production would be very limited. This made subsequent priority trading rights crucial. After a long pause, the runes in his eyes subsided. He solemnly stood up and saluted before saying, "I cannot make the decision on this matter. I must return to the wizard ancestral domain to consult the Tower Master. Please wait a moment, Master of the Market." A little over 10 minutes later, Augustus returned with a very definitive answer. "Master of the Market, the Tower Master intends to trade copies of the original manuscripts of the Eternal Tower Meditation Method and the True Solution of the Elements. This does not include 10th and 11th level inheritances, only the 1st and 9th level wizard knowledge." Song-Chi had anticipated this, and agreed after only a moment's hesitation. Yes, for a dominant civilization, a mythical level inheritance is like its most crucial trump card. Unless the civilization itself is utterly extinguished, it will never be surrendered. The inheritance of wizards from level 1 to level 9 is already extremely valuable. Hearing this, Augustus raised his hand, and a silver metal box engraved with countless sealing runes and a constantly shifting crystal, seemingly condensed from pure elements, appeared in his hands. "This is the promised wisp of 7-colored fire, and 10 kilograms of time-source crystal. Please examine it, sir." Song-Chi scanned the contents with his mind and nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, a purple mist figure flicked its finger, and the Hunyuan Wuji pill was thrown towards Augustus. The wizard Augustus carefully took the elixir. With a brief sensation, his face was filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. He solemnly placed the elixir into a specially crafted jade bottle, and stood up, performing an ancient wizard salute to the purple mist figure. "Truth endures forever. The friendship of the Market Lord will be remembered by the Tower of Truth." The deal was concluded, and both parties were delighted. Soon, the representatives of the various factions in the shop hurried away, their expressions varied. It was foreseeable that the details of this transaction would soon be transmitted back to the core organizations of each faction. After sending all the creatures away, Song-Chi toyed with the silver metal box and elemental crystal in his hands, his eyes deep. One strand of the 7-colored fire seed could refine 2 Hunyuan Wuji pills, and 10 kilograms of time-source crystals could reduce the cooling time by 10,000 years. This meant that for every Hunyuan Wuji pill he traded, he would earn a free Hunyuan Wuji pill, for kilograms of time-source crystals, and 30 mythical souls. The unfortunate part was that the Hunyuan Wuji pill's effectiveness was so incredible that it couldn't be traded too frequently until the Shutian marketplace was absolutely certain of resisting the attacks of transcendence. This was also the fundamental reason he had previously cited the difficulty of refining it, and the extremely slow production rate. According to Song-Chi's own estimation, only after the Shutian marketplace truly broke through the 10th level would it be able to confidently confront those 12th level transcendents head-on. Only then could he truly sell the Hunyuan Wuji pill without any scruples. Chapter 877. But before that, caution and a gradual approach are the best strategy. Song-Chi's mind raced, his decision already made. He didn't immediately begin the next round of refining, instead immersing himself in the 2 core pieces of wizard civilization's knowledge he had just acquired. The replicas of the original manuscripts of the Eternal Tower Meditation Method, and the true explanation of the elements, even without the 10th and 11th order mythological portions, were still invaluable. His divine sense penetrated the ever-shifting elemental crystal, and a flood of information instantly flooded into Song-Chi's sea of consciousness. It was the original research manuscript of the true explanation of the elements, encompassing not only the essential analysis of basic elements like earth, fire, water, wind, light, and darkness, but also the exploration of rare elements like space, time, life, and death. Each of the Tower of Truth sage wizards preserved their most intuitive and original insights and conjectures about the laws of the universe in a form that resembled a trace of the Tao. This isn't a systematic textbook, but rather an exploratory process filled with trial and error, verification, and reconstruction. Its value is even greater than a final, perfect theory, for it demonstrates a genuine, transcendental path to pursuit and cultivation. Song-Chi immersed himself in it, as if witnessing firsthand how a brilliant sorceress and magical civilization gradually analyzed the world, manipulated its laws, and ultimately embarked on the magnificent journey of pursuing truth. An unknown amount of time passed before he slowly withdrew his consciousness, his eyes filled with wonder and reward. As expected of a dominant civilization with a heritage spanning millions of years, and traversing the shattered starry sea, their profound knowledge and exceptional spirit of exploration are truly admirable. With a sigh, he quickly left the market and returned to the Dragon Ridge continent immediately, placing this wizard inheritance deep within the family vault. If the family ever needed to carry out plans for civilizational inheritance or exile, this extraordinary wizard inheritance would be essential. The 2498th year since the origin star separated from the Chaos Divine Continent, Human Emperor City. Deep within the Human Emperor Palace, three figures sat on opposite sides, and in their center, a massive light screen image hovered. Kill, hold them, we must not let them in. Bloodline magical power, mountain-splitting fist seal. The light screen image showed a brutal battle unfolding during the attack and defense of the city. Looking at the familiar figures of the mountain-splitting clan gathered on the devastated city wall, Song-Chi, standing to the right of the palace, frowned. But then Jiang Yuan, in the center, spoke first. This image is a real-time surveillance feed from Rift Mountain City, 30,000 light-years away. If nothing unexpected happens, Rift Mountain City should have fallen during this period. After Rift Mountain City, the direction these 5 combined mythic alien legions are advancing is likely our Human Emperor City. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the 3 people in the hall grew even more serious. As far as they knew, this advancing force, composed of the 5 major mythic alien legions, included as many as 4 11th-tier myth units and a full 21 10th-tier myths. Below the myths, there were nearly 10,000 9th-tier overlords, and over 10 million ordinary legion members of the 7th and 8th ranks. The array was truly formidable. If not for this, their unimpeded progress would have been impossible. Even Rift Mountain City, another top-tier chaos city, only managed to hold out for less than 100 years against their all-out assault. It's important to note that while the mountain-splitting clan isn't considered a formidable tribe among the Chaos Divine Continent's many peak clans, it boasts 3 10th-tier mountain-splitting clan myths. Furthermore, backed by the top-tier mountain-splitting ancestral city, this equates to 3 pseudo-11th-tier myths. Even so, mountain-splitting city only managed to hold out for less than 100 years. It's easy to imagine the sheer intensity of the combined attack from the 5 alien legions. After a silence of several dozen breaths, Jihung finally broke the silence. At this rate, it will only take another 100 to 200 years for this combined force to reach Human Emperor City. Not enough. Our previous preparations are far from sufficient. Mountain-splitting Ancestral City is a long-established chaos city, having stood in the Sky Ape Star realm since the multiverse era. Their foundation is undoubtedly greater than ours. We must do more. Upon hearing this, the 3 people in the hall exchanged glances. Then, with a change of heart, they mobilized the highest authority of the first Fire Source Seed and silently sent out several messages. Soon, several figures entered the Human Emperor Palace again. Prince Xiangri Ingwei of the Immortal Qin Divine Dynasty, Wilson Ackelman, a 9th-rank superdimensional captain from the Holy Temple Federation, the Big Dipper Master of the Big Dipper Palace, the head of the Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce, and nearly all the major forces of the Xinhua civilization were present. After Song-Chi and the other 2 had recounted the key points of the incident, while the crowd below pondered, Jiang Yuan spoke first. Now is a matter of life and death for our Xinhua civilization. As the ruler of the Divine Xia dynasty, I will set an example. With a gentle wave of his hand, a slight spatial ripple swept through. As everyone's gaze settled on his right palm, a crystal-clear spiritual fruit appeared in it. This 12th-level golden apple was unexpectedly found during an exploration of an alien star region 150,000 years ago. For over 100,000 years, it has been a treasured treasure of the Jiang family. Now that the situation is critical, let's use it to upgrade one of the 2 great walls of civilization to 7-color quality. At this, the eyes of the others around him suddenly froze. As early as the conclusion of the exploration of the origin star, the 2 great walls of civilization had been transferred to the Chaos Divine Continent. They now serve as two other solid barriers just outside the walls of Human Emperor City. However, although 2 golden apples had been used previously, they were still only of 5-color quality. While their defensive strength was not weak, it was naturally far inferior to that of 7-color quality. This 12th level golden apple before him could upgrade one of the 2 great walls of civilization to 7-color quality, undoubtedly further enhancing the defensive capabilities of Human Emperor City. Just as everyone's hearts were trembling, Song Qi, seizing his opportunity, followed Jiang Yuan and spoke, "My Longji Song clan is relatively new, and our heritage is limited. However, not long ago, I acquired several super important elixirs from the master of the Zhutian market." With this, he gently waved his hand and tossed out 3 Hunyuan Wuji pills. Each clan also had dedicated personnel stationed at the Zhutian market, and naturally, they had heard of the Hunyuan Wuji pills. Seeing Song Qi casually toss out 3, everyone's faces lit up with ecstasy. Even though they had already learned from the master of the Zhutian market that the Hunyuan Wuji pills had no effect on the Xinhua battleship's upgrades, it didn't diminish their allure for everyone in the hall. Except for the Longji Song clan behind Song Qi, which clan present wasn't a time-honored power with a legacy spanning over 100,000 or 200,000 years. Quite a few commanded 9th-level enslaved creatures. The Xinhua warships can't be used, but these 9th-tier slave creatures can. Song Qi saw the excitement in the eyes of everyone in the hall. Although his expression remained normal, he was also filled with joy. Why risk exposing his identity by offering the Hunyuan Wuji pill now? Isn't it to allow each family to try to cultivate a few mythical-level slave creatures before the war begins? Then, with the blessing of the Human Emperor City itself, these will be crucial forces in defending the city. Tan Lang. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan took the initiative. After a pause, he continued, "Can you get more of this Hunyuan Wuji pill from the Lord of the Zhutian market?" Since he had already revealed the matter, Song Qi naturally had no more reservations and nodded. "Yes, but the price." He thought for a moment, and decided not to offer a discount on the price, otherwise, it would be too obvious. Still, a wisp of colorful fire, 10 kilograms of time source crystal, and 30 mythical souls in exchange for 1 Hunyuan Wuji pill. "The price is fine, Tan Lang, give me 1. This is the colorful fire, and the time source crystal. My Yin Wang consortium needs 1, too." In a short while, Song Qi had accepted over 15 orders. He wasn't surprised. Although the Xinhua civilization had only just become a dominant civilization in the Shattered Star Sea, the Xinhua warship's unique alien exploration system allowed it to randomly explore the vast Star Sea, backed by its ancestral domain. Over hundreds of thousands of years, the resources it had amassed were no less than those of established dominant civilizations, with millions of years of heritage. After accepting over 10 orders, he didn't rush back to the market, but remained in the Human Emperor Palace. It wasn't just Jiang Yuan and him. After him, representatives from various factions had also offered their long-held trump cards. For the future survival of Xinhua civilization, all factions were selflessly making sacrifices. After Song Qi's presentation of 3 Hunyuan Wuji pills caused a sensation, the atmosphere within the Human Emperor Palace grew increasingly tense, yet it also ignited the resolve of all major factions to work together to overcome difficulties. Seated on the left, the previously silent and dignified Prince Xiangri of the immortal Qin divine dynasty, Yingwei, slowly rose. He wore a black crown embroidered with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and the land, exuding a profound aura. He swept his gaze over the crowd in the hall, and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty the Jiang Emperor and Deputy Star Lord Tan Lang have set an example for us. Our immortal Qin clan has endured for hundreds of thousands of years, blessed by the legacy of the Qin dynasty. At this moment of civilization survival, how could we be so selfless as to hide our secrets?" With these words, his palm flashed with a similar brilliance, and a fruit, remarkably similar to the one Jiang Yuan held, appeared before their eyes, but radiating a faint golden glow. Its surface was naturally embellished with the Taoist spirit, forming dragon patterns. The immense energy and cosmic fluctuations it emanated were even more powerful than Jiang Yuan's. "This is a 12th-tier ancestral dragon golden apple, nurtured by our immortal majesty Qin Zulong from the core of a soon-to-be-extinct cosmic secret realm. It was harvested from the golden apple mother tree, the secret realm's final source. Its efficacy surpasses that of ordinary golden apples. I offer it to help another great wall of civilization ascend to the 7-colored state, thus forging an unbreakable wall of my legacy." A sudden gasp echoed within the hall. 2 12-tier golden apples meant that both great walls of civilization outside Human Emperor City would be elevated to the legendary 7-colored quality. Its defensive power would reach an unimaginable level, capable of withstanding the relentless bombardment of mythical units. Jiang Yuan, Song Qi, and Jihung exchanged glances, each witnessing the surprise and excitement in the other's eyes. Soon, fueled by the immense energy of the two 12th-tier golden apples, the towering great walls of civilization, encircling the vast city, erupted with earth-shaking brilliance. Countless mystical runes illuminated from the wall's base, rapidly spreading to their summits. The already vibrant brilliance began to intensify, ultimately solidifying into a seven-colored divine light imbued with immortality and eternity. Like two rainbow barriers stretching between heaven and earth, they emanated an aura of absolute defense that struck fear into even mythical creatures. With the immortal Qin divine dynasty's exemplary performance as a model, the other major factions no longer held back and generously contributed. Wilson Ackerman, the transdimensional captain of the Holy Temple Federation, stepped forward, holding a cube of pure light energy. Within it, a massive heart, beating continuously as if composed of pure holy light, was enclosed. This is the mythical level heart of the god of holy light, discovered by a core exploration fleet of our Ackerman family in that heavenly realm. Although not a complete 11th level divine heart, its core still contains nearly infinite holy light energy and powerful regeneration principles. It can be embedded in the underground energy core of Human Emperor City, significantly increasing the city's overall energy reserves and recovery speed. It can also activate a citywide holy light protection field, exerting a strong restraining effect on dark and death-related alien races. The Big Dipper, Lord of the Big Dipper Temple, an ethereal elder clad in a star robe, waved his sleeves, and 7 cold stars flew out, forming a mysterious Big Dipper formation in the air. This is the complete array and base of the Big Dipper demon-suppressing array. When fully activated, it can draw upon the power of the ancient Big Dipper. If driven by a mythical unit, it can easily suppress even a rank 11 mythical being for a short period of time. I wish to deploy it at key points within the city, synergizing it with the two 7-colored great walls to enhance overall defense and counterattack capabilities. The head of the Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce, a graceful woman with alluring eyes and a powerful aura, chuckled softly and produced a foxtail-shaped jade pendant emitting a strange fragrance and a hazy pink glow. My Qingqiu family is not wealthy, and we can't compare to the 12th-tier star fruits and hearts of mythology you all so easily possess. This 9-tailed celestial fox blessing jade pendant was left by a former primordial golden immortal of our clan. Placing it within the city will significantly boost the morale and mental resistance of all friendly units within, and has a very low chance of trapping attackers in an illusion, potentially enabling a surprise attack at a critical moment. Followed by this, giants like the Yin Wang Consortium and the Sky Eagle Tan clan also took action. The Yin Wang Consortium offered a portion of 5 elements primordial chaos chi, which could be integrated into the core formation of Chaos City, imbuing the city's defensive rule shield with the ability to transform and neutralize 5 elements attacks, greatly enhancing resistance to elemental attacks. The Sky Eagle Tan clan produced a damaged ancient god puppet. Although it was slow and could only be used once activated, it could unleash terrifying physical destructive power at the peak of the 10th tier, making it a formidable weapon for defending the city. One after another, rare and precious treasures, enough to serve as a foundation for a clan and spark bloodshed, strategic items were continuously retrieved and integrated into the defense system of Human Emperor City. Under the guidance of Jiang Yuan and Jihung, these treasures, originating from different factions and possessing diverse properties, were seamlessly integrated. The entire Human Emperor City resembled a sleeping giant, arming itself to the teeth at an unprecedented pace. The city walls grew stronger, the energy veins grew more powerful and brilliant, and the light of various offensive, defensive, and auxiliary rune formations flickered and faded in every corner of the city. The people in the hall watched the reflection of the Human Emperor City, reflected on the light screen, rapidly transforming and strengthening. Their originally heavy hearts eased slightly, replaced by a gathering fighting spirit and growing confidence. Jiang Yuan surveyed the entire audience, his voice resonant and powerful. Everyone, in the face of danger, our Xinhua civilization stands united in purpose. With this fortress and our mighty defenses, and with us fighting shoulder to shoulder, even if powerful enemies surround us and mythical figures threaten us, what is the threat? We must make Human Imperial City the burial ground of those 5 alien armies, and let the name of our Xinhua civilization resound throughout the entire Chaos Divine Continent. Upon hearing this, all the powerful figures within the hall straightened their bodies, their eyes burning with determination as they responded in unison. We will live and die with Human Imperial City, passing on the torch and ensuring the immortality of civilization. The overwhelming fighting spirit and determination soared into the sky, as if even the dome of the human emperor palace could not contain it. However, among the countless figures, Song-Chi was not present. After all the representatives had presented their treasures, he had hurried back to the Zhutian market, using the 7-colored fire seeds and the time source crystal he had obtained to quickly refine the Hunyuan Wuji pill. Reaching the 9th level of mythical status is no overnight undertaking. With only 100 years remaining until the combined alien forces approach, we must seize every moment. The sooner these primordial infinite pills are delivered to the various factions, the greater the chance of securing support from mythical enslaved creatures when Human Emperor City faces siege. Chapter 878. Back at the market, Song-Chi immediately summoned the Tianxu Sangqiong and began refining the Hunyuan Wuji pill. In the warship's main control room, the rare materials needed for 15 orders hovered before him. The 7-colored fire seedling shimmered with dazzling light, while the time source crystal flowed slowly like a frozen galaxy. Time is running out. Let's refine it all at once. With a silent thought, he placed the first 6 kilograms of time source crystal into the creation Bagua furnace. Once the Hunyuan Wuji pill's properties had cooled to zero, he placed the first wisp of 7-colored fire seedling into the furnace. Instantly, the flames within the furnace transformed into flowing liquid, 7-colored light, and the speed of time was suddenly increased 100 times that of the outside world. Colorful light shone, and the sound of Tao roared. After an unknown amount of time, the first wisp of the spiritual energy of the Hunyuan fairyland emanated from the furnace. The first Hunyuan Wuji pill was complete. Song-Chi, without pause, continued to refine it. By the time the 15 Hunyuan Wuji pills entrusted to him fell into the jade bottle, only a few days had passed in the outside world. However, he didn't rush to leave the market, his gaze still lingering on the creation Bagua furnace. Besides the remaining half of the 7-colored fire seed in the furnace, he still had 7 strands in his hand, and 60 kilograms of time source crystals remaining, enough for 12 more refining cycles. After repeating the process once more, the time source crystals were quickly depleted, leaving Song-Chi with 1.5 strands of the 7-colored fire seed, and with them, 12 extra Hunyuan Wuji pills. After completing 15 commissions, he ultimately earned a net profit of 12 Hunyuan Wuji pills, and 1.5 strands of the rare 7-colored fire seed. While this was a significant benefit to the entire Xinhua civilization, he himself also benefited greatly from it. This time, he didn't stop. He left the extra strand of half-colored fire in the creation Bagua furnace. Although he possessed a drop of time source liquid, equivalent to 1,000 kilograms of time source crystal, Song-Chi wasn't prepared to use it lightly. First, the 12 Hunyuan Wuji pills he already possessed were sufficient for the short term. Second, the time source liquid was a cooling and reduction war reserve resource he had prepared for the Tianxu Sangqiong, a trump card for the upcoming battle at Human Emperor City. Based on these two reasons, the time source liquid couldn't be used. In Human Emperor City, after receiving the elixir, various forces immediately began intensive preparations. In the Immortal Qin Divine Dynasty, deep within the Immortal Qin continent, within a secret Earth Core palace. Before Prince Xiangri Yingwei, a giant dragon, its aura reaching the peak of the 9th rank, crouched. It was none other than the Xingyu Sanlong, one of the 9th rank guardian war beasts of the Immortal Qin Divine Dynasty. The starry azure dragon's armor was shattered, its wounds rife, yet its eyes burned with an unyielding fighting spirit. Old buddy, you've fought alongside the Ying clan for tens of thousands of years. Today, I grant you this opportunity. With these words, Yingwei thrust the Hunyuan Wuji pill into the azure dragon's mouth and simultaneously summoned the Immortal Qin's secret ancestral dragon blood pool. A vast aura of blood and energy engulfed the azure dragon. For a moment, a dragon's roar resounded from the Earth's core secret hull, and the azure dragon's blood began to boil furiously. Then, with a wave of his hand, the hyper-dimensional Captain Yingwei recalled the blood-soaked starry azure dragon to the warship. The next second, the hyper-dimensional mothership flashed through waves of spatial fluctuations, and quickly disappeared into the Earth's core secret hull. When it reappeared, it was already on an 8th-level peak floating land under the Immortal Qin Divine Dynasty. As the starry azure dragon was placed deep within the core space of the 8th-level peak floating land, the floating land, already on the brink of advancement, received the command to advance. Soon after, a peak-level 8th-level floating land successfully ascended to the 9th level. Leveraging the surge of energy from the 9th-level floating land, the starry azure dragon deep within Earth's core officially launched its assault towards the mythical realm. In the Holy Temple Federation, within the Holy Light Hall at the center of a pure white 8th-level floating land, before Wilson Ackerman, a heavily armored 12-winged angel stood motionless. This was a 9th-level seraph enslaved by the Ackermann family long ago. After countless years and countless wars, this seraph had long since reached the ultimate 9th-level limit. In the name of holy light, I grant you a new life. Wilson slowly thrust the primordial infinite pill into the angel's chest. A fiery holy light instantly erupted. A tiny spark of divine fire ignited in the seraph's deep eyes, and the shattered wings behind him began to regenerate, emanating an increasingly powerful mythical aura. A secret base of the Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce. Before the graceful leader lay a unique beast. It wasn't a powerful combat creature, but a petite, snow-white fox with only 3 tails. It appeared fragile, but its eyes were incredibly clear, brimming with a rare spiritual light. The fox tribe lacks physical attack, but possesses a knack for illusion. Xiao Tianji, while not the strongest in combat, possesses the highest spiritual potential, promising to inherit the myriad magical powers of your ancestors. The leader gently fed the elixir to the white fox, activating countless illusion runes surrounding the secret chamber. By consuming this elixir, you will transcend the constraints of your bloodline and transform from a 6-tailed spirit fox into a 9-tailed celestial fox. It all depends on you. The Big Dipper Palace, the Yinhuang Consortium. Each family employed their own secret techniques to assist their chosen 9th-tier peak enslaved creatures in consuming the elixir, aiming to reach that distant mythical realm. Years passed. The defenses of Human Emperor City grew increasingly sophisticated. The radiance of the 2 colorful great walls of civilization intertwined, forming a dazzling film of light covering the sky. The energy provided by the holy light god's heart made the city's energy shield virtually infinite. The foundation of the Big Dipper Star demon-suppressing array was buried deep underground, fused with the city. The 9-tailed heavenly fox's blessing jade pendant hung high in the central square, its gentle glow subtly enhancing the performance of all patrol fleets. However, the atmosphere within the city grew increasingly tense. The intelligence from the front grew increasingly dire. Splitting Mountain City had fallen. As expected, the terrifying coalition army, after a brief rest, continued its advance towards Human Emperor City. They swept through all obstacles in their path, and their estimated arrival time was even more than a decade earlier than initially estimated. That day, the bell for the emergency meeting in Human Emperor Palace rang again. Representatives from all factions gathered, their faces even more solemn than before. Latest intelligence indicates the Allied forces are less than 100 light-years from our city. Their vanguard, a rapid-fire force led by 3 rank 10 mythical void-splitting beasts, is expected to arrive within 10 years to conduct reconnaissance and harassment. Jiang Yuan's voice echoed through the hall, "We don't have much time left." Everyone's eyes instinctively narrowed. None of the enslaved creatures, who had retreated to achieve mythic power, had yet to emerge. How could the mythical barrier be so easily breached? Even with the Hunyuan Wuji pill, failure was commonplace. 10 years. Too short. Even with the Hunyuan Wuji pill, the success rate was far from guaranteed. Just then, in the center of the hall, Jiang Yuan and Jihung's faces simultaneously lit up with surprise. Just now, the Xinhua network, empowered by the original Xinhua source, had transmitted good news from the ancestral domain. The celestial azure dragon under the immortal Qin divine dynasty had successfully broken through to the mythical realm. Rewind half an hour to the Xinhua ancestral domain, the territory of the immortal Qin divine dynasty. A vast, ancient dragon roar, carrying supreme pressure, suddenly erupted, its sound waves sweeping across the surrounding river systems, causing panic among the nearby Xinhua forces. Above the recently promoted 9th-level floating land, a massive azure dragon phantom soared into the sky. Its imposing presence surpassed the realm of 9th level. Though still somewhat unstable, it had truly entered the mythical realm. Success? Prince Xiangri Yingwei, who had been guarding the floating land, suddenly stood up from the battleship's main control room, his face filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. It was as if a prelude had begun. A few days later, within the Holy Temple Federation territory, a pillar of pure holy light pierced heaven and earth. A sacred chant resounded through the clouds. A complete, 36-winged holy angel, its wings radiating a mythical sheen, slowly opened its eyes, its gaze as sharp as a spear. Soon after, at the Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce base, while no earth-shattering phenomena occurred, a vast array of illusory runes also evolved within the floating continent's sky. A 9-tailed celestial fox, its body utterly white, its eyes reflecting the thoughts of all, silently appeared from the depths of the floating continent's clouds. Its aura, remarkably, had also entered the realm of myth. Success? Success? Success. For several consecutive months, for enslaved creatures successfully ascended to mythical status. 15 pills were originally thought to be enough for 2 or 3 to succeed, but in reality, 4 enslaved creatures successfully broke through the mythical barrier. Although they had only just entered the 10th level and needed to consolidate their realm, these 4 mythical level warriors were undoubtedly a timely help. For a moment, the morale of the entire Xinhua civilization's leadership was greatly boosted. Jiang Yuan's gaze swept across the entire venue, finally resting on the seemingly boundless chaotic void outside the city. His voice was firm and decisive. Everyone. The city is fortified, divine aid has arrived. Prepare for battle. Let those invaders taste the sharp edge of our Xinhua civilization. The dark clouds of war were already approaching. In Human Emperor City, the final countdown began. Although Song Qi had a general understanding of what was happening in Human Emperor City on the Chaos Divine Continent through the messages sent by Jiang Yuan and Jihung, he was unaware of the details. However, he had no time to dwell on them at the moment. Xinhua Ancestral Domain, Holy Temple Continent. Deep within the Earth's core, above the floating continent's core light ball, the Holy Temple Continent's core light ball continued to expand as Pei Dinan actively controlled the release of each floating continent core into the light ball. At a certain moment, this expansion suddenly ceased, and what followed was a frenzied influx of asteroids, floating continent fragments, and other debris from the outer floating continent's sky into the Holy Temple Continent's floating continent shield. After integrating this massive influx of foreign cosmic fragments, the Holy Temple Continent's diameter inevitably began to expand. All of this spoke to one truth. The Holy Temple Continent was transforming into a 10th-level star continent. In the floating continent's core space, voices emanated from 2 hyperdimensional motherships hovering quietly above Pei Dinan. Ferdinand, the floating land ascension has begun. Summon the heavenly holy light. You must pay full attention. This ascension hinges on the future survival of our Xinhua civilization. No mistakes can be made. Okay. After responding, a faint light flickered between Ferdinand's brows, and the miniature heavenly holy light burst forth from his Xinhua ancestral aperture, quickly hovering above the core light cluster of the Holy Temple Continent ahead. Once the subsequent floating land ascension is complete, leveraging the highest concentration of floating land origin tidal energy in the Earth's core, the heavenly holy light will directly impact the myth immortal ship. As Ferdinand responded, the miniature heavenly holy light shone brilliantly, its hull ablaze with layers of dim light, resonating strongly with the seething and surging Holy Temple Continent origin core below. Boom! The Earth's core vibrated violently. Outside, the entire Holy Temple Continent seemed to have transformed into a devouring maw, frantically slurping up matter and energy from the chaotic void. The crust at the edge of the continent expanded outward at a visible speed. Mountains rose, oceans widened, and the sky grew higher and deeper. A mighty tide of energy swept over every inch of land, yet it was systematically guided by the newly formed patterns within the continent, flowing into the Earth's core. Now! At a certain moment, Ferdinand's eyes flashed, and he formed seals with his hands, directing the vast source power that threatened to burst the Earth's core with all his might. Like directing a galactic storm, he precisely poured it into the heavenly holy light above. The heavenly holy light hummed under the weight of the heavy load, its hull trembling violently under the onslaught of pure source energy, and even tiny cracks began to appear on its surface. Reaching the mythical stage is the ultimate transformation of one's life form, a process exceedingly perilous, akin to defying the will of heaven. Although the Xinhua warship wasn't made of flesh and blood, the transformation of its hull was no different. In the 2 hyperdimensional motherships aft, Song Qi and Ing Huang and Ing Yi were intensely focused, ready to assist at any moment. Ferdinand gritted his teeth, the Xinhua mark between his brows blazing to its furthest point. His mind completely merged with the warship's core, frantically absorbing its source energy. Simultaneously, he channeled his own masterful understanding of the laws of space and light to repair, strengthen, and elevate every component of the warship. Cracks began to heal under the flow of holy light, and the ship's structure grew stronger through destruction and rebirth. The pressure it emanated steadily climbed, gradually surpassing the limits of the 9th stage and charging towards that legendary realm. On either side of the ship, the formerly illusory layers of 36 wings of light gradually solidified. Each wing seemed composed of the purest laws of light, and its gentle flapping caused ripples in the void. It was unknown how long it took, perhaps a moment, perhaps 10,000 years. When the expansion of the outer Holy Temple Continent gradually stabilized, successfully consolidating itself at the level of a 10th-level star continent. Buzz, a pillar of holy light, beyond words, erupted from the Earth's core, disregarding all obstacles, piercing the continent's sky and illuminating the endless sea of stars. A sacred, majestic, and immortal aura permeated, enveloping the entire Holy Temple continent and even spreading to the more distant star regions. Within the Pillar of Light, the heavenly holy light underwent a drastic transformation. No longer a cold artifact of war, it resembled a perfect work of art, a mythical relic handcrafted by the laws of light, space, and so on. The warship's hull was sleek and majestic, radiating a warm, eternal milky white glow. Atop its bow, an incredibly complex divine pattern of holy light slowly rotated, seemingly imbued with boundless vitality and the power to purify all evil. The mythical immortal ship. The heavenly holy light. Done. Feng Dinan collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as paper, his mental strength nearly exhausted, yet his eyes were filled with unparalleled excitement and ecstasy. Song Qi and Yingyi also breathed a sigh of relief, smiles of relief on their faces. The Xinhua civilization, the third Xinxia immortal ship, had finally appeared. Furthermore, Feng Dinan had been incredibly lucky, having successfully completed the task on the first try, without even using two-time chessboards. However, Song Qi now hurriedly called out, "Holy Emperor, please retrieve the heavenly holy light." Chapter 879. Although the Holy Hall continent's origin energy tide was nearing its end, it couldn't be wasted. Furthermore, even on the eve of the star continent's origin energy tide, the energy intensity it contained was far beyond the reach of ordinary level 8 or 9 floating continents. As for Pei Dinan himself, although one of the 3 Hunyuan Wuji pills Song Qi had previously donated had already been delivered to him, he was currently exhausted and far from his peak condition. A blind attempt to achieve the 10th level guidance technique at this time would likely fail. Knowing this well, upon hearing Song Qi's call, Pei Dinan, without hesitation, quickly recalled the heavenly holy light, which had been promoted to a mythical immortal ship, and vacated its position in the center of the Earth's core. At the same time, Song Qi controlled the Tianxu Sangqiong to soar forward. Swish! The battleship's hatch blasted open, and a blood-red figure darted out at high speed. Looking back at Yingyi, aboard the immortal Qin ancestral dragon, he remained calm, offering no objection to Song Qi's actions. The previous decision to utilize the Holy Hall continent's primordial energy tides to aid the simultaneous advancement of the heavenly holy light and the immortal Qin ancestral dragon was based on the assumption that the heavenly holy light would fail in its attempt to reach the mythic immortal ship. Now that the heavenly holy light had successfully reached the mythic immortal ship, that decision was naturally no longer valid. The transdimensional mothership's attack on the mythic immortal ship was arguably the most crucial moment in the past 300,000 years. Given the opportunity, Yingyi naturally sought to maximize his chances of achieving a breakthrough. Furthermore, the immortal Qin continent itself was also at the peak of level 9, so he naturally preferred to pursue the mythic breakthrough on his own ancestral continent. Song Qi naturally understood Yingyi's inner thoughts. In fact, he had immediately asked Yingyi about this matter after the heavenly holy light's successful assault, and only after receiving a positive response did he begin his action. But for the moment, he wasn't thinking about these things. His entire focus was on the surging Azura Emperor. Fed with a large amount of mythical flesh and blood, the Azura Emperor had already reached the peak of the 9th stage. Now, seizing this final opportunity, he wanted the Azura Emperor to attempt a breakthrough to the 10th stage. As for the Sky-ruined sky, he already had a considerable amount of mythical level auxiliary resources at hand. Combined with the luck holy blood already collected in the clone blood chalice, his chances of advancement were already very high. But there was one key point. Several resources in the special resource formula required for the transdimensional mothership to ascend to a mythical immortal ship were currently missing, including the final green arrowhead crystal. Unlike previous advancements to mid and low-level stages, the transdimensional mothership's advancement to mythical required the entire special resource formula, not just a few of the required ingredients. In other words, if the Tianxu Sangqiong were to be upgraded directly at this point, the 10% success rate of this special resource formula would be completely lost. Based on this, Song Qi chose the safer option. Of course, the main reason was that he had learned from Yingyi that the Xianxin continent would soon also impact the Xingqian continent. At that time, he could also use the tail end of the Xianxin continent's origin energy tide to assist the Tianxu Sangqiong in reaching the 10th level, which would not be much different from the current situation on the Holy Hall continent. Swish, 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 a bloody figure flashed by. In his right hand, he clutched a Tao-patterned immortal pill, and in his left, a pure golden heart. He soared at top speed to the sky above the Holy Hall continent's origin core light cluster. Although the floating land origin tide had already passed its peak, it still surged. A milky white torrent of energy, carrying fragments of rules, surged wildly within this confined space. Song Qi, without hesitation, ejected countless white bones from the Tianxu Sangqiong hull. After these bones rapidly combined into a 10th-tier skeleton giant, the giant suddenly waved its hand, forcibly carving out a stable zone within the chaotic sea of energy. Now! With a flash of thought, he telepathically transmitted the command to the Azure Emperor. Hearing this, the Azure Emperor, without hesitation, swallowed the Hunyuan Wuji pill in his right hand. At the same time, the still pulsating, blood-angled mythical-level Azure blood organ was imprisoned in mid-air by the power of his dominance. The Azure Emperor's massive body trembled slightly in the energy tide, and the blood-colored lines on his hideous crimson battle body gradually illuminated. The Hunyuan Wuji pill melted in his mouth, its potent medicinal power mingling with the final primordial tide of the star continent, washing over his limbs like a flood. Song Qi's eyes were sharp, his mind racing. He focused on controlling the giant skeleton, slowly pushing the mythical Azure blood viscera towards the Azure Emperor's chest. Sizzle! The moment the blood viscera made contact with the body, it merged directly into the Azure Emperor's chest, like a living being. A roar of pain and excitement shook the entire Earth's core. The Azure Emperor's arms danced wildly, and two massive bone wings suddenly ripped open from his back. Dark red divine flames flowed from the wing membranes. Hold your composure. Direct your energy to impact the mythical barrier. Song Qi's shout resonated like thunder, resonating through the Azure Emperor's consciousness. He exerted all his might to control the skeletal giant, constantly harmonizing the raging energy and purifying the Azure Emperor's mind of distractions and contamination from his forced ascension. The Azure Emperor's head tilted upwards and roared, its body swelling under the influx of energy. Fine dark golden scales sprouted from its skin. Its 6 arms wielded swords, halberds, bows, ropes, hammers, and mirrors condensed from energy. Behind it, wings fully extended, obscuring the sky and the sun. Suddenly, the ascension process encountered a formidable obstacle. The Azure Emperor's old and new bloodlines clashed violently, his body exploding in numerous places, blood dripping profusely. The mythical barrier was far stronger than imagined. Song Qi's eyes fixed, and without hesitation, he deployed his reserve means. A faint beam of light shot out from the bow of the pre-summoned mirrored battleship, the Tianxu Sangqiong. This was the alien repairability of the tricolor quality resurrection metal, imbued with the power of repair. It had been temporarily evolved into the tricolor quality resurrection metal by replicating the soul-devouring altar. This gentle yet powerful healing energy temporarily stabilized the rampaging energy within the Azure Emperor. At the same time, a faint light emanated from the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong, beneath Song Qi's helm. This was also the alien repairability of the resurrection metal, though this healing beam hadn't evolved, being of a black quality. However, the combined power of these two elements still healed all the injuries within the Azure Emperor. Using this opportunity, the Azure Emperor's blood-red eyes suddenly opened, emitting a tangible blood-red light. Its arms clasped together before its chest, forming a strange hand seal. The energy surrounding it no longer surged, but instead became restrained and profound, like the calm before a storm. The next moment, an indescribable, terrifying aura erupted from its body. A dark red pillar of divine light shot skyward, piercing directly through the Earth's core, even surpassing the holy light pillar generated by the heavenly holy light during its ascension. The three-headed, 6-armed Azure mythical form faintly glimpsed within the light pillar, towering over the heavens, its battlefield spirit brimming with a strange sacredness. The light pillar gradually receded, revealing a completely transformed figure within. The Azure King's form had shrunk slightly, yet it had become more sturdy and powerful. His entire body was a dark gold, the scales on his skin forming mysterious natural patterns. His facial expression was balanced, a miraculous blend of majesty, wrath, and compassion. With the gentle flapping of his wings, ripples spread across space, and he emanated a terrifying mythical aura. It slowly descended before Song Qi, arms folded across its chest, head bowed respectfully. "Master, I have fulfilled your mission." The voice was deep and majestic, resonating with the principles unique to mythical creatures. Song Qi felt the mythical aura of the Azure King, a power no less powerful than that of the 36-winged holy angel, and a gratified smile finally appeared on his face. The Dragon Ridge Song clan's first mythical unit had been born, however. Before he could rejoice for long, the Xinhua ancestral acupoint between his eyebrows suddenly vibrated, and the Xinhua network automatically connected. Jiang Yuan's urgent voice echoed in his mind. The vanguard of the joint army has reached the outskirts of Human Emperor City. 3 Void Rift beasts are attacking the outer defenses. Song Qi's eyes glared, and with a wave of his hand, he temporarily retracted the Azure King onto the Tianxu Sangqiong. In a flash, he passed through the Shutian market and returned to Human Emperor City. Pei Dinan, Emperor Ing, Human Emperor City is in danger. I leave first. Without waiting for a response, his figure vanished into the depths of the Earth's core. Behind him, Pei Dinan and Ing Yi followed suit. The heavenly light and the immortal Qin ancestral dragon quickly tore through the sky and disappeared into the horizon of the Holy Temple continent. Chaos Divine Land, Human Emperor City. Atop Human Emperor City's northern wall, countless Xinhua warships, relying on the Chaos City shield and the mythical light curtain emanating from the Great Wall of Civilization, gazed into the distance. Outside the city, at the edge of the savage land shrouded in chaos storms, a bloody battle formation composed of dense black shadows continued to advance. Chaos storms, which posed a great threat to ordinary dominant creatures, posed no threat to this bloody battle formation. Above the Chaos City wall, dozens of supergiant warships hovered quietly. Encrypted group chat. Jiang Yuan, judging by this bloody aura, this vanguard alone is likely no less powerful than an 11th tier myth. Jihung. So, should we wait for them to attack the city, or should we proactively attack and catch them off guard? Wilson Ackelman. Proactively attack? I think it's better to rely on the city, and wait for them to tire themselves out. Just as everyone in the group chat was buzzing with discussion, two rapid bursts of air-piercing noises suddenly rang out from behind. Everyone instinctively turned to look, and the next moment, joy lit up their faces. Seeing the terrifying length of the heavenly holy light, everyone instantly understood. Ferdinand, has your ship been successfully upgraded? Haha, good. So, my Xinhua civilization now possesses 3 mythical immortal ships. With these, combined with the 3 corpses shrine, and the blessing of the Human Emperor City, we can handle even a multi-tiered 11th tier myth. Add to that the 4 newly promoted mythical slaves, and our Human Emperor City should now be able to fight with all its might. Breaking through the air behind him were the heavenly holy light, and the immortal Qin ancestral dragon, arriving via the Chaos teleport platform. When Pei Dinan and Ing Yi joined the group chat, the jubilation faded. No, Holy Emperor, is your channeling still at the 9th level? Level 99 channeling may seem only 1 level different from level 100, but the difference lies in the very essence of life between the dominant and mythic levels. As long as Pei Dinan hasn't broken through to the 10th level of channeling, he can't be considered a true mythical immortal captain. Even if the 3 mythical immortals can be combined into a Tricorps Super Mecha Giant for a short period of time, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. At this point, Jiang Yuan and Jihung also spoke solemnly. Pei Dinan, the heaven's holy light's successful advancement is a good thing. There's no need to rush. This is only the vanguard of the 5 clans' combined forces. With Jihung and I in command, along with the 4 newly promoted mythical slaves, Human Emperor City will be safe for at least the next 2,000 years. That's right, Pei Dinan. There's no need to rush into battle. Focus on using the primordial pill to attempt to break through to the 10th level guiding technique. Only then can the heaven's holy light unleash its full potential. Hearing this, everyone nodded, even Song Qi and Ing Yi, who had recently arrived. But the next second, Jiang Yuan suddenly changed his tone, his gaze directed at the two of them. Ing Yi Tan Lang, the same goes for you. With Human Emperor City's current defensive capabilities, 2 more transdimensional motherships are merely icing on the cake. Now that both of your ships have reached the 9th level, why not return to the ancestral domain and attempt to attack the mythical immortal ship? Rest assured, if Human Emperor City truly becomes critically endangered, we will notify you. Song Qi and Ing Yi exchanged a glance, each seeing a solemn and resolute look in the other's eyes. Jiang Yuan's analysis was correct. Although Human Emperor City was currently facing a powerful enemy, it had several newly promoted mythic slave creatures and 2 mythic immortal ships, along with a 3 corpses shrine, to defend it. It could indeed hold out for quite some time. By contrast, if the 2 of them could successfully ascend to a mythic immortal ship, then, with the might of the mythic immortal ship, and the combined power of the fully formed 3 corpses Super Mecha Titan, they could truly turn the tide of the battle. Okay. Ing Yi spoke first, his voice steady. We will both return to the Xianxin continent immediately and, leveraging the tidal wave of energy from the ancestral continent's ascension to the star continent, attempt to breach the mythic realm. Song Qi nodded emphatically. Once we achieve a breakthrough, we will rush to the aid of Human Emperor City immediately. Without further delay, the 2 ships quickly turned and headed for the Chaos teleportation platform. Before leaving Human Emperor City, Song Qi also left the recently promoted Mythic Azura with him. With 1 more mythic force, Human Emperor City would be safer. In comparison, the Xinhua ancestral domain was peaceful and didn't need a mythic presence. Seeing the mythic Ashura summoned by Song Qi, Jiang Yuan and Jihung's eyes lit up. Excellent. Another mythic force. Our Xinhua civilization is destined to survive.